nuclear power generation was a higher priority in the socialist countries, and that Ireland should wait until techniques had been improved and then seek to purchase know-how from them, rather than purchase a reactor from the US. This position was strongly disputed by many in the party and by some of their international allies, but by this stage the worsening economic situation had made state investment in the Carnosaur project a distant prospect. Smullen, who was interested in liberation theology, developed contacts with a community of Jesuit priests based in Gardiner Street, just around the corner from the SFWP head office. The Jesuits were keen to develop this relationship, sending 10 members of the order to the 1978 Ard Thais. While common ground was found on issues of social justice, the priests expressed concerns over SFWP leaflets calling for contraceptives to be made available to persons of all ages and a poster supporting the legalization of divorce displayed on the front door of head office. Smullen got the divorce poster amended. When Jack Lynch's extravagant plans for job creation began to fall asunder, the traditional affinity of many Irish Congress of Trade Unions, ICTU, leaders with Fianna Fáil meant they had little appetite for militancy. This created a vacuum of leadership which a newly revitalized Dublin Trades Council, heavily reliant on radical labour, communist and SFWP shop stewards, was more than willing to fill. The Trades Council was a body to which affiliated Dublin unions sent representatives to discuss areas of shared interest, and Smullen and the Industrial Department had hoped for some time to turn it into a grouping capable of organizing workers. SFWP members, who had ideas and were younger than most of the other delegates, brought a new dynamism to the body. Unions re-affiliated and the group's monthly meetings in Liberty Hall began to attract dozens rather than a handful of delegates. In 1977, Smullen had supported the Dublin Trades Council taking over the organizing of the city's May Day parade from the previous year's ad hoc committee, and the council also staged protest marches. SFWP members were instructed to march with their union contingents rather than behind party banners. By 1978, left-wing Labour activist Mike Clifford had been installed as council president with leading Industrial Department member Fergus Whelan as vice president. The party was also active in other trade councils, including those in Galway and Cork. In Waterford, members were involved in organizing a September 1978 strike over the growing number of job losses. Under the banner of Waterford Wants Work, 20,000 people demonstrated. The Irish People became more influential following the installation of Padraig Yates as editor in 1977. With exclusives on topics including child labor in a jam-making factory, multinationals paying for politicians' foreign trips and overpriced imported goods, the Irish People began to achieve a reputation for uncovering hard news stories, some of which were followed up by national newspapers and RTE. With their network of informants in the unions, state sector and paramilitary underworld, it was perhaps not surprising that Yates and his journalists could access information others could not. The paper named building companies, often linked to Fianna Fáil, who were accused of shoddy workmanship on corporation houses. Facts and statistics on workplace safety, price increases and housing standards were collated from government documents or more secretive sources and presented to the readership in an accessible way. In March 1978, the paper revealed an internal Department of Labor report that showed up to 50% of school leavers faced unemployment. Editorially, Yates was not slavish in adherence to the party line, a fact which often had him at loggerheads with Smullen. But Garland was impressed by his editorship. He was an activist. He wasn't just sitting at his desk waiting for stories to come in, but was on the ground talking to people and finding out about stories. I think members were enthused about the paper. It was a paper that was articulating what they felt about the party. Sales had reached 15,000 by the end of 1977 and would grow to 25,000 by the turn of the decade. This increase was due in part to a new system of sales pioneered by Jerry Doherty during 1977. This involved the paper being distributed free in pubs, followed by a collection and complemented by door-to-door sales. This Dublin method greatly increased circulation, and the collections usually raised far more revenue than the 2p cover price. Other parts of the country were encouraged to adopt the system, but even when they did, Dublin continued to account for roughly two-thirds of sales. While the Irish People grew in importance, the monthly United Irishman declined. Edited by Mac Giola, the paper carried longer theoretical articles than the weekly and had a more distinctly Republican tone. The Irish People drew attention to an issue that would mobilize SFWP trade unionists. Partly as a result of the oil crisis, pre-tax industrial earnings had gone from being slightly above the average farmer's income in 1972 to being 93% of the average farm income in 1977. Meanwhile, the gap between the tax burden on farmers, who as self-employed workers reported their own income and tax liability, and pay-as-you-earn, workers, whose tax was deducted at source by their employers, was widening. While wages kept up with inflation, pay tax allowances did not, a dynamic that did not affect the self-employed sector. Perhaps most importantly, due to a lack of enforcement, farmers and others who reported their own income in practice paid little of the tax they owed. A fact that jumped out at Irish People journalist Seamus Phelan from a small Irish Times report of September 1977. The figures were stunning. £274 million, or 3/4 of the annual tax revenue, was provided by pay workers. The farming sector meanwhile contributed just £1.6 million, while receiving over £30 million in subsidies. Phelan was adamant that in the tax issue they had the story of the year if not the decade. The next week the story appeared on the front page under the banner headline, "The Great Tax Robbery." Over the next year Yates continued to emphasize the issue, and discussion of how it could be brought to the fore became a constant theme in Gardiner Place. SFWP members were encouraged to start discussions on tax in their unions and workplaces. That the tax issue involved a conflict in which state employees were opposed to farmers was a source of enthusiasm for the cadres of the industrial department. Members who worked in the civil service wrote a pamphlet that was published in late 1978 as "Come on the Taxpayers," a title inspired by a banner unfurled by Dublin GAA fans during a match against Kerry in Croke Park. The pamphlet proposed that the tax system be overhauled to ensure that it forced farmers, self-employed, professionals and business firms to pay a fair share of their income and profits. It called for the Revenue Commission to be reformed and empowered, and for the establishment of a state auditing company that would remove accountancy firms' ability to defraud legally. It also demanded a cultural shift whereby tax dodging would no longer be seen as merely pulling a fast one, but as a social crime that takes medicine from the sick, money from the widow, teachers from the schools. "Come on the Taxpayers" was circulated widely and members were fired up by its message. One recalls feeling that this was class war. The enemies were the owners of capital that were not paying their taxes and the farmers that were not paying their taxes. The identification of pay workers as the core constituency for a new political campaign was pushed vigorously by the industrial department. Fergus Whelan recalls that, "At one stage we even made the decision to stop saying the worker class, instead referring to the pay sector." SFWP members felt they had not only tapped into an area of existing public concern but refocused the pub talk in urban centers towards the tax issue. The influence farmers' organizations exerted over the government turned this concern into a revolt in early 1979. In February, after intense lobbying from farmers' groups, the government decided not to enforce a 2% levy on farm produce. The decision caused outrage in the trade union movement and beyond. Dick Walsh in his Irish Times column described pay workers being mugged by the levy deal. It galvanized militancy within white-collar unions, with one union leader declaring, "The pay sector is paying for the running of a country in which farmers dictate to the government on budgetary taxation matters." In response to the levy U-turn, SFWP-aligned shop stewards were to the fore in demanding a strike at Dublin Airport, while craft unions in the Dublin Trades Council called for a city-wide general stoppage. As momentum was gathering around the levy and pay issues, SFWP held its 1979 Ard Thace in Dublin's Mansion House. Their delegates gave vent to their anger, one declaring that farmers had a tax system of pay as you like, while another demanded that land be confiscated if farmers attempted to carry out threatened production strikes. Mac Giola, in his presidential address, attacked the EEC not as a threat to national sovereignty but due to the Common Agricultural Policy's funding of farmers. He also voiced unease over the effect that U.S. multinational investment was having on Irish foreign policy, but any concerns that were voiced over motions supporting multinational development were swept aside, Seamus Phelan declaring that such development had to be accepted unless people were to be shipped, like cattle, out of the country. The conference's 700 delegates voted to reinforce the ideological positions of the Irish Industrial Revolution and against motions seeking to re-emphasize more traditional Republican goals. Several of these motions originated with Dublin's Anne Devlin Cummin. During the debates, Tony Heffernan clashed with industrial department members, and in the wake of the Ard Thace he decided to resign from the party completely. Hibernia magazine, commenting on his departure, argued that the most vocal, and perhaps the only, remaining opponent of the Harris-Donahue intellectual takeover of the party has been silenced. Heffernan had not clashed directly with this pair, however, as both had maintained their pretense of not being SFWP members and attended the Ard Thace as observers. In response to workers' disquiet over the levy decision, and in an attempt to reassert their authority, the ITGWU and ICTU leaderships organized demonstrations around the country on Sunday the 11th of March. However, the Dublin Trades Council would not be placated and called its own general strike in March for Tuesday the 20th of March. Upwards of 50,000 took to the streets of Dublin on the 11th, and there were demonstrations in every major city and town. These protests only increased the appetite for strike action. During the days leading up to the 20th, more and more organizations, including trades councils, unions and the UC, called upon their members to join the work stoppage, and the ITGWU leadership were forced to throw their support behind it. An estimated 150,000 marched through the streets of Dublin on the day of the strike, with a further 40,000 in Cork and sizable demonstrations elsewhere. At the head of the biggest labor protest in generations, My Clifford delivered a letter to government buildings demanding an easing of the intolerable burden on the working class. The crowds that swept through the city carried banners declaring, "Farmers take all, workers pay all," and "Tax dodgers are social spongers." In an enthusiastic address, Whelan told the marchers, "Today the most powerful lobby in Irish politics is born, the lobby of the Irish working class." The show of force by workers forced reassessments by the government and the ICTU leadership. Jack Lynch committed himself to tax reform, and ICTU announced they would coordinate further action on the issue. Tax equity was confirmed as a core SFWP policy, and this attracted growing support for the party from white-collar workers. The protests had the effect of drawing the government into playing a formal role in negotiations between unions and employers, which would eventually culminate before the end of 1979 in a national understanding for economic and social development that enshrined wage restraint in return for government action on taxation, health, education and employment. SFWP broke with the hard left consensus in its support for such cooperation between unions and the state, believing, as Seamus Cody put it, that centralized bargaining was a way of maximizing workers as a class vis-a-vis the government. This view pitted them against a shop steward-led New Liberty grouping in the ITGWU and the CPI, which called for greater trade union democracy and an end to wage restraint. A decision was made to attack New Liberty publicly and link it to attempts to weaken the ITGWU. SFWP dock workers had taken a leading role in industrial action during 1977 and 1978, which had included the occupation of the port offices, during which the Starry Plough was hoisted and arrests made. This activity displeased the Industrial Department, and Danny Ryan, the strike leader, eventually defected to the IRSP. The SFWP position, as articulated by Smullen, was that activities which fragment and weaken the trade union movement when the working class is under concentrated attack are basically anti-working class. Hence unofficial strike action, widespread in the late 1970s, was often opposed by SFWP union members. Within the Industrial Department, two competing concepts of how the party should operate within the unions had emerged. De Gerardi argued that cadres should run for senior trade union offices, while Smullen continued to emphasize gaining influence through behind-the-scenes persuasion. These divergent views led to tension between Gerardi's supporters, generally ITGWU members, and those, such as Whelan and Harris, who were loyal to Smullen's more clandestine approach. In 1981, Gerardi topped the first count in a six-way contest for vice president of his union but was defeated on transfers, by 199 votes to 148. The gap between SFWP and the Communist Party continued to grow, with the CPI adamant that they were international communism's representatives in Ireland. The Connolly Youth Movement continually frustrated attempts by the IDYM to formally join the pro-Soviet World Federation of Democratic Youth, even after the Soviet embassy in Dublin was asked to pressurize the intransigent Connolly Youth into giving their permission for IDYM affiliation. However, SFWP successfully developed links through the Soviet-aligned World Peace Council and the Non-Governmental Organization of European Security and Cooperation, to which O'Hagan and O'Chanaith were delegates, and Soviet embassy officials were regular visitors to Gardiner Place. SFWP was establishing itself as a respected voice within international communism just as that movement was beginning to rupture. While Garland, closely advised by O'Hagan, put emphasis on cementing relations with the East Germans and Soviets, others were becoming interested in the Eurocommunist ideas emerging from the Italian and Spanish communist parties. The concept of communism developing democratically within Western Europe and independent of a strict adherence to the USSR found its ideological inspiration in the work of the Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci. It placed an emphasis on building broad alliances with groups such as environmentalists and women's rights campaigners, and democratic change rather than working-class revolution. The fissure between the Italian and Soviet positions had emerged publicly in Moscow in 1976, when the leader of the Italian party had spoken of his party's acceptance of a pluralistic system. Echoes of these international collisions were being heard within SFWP. De Gerardi used Eurocommunist concepts to question Smullen's hostility to farmers and support for a centralized economy. Other activists also began to read Gramsci and look to Milan and Bologna rather than Moscow for ideological guidance. Although skeptical of the general direction of Eurocommunism, Garland, Smullen and O'Hagan favored one aspect of this new thinking: its complete rejection of terrorism within democratic societies. This saw SFWP condemning the activities of groups such as Italy's Red Brigades, Germany's Red Army faction in ETA, going as far as speculating that they were being financed by the CIA in order to discredit the European left. In response to the 1978 Red Brigade killing of Italian Christian Democrat leader Aldo Moro, the party's theoretical journal Teorique analyzed the deadly cul-de-sac of terrorism. It contrasted the Irish and Italian responses, condemning sections of the Irish left, who were, to say the least, ambiguous on the terrorist question. While such a response was expected from politically sick Trotskyists, dismay was expressed at the CPI's focus on petty and hysterical criticism of SFWP rather than facing the terrorist challenge of the Provos. As the Soviets began to view Eurocommunism as a heretical schism, the SFWP leadership sought to confirm their international credentials with strict adherence to the Moscow line. Any concerns over the 1979 Soviet invasion of Afghanistan were balanced by criticism of CIA and Chinese interference in that country. The attachment to international communism was such that party functions raffled memorabilia such as Vietnamese flags, allegedly flown from tanks during the fall of Saigon, and spent rounds of MPLA ammunition as prizes. SFWP also published a pamphlet about the Vietnamese boat people, which attempted to refute allegations that refugees were fleeing that state due to massive political persecution. Mick Ryan, the party press officer, told the Irish Times that one-party government would have to be a decision of the people, but that he could envisage a position where you might have only one party as an expression of the democratic will of the people. The party's pro-Soviet orientation also led to the watering down of an Irish People exclusive in December 1979. The paper revealed that illegal arms sales to the Chilean dictatorship were being facilitated by British companies. The arms themselves were being sold by Poland, but the desire to present the Eastern Bloc in the best light meant that the Polish connection was played down. Despite the frostiness between SFWP and the CPI, Garland still yearned for some form of united left approach. To this end, a SFWP talks team, separate from the industrial department, of Golding, Macgiola and Garland began negotiations with the CPI leadership in August 1978. Mick O'Riordan had accepted assurances that threats of violence against CPI members in Dublin and Belfast should be forgotten, with the Communists admitting that circulation of the 1977 international memo attacking the Irish Industrial Revolution had been bad. The Communists also accepted that SFWP was not in the business of forcing their officials out of certain trade unions. But the meetings came to an abrupt halt when Ger O'Leary and Sean Dunn, now CPI members, found themselves caught up in what the Communists alleged was an IRA squad operation by SFWP members against dissidents in the Dockers pub in Dublin in December 1978. After the incident, O'Riordan wrote a scathing letter to Garland, suspending the present series of political discussions with your party. O'Riordan claimed that the political consequences of the pub violence were disastrous for the left. The method of criminal terror, reminiscent of the Animal Gang, in a public place must be condemned and its participants exposed. It also raises again the connection between your political apparatus and a secret army wing. Despite further correspondence, it was not until August 1979 that SFWP delivered a definitive response to the CPI's concerns, ironically condemning the Communists for their links with terrorism. Garland stated that what had occurred in the Dockers was a purely private affair, and not politically motivated. Only if the CPI issued an unambiguous statement on the question of terrorism, and there was an agreement reached on both parties' international links, could they resume a principled alliance. The CPI's response made clear the possibility of such an alliance was gone for now. The essence of our difference and much of the tension arising from these differences is because in recent years your organization has departed from commonly agreed policies on which our relationship was grounded. On the national question, the EEC, the role of the state, the role of foreign multinational companies, national wage agreements and social contracts, the issue of political status and other important questions, you have changed your public positions. Your association with the official IRA remains ambiguous and unexplained. It stands to reason that there can be no mutual cooperation until there is re-established common accord on major questions. Despite these disagreements, there was still social and cultural interaction between left-wing activists. In Dublin, much of this activity centered on the Project Arts Centre. The project had developed from artistic cooperative ventures, with much input from left-wing activists, some of them aligned with SFWP. The party had on occasion also made small financial contributions. By 1977, the project was staging productions by up-and-coming Irish writers and directors such as Jim and Peter Sheridan, and exhibitions by artists like Robert Balla. Smullen wrote Brecht-influenced plays expounding SFWP ideology, including a musical about youth unemployment called Waiting for the Future. One industrial department member compares these works to cracking a hazelnut with a 14-pound hammer, but recalls one particularly poor performance in Trinity being defended to the bitter end by Harris's and others. The movement's publishing house, Repsol, short for Republican Socialist Publications, produced the party's newspapers and pamphlets as well as a number of books not directly linked to party policy, such as Sean Cronin's biographies of Connolly and Frank Ryan and Dominic Behan's memoirs. Repsol had been incorporated as a company at the close of 1975 and its print shop was located at the rear of Party HQ in Gardiner Place. In 1977 the company purchased modern printing equipment, but the machinery was left unserviced in a warehouse and became so rusted as to be inoperable. The party managed to exert a strong influence over a major Irish cultural exhibition in London in March 1980. The Sense of Ireland Festival of Exhibitions, Plays and Seminars, supported by over £600,000 of Irish government funds, was intended to act as an antidote to the bad publicity surrounding the country due to the Northern conflict. Current and former members of the official Republican movement were prominent in the festival's events. Donald Foley commented in his Irish Times column that the festival program was so heavy-loaded with SFWP members that one academic had boasted that the Stickies control the seminars. Harris delivered a paper entitled The Production of the Popular Image, in which he described the Irish media as a small elite, visibly well-paid and equally visibly deficient in many of the intellectual and moral requirements that would facilitate political and social change, and castigated its failure to challenge the euphoria that had greeted the Pope's 1979 visit to Ireland and the rise to power of Haughey. During 1978 the party decided to redevelop its Gardiner Place head office, which involved ending the leases of the other occupants and seeking to have a noisy piggery located at the back shut down. The basement tenant was reluctant to leave even after visits from party leaders, and only legal maneuvering prevented SFWP from being forced to carry out a highly embarrassing eviction. The bottom floor bookshop was extended and O'Chanaith took over its running. Among the leadership Garland, O'Chanaith, O'Hagan and Smullen were near constant presences in Gardiner Place. The party made a major effort to increase its representation and profile in the 1979 local and European elections, which took place against a backdrop of a deepening economic crisis and the tax marches. Industrial unrest had returned with a protracted strike by postal workers which saw violent clashes between Gardaí and pickets. The country was also suffering from the sharp global rise in oil prices. SFWP pointed out that the Fianna Fáil government had abolished wealth tax and slashed tax on corporation profits while maintaining the unjust pay system. In total SFWP ran just over 80 local candidates, with 13 in Dublin, 9 in Cork City and 7 in Waterford. The party won 19 seats altogether, mostly in rural towns. The most impressive urban showing was in Waterford, where it achieved 20.2% of the poll and saw Davy Walsh join Paddy Gallagher on the council. A breakthrough was also made in Cork City, where Ted Tynan took a seat. Joe Sherlock topped the poll in Mallow as did John McManus in Bray, and Liz McManus joined her husband on Bray Council. But it was Mac Giola's win in Dublin, representing the Ballyfermot area, that most enthused activists. SFWP finally had an elected representative in the capital. The election saw a rise in Labour Party support that was cautiously welcomed in the Irish people, which argued that if Labour had the courage to cut their links to big business and Fine Gael, they might become a valuable part of a left alternative. Labour took 4 of the Republic's 15 seats in the European Parliament, equaling Fine Gael, while Fianna Fáil took 6. The SFWP candidates all polled poorly in the European vote. In November, following the defeat of Fianna Fáil candidates in November by elections in Cork, Jack Lynch resigned, throwing his party into a bitter leadership contest that was eventually won by Charles Haughey. In contrast, SFWP had been enthused by its candidates' performances in the by-elections. Ted Tynan secured 8.26% of the vote in Cork City, while Sherlock took 22.8% in Cork Northeast, coming third. The results drove home to the SFWP leadership that Sherlock was now a real contender for a Dáil seat. The party derived extra impetus from Haughey's rise. Shortly after becoming Taoiseach, Haughey appeared in a special TV broadcast to assert that we as a nation have been living away beyond our means and call for severe cutbacks. The Irish people responded with disgust, noting Haughey's private island, his string of racehorses, his palace out in Kinseely. Smullen would sum up Haughey's Fianna Fáil as a party run by property speculators in the interest of property speculators. The party meanwhile continued to be divided over the influence and the secrecy of the industrial department. Margaret O'Leary, a head office worker and Garland loyalist, chose to outline these concerns at Bodenstown in June 1979. We must ensure that the Workers' Party is not used by self-minded people as a bandwagon for their personal ambitions and selfish pursuits. We do not want people who will wait until the moment of victory before admitting their membership of our party. We need women and men, girls and boys, who will work openly and be proud to be known as members of the Workers' Party in their workplaces, in their unions, in their local associations. O'Leary's reference to the party simply as the Workers' Party reflected another ongoing debate. Since 1977, some members, particularly but not exclusively those aligned with the industrial department, had been making calls for the deletion of Sinn Féin from the party name, and many members now referred to the party simply as the Workers' Party. At the 1979 Ard Thace delegates had supported a motion proposing a party-wide survey of attitudes on a new name. A letter from Liam Maguire to the Ard Chomhairley probably summarized the general view among members of the industrial department. As a non-public active member of the Workers' Party, I wish to convey to you my disapproval of the continued retention of the prefix Sinn Féin. It ill behoves a progressive industrial organization which is presenting its policies on a platform of dialectics and economics to allow itself to be confused with a nationalistic and fascist terrorist gang. While there was much opposition to the proposed change, particularly in rural areas, canvassers' experience of having to explain to the public the difference between SFWP and the Provost was a strong factor in support of change, which was supported by the majority of delegates in Galway, Mayo, Cork, Waterford, Wicklow and Dublin. Many of those who strongly supported getting rid of Sinn Féin were equally dismissive of the title Workers' Party as being too narrow and not capturing the full scope of the party. There was also concern over how the title Workers' Party of Ireland would play in the North. A plethora of other suggestions were put forward, including the United Workers' Party, Workers' Party, Sinn Féin, and Democratic Labour Party. Mick Ryan had played a key role in conducting the survey, and its final report bore the hallmarks of his concern for consensus. The report stated that selection of a new title is a particularly important and sensitive choice since it may be interpreted, inside as well as outside the party, as a reflection of the outcome of an internal struggle between traditional and urban radical forces, and concluded that a change in party title was not necessary, for the time being at least. The matter would be debated at the March 1980 Ard Thace. In the lead up to this event, the tax issue was once more to the fore, with ICTU organizing a massive demonstration that dwarfed even the 1979 protests. On the 22nd of January 1980, in what the Irish Times called the biggest demonstration of organized labor in the history of the state, an estimated 700,000 people participated in 37 marches, including 300,000 in Dublin. A special edition of the Irish People distributed on the day declared, "The party which backs the pay workers is Sinn Féin, the Workers' Party." There was a huge sense of satisfaction that SFWP had been at the cutting edge of the issue. Almost simultaneously, however, the party's involvement in student politics generated unwanted media coverage. There were bitter overnight debates at the UC conference on disaffiliating from the International Union of Students. At one stage, Trinity Student Union President Joe Duffy led a walkout in protest at alleged SFWP control and ties with the IUS, which he decried as a puppet of Moscow. Nevertheless, SFWP's Jerry Granger was elected president, and there were those who remained positive about SFWP influence. Indeed, in the opinion of the Irish Times education correspondent, it was the sticky establishment that has been holding UC together. But the 1980 conference would mark a high water mark of SFWP influence. Not enough had been done to rectify the problems in student recruitment identified by the 1979 internal report. By the January 1981 annual Congress of UC, SFWP had lost influence in many of the major colleges. The conference saw heavy criticism from the floor of the UC leadership for lack of consultation with the membership and the use of the union for party political purposes. This opposition resulted in a series of serious reversals for SFWP supporters. Outgoing President Jerry Granger was defeated by Brendan Doris, a Maoist, while self-described radical Catholic Joe Duffy was elected education officer. This resulted in an incoming officer board with no SFWP representation. The conference also voted to disaffiliate from the International Union of Students and to undermine the policy of promoting mixed religion teacher training colleges in Northern Ireland. The 1980 Ard Thace in Liberty Hall witnessed the most heated debates since the departure of Costello. On the issue of the party's name, a plea by a North American Republican club's delegate that losing the Sinn Féin designation would pull the rug from under them in collecting funds for prisoners produced an angry response from Ted Tynan. "That's $1 lined rug, soaked in the blood of workers, that I don't want to stand on, and they can pull it any time they want." Party Justice spokesman Pat McCartan was more diplomatic, linking a call for change with what he saw as the need to discard outdated tradition. "We trample graves. We march to Bodenstown. We sell Easter lilies and pub crawl to collect money. It is time for the double think to stop." Mick Ryan called for more effort on winning people to party policy and less emphasis on this divisive issue. For many, Belfast delegate Jim Sullivan's intervention was crucial. The veteran OIRA commander declared that, "Many of my comrades have died so that this organization could live, and I feel I'd be betraying them if I supported any removal of the clubs or Sinn Féin." In the end, over 2/3 voted to put off any review of the party name until after elections scheduled for 1982. The result prompted Harris to leave his balcony seat in the observers section and walk out of the auditorium, followed by, among others, Smullen. Motions were passed returning civil liberties, health policy and women's equality to prominence in the SFWP agenda, in a move away from narrow economism. A motion calling for support of nuclear energy was also defeated. Garland's address drove home the message that clandestine activity was damaging the party's image. Commenting on media speculation that SFWP was engaged in some form of conspiracy in relation to student and working class organizations, he stated that members were instructed to play a full and active part openly. "We are not in the business of usurping or conspiring to take over other organizations of working people." In his presidential address, Maggiola emphasized that all the marching in the world will not change the present system while the majority of workers still vote for the parties that are exploiting them. He also took the opportunity to offer greater cooperation with the Labour Party. The Ard Thace was meant to mark a watershed, with the reversals suffered by the Industrial Department prompting speculation that some of its leading cadres would leave the party. Members' energies were now to be focused on building up the party in terms of membership and support and away from what had become a divisive search for ideological certainties. To this end, a new professionalism was to be brought to election preparations. Cumain around the country were instructed to follow the example of areas in Dublin and set up so-called constituency councils, in order to provide a forum for those who wished to aid the party but not to join it. Election funds were to be raised on an ongoing basis and ring-fenced, rather than scrambled for in the run-up to a campaign. The first test of the new approach came in the Donegal by-election of November 1980, for which the party installed 2 head office workers in the county for the duration of the campaign. But the result of 2,401 votes for Seamus Rogers was a slight decrease on his support in the general election. A notable feature of the by-election was that 2 local multinational companies who attempted to donate £450 towards SFWP election funds had their money publicly returned. While Garland and Maggiola and their supporters had wrestled back control within the party, there was still one arena of SFWP activity in which they had little influence. The Ned Stapleton Industrial Commune remained active within RTE, with Harris as its central figure. Former SFWP-aligned student activists, including former UC News editor Joe Little, were also gaining employment at the station. Harris had been on the interview board that had decided to hire Jerry Gregg, a 22-year-old UCD graduate who became enthusiastic about SFWP politics. "I wouldn't have jumped until I went into RTE and the battle was joined and you were either stick or anti-stick." Other graduates were less susceptible to the party's charms. Fintan Cronin, a former BICO activist, joined the station in 1980 and recalls being approached shortly afterwards in Madigan's pub by Harris and asked if he would become involved with SFWP. Cronin was suspicious of the official IRA, but not unsympathetic to their ideology. When he informed Harris that he was somewhat cynical about what they were he recalls the blunt response: "We need cynics like we need a hole in the head." The Ned Stapleton members had an influence on Arde's output that belied their relatively small numbers. Producers John Caden and Eugene Murray were also attached to the SFWP structures in a workplace that did not officially allow party political activity. Much activity was focused on the station's WUI branch, which catered for producers and clerical staff. Debate within the WUI was fierce and much of the Ned Stapleton Cumain's attention was focused on undermining the position of those perceived as trots or Provo supporters in general opposition to what were deemed as unnecessary strikes carried out by the National Union of Journalists, NUJ, with which the WUI had a tense relationship. Cronin's attitude towards the stickies hardened when they refused to back a call for strike action after a so-called Trotskyite Provo producer faced losing his job following an investigative report. This reluctance to take militant positions, due to politics or to what was perceived by others as careerism, resulted in SFWP members losing control of the Arte's WUI branch committee by 1980. However, Harris' confrontation with what he saw as tribal nationalism could also generate support. Gregg claimed that there was a silent majority view among program makers, whose common sense made them responsive to the arguments of Harris. Some of the leadership of the middle ground was given by the Workers' Party element. That was the case on the divisive issue of the restrictions embodied in Section 31 of the Broadcasting Act. In theory, SFWP was still opposed to Section 31. In reality, continuing tensions with the provost had meant the party line was now closer to O'Hagan's assertion in the Irish Times that he didn't think any state could permit people who want to issue calls to terrorist activity to use the airwaves. The NUJ was often vocal in its opposition to Section 31. A number of SFWP members and supporters were active in this union, including Gardiner Place staff Padraig Yates, Jerry Flynn and Paddy Woodworth, and there was mutual suspicion between them and what were termed the Harrisites, concentrated in the WUI. For some Ned Stapleton stalwarts, Yates was still tainted by his youthful dalliance with Trotskyism in Birmingham, while Woodworth, with others, shared distaste for the frequent mental somersaults of their industrial department comrades. The way the line would change like that and the ripple would go through, and then they would all be perfectly reflecting what Harris was saying. Within RTE, the NUJ branch also contained a number of people formerly close to the Stickies, such as journalists Charlie Bird, Patrick Kinsella and Rodney Rice. Former members and current activists played a role in preventing Section 31 from becoming an all-consuming obsession for the Union. The input of SFWP members in RTE was most controversial, and perhaps most successful, in regard to program output. In late 1980, station chiefs decided to revamp their current affairs coverage and launch a new show to be broadcast 4 nights a week. Today Tonight would become the station's current affairs flagship, marked by a campaigning style of investigative journalism. From its inception, the show was associated with people seen as sympathetic to SFWP, among them producer Tish Berry, and program editor Joe Mulholland. Mulholland, a Donegal man and Francophile, had a keen interest in Marxist politics and personally knew some of the SFWP leadership, including Garland. Although Mulholland never committed himself to movement discipline, he did recruit a number of young reporters and journalists to the program who were closely aligned with the Ned Stapleton Common. These included Greg, who joined Today Tonight in October 1980, Barry O'Halloran, Joe Little, David Blake Knox and later Una Claffey. Although a wide variety of views and strong personalities were represented within the program staff, which also included Brian Farrell, Mary McAleese and Olivia O'Leary, cynics christened the program Sticky Line, in reference to the show it was replacing, Frontline. Mulholland fostered a cooperative editorial style, and the team met every Friday. Greg describes these meetings as invariably lengthy and often passionate. Staff would debate ideas before a final decision was taken by Mulholland in open view of the entire team. Such an atmosphere was tailor-made for SFWP members who believed that there was a number of social, economic and political Aunt Sallies that needed to be attacked. Early programs included an incisive report on the effects of growing unemployment and an investigation into the horrific Stardust Fire of February 1981, in which 48 young people died in a North Dublin disco. SFWP influence within RTE was not confined to Today Tonight, and indeed Harris and other party members never worked directly on the program. But critics complained that SFWP members were regularly interviewed on Today Tonight without their party affiliation being revealed. With SFWP members also involved in the production of Arte's most popular program, The Late Late Show, it was not unusual for activists to make appearances as members of the studio audience there as well. On several occasions this provoked discussion by the Coist Sista, who had not been informed about some of the appearances. Smullen was forced to claim that members regularly turning up without sanction was due to them having friends working at RTE. It was eventually decided that head office had to be informed of any members' TV or radio appearances and was also to supervise the distribution of audience tickets. In early January 1980, 17-year-old Ballymun IDYM member Dolores Clinch appeared on a Late Late Show youth panel and successfully embarrassed Fine Gael leader Garrett Fitzgerald with some informed questions on his party's housing policy. A few days later she was taken in for Garda questioning about her participation in the show. Sales of the United Irishman continued to decline. Its title was increasingly thought anachronistic and in O'Hagan's view too easily associated with Provisional Alliance-type publications. Despite being on differing sides in a number of the party's internal debates, Garland and O'Hagan worked along with Harris, Paddy Gillen and Donahoe in launching a new monthly magazine to replace the United Irishman. Launched on the 1st of May 1980, with O'Hagan as editor, Worker's Life was intended to be a standalone broad-based labor magazine, aimed beyond the SFWP milieu. The magazine was sold in newsagents and included articles on sport, film and the arts as well as economics and trade union news. Its first edition included articles by rising party star Pat Rabbitt as well as a report by Joe Mulholland on developments in the French Communist Party. Although the original plan was for the magazine to provide a platform for a variety of views, Jerry Flynn, its sole staff reporter, recalls that it was not long before it deteriorated into highly censored type stuff. Articles dripped with praise of union leaders, and a profile of Joe Sherlock emphasized his trade union record but failed to even hint at any military phase. Such an approach was now uniform. SFWP's position was that it had no knowledge of the official IRA's existence, and the party showed an increasingly marked reluctance to acknowledge that it had ever existed. Although registered party membership was less than 2,000 across Ireland, by the early 1980s hundreds of associate and constituency council members could be called upon to canvass during elections and to help out in major campaigns. A vindication of the strategy adopted at the 1980 Ard Thace. In the Republic's third city, Limerick, an older inactive Republican membership had been replaced by a new group of largely student members. Over a dozen activists, including Church of Ireland vicar Peter Tarleton, organized flat dwellers groups and campaigned on transport issues as well as building up Irish people's sales in estates like Moyross. In Galway, conversely, student support had declined but had been replaced by a membership of more than 30 who were selling 600 Irish people a week. By late 1980, Dublin had a registered public membership of 137 organized in 15 Cumain. This number did not include the several dozen who held only Industrial Department or IDYM membership, or a group of recent recruits from the Socialist Party of Ireland and from Labour. Of the 137 members, 63 were manual workers and there were 42 working in white-collar occupations, including 7 teachers and a number of clerks and secretaries. About 70% of Dublin members were men. The majority, 86, were members of trade unions, mostly the ITGWU. What struck one member attending socials in Club Uí Cadain, the party's own licensed premises underneath the Gardiner Place headquarters, was how working class they were. They all would have left school at 13 or 14. A lot of the socialism may have been fairly crude, but it was socialism that came from a need, a necessity, something that was innate within them. It was a very real socialism. However, this was not the entire picture. Paddy Woodworth remembers sitting at Ard Thace dinners beside members from West Cork who had stayed with the party because they were loyal to Golding. I think they always assumed Golding was organizing some extraordinary revolutionary movement that they weren't fully aware of, that would out-provo the provost when the crunch came. The problem of funding the party as it orientated itself towards electoral politics remained. In January 1981, the Coist-Sista faced the stark fact that we were paying out more than we were receiving in. There were suggestions that trade union executives be approached requesting finance and that each candidate also seek funding from their own union. The leadership claimed that in the Donegal by-election Fianna Fáil had spent £100,000 and Fine Gael £50,000 while SFWP's total outlay was £2,000. This is a clear demonstration of how money wins elections. SFWP was still on the fringe of Irish politics, but its potential was not lost on its rivals. Labour Deputy Leader Michael O'Leary noted, Sinn Féin, the Workers' Party, is now attracting the young articulate working class support, the very group we ourselves attracted in the late 60s. In the Republic, SFWP had succeeded in creating an identity which seemed to point to the future rather than the past. In Northern Ireland, however, the party's progress was more problematic. Sectarianism continued to define political life. 11. Peace, work and class politics. Even to maintain pace in Northern Ireland you are achieving quite a lot. Given our politics, which are socialist, non-sectarian, an attempt to bring the two communities together, you are pleasing neither faction, and therefore it makes life difficult. Kevin Smith, the 4th of August 1980. After Sinn Féin's January 1977 name change, the Republican clubs in Northern Ireland became known as Republican clubs, the Workers' Party. RCWP called for fully integrated and coeducational comprehensive schools, and wanted to abolish the 11+ examination because of its inbuilt bias against working-class students. The party estimated that 20,000 new houses a year were needed to ameliorate the North's housing crisis and campaigned for the rapid construction of new integrated estates such as Paulglass on the edge of West Belfast. As part of this strategy, councillors Jim Sullivan and Bernie McDonough met with the Northern Ireland Under-Secretary of State in early 1977 to discuss housing strategy. A RCWP delegation also met the Department of Commerce in April of that year and claimed credit for winning a commitment to a new Belfast industrial estate. Meeting government ministers and inviting them to tour local areas and see the problems for themselves was a radical departure for a Republican organization. While RCWP Chairman Malachy McGurran stressed that a 32-county socialist republic was the club's long-term aim, it was accepted that as an interim measure a local parliament elected by proportional representation would be acceptable as long as there was a Bill of Rights to outlaw discrimination and guarantee minority rights. The hope that new politics might develop was also nurtured by the declining number of Troubles-related deaths. 112 people were killed during 1977, a figure that was less than half the previous year's total and the lowest since 1970. The clubs emphasized economic issues in the build-up to the May 1977 local elections, in which they fielded 34 candidates, but the election drive was interrupted by another confrontation with the provisionals. During the spring, there had been tension in Newry, with the provost complaining that their members had been sneered at and beaten up by the IRA. But the worst violence flared in Belfast on Easter Sunday morning when, as the officials gathered at Beachmount for their parade, a bomb exploded, killing 10-year-old Kevin McMenamin and seriously wounding 3 other people. In the panic and confusion, the officials were convinced the provosts were behind the attack. Hundreds of marchers surged towards Milltown Cemetery and met the front ranks of the provisionals leaving the cemetery after their commemoration. Vicious hand-to-hand fighting broke out in full view of the British Army in Andersonstown Barracks. During the clashes, OIRA members opened fire, wounding 2 provisionals. A few hours later, John Short, an uncle of the dead boy, and Daniel Mateer, a family friend, were ambushed and shot in White Rock. Short died of his wounds. Only desperate efforts by the mediators prevented escalation. It later transpired that it was the UVF who had planted the bomb in Beechmount. The election campaign continued despite the disruption of a loyalist general strike in early May. Led by Ian Paisley and backed by the UDA, the strikers demanded a return to majority rule and stricter security measures. Paisley was very confident of repeating the success of the Ulster Workers' Council strike and even claimed that he would retire from politics if the stoppage was a failure. The clubs supported the ICTU's stay-at-work call, McGurran denouncing Paisley as a false prophet, leading the loyalist community further into the political wilderness and towards sectarian confrontation. The United Irishman reported an exchange between McGurran and Paisley backstage at the Belfast BBC studios in which the RCWP chairman asked the DUP leader, "How's the stoppage going, Ian?" He was met with the ironic reply, "Well, you ought to know how hard it is to lead the working class, Malachy." In its early stages, about 1 in 5 of the Protestant workforce backed the strike, but despite widespread intimidation, including the killing of 3 people by loyalists, the stoppage soon faltered. Sullivan publicly congratulated workers who had defied UDA bully boys and predicted that the writing is clearly on the wall for the politics of the gunmen in Ireland. RCWP took just 2.6% of the total poll in the voting on the 18th of May, and had 6 councillors elected. Sullivan, McDonough and Seamus Lynch were elected in Belfast and McGurran in Craigavon. Seats were also retained in Magherafelt and Omagh. But the clubs lost their seats in South Armagh and in Newry. Overall, the results were disappointing and showed a decline in official support since 1973. The Ulster Unionists remained the largest party with 179 council seats, while the DUP took 74. The SDLP's 113 seats made it by far the biggest non-unionist force. Early summer brought renewed clashes with the provisionals. In Newry, the trouble was eventually resolved through mediation. In Belfast, the provost accused the IRA of a series of armed raids and kneecappings in the lower falls. But the most serious violence occurred in the north of the city. In Bonmore, the provisionals claimed that one of their members was shot by the OIRA. Trevor McNulty, education officer for both the Republican clubs and official IRA in Belfast, was involved in talks with the local provost in New Lodge to prevent further clashes and felt confident that the trouble was over. But on the afternoon of the 27th of July, McNulty was shot along with another official, Joe Flood, as they left the Alexander House high-rise flat complex. As he lay wounded, McNulty was finished off with a shot to the head while Flood, although hit, managed to escape his assailants. The officials decided to hit back hard, killing 3 men within a few hours of McNulty's shooting. James Foots, a brother of prominent provisional spokesman Malachy Foots, was shot dead in Unity Flats and his father wounded in the legs. Armed men kicked in the door of a house in Andersonstown and killed 30-year-old Daniel Cowan, who was unconnected to either group. The OIRA had been looking for a man who had previously lived at the address. Later that night, Tommy Tolan, a leading Ballymurphy provisional, was ambushed and killed while he himself was searching for official targets. 20 people were injured in attacks across the city, the majority of them carried out by the OIRA. Frantic efforts by the mediating priests, and, on the provost side, a recently released Jerry Adams, brought a surprisingly rapid halt to the killing. Despite the mistaken killing of Cowan, the officials believed that they had made the shooting of McNulty very costly for the provosts. There was also a sense that they had hit back for 1975. But McNulty's death was badly felt by the organization. As Lynch put it, "You can create a gunman in weeks, but the loss of Trevor McNulty was a major blow." Despite the truce, hatred between the rival organizations remained intense. At McNulty's funeral, O'Hagan described provisionalism as arising from a nauseating blood mythology cesspool spewed up by its mad kin: Hitler, Franco, Mosley and Duffy. Small-scale clashes remained an everyday occurrence, and over the winter of 1977 Lynch met Adams on several occasions at Clonard Monastery to resolve local disputes. Adams believed that the 1975 attack on the officials had been a major mistake that had resulted in a backlash against the provisionals. According to Lynch, Adams was also interested in the officials' attempts to build a political base. The dominance of Adams and his supporters within the Belfast provisionals was reflected in their increasingly leftist rhetoric. Republican News, edited by Danny Morrison, now claimed that the provosts were more revolutionary than the Stickies. The provosts also recognized that the British were not on the verge of leaving Northern Ireland. Official publications noted the new prominence of Adams, the thinking man's provost. On Belfast City Council, Lynch found there was intense suspicion of him as a Republican club's councillor, and set about building up the trust of unionists. He began to cooperate with the independent unionist Hugh Smith from the Shankill, who was linked to the UVF. He also built up a relationship with unionist MP John Carson, who would come to hold Lynch in the highest regard, for sparing no effort in trying to bridge the sectarian divide. Lynch invited Lord Melchett, the Secretary of State for Education, Health and Social Services, on a walking tour of New Lodge and accompanied him to various problem areas, finding him most sympathetic. Over the next year, Lynch, Sullivan and Eamon Smullen would meet Industry Minister Don Cannon to discuss the club's economic proposals. The clubs produced documents and proposals for industrial development and job creation, including a steel mill for Belfast Harbour and a new industrial estate on derelict land between the Falls and the Shankill. The clubs were building something of a political profile, partly by being the only organization stressing the need for working-class unity. In late 1977, they succeeded in having a motion supporting striking firemen passed at Belfast City Council, winning support from individual councillors from the SDLP and the Unionist Party, as well as independents. During 1978, a delegation of party councillors from Waterford, Cork and Kilkenny were brought to Belfast and visited the Shankill. In response to unemployment and the movement's changing position in relation to multinational development, the clubs welcomed the news that American businessman John DeLorean planned a car factory in West Belfast and met representatives of his company. A large part of RCWP's new profile was based on distancing the clubs from association with political violence. The practice of colour parties wearing berets and combat fatigues at Bodenstown was ended, much to the annoyance of the Strabane OIRA unit, who had been given the honour of leading the march in 1977 but withdrew when they were told they were to discard their battle dress in favour of black trousers and white shirts. At commemorations, dead volunteers were now referred to as party members, rather than by military rank, while Trevor McNulty was not claimed as a volunteer by the OIRA. 5 OIRA members arrested with weapons during the feud gave no indication of their allegiances in court. At Christmas 1977, the Irish News carried greetings to the official IRA's prisoners from their friends and comrades on markets and Roden Street building sites rather than from the clubs, as had been traditional. Controversies related to the prisons and to state repression became more prominent during 1978. The Labour government's Northern Secretary Roy Mason, a gruff former coal miner, was pushing a policy of Ulsterisation, the use of the RUC and UDR in frontline roles, with the British Army less prominent. The aim was to produce the elusive, acceptable level of violence, which in reality meant a level of violence acceptable to public opinion in Britain, hence the desire to minimize the number of casualties sustained by British soldiers. Violence was decreasing, with Troubles-related deaths falling again in 1978 to 88, of which 46 were civilians, and the rest soldiers, police and paramilitaries. Loyalist killings were reduced to just 10, among them Dennis Kelly, a member of the officials in Portadown, killed by the UVF. Mason was convinced that a tough policy of imprisonment was crippling the Provisional IRA, and on more than one occasion he announced that the tide had turned against the terrorists. At the end of 1977, there were 35 OIRA prisoners in Long Kesh, 13 in Crumlin Road and 4 in Portlaoise. Anne Boyle was the sole female official prisoner in Armagh. There was little public indication of their existence. Meanwhile, attention was increasingly focused on a protest movement by provisional and INLA prisoners. Since March 1976, men jailed for paramilitary offensives had been imprisoned in 8 new H-block compounds at Long Kesh. They were no longer entitled to special category status, i.e. recognition as political prisoners. Instead, they were expected to wear prison uniform and conform to regulations as ordinary inmates. Some of the growing number of Provisional IRA and INLA members being jailed in the H-blocks had begun to refuse to wear prison clothing in protest at their status. As a result, they were confined to their cells for long periods, lost remission and various privileges, and wore only blankets. This blanket protest had begun to attract increasing attention during 1977 and was the subject of campaigns by locally based Relatives Action Committees, RACs. In Coal Island in January 1978, a conference was held to coordinate this fledgling protest movement. The driving force behind the conference was Bernadette McCalliskey, who, though no longer a member of the IRSP, had support from that party and the smaller far-left groups. Over 500 people attended the conference, which marked a broadening of the H-block campaign. When news of the attendance of a number of RCWP activists became public, the party leadership assured its members that they had not been present in an official capacity and that it was party policy to not take part in conferences with such unprincipled groupings. Club member Eugene Little was instructed to withdraw from involvement in the Coal Island RAC. The clubs emphasized that the people of this country need peace in order to achieve any other objective, and that a complete Provisional IRA ceasefire was the only hope for release of prisoners. The most emotive arguments against involvement in the campaign were related to the Provisional IRA's activities. In February 1978, 12 people, all of them Protestant, were burned to death in an incendiary bomb attack on the Lamon House Hotel outside Belfast. They were among 28 civilians killed by the provisionals that year. At the 1978 Ard Thace Mac Giola asserted that the Provos are engaged in a war against the Irish people. Can anyone say that the atrocities of the infamous Black and Tans were any worse? Despite the brutal record of the British Army and the RUC, the vast majority of the people of Northern Ireland see them as their only protectors against the mad Provos. Similarly, the case of a provisional jailed for life for the murder of OIRA man Robbie Elliman was used to illustrate how such killers are not entitled to any special POW status. The party leadership were also aware from their own prisoners inside Long Kesh that most provisional inmates were conforming to regulations and not taking part in the protest. This encouraged the belief that the protest would fizzle out. But the conflict inside Long Kesh became ever more bitter as the authorities tried to prevent the prisoners from smuggling communications in or out. Resistance to forced body searches led to fights and beatings and 24-hour confinement. During 1978, some provisional and in-la blanket protesters began a dirty protest, refusing to slop out and eventually daubing their cells with excrement. More forced searches and hose downs followed. Women prisoners in Armagh also joined the protest. It was clear that many who were not provisional supporters were sympathetic to the prison protest and concerned about allegations of ill treatment of protesters. This was reflected in the club's own press. The United Irishmen accused the RUC of torturing suspects in Castlerea and of killing detainee Brian Maguire. The Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association, NICRA, stated that no one in their right mind would pass on information to the RUC or the UDR, when it may well find its way into the hands of loyalist paramilitaries. The UDR were still described as the new B specials. A large proportion of the material published in Ballymurphy News and Turf Lodge's Starry Plough dealt with RUC and army harassment and brutality. Indeed, the Republican clubs claimed to have been victims of this harassment when Councillor Bernie McDonough was arrested and charged with possession of explosives. There was some internal unease about the emphasis on these issues, with Smullen objecting to the United Irishman headline, RUC hangman, after the death of Maguire. But at the 1978 Ard Thace a number of motions echoed the demand of Whiterock RCWP that an unarmed, community-controlled police service replace the RUC and policemen guilty of torture and murder be put on trial. Debates about the relationship with the state were to dominate internal discussion over the next 2 years, but the man who had led the clubs throughout most of their existence would not be part of them. After months battling bone cancer, Malachy McGurran died in July 1978 at the age of 39. He had been active in the movement since joining the Fianna in 1953. 2,000 people attended his funeral in Lurgan. McGurran was a major loss to the movement. Padraig Yates remembers. Malachy had a political acumen no one else had up there, or down here for that matter. Billy McMillan's death was a tragedy, but I think Malachy's was an even bigger setback. He was a figure leading people in other constituencies took seriously. Even Paisley. Following McGurran's death, Seamus Lynch took over as RCWP chairman and SFWP vice president, with Seamus Harrison taking over some of his responsibilities in Belfast. There were now two major ideological influences on the movement in the north, sometimes contending, sometimes complementary. Day O'Hagan, though living in the south, was influential with many of the Belfast rank and file. O'Hagan stressed that the party must reach Protestant workers. The cost will be measured not in terms of rejection by the so-called loyalist working class but by the bigots in our own midst. His bitter hatred of the provisionals appealed at a gut level, as did his enthusiastic manner and ability to raise morale. The other major influence was the industrial department, with Brian Brennan the group's leading local activist. Smullen was also a regular visitor to Belfast, and though his personality was viewed as strange, he was popular and influential. The Irish Industrial Revolution had been generally well received in the north, and the Belfast Republican clubs were asking for a reprint of the pamphlet in October 1977. Brennan argued that the extension of the British state sector into the northern economy, as well as providing much-needed jobs, would act as a counterweight to international monopoly capitalism. The Belfast Research section added an appendix to the booklet's second edition that stressed how multinational investment was objectively progressive in Northern Ireland. But the industrial department's critical stance on the movement's Republican heritage and the role of the OIRA caused tension, Brennan recalls. He viewed as nonsensical the idea that Group A and Group B could run parallel and pretend that Group A was dominant, when on the streets every decision being made had to have the imperial blessing, i.e. the approval of the OIRA leadership. The industrial department was building its own power base within RCWP in Belfast. Bobby McKnight had been edged aside from a leading position in the Ted Brady Club, which itself was eventually renamed Belfast Central as part of a move away from Republican references. The central branch included activists from several trade unions and a number of delegates to Belfast Trades Council. There were also RCWP members on the Newry, Dungannon and Craigavon Trades Councils. Members accustomed to clandestine activity often found it difficult to adjust to routine trade union work. During 1977, a representative of the American United Farm Workers, who were calling for a boycott of Californian fruit picked by strikebreakers, was brought on an Irish tour by SFWP. While the California strike was being discussed in Belfast, Brennan recalls, a leading member picked up the phone to a guy in the unions on the docks and says, "I want you to stop some grapes." "Oh, you want some grapes, Seamus? How much do you want?" "No, I don't want any grapes. I want you to stop grapes coming in." "How much do you want us to stop?" "All of it, all of it." And the conversation went on like that. So we discovered there was rogue California grapes being dumped into Belfast, and the boys were able to stop it. Industrial Department cadres were to the fore in demanding the clubs clarify their attitude to the northern state. At a June 1978 meeting in Mornington, Smullen presented a document arguing that sectarianism in the North was not particularly bitter, if considered in an international context. It could be overcome, but it was necessary to try to look at every question through Protestant eyes. Smullen was also adamant that the fear of antagonizing present support was not as important as winning Protestant confidence. Several delegates agreed that the party still had a Catholic image in rural areas and questioned the value of its commemorations. Seamus Harrison suggested that the party's ambivalent attitude to the police had to be resolved. But Straban's Michael Donnelly reiterated that area's view that the RUC should be disbanded. Garland felt that Smullen had been too blasé about the seriousness of communal division in the North, and that there had been times in the recent past when a sectarian holocaust seemed imminent. But he also raised the example of Italy, where the Communist Party had come out in support of the forces of law and order and the need to combat terrorism. Garland stated that, "We should have learned that it was only the state forces which could defeat provisionalism." There were recurring discussions on the need to update the 1975 document, The Police and You, and recognition that the RUC were making efforts to improve their relationship with the communities they policed. The organization in Newry reacted to the perceived shift by moving an Ard Chomherley motion that the RUC remained unacceptable and that the party continue to demand its disbandment. The clubs also agonized over whether support for devolved government within Northern Ireland gave the party a unionist image. In theory, the party supported a devolved regional assembly elected by proportional representation, with a Bill of Rights to guarantee fair allocation of jobs and housing. In contrast, the provost eschewed any interest in partisanist institutions, while the SDLP was hostile to devolution in the absence of power-sharing structures that guaranteed a nationalist role in government. When questions were raised about guarantees of minority rights under devolved government, RCWP responded, "We are a non-sectarian secular Republican Party and we are not representing any minority group. We represent the large working-class majority." The SDLP were increasingly depicted as a sectarian, right-wing nationalist party, many of whose supporters acquiesced privately in the Provisionals campaign. But there was also a desire among many of the rank and file for a reassertion of the party's Republican roots. At Easter 1979, in Milltown, Lynch emphasized that the ultimate aim of Republicans was the creation of an independent socialist republic. "We live in a part of Ireland that has been bitterly and deliberately divided against itself by the foreign interests of imperialism." He also condemned the criminal violence perpetrated against the working people by the British military machine. Similarly, in Newry, Larry Carragher placed the clubs in the tradition of Tone and DeWitt, the Fenians and Connolly, and reiterated the demand for a 32-county socialist republic. The Republican clubs had remained active in Niagara despite the latter organization's decline as an active force in street politics, a decline graphically illustrated when only 50 people attended its 1978 Bloody Sunday commemoration. Of Niagara's 120 members, about 50 were RCWP members, as were 3 of its executive. The clubs hoped that Niagara would become a well-organized pressure group, through which they could raise their arguments about prison reform. The other main force within the association, the Communist Party, had begun to take a much more sympathetic stance towards the H-Block protesters. Brennan and other clubs members walked out of the April 1979 Niagara AGM when it adopted a motion supporting political status for prisoners, accusing the CPI of providing moral aid and support to the provosts. The Niagara chairman, Paddy Joe McLean, was close to the club's position and a key ally in these debates. But disagreement over the prison issue caused a majority of Strabane activists, including Ivan Barr, to leave RCWP. The clubs continued to distance themselves from the OIRA. In March 1978, when police found weapons at the party's Cypress Street premises, the clubs claimed that the building was no longer used by them. This incident followed several weeks of clashes with the INLA in the Lower Falls, during which a number of shootings and beatings took place. In early 1979, Mac Giola and John McManus received visits from the Garda Special Branch, who alleged OIRA involvement in a feud in Belfast. Seamus Harrison assured the Ard Chomhairley that the party had nothing to do with any attacks or incidents. In June that year, OIRA volunteer Joseph "Josie" McKee was shot dead by the UDA but was not acknowledged as an OIRA member. The club's public response to the death of a former official, Hugh O'Halloran, in an OIRA punishment attack in September 1979 was that it was a gruesome reflection of the breakdown in law and order, which showed the need for a professional police force, which enjoys the support and confidence of the community. The one place where the party continued to acknowledge its prisoners was the United States. In New York, Liam Kelly's Connie Green Club was able to attract a broad spectrum of transport workers' union activists to its fundraisers. During June 1978, at a dance in Queens, the club presented TWU President John Law with a spinning wheel made in Longkesh concentration camp by OIRA inmates. Seamus Lynch also stressed the movement's Republican credentials during a speaking tour of 9 cities in late 1978, during which he was presented with the key to Madison, Wisconsin. At the ceremony, Lynch charged the British with being the major source of violence in Northern Ireland. Ryan was also a regular visitor to the U.S., and Mac Giola undertook another speaking tour in early 1980. The movement now ran 2 pubs in California, the Starry Plow in Berkeley and the Plow and Stars in San Francisco. The Irish Republican clubs were utilized as a source of information, providing details for workers' life on the right-wing politics of Republican Senator Alphonse D'Amato, who visited the H blocks on a fact-finding mission in 1980. In Britain, the Clan na Éireann had declined to around 100 members in 19 branches by 1977. While the organization was smaller than in 1974, it claimed to have become more politically aware and consistent. Clan's International Secretary Andy Pollock organized a conference in March 1977 on the links between Ireland and international liberation struggles, and an annual event in Birmingham featured Irish music, poetry and debate. Writers Seamus Heaney and Donald McCandless were among the participants in 1979. While journalists Dick Walsh and Rodney Rice were judges in the event's essay competition. Relations with the British Communist Party and Labour were complex. Though one member of the CP's executive, Marion Banks, was also in Clan, that party's links to the CPI meant that some leading members were opposed to Clan on issues such as the H blocks. The Labour Party presented even greater difficulties. It was affiliated through the Socialist International to both the Irish Labour Party and the SDLP. The Labour left was divided into several different factions, some of whom took what Clan saw as a pro-provisional position on Ireland. Clan sent details on the politics of several Labour MPs to the party leadership in Dublin. These included Tony Benn, who had been uninterested when he was contacted in the early 1970s but now saw Ireland as a populist issue and wants in on the act. Among the other Labour politicians commented on were Dennis Skinner, seen as basically an honest man, Neil Kinnock, regarded as an opportunist, and Joan Maynard, well-meaning, though often, a maternal picture of confusion. Although party representatives met a Labour delegation in Belfast during July 1980, with the growth of the prisons issue there was a growing lobby within the Labour Party who found the RCWP position anathema. These would coalesce in the Labour Committee on Ireland, which received the support of leading figures on the Labour left including Benn, Maynard and Ken Livingstone, and would support the H-Block campaign. Similarly, the clubs met opposition from the Haldane Society of Socialist Lawyers, whom they met in 1980. The society were not impressed by the club's position on prison reform and felt that the party was giving unqualified support to the RUC. Amid the growing international focus on Northern Ireland's prisons, RCWP continued to emphasize the primacy of social issues, including the highest jobless rate since the 1930s. There was some optimism that electoral gains would be made in both the Westminster and European elections of 1979. In the autumn of 1978, the DUP had objected to long-standing club's activist Tom French being co-opted onto Craigavon Council as a replacement for McGurran. They forced a by-election in which French defeated the SDLP's Brid Rogers by 1,759 votes to 1,456. The victory evoked euphoria among the clubs, who had canvassed Protestant and Catholic areas in Lurgan and Craigavon. The result was heralded as a new era of an alternative to sterile orange and green politics. Such optimism was a hallmark of the club's campaigning. Although their support was overwhelmingly Catholic, they trumpeted their attempts to canvass Protestant support and continually spoke of breaking through the sectarian divide. In the May 1979 Westminster poll, 7 constituencies were contested at considerable cost, with newspaper advertising alone coming to almost £10,000. Prior to the election, Lynch was predicting major electoral gains, mainly at the expense of the SDLP. The clubs believed that the SDLP was breaking up, with a discontented social democratic wing led by Jerry Fitt in dispute with the pro-business wing led by John Hume. Paddy Devlin had already left to form the United Labour Party, ULP, while other former SDLP members founded the Irish Independence Party. Lynch stressed that the breakup of all sectarian parties must be welcomed by those anxious to see real class politics after decades of sterile sectarian debate. Hope of the SDLP's decline was such that the Irish people declared RCWP were well placed to become the largest publicly represented anti-unionist force in the North. In the build-up to the election, the clubs were able, sometimes with assistance from their loyalist contacts, to canvass Protestant areas of Belfast such as Tigers Bay. Canvassers got a friendly reception in some Protestant homes, but they sometimes carried weapons for protection and met threats and abuse. Despite the optimistic predictions, the election results were very poor and only Lynch saved his deposit with 1,907 votes in North Belfast. The club's candidates received 1.7% of the overall poll. In the European Parliament election a month later, the club's two candidates, Brennan and Francie Donnelly, took less than 1% of the vote. Ian Paisley topped the poll while Hume, coming second, was the dominant nationalist figure. Paddy Devlin won just 6,122 votes for the ULP, while McCalliskey 33,969 won votes on an anti-H Bloc ticket. Her votes came despite opposition to her campaign from the Provosts, who had once more called for a boycott, and showed that a base of public support existed for the prison protest. The poor results fed into an ongoing internal debate about the political future of the clubs. Brennan and his supporters argued that towns like Craigavon, Downpatrick and Bangor, not traditional Republican strongholds, were areas where the party could create a new base. In this view, there were young skilled workers in these towns who wanted to shed the politics of the old ghetto. As part of building this new base, it was felt all remaining ties to old-style republicanism had to be jettisoned. Most members of the Industrial Department's Belfast Central Branch favored dropping the Republican Club's name during 1979. Brennan went so far as to claim that the vast majority of trade union activists in the North agreed with the party's policies and were only prevented by the party name from supporting them. Lily Kerr, an ATGWU shop steward, counseled caution, arguing that we should not delude ourselves, that changing the name is going to produce more votes. We'll still be known as Sticks. Recalling these discussions, one participant remembers feeling frustrated by the unrealistic view that the party did not need the votes in the lower falls or markets. Our new base is in Cardiff or Bangor, as these were places where we didn't even have a member, never mind votes. At a general meeting in Belfast in July 1979, many argued that changing the party's title would give the Provosts a clear field under the Republican mantle. Accusations by nationalist politicians that the party were becoming unionists had stung some members. In contrast, the majority at a South Down, Armagh members' meeting favored change, although some felt that the adoption of Sinn Féin, the Workers' Party throughout the country, was best. Resistance to the name change reflected the reality of RCWP's reliance on a dwindling Catholic working-class support base. In Belfast, the party was still strongest in areas like the markets, the Lower Falls and Turf Lodge. These areas, especially the Falls, had changed substantially since the early 1970s, partly through huge redevelopment projects that splintered and divided communities. The core membership was still made up of people who had joined the Republican movement during the 1960s and their families. Registered party membership in Belfast during 1980 was just over 120, though much larger numbers of people could be mobilized at election times and for commemorative events. There had been an effort to tighten up recruitment, which saw only 19 new members admitted in the previous year, after all of them had attended 5 education classes. Most members were male, manual or skilled workers or unemployed. There were a smaller number of clerical workers and teachers. Almost all were from Catholic backgrounds, with a few exceptions such as Liam Clark and his partner Catherine Johnston, in North Belfast. The SDLP's Brian Feeney recalled differences in style marking officials out in the Catholic ghetto. They wore different clothes. Stickies tended to wear tweed jackets with some sort of Lenin badge. They were always neat and cleaner than the Provosts, who went in for bomber jackets. The Stickies tended to be one strata above in the working class than the Provosts. The hostility of the Provosts, and to a lesser extent the INLA, reinforced the camaraderie and defiance of this small band. Recurrent bouts of trouble brought former members and supporters back into the fold, and a major factor in holding people to the movement was the fear that if an individual left, they would have no protection against attack by the Provosts. Even the children of activists faced schoolyard taunts and fights for being Stickies. There were constant reminders of previous conflicts. Maureen Fogarty, the widow of Jim Fogarty, who had been shot in November 1975, took her own life in March 1979. In October, John McGuinness, paralyzed since being shot by the provost in February 1971, died after spending 8 years confined to a wheelchair. Nor were clashes within the nationalist ghettos the only danger. In September 1979, Pierre Heathwood, a leading official and the secretary of the Lower Ormeau Community Association, was left seriously injured when Uda gunmen attacked him at his South Belfast home. On hearing the news, his father Herbert died of a heart attack. Outside Belfast, the movement's fortunes varied considerably. In Newry, attendances at the RCWP Easter commemoration were still measured in the thousands. The movement's plough club at Trevor Hill was flourishing, holding regular dances, Irish music sessions and lectures. A successful junior boxing club was also run from the premises. The strong local association of the party with the IRA was a concern for the leadership, who felt there was a need for a better image in Newry. The bones of an organization remained in the villages of rural South Armagh, and there was still a very small branch in Derry City. While members in Belfast, the Greater Lurgan area and Newry had some insulation because of the OIRA, west of the Bann there was less protection. United Irishman sellers were beaten up in Omagh during 1978 and members in Carrickmore intimidated by provisionals. Nevertheless, club's councillor Frank McElroy became chairman of Omagh Council during 1978. The party's opposition to the Provisional IRA campaign was reasserted in the aftermath of the Lord Mountbatten assassination and the killing of 18 British soldiers at Warrenpoint in August 1979. Condemning the killings outright, Garland stressed that terrorism was the enemy of all. O'Hagan in particular was developing an analysis of violence in the North that linked it to the view continental communist parties took of terrorist groups. Terrorist activity, in this view, gave the state an excuse to introduce repressive measures which were then used to curb progressive political activity. Hence terrorist groups, no matter what their rhetoric, performed a counter-revolutionary role. RCWP argued that this was obvious in Ireland, where the provisionals had originally been financed by Fianna Fáil. The party's rhetoric was increasingly uncompromising, with O'Hagan arguing that the terrorist is ultimately a fascist. At a RCWP conference attended by 120 members in Newry in September 1980, Seamus Lynch argued that RCWP was no longer in the backstreets but a serious political party, and had to be clear where it stood on violence, devolution, policing and prisons. O'Hagan felt that the one area where we seem less than honest is the police, and that the party must be to the fore in demanding a modern, professional police service. Marion Donnelly reported that in South Derry the party's support for devolved government had led to a decline in membership and support. Kevin Smith argued that the experience of unionist-controlled councils in Craigavon and Ballymena showed that the desire to discriminate was still there, and that devolved government would give unionists renewed power to discriminate. O'Hagan dismissed these concerns, arguing that the party should not worry about allaying Catholic fears regarding discrimination and that majority rule would ultimately mean rule by the working-class majority. Liam Clark suggested that people were right to fear the security forces given their past record, and unless the party emphasized safeguards for civil liberties then many would be alienated by its support for devolved government. Smullen argued that the party must campaign for reconstruction and reform of Northern Ireland and that recognition of the state was a prerequisite to cooperating with Protestant workers. In response, Larry Carragher argued that if the party's goal was a republic then its long-term aims should never be concealed. Tom French, while agreeing with Smullen's view, felt that it would be disastrous to say so publicly. Into this debate O'Hagan intervened again, stressing that many of the fears expressed were the result of our Catholic background. For many members there was a sense that the key decisions had already been made and that those who argued against the leadership line were not listened to. If they persisted then they would be written off as trots or provosts. The club's continuing attempt to develop a new analysis of the Northern conflict was attracting interest, particularly among academics. Historians Henry Patterson and Paul Bew, who had been influenced by BICO's analysis during the early 1970s, argued that the British state could play a progressive role in Northern politics and that the Irish left had consistently misunderstood the nature of working-class unionism. There was nothing inherently reactionary about the Protestant working class or, for that matter, a national frontier which puts Protestants in a numerical majority. Patterson had been sounded out by Smullen to write a northern section for the Irish Industrial Revolution, and was drawn into closer contact with the party. Eventually both he and Bew joined, deciding that the clubs were the only significant group on the left with decent politics. Sales of the Irish People had declined from 1,200 to just 600 a week in Belfast, and it was decided in early 1980 to launch a new RCWP paper, The Northern People, edited by Liam Clark. Robin Wilson, a new member from a Protestant middle-class background, became assistant editor, and the pair became known within the party as Batman and Robin. The Northern people attempted to replicate the Irish people's formula and eventually supplanted publications such as the Ballymurphy News. The clubs also encouraged greater use of the mainstream media. A number of supporters worked at the tabloid Sunday World. An internal report noted its reporters were continually looking for stories from us, but personal prejudice about the content and selling theme of this paper has prevented us from using its potential. It was also noted that a surge in human interest features had also seen BBC Radio coming to us looking for stories. In order to foster such valuable publicity, branches were encouraged to focus on advice center work and issuing press statements. As in the South, some members feared a growing gulf between the ordinary membership and the educated elite of the industrial department. This was a factor behind Brian Brennan's failure to be co-opted onto Belfast City Council in the spring of 1980. Mary McMahon was the popular choice to replace Bernie McDonough. That, Mary Mac, had spent 10 years battling away in Provo-dominated Ballymurphy, running the advice center there since 1976, was a factor in her favor. Brennan's defeat was another reversal for the industrial department, following on from the 1980 Ard Thace. Brennan eventually moved to Dublin, where he re-engaged in party activity. The club's members on Belfast City Council developed a good working relationship with John Cushnahan of the Alliance Party. The clubs now saw alliances clearly to the left of centre, and felt an agreement with them could help break the Tory Unionist stranglehold on the City Council. The clubs also held meetings with the NILP and ULP to suggest a united campaign against cutbacks, and cooperated with Hugh Smith of the new UVF-linked Progressive Unionist Party in support of a march on the Shankill to protest the cuts. However, Lynch failed to get elected Deputy Lord Mayor in late 1980 after the Alliance councillors split on whether to support him. After Jerry Fitt left the SDLP and denounced the H-Block campaign during 1980, the club's attitude to their old adversary changed rapidly, with a gushing interview by O'Hagan in Worker's Life. Eager to present a respectable image, O'Hagan and Lynch attended Northern Ireland office receptions at Stormont. Party delegates at the Belfast Trades Council, supported by the Communists among others, successfully opposed a motion calling for a protest against a National Front march in Belfast in early 1980, claiming that it would only give publicity to the group and that talk of smashing the front smacked of violence. When Belfast City Council debated a unionist motion giving freedom of the city to the RUC and UDR, the club's councillors absented themselves for the vote. Political life was increasingly overshadowed by the prison crisis. During 1979, SFWP had continued to downplay the issue, dismissing it as the preserve of middle-class dilettantes, academics and the supposed left, who wanted the provost to do their dirty work for them. Garland argued that there could be no question of political status for people involved in acts of sectarianism that disgrace the name of humanity. But during 1980, the H-Block campaign gathered momentum both north and south and attracted broader support. Trade union leaders Michael Mullen and Matt Merrigan were among those now calling for political status. Loyalists carried out a number of killings of those prominent in the campaign, including the IRSP's Ronnie Bunting. In late October, the profile of the protest reached a new level when 7 H-Block prisoners, including former OIRA man John Nixon, went on hunger strike. As the strike dragged on into December, attendances at protest marches grew. In the South, SFWP found that some of their own members were victims of propaganda and were sympathetic on humanitarian grounds. These included councillors in Cobe and Bandon and members in Tralee who took part in H-Block protests or signed petitions of support. The party also found that many principled international organizations were supporting the H-Block demands. They decided to respond by distributing to left-wing organizations worldwide an analysis by Garland of the prison issue and its political impact in Ireland. H-Block. The socialist perspective conceded that as those in Long Kesh were convicted by non-jury special courts, it was very probable that some were falsely imprisoned, either through forced confessions or having been deliberately framed. But it was also the case that many of the prisoners are guilty of some of the vilest crimes ever committed in Ireland. The majority, over 670, of the prisoners in H-Block were not taking part in the protests, and that number included 190 who had abandoned the blanket protest. Garland argued that the provost had staked all on the prisoner issue in order to provoke emotional support. In order to stir these latent passions, the provisionals had embarked on a very well-orchestrated campaign, using slogans such as, "Don't let them die," ignoring the fact that it is the provisionals' own organization which can alone decide whether the hunger strikers die or not. Garland claimed that much of the hysteria about the strike was driven by provisional supporters, sympathizers, ultra-left Trotskyists in the media giving it more coverage than is necessary. This analysis of the hunger strikes was widely supported within the movement. Accordingly, no sympathy was expressed when 3 provisional women prisoners in Armagh jail joined the hunger strike in early December. In the magazine Women's View, Mary McMahon claimed that the female provost treated ordinary women prisoners as their slaves, and refused to associate in any way with other prisoners. So much for their concept of sisterhood. Armagh, like the Kesh, is all about status, elitism and privilege. But no matter how much the officials attempted to dismiss the issue, the Armagh protest began to dominate feminist debates, often pitting former sympathizers against the movement. Attending the 1980 Socialist Feminist Conference in London, Margaret McNulty complained that the agenda had been sidetracked by those seeking a platform for the H-Block campaign, though McNulty herself was held under the Prevention of Terrorism Act on her way home to Belfast. There was also a heated confrontation at the Council for the Status of Women conference in Dublin, where SFWP supporters dismissed a report by Nell McCafferty on the Armagh protest. Former official Sinn Féin member Margaretta D'Arcy, in a letter published in Women's View, harshly criticized McMahon's views on the strike as akin to the bigoted ravings from the DUP. Today Tonight's coverage of the strike was criticized by, among others, Magil editor Vincent Brown, who declared at a Dublin H-Block Action Group rally that RTE was now being used by SFWP to further their very perverse political objectives. Disquiet over the leadership approach to OIRA prisoners was growing. In June 1980, Seamus Lynch had claimed, "Our party has no political prisoners." But there were 19 OIRA prisoners who had special category status in May 1980, as well as a number serving their sentences as ordinary inmates. In Omagh, the party bookshop had to be ordered to stop selling H-Block literature. There was also considerable concern expressed at a packed meeting in Belfast, with many of the participants former prisoners themselves. When the argument against political status was made, people were saying to themselves, "Well, what are you saying? That all of us that were there from 1969 on were all criminals? It just doesn't compute." But the counter-argument was bolstered by the fact that the Provisional IRA and the INLA had killed comrades, friends and relatives of those present. The polarization around the issue led to more tension and clashes with provosts. McMahon's home was daubed with H-Block slogans during November. The tension finally eased when, on the 18th of December, the H-Block hunger strike was called off with one hunger striker close to death. The party continued to try to encourage cross-community contact. A RCWP delegation including Seamus Harrison and Smullen met with Northern Ireland Office Minister Adam Butler to discuss the economic situation in March. Unionist Mayor John Carson attended a pensioners' event in Andersonstown at the invitation of Mary McMahon. On another front, RCWP entered talks with the United Labour Party about the possibility of forming a Democratic left alliance. During January, Margaret McNulty, standing for what was now officially named the Workers' Party Republican Clubs, WPRC, received 936 votes in a council by-election in North Belfast, coming third in a contest won by Sammy Millar of the UDA. The result produced an optimistic prediction of a massive swing towards the WPRC that would mean an extra seat in North Belfast in the forthcoming local elections. A visit of Dublin City councillors to Belfast ended in violence. Mac Giola, one of the visitors, accused the RUC of allowing Ian Paisley's supporters to wreck the event. The WPRC saw the spectre of civil war being raised again by Paisley, who in February 1981 began leading thousands of supporters, many waiving their firearms licenses, in the nighttime rallies on the so-called Carson Trail. Despite the obvious difficulties facing the clubs, the 4 years following the 1977 party name change are remembered by Seamus Lynch as the best period for the movement in Northern Ireland. The clubs had redefined their political positions to such a degree that by the beginning of the 1980s an official unionist politician could comment that some clubs' documents were like a modified one of his own. The club's stated position was that they were not calling for, at this point in time, British government withdrawal from Northern Ireland, though they sought removal of soldiers to barracks. What fascinated many observers was how in a few short years both SFWP and the clubs had moved from open alignment with the official IRA to publicly condemning all paramilitarism, to the point where a club spokesman could claim to the Irish Times, "We don't deny our origins. But there is no present connection with violence and there hasn't been for some time past. It's a question of time, of people being convinced that when we say we are opposed to violence we do mean it." Some within the movement, and among the inhabitants of Northern Ireland's Catholic ghettos, knew better. 12. Group B. Nobody, I hope, will deny the need for us to have fundraising units. If we accept this, then we must recognize that at some point in time something may go wrong with dire consequences for all. This is one reason why we need capable but unknown people engaged in this activity. Army Council Discussion Document, 1977. On the 26th of April 1977, the progress of a Securica van traveling between Lamavity and Coleraine in Co. Derry was halted by a spiked steel chain laid across the road. After the van's tires burst, it was forced to stop, and 4 armed men took over 20 bags of cash from it. They took an isolated forest road to a quarry, where they began stuffing the cash minus £229,977, the largest amount ever stolen in a robbery in Northern Ireland, into 8 half-skinned deer carcasses. The manager of Securica in Derry was a part of the plot, only when he was told that the men had made their getaway were the police to be alerted. But an RUC patrol spotted the 4 hunters and arrested them. At their trial in December 1977, it was revealed that the heist had been carried out by an official IRA unit drawn from Craigavon, Lurgan and Banbridge. While it had never publicly announced its disbandment, the leadership of the official Republican movement encouraged the belief that the official IRA, now known internally as Group B, no longer existed. It was seen as imperative to put distance between paramilitarism and the increasingly respectable SFWP. There were no public indications that the organization still operated, such as statements or claims of responsibility. But a core within SFWP was fully aware of its existence and operations. Group B was also engaged in fundraising activities in the South. During July 1977, £30,000 was taken in a hold-up of the cash office at Irish meat producers in Dublin. 2 raiders, dressed in work uniform of white coats and hats, walked into the office and held up staff as they were sorting the weekly wages. In November, £25,000 was stolen when security men were held up while delivering cash to the Bank of Ireland in Westland Row. 2 raiders escaped on a motorbike while another managed to get away on foot, despite a Garda chase. Group B's most notable action during 1977 was the killing of Seamus Costello on the 5th of October. The INLA leader was hit in the head and chest at close range by 3 shotgun blasts while sitting in his car on Northbrook Avenue off Dublin's North Strand. He died almost immediately, aged 38. Costello had been spotted in the North Strand some time before by Group B members, and it was noticed that he tended to park regularly in the same area. He was believed to have been meeting Willie Stacey, the leader of the Seamen's Union, to discuss an arms shipment. Stacey had performed favors for a number of paramilitary groups, including the IRA, in the past. It is unclear if the Union leader had prior knowledge of what awaited Costello. There were conflicting descriptions of the man responsible for the shooting. A man about 6 feet tall with dark hair and a heavy mustache was seen leaving Northbrook Avenue shortly after the shooting, but another witness described the gunman as being 5 feet 6 inches tall, wearing a suit and dark raincoat. Costello's killing was the first assassination of the leader of an Irish political party. The murder provoked widespread confusion. Internal instability within the INLA bred suspicion that Costello was killed by someone in his own organization. The IRSP refused to be drawn on whom they suspected, and allegations of loyalist involvement or pseudo-SAS squads were bandied about on the far left. A phone caller claiming to be from SOR IR claimed responsibility for the killing, though naturally many suspected the OIRA. The OIRA denied responsibility in private communication with the INLA, but Gardaí believed the OIRA had killed Costello, having received information on his movements from someone close to the INLA. Such was the residual affection for Golding that many of Costello's supporters refused to believe that he could have authorized the killing. But in the view of the OIRA leadership, Costello had remained a threat. A 1976 intelligence document had argued that the IRSP leader's egotism and arrogance meant that he would continue to try to hinder the development of the movement, and concluded that, while Costello is alive and well, the IRSP will live, and he will do all he can to throw it in our path everywhere and on every occasion he can. The death sentence imposed on him by the Army Council during 1975 had never been lifted. The OIRA in Belfast had been promised retaliation for the killing of Billy Macmillan, and the circumstances had arisen to make that possible without the officials being blamed. While there was much later speculation that Jim Flynn was the gunman and had acted alone, in fact he was part of a team set up to kill Costello. Steps had been taken to avoid suspicion. Unlike the 1975 attempt on his life, when a machine gun was used, Costello was killed with a weapon not immediately identifiable with paramilitaries. Shotgun pellets, unlike bullets, offered few forensic clues. Similarly, in most of the robberies carried out by Group B, sawn-off shotguns were now used to avoid obvious paramilitary association. But more sophisticated weaponry was also available. During the July 1977 feud with the Provost in Belfast, an OIRA man had been arrested in possession of an AK-56, a Chinese version of the Alaska 47 assault rifle. Earlier that year, a number of operatives had been called to a meeting in Turf Lodge where they underwent a training class on the use of the Alaska 56. A small number of Alaska 47s had also been smuggled to the OIRA from their American contacts, and these had been used in attacks on the British Army in Newry during 1976. The organization was also at work in Europe. The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, with whom exiled OIRA members had trained in the early 1970s, supplied arms to Group B, which were smuggled into Ireland through Holland. OIRA men living on the continent also made contacts in the Croatian émigré community living in West Germany. The Croats, seasoned arms dealers who had links to the wartime fascist Ustaše movement, were sympathetic to Irish nationalism and had originally made contact with the officials through supporters in Australia. By 1979, East German sources had also produced a shipment of new weapons, which were brought into Ireland by truck. Senior OIRA members from Belfast visited Iraq in the early 1980s, having been approached by an Iraqi doctor. They returned with Saddam Hussein watches and other memorabilia, as well as ongoing contacts with the Baathists. Links with Palestinian groups brought about an exchange of weapons and Group B involvement in an abortive plot to kill a Zionist target in London. In Dublin, links with the Soviet embassy were strengthened for both open and covert political reasons. Group B smugglers made use of influence with dock workers in southern ports. Newry was an important base for moving weapons into the north, though some units felt that local activists liked to keep the best gear for themselves. During 1977, much of the organization's heavier weaponry had been moved to long-term dumps, stored in Greece and placed in pipes buried in the ground. It was usually not necessary for a unit to have more than one rifle or submachine gun easily accessible. Shorts, handguns, were more readily available for both protection and use in robberies. All arms use and storage was tightly monitored by the OIRA's quartermaster department, but local commanders, particularly in Newry, often ensured they had access to weapons beyond this control. Long-standing party members who were not in the OIRA were on occasion asked to aid in the storing of weapons. On one occasion, a SFWP member was asked to find a place to hide arms in Wicklow. Calling to the home of a member of the industrial department whom he also knew to be in the OIRA, the party member was disappointed to be told, "Unfortunately, I can't get involved in anything like that. We were told we are a specially unarmed wing of the IRA." The SFWP member thought, "How convenient, you have the status, but not the risk." The continued existence of the OIRA was well known to both the British and Irish governments. In early 1977, Irish military intelligence noted that the OIRA had rearmed and considered that SFWP's political image was just a tactical maneuver to tide them over for the next couple of years. In their view, the OIRA, Sinn Féin, must be seen as essentially a revolutionary organization and a serious threat in the long term. In May 1979, the leaked British Army intelligence document Future Terrorist Trends received widespread coverage because of its analysis of the provisional IRA. Group B had been given a copy of the report by sympathetic criminals who had obtained the document in a mail robbery. It was decided not to publish its findings in the Irish People as they reflected too well on the provosts. However, Future Terrorist Trends also confirmed the continuing existence of the official IRA, noting that it had striven, with a modicum of success, to expand its influence through legitimate political activity, and was maintaining links with left-wing subversive groups in Europe. Although there were no indications that the OIRA was going to end its ceasefire, the organization was considered, nevertheless, ready to re-enter the campaign. Training of new recruits was ongoing, usually in the south, often in Wicklow. Northern volunteers were brought to a car park in Sandymount, Dublin, where they switched vehicles and were driven to Wicklow. A leading member of the OIRA would give the volunteers a political lecture before they learned how to use rifles and handguns. One of their training officers noted how many of the recruits still expected to take part in a guerrilla campaign against the British Army at some point in the future, and this belief was encouraged in order to hold their interest. Despite this, an occasional frustrated OIRA volunteer still defected to the Provost or the INLA. Most young recruits were from the north, many having served an apprenticeship in the Irish Democratic Youth Movement, IDYM, before graduating to Group B. The Dublin Brigade now numbered a few dozen members concentrated in Finglas and Ballymun on the north side and Ringsend and Crumlin on the south side. This structure was largely utilized as a source of intelligence and a support group for robberies, with actual operations carried out by the smaller active service unit directly answerable to members of the Army Council. In Cork, Waterford and the Dundalk area, similarly, only a handful of volunteers were expected to directly assist with armed activity. The wider support network could be called on to assist robberies and was involved in other fundraising ventures, such as smuggling at local ports. The Director of Operations, a position now held by a long-serving Dublin-based member of the Army Council, believed in carefully planning each raid, using insiders where possible. As a result, many of Group B's robberies were handover jobs in which a security guard or post office clerk provided key information. On occasion, Group B operatives simply had to collect the funds while the informants told the Gardaí that they had been the victim of an armed robbery. Most insiders were paid for their help. A great deal of organization went into the provision of safe houses, dumps to store stolen money, and clean cars. The view of the director of operations was that no one is any use in jail, and the necessity of avoiding both arrest and the use of lethal force during robberies was drilled into operatives. The operations department would often meticulously plan more than one job over a period of a few months and then carry them out in quick succession. Although answerable in theory to the director of operations, Jim Flynn, as the leading figure in the GHQ Active Service Unit, known to some as the fundraising department, sought an autonomous role in planning and carrying out operations. He preferred to carry out jobs with operatives handpicked from units on both sides of the border. He continued to work closely with McLaren, who was a former director of operations. Belfast native Leo Steenson, an IRA member since the 1950s, was also an important but low-key figure in the Dublin OIRA structure. One operative recalled Flynn as a shrewd man, a very shrewd man. He wouldn't take a chance, wouldn't let anybody else take a chance he wouldn't take. Very game, but you had to do it his way. A Newry activist described him as a very tough, hard individual, fearless and athletic. Garda detectives nicknamed Flynn, who was over 6 feet tall and well-built, the Spider, because of his web of connections throughout the Dublin paramilitary and criminal underworld. They recognized that in the capital a tight unit had been formed around ex-Clan Na Éireann members. Despite the sizable sums he was involved in securing for the movement, Flynn led a frugal existence with his wife Margaret and young daughter in a corporation flat near Pearse railway station in central Dublin. If possible, he would try to be at home in bed shortly after an operation. In the company of people he didn't trust, Flynn would talk about Gaelic football rather than politics. Many of his comrades, some with a degree of disdain, noted what one called a certain flamboyance about his activities. Clint, as his detractors nicknamed him, was seen by some as a nasty piece of work, and an Alsatian, for members of the leadership. But Flynn was also regarded as a father figure by a number of young SFWP activists in Finglas, looking out for them and giving them advice about personal relationships. He was genuinely interested in Gaelic football and went to see both Armagh and his hometown club Crossmaglen Rangers as often as possible. At matches he on occasion discussed football with Tommaso Fiach, the Catholic Bishop of Armagh who had become a cardinal in 1978. Although Flynn had let his party membership lapse, he regularly met Golding and other members of the SFWP leadership at lunchtimes in Cusack's pub in the North Strand. Along with his close friend Jerry Doherty, the SFWP finance officer, he went on cross-country paper-selling trips for the Irish people. Flynn's push for more control over operations meant his relationship with the director of operations was increasingly fraught. Nonetheless, both were pleased when in November 1978 Flynn led a 5-man unit that robbed the CA Wages office in Inchicore, taking £150,000. During the raid, the depot's staff were locked up in a canteen by the armed and masked raiders, who drove off in a CA van, which they later abandoned. The director of operations was particularly happy at this robbery, which had been written off as impossible some time before. Internally, the level of secrecy was such that GHQ Group B operatives were not to discuss operations even with other OIRA members. The overriding aim was to keep the organization out of the public eye and to avoid tainting SFWP. On one occasion, a training officer was transporting weapons when he was involved in a car accident. The arms were not discovered, but as he was also prominent in SFWP, the leadership decided to retire him from armed activity. The majority of the Dublin unit directly involved in operations were not party members, though several had been in the past. Some of those who had carried out operations for the OIRA in the early 1970s were now active in trade unions or other forums, and therefore they too moved out of direct involvement in Group B operations. It was getting harder to convince some activists to take the risks inherent in robberies. One remembers joking cynically about risking jail for piss-poor candidates that 3 bank jobs wouldn't get elected. Greater political respectability and the emphasis the party put on condemning terrorism also meant newer recruits were less likely to be amenable to Group B activity, though IDYM activists were often drawn from family or local backgrounds where OIRA membership held a coveted status. Many OIRA members now only referred to themselves as the organization, or the Revolutionary Party. Those OIRA members who were perturbed by the party's denunciations of crime and paramilitary activity were reassured privately that it was a very clever political game to fool the authorities and their enemies. The political loyalty of Group B members meant that they still felt SFWP was our animal and we needed to feed it, even if it disowned them. Such loyalty saw one Group B member in Dublin, Willie Kelly, serve his sentence for arms possession as an ordinary criminal in Mountjoy. Similarly, 2 Group B members jailed after an armed robbery in Dundalk during 1980 served their time as ordinary criminals and avoided media attention. The logic behind this non-recognition was accepted by most. This policy was also aided by the idea, expressed by OIRA officers in Belfast, that, as a socialist organization, all prisoners should be our concern irrespective of their status or crime. They are all prisoners of the system. Therefore, volunteers should not try to differentiate themselves from their fellow prisoners. Another view was that ultimately a successful democratic socialist revolution would have to be defended against a violent establishment reaction. This idea was so pervasive that even the OIRA's most vocal critic within the SFWP leadership, John McManus, could envisage a situation in which armed activity might be necessary, telling the Irish Times, "The only role for the armed struggle is where a clear majority have expressed a view for socialism which is being thwarted by a small group who are using means to stop it. You defend your gains by armed struggle rather than achieve them." Among the wider left there was also knowledge of Group B existence, as journalist Brian Trench recalls. "We would have been aware of it as much as anybody in the Dublin pubs would have known of it. It would have been known that they were involved in bank robberies." But as SFWP became increasingly outspoken in their criticism of political violence, they also became very sensitive to any association with it. The party demanded an apology when Belfast's downtown radio linked them to illegal activity during 1980. The same year, Garland responded to a journalist's questions about OIRA activity by asking, "Where did it happen? When? I don't know of them, and if anybody has information, why don't they go to the police?" What the party called the struggle to get the funds to provide the party with the wherewithal to carry out the socialist revolution lay behind the campaign of armed robberies. Many accepted that with mainstream politics heavily funded by business interests, revolutionaries would have to look to other sources. In Northern Ireland, some of the proceeds of Group B operations were utilized to fund local party activity, but a growing proportion was transported south, often by sympathetic railway workers on the Belfast-Dublin train. In Dublin, these funds, along with those raised by the Southern Operations Department, helped pay headquarters staff and went towards offsetting Repsol's printing expenses as well as the company's contributions to party election funds. Repsol's management was closely tied in with the movement leadership, with Garland as managing director and Ryan, Padraig Yates and Mac Giola filling the other directorships. Repsol charged the party for printing but often did not collect these debts. Its financial workings were shrouded in secrecy and it rarely made returns to the state company's office. Knowledge of Group B's relationship to Repsol was restricted to a small number of people within the party. Even Southern members who had concerns over the OIRA's activities found that, as one activist recalls, people were no longer talking about it, and that the issue was always dismissed as if it was a sort of prurient interest in somebody else's sex life or something. With the party leadership explaining away any allegations of links with the OIRA as politically motivated attacks on the party, by the early 1980s some Southern Party members genuinely believed that SFWP was no longer associated with an active paramilitary organization. In the North, however, the OIRA had a much more open presence, in one West Belfast member's view. It was on every street corner, and was simply referred to as the IRA within the party, while the ghetto communities still spoke of the officials, or the sticky RA. A close reading of the Irish news would still throw up an occasional reminder of the OIRA's existence. Obituary notices for Billy McMillan and Joe McCann appeared from Belfast Command Staff, Obly na Éireann, during 1977 and 1978, and for Jerry Gilmore from the staff and Valls of I. Coy, Bonmore, in 1980. During 1978, several OIRA members caught after a series of robberies in Newry admitted their membership in court. Most of those actively involved in the paramilitary structure in the north were also members of the party, and were concentrated in Belfast, the Lurgan, Portadown area and Newry. In Belfast there was an active service unit of around a dozen operatives, answerable directly to the command staff, which carried out robberies. In Newry these lines were more blurred, with armed fundraising and extortion operations regularly undertaken even by those prominent in the local party. In all these areas the organization could rely upon a wider milieu of former members who still considered themselves stickies, and would rally to the organization in times of strife. In areas of the Lower Falls, Turf Lodge and the markets the OIRA still exercised a measure of paramilitary control, and those who transgressed in these areas or crossed the organization elsewhere were still subject to OIRA. Rough justice. In August 1977 several OIRA members were arrested after a kneecapping in Moyard, and the resulting court case received press coverage because one of the men was Ronald Spence, a nephew of UVF leader Gusty. Ronald Spence's mother was a Catholic and he lived in a nationalist area. All the men told the court that they were no longer members of the OIRA, the standard claim for Group B members facing charges. Two young men who received life sentences for the killing of James Foots and Daniel Cowan during the 1977 feud with the provost also denied having any political affiliations. In early 1978, INLA man Joe Heaney was beaten unconscious and shot 5 times in the legs by the officials, and Colette Dornan, a sister of Joe McCann but now an IRSP supporter, needed 9 stitches after being struck by OIRA members during a related row. After former official Hugh O'Halloran was accused of hitting a woman in Ballymurphy in 1979, OIRA members were ordered to give him a punishment beating. He was attacked with hurleys, but his assailants were drunk and beat him so badly that O'Halloran died from severe injuries to the head. 2 of the men involved fled to Cork, but there was considerable disquiet about the killing and the Army Council ordered the men to return to the north or be shot. They gave themselves up to the RUC in Newry and received sentences of 15 years and 13 years. There was more internal unease in early 1980 when Twin Brook Republican Club's member Mickey Russell died accidentally after a fight involving members of Group B. The RUC initially treated the case as murder, though a member of Group B was later acquitted on a manslaughter charge. The uneasy peace with the provost in Belfast was maintained only through regular mediation. During the tense summer of 1980, youths rioting after H-Block protests had thrown stones at the officials' drinking club in Cypress Street. In early September, during more disturbances near Davis Flats, the OIRA opened fire on the rioters and seriously wounded a youth, Joe McCabe. Although hit in the head, he survived. With the threat of renewed hostilities, OIRA members prepared weapons dumps and brought a renewed intensity to ongoing intelligence gathering on the provosts. Such clashes were not confined entirely to the north. In Dublin, one Group B activist recalls, many a standing battle with gangsters, the INLA, the fucking provosts, often over paper sales in pubs. When a Dundalk member was threatened while selling the United Irishman, a team of Group B members accompanied him on his next pub run. Those intimidating him were pointed out, held at gunpoint and pistol whipped. A similar incident led to a serious controversy with the Communist Party. In November 1978, SFWP Administrative Secretary and Group B member Peter Kane was involved in a fight with estranged OIRA members from Ringsend. There was the suggestion that a former girlfriend and party member had been involved in setting up Kane for attack. On the 17th of December, as some of Kane's assailants and former officials who had joined the CPI drank in the Dockers pub, Jim Flynn arrived with 2 carloads of Group B members. He made a dramatic entrance and addressed the company ominously, "Hello Dingle, hello Davy boy, Mr. O'Leary and your friend." According to the CPI's report of the incident, this was the signal for the start of an onslaught, with guns produced, pub doors secured and the 2 dissident OIRA men beaten on the heads with the blunt side of a hatchet. CPI leader Mick O'Riordan led a delegation to Gardiner Place to complain about the attack, also raising the status of a threat to Owen Omerchu's life made by Eamon Smullen in 1976. But the continuing armed campaigns of the Provisionals and the INLA meant that little attention was paid to the official IRA, which the press often assumed was dormant, if not disbanded. One exception was Hibernia magazine, which featured an article on what it called the most shadowy of Ireland's paramilitary groups in September 1980. Hibernia and its owner John Mulcahy had been the subject of critical articles in the SFWP press and were accused of felon setting by Smullen because of negative coverage of the party. Olivia O'Leary also raised the issue of the official IRA in a feature on the progress of SFWP in the Irish Times. O'Leary had met members of the OIRA in South Belfast while working on an RTE documentary in 1976 and was aware that the organization still existed. Another function of Group B was intelligence gathering. Political and paramilitary rivals came under scrutiny, as did prospective and current party members. Through contacts in the IDA and the Revenue Commissioners, Group B had access to information that Charles Haughey had not filed tax returns for several years, but it was felt that to publicize this would lead to the discovery of its source. Information was collected on a range of Catholic groups such as the League of Decency, the Public Rosary Movement, the Society to Outlaw Pornography and the Irish Family League, and links were found between these organizations and anti-Soviet bodies such as the Irish Council for European Freedom and Irish Czech Society. Included among those considered anti-Soviet was Amnesty International's Louise O'Brien, who had campaigned on the issue of Russian Jewish emigration. The supposed anti-Soviet pro-Jewish lobby was seen as an extra element on the right. The environmental lobby, meanwhile, posed a particular danger because it could be used by American big business to persuade underdeveloped countries not to industrialize. Roy Johnston's membership of the environmental group Conserve was noted, as was the involvement of elite historian Kevin B. Nowlan in the Dublin Civic Group. Names, addresses, car registrations and movements of members of these bodies were collected and crossovers in membership noted. Ultra-left organizations, which were believed to be potential tools of a right-wing backlash, no matter how revolutionary their rhetoric, were also the subject of surveillance. A group called Revolutionary Struggle, which had members in Trinity College and in community groups in the Ballyfermot area, was considered virulently anti-SFWP. It was noted that members of this group had heckled Smullen during a May Day rally in 1976. Students Frank Connolly and Ursula Berry, who were believed to have become involved under the influence of Trinity sociology lecturer James Wickham, were seen as the most active members of the group. Although many of the traditional trappings of the IRA structure had been dispensed with, the Army Council continued to control the organization. With an increasing number of political decisions being taken within the party structures, the frequency of meetings decreased. At its core, the council still included the same band of activists who had led the movement since the 1960s. Although Garland was operationally the leading figure, he refused to accept the title of Chief of Staff, which was retained by Golding. Other leading roles on the Army Council and GHQ staff were carried out by figures such as Mick Ryan, Day O'Hagan and Sean O'Chanaith. Mac Giola increasingly focused on the political development of the movement but maintained a position in the Group B leadership. Smullen continued to hold his Army Council position and combined the roles of Director of Economic Affairs in Dublin O.C. following the death of McGurran. Seamus Lynch combined the roles of Belfast O.C. and OIRA Northern Commander. Even among the Group B leadership, knowledge of specific fundraising activity was shared on a strictly need-to-know basis. Decisions about policy and the suitability of members for election to positions within the party were still debated and decided upon within OIRA structures. Once a decision had been arrived at, it would be relayed down the command structure at meetings of OIRA members, which were often held prior to SFWP common meetings. The existence of the dual structure was apparent to activists when they would turn up for a meeting, and you'd find a meeting was just breaking up when you came in, and some would stay on and you'd see that there was a two-tier thing. Most Cumain around the country still contained OIRA members, often holding senior office or respected as long-serving members. In most areas of the North, the process was simpler, as a former member recalled in the early 1980s. On a Wednesday night we'd meet in the club as the Republican Club. The club chairman would put forward points for discussion. The secretary was there. The proposals were discussed and decisions were taken, all democratic. The Monday before, the same people would have met in the front room of a house as the army. The chairman was the O.C., the secretary was the adjutant. We sat down and decided what decisions were to be passed on the Wednesday night. Today it is less blatant, but the principle is still there. Another party activist describes a similar dynamic. The IRA was pulled to a meeting beforehand and said, now when you go into Cypress Street you are to vote for this. When Jimmy puts his hand up, you have to put your hand up, because that's the raw, and that was the only time the raw was used, for threatening people, for robberies most of all, and whipping us into line to vote. The need to maintain the fiction that the paramilitary wing no longer existed had consequences for Group B members who were accused of crimes. In September 1978, Group B members carried out a robbery on the cash office of CMP Dairies outside Cork City. A female clerk was shot and wounded during the raid, in which £10,350 was stolen. As they left the dairy, the raiders were surprised by detectives and over 30 shots were exchanged with the Gardaí before the gang surrendered. 5 men, from Lurgan, Newry, Belfast and Cork, were arrested. The prosecution opposed bail because of the men's paramilitary background. Their membership of the official IRA was mentioned at the trial, but the defendants' orders were clear. They told their lawyer that the robbery had been solely for themselves and disavowed any connection with the OIRA. While awaiting trial, they were not allowed to associate with their OIRA comrades in Portlaoise and were given none of the privileges available to paramilitary inmates. The OIRA prison O.C. went through the motions of refusing to have anything to do with the men. It was not until after sentences of 12 years were imposed, by which stage publicity had died down and political damage had been minimized, that the men were allowed to join their comrades on the official wing. The episode led to a dispute within the ranks of the prisoners themselves. One felt that the refusal to recognize their comrades and being ordered not to provide them with food or even newspapers was demeaning. Orders were given to the prisoners from the Group B leadership to isolate the prisoner who raised these questions, and he eventually moved to the non-aligned wing of the prison. By the early 1980s, Flynn and other core Group B members were mostly in their 30s, and it was becoming more and more difficult to replenish Group B's ranks with young recruits in the South. One way around this was to collaborate with non-political criminals on robberies. There had been informal connections between criminals and the official IRA in Dublin since the early 1970s. In some cases, these criminals were personally friendly with OIRA members, while others were related to them through marriage or came from the same areas. One former leading member of OIRA's Dublin Brigade recalled discussions in the mid-1970s about the possibility of hiring weapons to criminals to let them do the job and take a cut. By the late 1970s, cooperation became more common, especially in inner-city Dublin. But despite the mutual benefits of such contacts, many in Group B were wary of the security risks involved in engagement with crims. There was also friction when criminals attempted to place themselves on an equal footing with Group B, which was seen by its members as Ireland's only legitimate armed organization. On one occasion, Flynn became aware that the Dunns, a Dublin criminal family who had contacts with Group B, had plans that coincided with his own of robbing a major jeweler in the city centre. It was agreed both groups would carry out the job together. On the day of the robbery, the Dunn gang met Flynn and his operatives at the rendezvous in the rural townland of St. Margaret's in North Co. Dublin. Flynn and his comrades produced guns and left the criminals tied up while they carried out the robbery themselves. As a result, threats were made against Flynn, but Group B fired into one of the criminals' homes as a warning not to consider taking the feud further. One Dublin criminal figure increasingly involved with Group B was Eamon Kelly. Originally from the North Inner City but living in Crumlin, Kelly came from a family that had Republican connections. He ran a carpet business in Naas which took out full-page advertisements every month in Workers' Life during 1981 and 1982. Kelly had a wide range of underworld contacts and used the name of the official IRA to threaten his business and criminal rivals. Another criminal contact of Group B was Eamon Sorin, an armed robber who was wanted for murder in Birmingham. He also worked with the Dunn gang and other outfits. Immersion in the criminal milieu brought disadvantages as well as benefits. One Army Council member expressed frustration at trying to find out who is doing what for us. But armed robbery quite suddenly became more difficult in the Republic. The total number of political and non-political bank raids declined from 228 in 1979 to just 38 in 1980, due in part to better bank security and quicker response times by armed detectives, and in this climate dealing with criminals was becoming a necessity. For the time being, at least, Flynn had the personality to impose some order on these communications. In the context of SFWP's growing acceptance of the northern state, a relationship was developing between some IRA leaders and their former enemies in the security forces. Prior to his murder, Billy Macmillan had reported to members of the leadership in Dublin that the RUC had made contact with the officials and asked for a meeting with members of the leadership. This provoked discussion but no direct response. During the 1975 Inla feud, official fundraiser Harry McEwen was taken aback, having been arrested alongside another leading member, to be offered tea rather than the normal dressing down in the barracks. Through involvement in the building site scams and other fundraising activities, McEwen made informal contacts with bent coppers, who aided his illegal enterprises. The relationship with the RUC had become a subject of concern to some during the later 1970s. When Ivan Barr's brother was arrested disembarking from a ferry in England, Barr contacted the leadership in Belfast. He was surprised to be told that a call would be made to a RUC contact, and his brother was subsequently released. It was explained to him that the leadership had met RUC officers during meetings arranged by the Corrymeela Peace Group, a Christian organization based in Northern Ireland that had been promoting community reconciliation since the 1960s. By the end of the 1970s, their changed attitude towards policing made contacts between certain Group B members and the RUC more acceptable, and bred an acceptance that only the state forces could effectively deal with the terrorist threat of the Provos and Inla. Jim Flynn was one of those who worried about these contacts, refusing to carry out operations if certain members of the Northern leadership knew about them. General Army conventions continued to be held on a roughly biannual basis. At these gatherings, which were attended by smaller numbers of delegates than in earlier periods, elections to the Army Council were conducted, and the key debate continued to be how much control the paramilitary structure should exert within SFWP. Garland is recalled as continuing to work towards his concept of Group B being stripped of paramilitary trappings and becoming solely the technical arm of the Revolutionary Party. Others were more attached to the historic significance of the IRA tradition and were concerned about the mounting influence of the industrial department, taking the view that if there was to be an elite within the movement, then it should be the official IRA. Personality clashes also colored debate. Ryan was wary of Jim Flynn and about the fact that he had been given the go-ahead to do certain robberies by other members of the leadership without reference to Ryan. Some, particularly those in the industrial department, questioned the extent of Ryan's commitment to Marxism, and Day O'Hagan is recalled dismissing him as a crypto-provo. To other activists, however, Ryan was as honest as the day is long, and had a strong sense of obligation to members, worrying about the lack of accounting for sums being raised and spent. This debate was largely settled when Ryan departed to oversee movement activity in the United States in early 1981, but he was still voted on to the Army Council at a convention held that year. In Belfast and elsewhere, the organization carried out so-called insurance jobs, in which a unit would organize a fire in a business in return for some of the insurance claim. In the border area, Group B members continued to be involved in low-level smuggling of diesel and commercial products from the north to the south. The other major source of income was the tax exemption rackets in both Northern Ireland and Britain, and there were strong suspicions by the late 1970s that the British government was prepared to turn a blind eye to such racketeering in order to buy off paramilitaries. The OIRA was able to muscle in on profits from the building of the new Paulglass estate at an early stage. As publicity mounted about the sums being made out of the building trade, British police from the West Midlands Fraud Squad were sent to Belfast to investigate the roots of the scam. Harry McEwen was picked up for questioning, during which he was asked if the concept for the scheme had originated in the USSR. During 1980, a report into the abuse of housing executive contracts, overseen by Judge R.T. Rowland, found that a building firm run by Group B members had been awarded a number of contracts from the housing executive. It was alleged that the British government was steering money towards firms connected with the group in order to encourage the OIRA to maintain its ceasefire. In loyalist areas, OIRA-connected building firms sometimes worked on sites where security was provided by companies associated with the UDA or UVF. Such relations dismayed some OIRA members, while others looked upon the contacts as working-class cooperation that was useful in decreasing intercommunal tensions. OIRA relations with the UDA were considerably soured, however, with the shooting of Josie McKee in June 1979. The UDA had been informed that McKee was a provisional and killed him while he worked as a doorman at a pub in Belfast's Castle Street. The official IRA telephoned a UDA leader and threatened to retaliate against their personnel. A meeting was organized between the two organizations in the Royal Bar in Belfast city centre to clear the air. 5 members of the OIRA met 6 members of the UDA, including Jim Craig and Bucky McCullough, and it was agreed to avoid conflict over the killing. In the aftermath of the meeting, relations between Craig and a number of OIRA members became quite close. According to Harry McEwen, Craig was a fucking hood, but he was a likable fucking hood. Craig was allowed to drink in the officials' Lagan Social Club and a number of other bars frequented by them. In turn, McEwen and his associate also visited UDA haunts in loyalist areas. They tried to interest the UDA in the tax exemption scheme, to little avail, the loyalists preferring basic extortion, and there were some financial dealings between Craig and the two men. The UDA leaders' familiarity with OIRA meeting places disturbed some in Group B. They were also concerned that not all the finance from the exemption rackets was being paid into OIRA coffers. The Army Council wanted tighter control over the scam and began to put pressure on McEwen and his markets-based associate who was running it. They demanded that the printing plates for the exemption certificates be handed over. When these were not supplied in a usable form, the dispute became bitter. The OIRA initially planned to assassinate the men, who were also involved in a protection racket related to brothels in South Belfast, including one managed by associates of the UVF, but instead informed the provisionals that the two were no longer under its protection. The men sought help from the INLA leader Gerard Steenson, even though McEwen had been close to the INLA man's first victim, Billy McMillan. The OIRA and the INLA were forced to meet to avoid a feud breaking out, and it was accepted that the two men were now under the INLA's protection. Despite the loss of these two operators, and the jailing of another key figure in the building site rackets, Eamon Hatchet Kerr, for arms possession in 1980, the OIRA continued to control building sites and tax exemptions in several areas of Belfast. The cash flow from these operations was not too adversely affected by the defections, as the members controlling them were less prone to dipping into the funds. In order to place the financial side of Group B in the north on a more professional footing, a new finance officer, who was also a leading political activist, had replaced the long-serving Belfast Brigade officer Kitty O'Kane. Incidents such as the jailing of Kerr caused concern within the organization, particularly to those who were now seeking election on a platform of opposition to violence. Although he was the dominant figure in the Northern OIRA, Seamus Lynch supported the primacy of political structures in party decision-making. But such considerations would take a back seat in early 1981 as Ireland faced its biggest political upheaval in nearly a decade. 13. Hunger strikes, haughey and heroin. Following on a decade of sectarian slaughter, murder and terror in Northern Ireland, the H-Block hunger strike has been designed to close the era with a renewed crescendo of gunfire, killing and indiscriminate bombings. No matter what efforts have been made to dress up the issue in a humanitarian guise, its entire bloody purpose has been to stir up the flames of sectarian and nationalistic hatred. Workers' Life, January 1981. On the 1st of March 1981, Provisional IRA prisoner Bobby Sands began refusing food in his H-Block cell in Long Kesh. This new hunger strike had been planned for 2 months by prisoners who felt that they had been pushed into calling off the previous protest by promises of concessions that had not materialized. There was a new resolve among the Provo and Inla prisoners that this time they would not flinch until they achieved political status. It was decided to stagger the start of each striker's fast in order to maximize the duration of the protest. As with the first strike, the attitude of RCWP was absolute hostility to the strikers' demands for preferential treatment. At Easter the party pointedly commented that neither Padraig Pearse nor James Connolly had sought special status while imprisoned. Furthermore, it now argued that there was no such thing as a political crime in Northern Ireland. There was a conscious effort to play down the hunger strike in the northern people. The paper argued that you can't eat a flag, and that the emotion over the protest was obscuring the reality of economic disadvantage. As rioting broke out after protests in nationalist areas, the clubs accused the provosts of organizing most of the street violence, charged them with showing scant concern for people's quality of life within the ghettos, and predicted that the working class would pay a heavy cost for the quite cynical use of young people by the provisionals. They contrasted the fact that the hunger strikers could make decisions to live or die, with the fate of those on whom death was foisted outside the jails. They had a salient example shortly after Sands began his fast when a young Protestant woman, Joanne Mathers, was shot dead by the Provisional IRA in Derry while calling to houses collecting a census that the provosts were boycotting. In April, Bobby Sands was elected an MP in Fermanagh, South Tyrone, after beating Unionist Harry West in an emotional contest. RCWP did not stand in the election, but criticized the SDLP for stepping aside and allowing Sands to be the sole nationalist candidate. When Sands died in early May, RCWP argued that his death had been unnecessary and called on both sides to reconsider their positions. Over 100,000 people attended Sands' funeral. 3 more hunger strikers would die during May, while 35 people were killed outside the jails. Street violence erupted in nationalist areas, with 16,000 plastic bullets fired by the Army and RUC in that month alone. 3 children were among those killed by plastic bullets. RCWP condemned Army violence, claiming that troops were intent on terrorizing local areas, but their position remained that the provost could end the violence by calling off the hunger strike. Once the strike was over, there could then be a broad campaign for a radical overhaul of the entire penal system. Council elections took place in the midst of the violence. The RCWP leadership accepted that in the present emotive climate, it would be difficult to retain or win seats outside of Belfast. In the event, the party lost its 3 Belfast seats as well as those in Tyrone and Derry, polling just 1.8% of the vote. The party did make some gains. Tom French held his seat in Craigavon and Paddy Breen won a new seat there. They also won a new seat in Downpatrick for Raymond Blaney. But in Belfast it was People's Democracy and IRSP members campaigning on an H-block ticket who took the seats from Sullivan, Lynch and McMahon. Jerry Fitt also lost his council seat while Paddy Devlin narrowly retained his, marking a distinct shift in the nationalist working-class vote. For the clubs, losing seats to PD and IRSP candidates was a bitter blow, compounded when another vocal critic, the SDLP's Brian Feeney, took a seat in North Belfast. The SDLP accused the clubs of an organized and orchestrated campaign of impersonation and intimidation, in an all-out effort to save the seats of their Belfast councillors. One SDLP election agent had to receive RUC protection after being threatened in the Lower Falls, and the party claimed to have identified hundreds of attempts by RCWP members to impersonate voters. People's Democracy canvassers were beaten unconscious by RCWP members at one polling station. During the hunger strikes, the clubs had maintained contact with the Northern Ireland office, which sought their advice on the prison crisis. They found Secretary of State Humphrey Atkins useless on the issue. Mary McMahon recalls the meetings as intensely frustrating. Spending 2 fucking hours on a Saturday telling them where you thought the provost had changed their position. Then they would come and say, well, we don't think they have changed their position at all. In early July, a statement from the prisoners, issued through the Irish Commission for Justice and Peace, seemed to offer a possibility of ending the stalemate. The prisoners stated that they wanted no special privileges. Mac Giola publicly welcomed the statement, arguing that it offered a way out of the crisis and that it was a clear invitation to the British government to deal directly with the prisoners. But he also stated that goodwill is something we have never got from the British government, and that Thatcher obviously takes pleasure out of seeing them die. Others in SFWP felt that Mac Giola was faltering under the pressure of the emotional campaign, and a group of party activists in the ITGWU sent a letter to the leadership complaining about the tone of Mac Giola's statement. For other members of the leadership such as Day O'Hagan, there was no compunction about denying political status to a bunch of sectarian terrorists. This point was reinforced for members in the north by clashes with provosts. On numerous occasions, party members had their windows smashed and the home of a supporter was petrol bombed in Newry. In Downpatrick, a provisional who had just been released from prison was shot and wounded by the OIRA. 19-year-old Henry Robinson, an OIRA member since 1979, was jailed for the attack. On arrival in Crumlin Road Jail, he was badly beaten by provisional prisoners. There were clashes in Lower Falls as provost demanded that shops and pubs close for hunger strikers' funerals, while the IRA ordered them to remain open. One Belfast activist recalls feeling that the party should take a more conciliatory line towards the hunger strikers, and arguing strongly with one of his comrades about this. But shortly afterwards his friend was kicked unconscious by provosts on the Ormeau Road, and he asked himself why he should support their prisoners. When Kitty O'Kane flew a black flag from her home, she was disciplined by the OIRA. When she eventually left the organization, a rumor was circulated that she had secretly provided money to the provosts. Many felt that the hunger strike was the last kick of the provosts, and this led them to believe it would be a good thing if they were beaten. Smullen, having spent several years on the blanket in Portlaoise during the 1940s, believed that just as de Valera had crushed the IRA then, Thatcher would now crush the provosts. Others recall comment within the movement on the necrophilia of the H-Block propaganda, the glorification of martyrdom and the black flags as representing fascism and death. Garland felt that the Provo leadership could have ended the strikes, but it suited them, because they were developing a base. Thatcher just played into their hands, she was so fucking blind. McMahon was particularly angry that the deaths occurring outside the jails were being completely written off in the atmosphere of the hunger strikes. But she also thought that RCWP failed to separate the hunger strikers as individuals from the hunger strike. As it happened, 4 of the hunger strikers had been in the official IRA at some point: Provisional Francis Hughes and the INLA's Patsy O'Hara, Kevin Lynch and Michael Devine. Bobby Sands had also considered joining the OIRA in his native Twinbrook. Sands' death meant another by-election in Fermanagh, South Tyrone. The H-Block campaign put forward Sands' election agent Owen Caron against the unionist Ken Maginis, while the SDLP again stood aside. Less than a fortnight before polling, RCWP announced that they would also contest the seat, with Newry trade unionist Tom Moore as their candidate. The decision came after a heated debate during which Mac Giola opposed standing, arguing that there was low morale in the party's small organization in Fermanagh and a real danger of physical attacks on their members. The only reason to stand would be if we could stop Caron, but it was more likely that they would get a hammering. There was no hope of gaining any Protestant votes. Smullen argued for standing but did not agree with making prison reform an issue. Instead, he felt the party should campaign strongly on the slogan of peace. Garland argued that they had talked for years about not being a Catholic nationalist party, but that they would deserve that designation if they did not stand now. They had to demonstrate that there was a party prepared to stand for class politics and socialism against all the odds. Jerry Fitt was one of those who applauded the RCWP decision to fight the election, admitting that he had previously thought of them as a front for a paramilitary group. Tom Moore later recalled the campaign as the best-fought election I was ever involved in terms of the high spirits of all those participating, and also in terms of the political response that we were getting. During the election we made a serious decision and we followed it up, to take our politics to every estate and every village throughout Fermanagh, South Tyrone. There was not an area that we were not seen in, there was not an area where we did not knock on as many doors as was possible. During the campaign Moore accused Caron and Maginis of being the high priests of sectarianism, and of ignoring unemployment while leading their supporters towards civil war. Unemployment in Northern Ireland had reached 108,089 in July and more job losses were predicted. There were a number of confrontations with H-Block canvassers in which hatred was expressed towards the stickies, but serious violence was avoided. Moore won 1.80% of the vote, which the party described as a shred of hope that revealed a committed anti-sectarian base on which we can build. But Caron won the seat, increasing the H-Block vote. Both the British government and Provost claimed victory at the ending of the hunger strike in October, after 10 deaths inside Long Kesh and over 60 outside. Through the protests the Provosts had widened their support base, particularly among the young, many of whom adopted the organization's hatred of the sticks. Within RCWP the strikes had heightened an already fervent hatred for the Provosts. There was little dissent when the clubs branded the Provosts Nazis, after their killing of the Unionist MP Reverend Robert Bradford in November, and a rise in sectarian killings during the winter was seen as the bitter and bloody legacy of the H-Block campaign. The impact of the hunger strikes on the party in the South was less pronounced. The biggest H-Block marches in Dublin drew substantial crowds of 20–30,000 people, but this was a fraction of the numbers who took part in the tax protests of 1979–80. H-Block prisoners won 2 seats in the June 1981 general election, but these came in border constituencies. The March 1981 SFWP Ard Thace had convened just as the protests were gaining momentum. In his presidential speech Mac Giola had dismissed the Provosts as the military wing of Fianna Fáil. There was some dissension over a motion which with some caveats on reform, endorsed the RUC and accepted assurances that rogue elements in the force were being rooted out. But the focus was kept on Southern politics and preparing the party as an electoral force. Central to this was a resolution to draw up a party development program, with the purpose of building a mass working-class party which will be capable of achieving state power in Ireland. Although their vociferous opposition to the provost was striking a chord, the industrial department's power within the movement continued to wane. In the run-up to the Ard Thace, the ability of the Ned Stapleton and William Thompson Cumain to propose motions had been questioned due to their lack of fully registered members. After Owen Harris addressed an economic affairs section meeting in TCD, it was decided that the Coist Sista had to be informed about all such arrangements. Harris and his followers may also have been embarrassed by an Irish Times interview with Conor Cruise O'Brien in which the former TD claimed that his own intellectual influence was perhaps greater among supporters of SFWP than Labour. Although the views of those connected with the industrial department had in fact become very close to those of O'Brien on a number of issues, the party leadership was still formally opposed to any association with the Cruiser. Industrial department activists had been to the fore in struggles with H-Block campaigners in the trade unions, as SFWP vigorously opposed motions supporting the prisoners' demands. De Gerardi argued strongly with Michael Mullen not to allow the IGWU's Liberty magazine to become a platform for H-Block propaganda. Party activists refused to join strikes in the building industry. One SFWP shop steward remembers bluntly informing those planning a stoppage, "I'm not giving a minute of my working day to a bunch of murdering fucking bastards. I don't care if they die of fucking starvation, I'll have nothing to do with it." There were also physical clashes with H-Block campaigners in Finglas, where there were right few digging matches with provosts. They knew we weren't going to be pushed around. Some members did quietly take part in the H-Block protests, including a former OIRA GHQ officer who felt that, if Bobby Sands was prepared to starve himself to death, then who am I to say he was not a Republican? SFWP councillor Tommy Foley took part in protests in Tralee. Another who left to join the H-Block protests felt that Sands was in jail for having a gun and every single one of us could have been in the same position. Some OIRA veterans living in Europe were unnerved by what seemed to be a pro-British stance. One recalled being perturbed at a meeting with Garland and O'Hagan in a bar in Amsterdam during this period. In his view, they were saying things to me like I was reading, in the statements coming out of the British Embassy. It was almost word for word. But others privately applauded Maggie Thatcher, because they felt that the provosts were a criminal gang, for whom the hatred was overwhelming. Paddy Gillen argued in Workers' Life that when the provisionals say Brits out, they really mean prods out. Provisionalism is largely based on a black, sullen hatred of Irish Protestants and Protestantism in Ireland. This hatred has finally crystallized into the most malignant ideology ever to take root in this country. Arte was another arena in which the H-Block issue led to bitter conflict. There were major arguments among the team that worked on Today Tonight about the prominence the issue should be given. SFWP members were quite clear that some force had to stand up against the tom-tom drums of nationalism. Jerry Gregg argued that dangerous juju was being thrown into the body politic, and that the death fasters had to be confronted. The SFWP members felt that those politicians who opposed the strike, such as Jerry Fitt, should be given prominence. During the first hunger strike, a non-SFWP-aligned team, Forbes McFall, Paul Laughlin and Fintan Cronin, had produced a program that included hunger striker Leo Green along with victims of IRA violence. Belfast native Mary McAleese was a reporter on Today Tonight during this period and felt that her efforts to discuss the mood within Northern nationalism were ignored. McAleese already knew and was hostile to the officials, having met many of them while working in the Long Bar on Leeson Street, which had been owned by her father. Her cousin John Pickering was a provisional IRA prisoner in Long Kesh and eventually joined the hunger strike himself. Though McAleese was not sympathetic to her cousin's politics, she felt that any debate on the issue was dismissed as propaganda for the provosts. Reluctance to believe that Bobby Sands could actually win the Fermanagh South Tyrone by-election resulted in RTE sending a crew to cover the count only at the last minute. The SFWP faction, who thought the coverage of the first hunger strike had been too sympathetic to the H-Block campaign, were unhappy with some of the coverage of Sands' death. Over the evenings of the 4th to the 5th of May, Forbes McFall had presented Today Tonight reports from Belfast that featured vox pops from the streets of the Falls and the Shankill in which intensely emotional views were expressed. He also presented the coverage of Sands' funeral on the RTE News. After these reports, McFall and his producer Cronin were taken off the story, and a team made up of Una Claffey, Joe Little and Tish Berry sent to Belfast in their place. In June, Joe Little and Tish Berry produced Victims of Violence, which concentrated on the results of Provo and Inla paramilitary activity and was eventually nominated for an Emmy Award. After June, the attention given to the hunger strikes by Today Tonight declined notably. Cronin contended that the coverage was determined by a Workers' Party line. It was as simple as that. Other critics of the party nicknamed the show, Today Tonight, the Workers' Program. Opinions on what was happening at RTE varied greatly according to political allegiance. Pod Black, the Fianna Fáil mayor of Cork, accused RTE of being run by supporters of the Provisional IRA and of being too sympathetic to the H-Block campaign. SFWP members were united in believing that they had many enemies in the station. As one of them put it, we knew the political background of many of those in RTE, that they had been active provosts, were active provosts or were members of Trotskyite organizations that even fucking Trotsky hadn't even heard of, but we had half a dozen people that were meant to be running the organization. For Jerry Gregg and others, it was a matter of opposing a looming civil war being whipped up by the Provisionals. There was more controversy in December when Gregg was the producer of a Today Tonight feature on Finglas that provoked outrage from Fianna Fáil, and Gregg lost his position at Today Tonight in 1982 after a program, inspired by an article in the Irish People, examining how Fianna Fáil was using the state agency Údarasna Gaeltachta to consolidate the party's machine along the west coast. Following pressure and complaints, Gregg recalls getting a letter from the controller moving me on to kids programs, so I brought a Marxist perspective to kids programs. Asterisk away from the rarefied atmosphere of Montrose, party morale was high. A Finglas activist recalls a huge commitment in a district where 52% of those under 25 were unemployed. In 1981, the party did a survey among women in the area, and the issues of health and childcare had arisen repeatedly. As a result, a party women's group was set up and became what one activist calls a good structure for introducing women with no political experience to politics. De Rosa campaigned for state funding for a family planning clinic in the area. The campaign was not confined to the women's group, as long-standing activist Brian Whalen remembers. Imagine a hairy-arsed fucker like me sitting down talking to a load of women about contraception, but that was the name of the game. In other parts of the country, Finglas was increasingly held up as an example of how to build a revolutionary party. All the party's 15 candidates in the 1981 general election were male and 8 were blue-collar workers, including 2 carpenters, a docker, a factory worker and a laborer. 2 were teachers. Mick White and Pat McCartan, both solicitors, and John McManus, a doctor, were the only professionals. The party campaigned for the provision of 120,000 new jobs by state companies, for a freeze on food prices and an extension of maternity leave, for childcare to be provided by all employers, and for major reform of the tax system to take the burden off the pay sector. SFWP achieved a breakthrough with the election of its first TD, Joe Sherlock in Cork East. Sherlock took a seat from Fianna Fáil in an area where he had been building up a base since his election as a councillor in 1967. His long campaign to keep Mallow Hospital open had been commented on when the hospital played a key role in the aftermath of the 1980 Buttevant rail disaster. Although Cork East was seen as a rural constituency, a large part of the population was dependent on factory work, and most of the local SFWP members were employed in the Mallow Sugar Factory or the Mitchellstown Creamery and Bacon Factory. On the night of his election, Sherlock told his supporters in Mallow that, "We have only begun the real fight on the road to a socialist republic." Overall, though, the SFWP candidates won the depressingly familiar figure of 1.7% of the poll. Sherlock's 14.6% was the highest vote the party secured, followed by Paddy Gallagher's 8% in Waterford. Internally, the party admitted that, "We had expected to take a seat in Waterford, and that not doing so was a major disappointment." It was at least partially due to the H-Block factor. Hunger striker Kevin Lynch had 3,337 votes in the city. But the party was happy with increased votes in Wicklow, through McManus, and Carlow Kilkenny, through Sean Walsh. Sherlock's election was seen as the all-important breakthrough. There were now people talking about us that never heard of us 6 months ago, and we are now in the mainstream of Irish politics as never before. There were no shortcuts to success, only hard slog would bring Sinn Féin the Workers' Party to every household in the land. Having an elected member of the Dáil brought new problems. Neither Fianna Fáil nor Fine Gael was able to form a majority government, and both were soon in contact with Sherlock, seeking his support. Sherlock complained that Fianna Fáil were engaging in scurrilous tactics, putting personal pressure on him, alluding to a shared Republican past. SFWP called, unsuccessfully, for the Labour Party to stay out of government and form an alliance with Sherlock and the 2 other left-wing TDs, the Socialist Labour Party's Noel Brown and Limerick Independent Jim Kemmy. Sherlock voted against the nomination of Haughey for Taoiseach and abstained on the vote for Garrett Fitzgerald, who emerged as head of a minority Fine Gael Labour government. Sherlock stated that he had no commitment to the new coalition but would judge every issue as it arose. The party viewed the government as the lesser of two evils. Privately, Golding opposed the decision to abstain on the vote for Fitzgerald as Taoiseach, pointing to Fine Gael's blue-shirt history. Though no longer part of the day-to-day leadership of the party, he still made his voice heard at Ard Chomhairley meetings. When the coalition outlined a supplementary budget in July, Sherlock denounced it as savage, but abstained on the vote. Irish people sellers in Finglas reported adverse feedback to Sherlock's abstention, and there were official complaints from Cumain in Waterford and Cork City. Mac Giola was forced to explain the position in the Irish People. He argued that a Fianna Fáil budget would not have been any more progressive than the coalition's and that it was not opportune to bring down the government at this time. In September, according to a Coist Sista note, Sherlock complained that party leaders were working out strategy without consulting him. Ironically, he shared a Dáil office with Neil Blaney and Sean Dublin Bay Loftus, both regarded by SFWP as enemies. Perhaps surprisingly, Blaney was helpful in explaining how to work the Dáil rules. Sherlock had no secretarial backup of his own to begin with. He found the Fine Gael TDs ignored him and Fianna Fáil regarded him as having stolen one of their seats. In December, he raised the question of the huge subsidies paid to cattle exporters who exported live animals to the Middle East while jobs were lost in Irish meat factories. He was suspended from the Dáil for demanding a debate on job losses in the meat industry. The coalition was unstable and, with another general election a real possibility, all SFWP Cumain were instructed to appoint a director of elections, raise funds, set up Citizens Advice Bureau and organize supporters into constituency councils to prepare for campaigning. All areas were to undertake door-to-door Irish People sales, produce a local newsletter, and establish solely SFWP campaigns, initiated totally by the local party, for a health center, a community center, a swimming pool, a new bus route. Even if you don't succeed, you will have put the party's stamp on the issue. In November, Garland had argued that their task was to become a workers' party in fact as well as name. There is a class content in every issue and we must always put this to the fore. The party had to persuade the vast numbers of working-class people who cast their votes for Fianna Fáil that they are voting against their own interests. There was a need to be in contact with the people in every aspect of their lives. Not simply on polling day but within their local communities, their sports places, their streets, their public houses, their schools, their colleges. In January 1982, the party launched the campaign for the nationalization of the banks, calling for public ownership in place of the present system whereby a small but immeasurably powerful group of bank directors and shareholders control the nation's wealth. On the 27th of January, Sherlock and Kemmy voted against the government's budget, objecting to measures including a new tax on children's shoes, and the coalition fell after sitting for just 35 days. As the party planned strategy for the election, John McManus argued for a 5-point program of demands on the Labour Party, including tax increases for the wealthy, in return for participation in a left alliance. Party literature pointed out that while large working-class suburbs such as Finglas, Ballyfermot and Crumlin had populations similar to those of Galway or Limerick, they lacked many of the facilities of the provincial cities. In the February 1982 election, the party again fielded 15 candidates, and increased its share of the vote to 2.3%. Sherlock held his seat and increased his vote slightly, while in Waterford the disappointment of the previous year was overcome when Gallagher was elected. In Dublin Northwest Provincias De Rosa also won a seat, coming in well ahead of Labour. Both Mac Giola and Eric Byrne also polled well, though neither could win enough transfers to take a seat. SFWP had become the first party since 1957, apart from Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and Labour, to have 3 TDs in the Dáil. The election resulted in another hung Dáil, with neither Fianna Fáil, 81 seats, nor the outgoing coalition of Fine Gael Labour, 78 seats between them, able to form a stable government without additional support. In Italy, SFWP called on Labour to stay out of coalition and help form a workers' opposition to the two main parties. They pointed out that 3 of Labour's TDs had been elected on SFWP transfers, but the party claimed that Labour's hostility made its efforts to find a common strategy a non-starter. Labour's hostility was real. Rory Quinn had commented that unlike SFWP, his party did not have anyone's blood on our hands. Quinn also suggested that SFWP had opportunistically dropped unpopular policies. You don't hear them shouting now about an oil refinery in Dublin Bay. The re-election of Kemmy, the election of new independent TD, and former official, Tony Gregory in Dublin Central, the strong SFWP showing and the parliamentary maths also raised suggestions of a new, left alliance, outside of the Labour Party. In early March, Kemmy and Gregory announced that they would be interested in forming a left bloc with the 3 SFWP members. Although the five would have held the balance of power in the Dáil, the alliance did not come together. Gregory found the SFWP-TDs reluctant to deal with him, presumably because of his support for Costello in 1975 and his views on the North, which they saw as pro-provisional. Kemi had his own worries about SFWP's heritage, and SFWP in turn distrusted his two-nations view of Northern Ireland. With the party coffers exhausted by 2 campaigns within 10 months, the SFWP leadership were not eager for another general election and were prepared to see if concessions could be won from either Fitzgerald or Haughey in exchange for the party's support, and commenced discussions with both party leaders. During the talks, the Federated Union of Employers and the Irish Farmers Association warned that unrepresentative organizations should not be allowed to influence the new government. Garland and MacGiola countered that the few and IFA had ruled the roost for decades, but that the working class would now have a voice in the Dáil. Haughey and his colleagues Ray McSherry, Ray Burke and Brian Lenihan met the SFWP-TDs along with MacGiola and Garland. Private meetings also took place between Garland and Brian Lenihan in the Gresham Hotel. SFWP demanded promises on tax, unemployment and poverty. They raised the question of Haughey's opposition to devolution in Northern Ireland and their demand for a divorce referendum. Fianna Fáil promised to find a new owner for the threatened Clondalkin paper mills and if necessary to nationalise them. They also agreed to ensure laid-off Clover Meats workers in Waterford would be allowed their social welfare benefits, and promised to publish a comprehensive social and economic plan which SFWP could judge on its merits. On the strength of these undertakings, the party decided to support Haughey's nomination as Taoiseach. SFWP argued that Fitzgerald was a prisoner of Fine Gael's right wing and was committed to monetarist and anti-working class policies if in government. Given SFWP's previous antipathy to Haughey, the deal gave rise to critical comment and to rumors of secret deals over the OIRA's prisoners and mysterious Middle Eastern contacts. On the day of the vote for Taoiseach, the 3 SFWP-TDs found themselves locked out of the Dáil chamber, and had to be given access by Fianna Fáil to the press gallery, from which they clambered into the distinguished visitors area and then actually jumped into the chamber before casting their votes. Labour leader Michael O'Leary acidly commented that their method of entry was somewhat unorthodox. But their eagerness cannot be in doubt. In the Irish Times, Dick Walsh commented that the manner of their arrival was nothing compared to the ideological hoops that they must have jumped through in order to vote for Haughey. Sherlock said that the party was voting for Fianna Fáil because it appears to us to be the choice of the voters that there should be a Fianna Fáil government, and because another general election would not be in the interests of the working class. He claimed that the party had done no deals with Fianna Fáil but would judge every issue as it affects the interest of the working class. Sherlock restated the party's opposition to any attempts to end Irish neutrality and their desire for a democratic, secular, socialist unitary state, but SFWP would resist any attempt to coerce the people of the North into a united Ireland. The Irish People's readers were assured that Charlie may be back in the saddle, but he's wearing an SFWP bridle. Haughey was elected Taoiseach with the support of SFWP, Tony Gregory and Neil Blaney. Haughey had secured Gregory's support, which would have been indispensable if he had failed to secure the SFWP votes, with the £80 million plan for inner-city development. There was some internal disquiet over the SFWP decision to back Haughey, as Padraig Mannion recalls. We were particularly unhappy because we knew exactly the nature of Haughey. He was personally dishonest. He was politically dishonest. His whole, wrap the green flag round me, persona was a load of nonsense. If he thought, wrap the orange flag round me, was a better shortcut for power, he would have wrapped the orange flag round him. He would have wrapped any flag round him. As we know, he would have wrapped the Dunnes Stores better value flag round him. In the North, most of the membership understood why the decision had been taken, and it was thought that it would have nil effect on unionist perceptions of the party. But Father Michael Sweetman, an ally of 1960s Sinn Féin and longtime critic of Haughey, wrote to the SFWP leadership to signal his disagreement with the decision. Relations with the other 2 left TDs were also soured. Despite SFWP's own alliance with Fianna Fáil, Workers' Life accused Gregory of having turned his back on true socialism by his deal with Haughey, which had put parish pump politics in an urban setting, on a lavish scale. Kemi, who supported Fitzgerald for Taoiseach, presented a different problem. During 1982, his Limerick organisation merged with the Socialist Party of Ireland and elements of BICO to form the new Democratic Socialist Party. Kemi remained highly suspicious of SFWP's Republican heritage, and when interviewed for Workers' Life by Jerry Flynn, he made it clear that he regarded the continued existence of the OIRA as a problem. The interview was not published. A further question presented itself for the new SFWP-TDs. Should their salaries be at the disposal of the movement? It was agreed by the leadership that the TDs' salaries were a personal matter and not for discussion. The Waterford organization was in favor of TDs contributing at least part of their pay to the movement, and Paddy Gallagher accepted this, but it was agreed instead that the TDs were full-time workers for the party and were thus entitled to keep their salaries. The SFWP Ard Theis took place in April in a mood of high confidence. Delegates gave a tumultuous welcome to the three TDs, who were introduced onto the stage by Mac Giola as he announced that the battle has only begun in the war of the classes. The main debate at the Ard Theis was over a proposal, introduced by Garland, to drop the Sinn Féin title and become simply the Workers' Party. Many northern delegates claimed that the party was increasingly attracting Protestant members and that the name change would be of great help in this process. Others argued that being called Sinn Féin linked the party to terrorism in the public mind. Jim Sullivan, who had argued strongly in the past against dropping Sinn Féin, now endorsed change, reassuring delegates that he regarded the WP as the same organization he had joined in Belfast as a teenager. Unlike in previous years, there were no speakers against the motion, and there were only 13 votes against it from a hall of several hundred delegates. The only serious dissension emerged over motions seeking to change the party's official attitude to the confrontation between the Solidarity trade union and Poland's communist government, which had racked that country since 1980. Ted Tynan's opposition to a pro-Solidarity motion at Cork Corporation in January had provoked a hostile reaction among the local party rank and file, and one rural Cumann demanded a statement from the WP in support of Solidarity. To the surprise of many of his colleagues, Smullen argued that the party should make clear it was in support of democracy, and against outside, i.e. Soviet, interference in Poland. The leadership's official position was outlined by O'Chanaith in the party bulletin notes and comments. O'Chanaith claimed that Reagan and Thatcher's support for Solidarity proved that it was a counter-revolutionary movement. The Solidarity leadership was made up of social democratic, fascist, anarchist and Trotskyist elements and was being manipulated by the Catholic Church and the CIA in an effort to destroy socialism in Poland. O'Chanaith compared the Polish opposition group KOR to the Red Brigades, the Baader-Meinhof Gang and, most damningly for his readership, the Provosts. But the debate re-emerged at the Ard Theis with motions calling for support for Solidarity and its democratic aims. Garland made it clear that the WP supported the introduction of martial law in Poland as the armed forces had to take the action they did in order to stop the country from sliding into anarchy and total chaos and ultimately into the hands of the imperialists. Many WP members agreed. Union official Mike Jennings recalls feeling that, if I had a choice of living in a country ruled by General Jaruzelski or the Pope, I would choose the general any day. I never saw Solidarity leader Lech Walesa. As a trade union official, I could never see beyond his Marion badge. The pro-Solidarity motions were withdrawn under pressure and the Ard Theis endorsed the leadership view. In May, Mac Giola took 6,357 votes in a by-election in Dublin West, a strong showing which suggested that the WP president could take a seat at the next general election. During 1981, the Irish people had hammered away at political corruption in West Dublin, naming businessmen Patrick Gallagher, Jerry Jones and Fianna Fáil TD Liam Lawler as beneficiaries of corrupt land dealings. In the run-up to the election, the paper ran a story about another rezoning scandal involving Lawler. Prior to the election, Owen Harris had contributed what he called a soft script for the WP's televised party political broadcast. He argued that they should present the democratic and liberal aspects of party policy so as not to alienate those who thought the WP was excessively workerist. The script was meant to appeal not only to workers in Ballyfermot but to technical and white-collar workers, and also gather the support of teachers and journalists who will respect a party that is not afraid to quote Joyce. Despite the overwhelming support for the name change at the Ard Theis, the party's new course was still a source of tension, illustrated in dramatic fashion by a Major Row during an Easter commemoration social in Cork in early April. One group, around Ted Tynan, was against holding the event while another faction, led by Doc Doherty, was for it. During an oration by Mac Giola, which Tynan described as inflammatory, arguments broke out that resulted in bottles and glasses being thrown and punches and kicks exchanged. Rumors abounded in Gardiner Place that guns had been, or nearly been, drawn. An inquiry was set up and party activity in Cork City suspended for its duration. The report found there were serious ideological differences among the city's membership and that a total lack of education among the membership had led to the degeneration of the party in the city. John McManus argued that the party's Cork HQ, the Thomas Ashe Hall, was a dump and should be sold. Tynan resigned his corporation seat, claiming that his decision was motivated by personal factors. The seat was taken by Cork East organizer John Kelleher. The party's enhanced political profile brought added scrutiny. Prior to the vote for Taoiseach, Garland and Mac Giola had been interviewed by Marion Finucane on RTE Radio's Day by Day. She asked them about the alleged connections between SFWP and the official IRA. Mac Giola claimed that as far as he knew the OIRA no longer exists. On further questioning he said that if such a group did exist it had no association with his party. Garland claimed that official Sinn Féin never had guns, and never had any control over the official IRA. In January the Ard Chomherley were informed that Vincent Brown of Magil magazine had been in contact seeking interviews for a feature on SFWP. The front page of Magil's April edition, published just before the Ard Thace, was headlined, "The Secret World of SFWP," and contained an exposé of the continuing activities of the official IRA. Brown listed a number of killings that had occurred since the 1972 ceasefire and a number of cases in which OIRA members had been jailed for armed robberies. He argued that the OIRA was intimately linked to the SFWP leadership and that its chief of staff, adjutant general and Dublin O.C. were members of the party. Most notably, the main article suggested that a key OIRA figure had been responsible for the killing of a prominent individual in Dublin in the course of the last 5 years. This figure was described as a former Clan Na Éireann activist who had been deported from England in the mid-1970s. This individual was also placed at the center of the incident at the Dockers pub and held responsible for several armed robberies. To those in the know, Jim Flynn was immediately recognizable as the OIRA figure in question, and the prominent individual could only be Seamus Costello. The following edition of Magil contained a number of articles on the political development of the WP, dealing with its influence in the unions, Arte and the role of the industrial department. Brown argued that the party had undergone a political lobotomy over the previous decade, moving from Republican to pro-unionist. Examining the role of the party in RTE, Brown claimed that 6 of the Today Tonight editorial staff held WP sympathies and had succeeded in influencing the program's output. Brown also, improbably, described SFWP as probably the richest party in the country, bar none. The WP leadership, stung, told members that Brown had been supplied with lies by embittered ex-members, who were themselves alleged to be responsible for some of the killings listed in Magil. The party suggested to the Irish Times that if Brown had information on criminal activities it was his duty to go to the Gardaí. Garland claimed that he had no knowledge of the official IRA and to suggest that such a body was connected to the WP was laughable. He explained that our total opposition to terrorism, the fact that we stood almost alone when the provisionals were trying to create a civil war situation with their hunger strike, explains in some senses the motivation behind the recent slander campaign. Mac Giola stated that the WP had nothing whatsoever to do with violence or violent organizations. The people with a vested interest in promoting such stories were increasingly no longer credible. This became the party's standard reply to such allegations. The party made public statements about the possibility of libel actions, but Pat McCartan advised them of the disadvantages such a case might involve. Mac Giola turned down an invitation to debate Brown's allegations publicly in Trinity College, contriving a prior engagement. In the aftermath of the Magil articles, Jim Flynn was questioned by Gardaí about the killing of Costello. This did not prevent him from organizing another major heist. In late May, £300,000 was taken from Newry Head Post Office in an operation involving Flynn and local Group B members. The 3-man gang used a Royal Mail van to gain access through the office's security gates, then held up staff before driving off with the cash and transferring to a different car and making their getaway. Back in Dublin on the 4th of June, Flynn left Cusack's pub with Leo Steenson, having met members of the Group B leadership at lunchtime. A man stepped out of a phone box and shot him 3 times in the head, chest and abdomen. The gunman then turned to Steenson, but his weapon misfired. He escaped with an accomplice on a motorbike. Flynn died 90 minutes later in the Richmond hospital. He had been shot 100 yards away from where Costello had been killed. The INLA claimed responsibility and singled Flynn out as having been responsible for Costello's death. They claimed that they had received this information from disgruntled members of SFWP who had left the party during the hunger strikes. The INLA also indicated that the atmosphere created by the Magil articles had made the killing of Flynn more publicly acceptable. They warned that the WP leadership would be held responsible for any retaliation by the OIRA. The Irish Times received a statement from the official IRA stating that their leadership deeply regretted the death of Flynn and were conducting an investigation to discover those responsible. Within hours, Brown received threatening phone calls and was placed under Garda protection. Brown rejected any connection between his article and the killing, saying that the rumors about Flynn were well known among paramilitaries and others in Dublin and that there was no justification for his murder. Garda detectives noted panic and confusion at headquarters level in the aftermath of Flynn's murder. De Rosa claimed that Flynn had never been a party member and that he had heard that he was killed as part of an internal INLA feud. But Jerry Doherty, a member of the WP Ard Chomherley, described Flynn as a staunch party supporter. The dead man's family demanded an official IRA funeral, but a compromise was worked out whereby he was claimed as a member by Clan na Éireann. Several leading WP figures, among them Smullen, O'Chanaith and Flynn's close friends Doherty and Padraig Yates, attended his removal in Dublin and funeral in South Armagh. As the coffin, draped in the Irish tricolour and the WP's starry plough, was driven through Dublin, it detoured and paused outside Gardiner Place. It was then brought to the border under Garda escort and across an unapproved road into Crossmaglen. A large number of WP members from across the north and Britain heard Clan na Éireann President Seamus Collins denounce the cowardly assassins who had murdered Flynn and claimed that they were the same people who would see the streets of our towns and cities flow red with the blood of our people, the Irish working class. The mood among Flynn's comrades was angry, and Magil reporter Jean Kerrigan was warned to leave the church or heads and cameras would be broken. Group B members in Belfast were told that Brown's movements were known to the IRA and that he was to be killed while on a boating trip. This would happen when the public commotion had died down so that it could not be used to damage the WP. Group B also discovered that some of the information for the Magil articles had been supplied by Belfast-based journalist Ed Maloney. After the February election, Maloney had written an article on the continuing activities of the IRA for the Irish Times, but it was not published. Maloney made his material available to Magil. Meanwhile, an Irish Times sub-editor passed on the article, without Maloney's knowledge, to the WP, and they recognized Maloney's material when the Magil articles appeared. Group B then told their contacts in the UDA that Maloney was an INLA intelligence officer. Luckily for him, the UDA's own investigations did not bear this out. Some of Flynn's comrades acknowledged the difficult position the WP was placed in by his death. Yet the claims that he was not known to the leadership rankled. They should have stood up at that time and said he was one of ours. But I think Jim may have understood the dilemma they were in. Money was raised within the movement to put up a headstone at his grave in Crossmaglen. Shortly before his death, aged 37 and feeling increasingly wary of life on the edge, Flynn had discussed his growing resentment with the arm's-length treatment given to him by some members of the WP. Yet although Group B in the South depended heavily on his organizational skills, he continued to be held at arm's length in death. In June, Yates resigned as Irish People editor. He had become dissatisfied with the paper, feeling it needed to expand in size and ambition. By 1982 the paper generated about £300 a week in net profits, but this all went into the bottomless Repsol pit to help pay other bills. Yates had lobbied to get at least some of the money ring-fenced so that we could develop the paper, but Garland was opposed to any new departures, seeing no need to change a winning formula. Around the same time, the three WPTDs complained within the party of the tremendous task they faced and the need for more secretarial backup in Leinster House. Yates agreed to become the WP Publicity and Research Officer in the Dáil on a short-term basis until the position could be filled permanently, and in July, Tony Heffernan became party press officer, having rejoined the WP a few months before. Garland told Heffernan that he wanted somebody that could keep an eye on the TDs. Their support for the Haughey government was causing some discomfort for the WP. Fine Gael taunted them as Fianna Fáil's little party, whose TDs broke the furniture and fittings of Dáil Éireann in their haste to vote for Charles J. Haughey for Taoiseach. Owen Harris reported in a letter to the leadership that, around my own workplace and in media circles, there was a perception of us being anxious to vote for Fianna Fáil at all costs. This feeling, he claimed, had congealed around Joe Sherlock. Sherlock's relatively traditional republicanism was not universally popular within the party. There was also disquiet over a payroll tax, PRSI, increase in the budget, which gave rise to strikes and embarrassed the WP, who were opposed to such measures. The TDs were instructed to make their support for the walkouts clear. De Rosa met Aer Lingus strikers and brought their union representative, former official Sinn Féin member Frank Cogan, into Leinster House. The WPTDs suggested 24 amendments to the finance bill, which was necessary to put the budget into effect, and put down a private member's motion calling for a reduction of employees' PRSI to the 1981 level. The party believed that both Fine Gael and Labour were trying to entrap it into bringing down the government. In one case, Fine Gael moved a resolution that the government nationalise an ailing factory in Kilkenny, clearly hoping to embarrass the WPTDs, but they were able to support the motion as it was not an issue on which a lost vote would bring down the government. The WP noted internally that our approach has been and should continue to be to maximize our position to highlight the similarities between the coalition and Fianna Fáil, but more importantly, we should use our position to educate the working class of this country to a degree of political awareness of their status of a class, and be proud of that fact. Members were reassured that their TDs were in total confrontation, with Haughey's northern policy. By the autumn the government was lurching from crisis to crisis, most dramatically the arrest of a double murderer at the home of the Attorney General, and Haughey was subjected to an internal leadership challenge. The WP did not relish a third general election in the space of just over a year. Many local party organizations were still in debt from the two previous contests, and activists were exhausted. There were particular problems in Waterford. Local activists had noted that Paddy Gallagher's popularity was slipping, and that the WP was seen to have promised a lot, but not really been able to deliver. Gallagher complained that the local party organization was obsessed with his TD's salary. There was also resentment because he had gone on a Waterford Corporation trip to Romania. He argued that he had wanted to actually see a socialist country at first hand. Party members complained that they opposed such council junkets. Other party activists had also been visiting the Eastern Bloc in this period under different auspices. During early 1981 members had attended events in Budapest, Prague and Moscow, and a delegation of 20 IDYM and party members had visited East Germany for the communist youth camp organized by the Freie Deutsche Jugend, Free German Youth, during the summer of 1981. They spent 3 weeks working for GDR Railways and met similar work groups from across Eastern Europe, as well as the American communist Angela Davis. The delegation leader was UC Northern convener Eugene Hickland, and among the Belfast activists was Henry MacDonald, an IDYM member from the markets. His memory of the work camp was of a carefully controlled but not unpleasant bubble, which soon became a hive of hedonism and bed hopping. The Irish delegation won the Best Brigade award for their voluntary work on the railways despite competition from the human bulldozers from Siberia and the GDR. During 1981, Repsol had been granted the franchise to import and distribute Soviet publications including classic Russian literature, periodicals, records and postage stamps in Ireland. In July 1981, De O'Hagan had attended a solidarity conference for the support of Iraq in Baghdad. This had been organized after the Israeli Air Force had bombed Iraqi nuclear reactors. O'Hagan reported how an impressive and packed hall heard Saddam Hussein explain the circumstances behind the barbaric raid carried out by the Zionist entity. In the early stages of the bloody Iran-Iraq war, the WP took the side of radical and socialist Iraq. Workers' Life described Iraq as the most progressive country in the Middle East, and a modern industrial socialist society, in contrast to Iran and its supreme leader, the religious fanatic, Ayatollah Khomeini. Another divisive issue came to the fore during 1982 when anti-abortion campaigners succeeded in gaining a promise from both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael to hold a referendum to insert a prohibition of abortion into the Republic's constitution. All forms of abortion were already illegal in the South, and were extremely restricted in the North. The SFWP Ard Chomherley discussed the proposed amendment in March 1982 and decided to oppose it. An anti-amendment campaign was established during the summer with the WP listed as a sponsor. Golding's partner Moira Woods was one of the founders of the AAC, and she had asked him if the WP would support the campaign. He had said that they would, without first consulting the leadership. The association with the AAC caused dissension among many on the Ard Chomherley, in part out of a reluctance to cooperate with some of the other left-wing groups involved, many of whom were seen as hostile to the WP. Garland asked Woods to remove the party's name from publicity material. Golding still felt the WP should be involved, as the right people are opposed to the amendment and the wrong people are for it, and he continued to attend AAC meetings. But WP Health spokesman John McManus warned that in WP literature it was best to steer clear the rights and wrongs of abortion. The majority view among the leadership was that the party should oppose the sectarian amendment but without getting involved in the AAC or endorsing abortion itself. Meanwhile, the party's working-class supporters were increasingly affected by the spread of heroin abuse in Dublin. In the February 1982 election, provisional Sinn Féin's Christy Burke had won just 214 fewer votes than the WP's Michael White in Dublin Central. The only provisional candidate in the capital, Burke was becoming identified with opposition to drugs, as was independent TD Tony Gregory. Selling heroin was seen as a largely risk-free endeavor for some Dublin criminals, who had previously been involved in armed robbery. Drug use spread rapidly among the young unemployed. By July 1982, 9% of young people aged 15 to 24 in north-central Dublin had tried the drug, the vast majority injecting it. A contemporary study found that 73% of those using heroin were involuntarily unemployed. With addicts spending up to £100 a day to feed their habit, petty crime exploded in working-class communities. In late 1981, a two-part feature in Workers' Life on the heroin menace argued that Ireland is facing its greatest single potentially destructive social problem since the Great Famine. The reporter, Adrian Gallagher, claimed that there was one major heroin supplier in Dublin, a large family based in the South Inner City. This was a clear reference to the Duns. His article concluded that drastic measures need to be taken and taken quickly to combat the heroin menace. The key to that would be smashing the gangs who were supplying heroin. During this period, Smullen was approached by one of his Jesuit contacts, who had set up an anti-dealer group in the North Inner City. The priest asked about the possibility of IRA protection for his group. Smullen agonized over the issue for several days before telling him, "We don't do that sort of thing anymore." As the heroin crisis continued to intensify, anti-drug groups emerged in both the North and South Inner City, eventually coalescing as the Concerned Parents Against Drugs. There was division within the WP leadership over what approach should be taken to these groups, especially since the provisionals were soon involved. De Rosa proposed that the party develop a well-reasoned document on crime. The Association of Garda Sergeants and Inspectors had produced a document on community policing that drew the party's interest. The AGSI had noted that crime can only be prevented by a determined attack on the type of social, environmental and recreational conditions, or lack of them, that encourage the development of these tendencies in the first place. Garland suggested meeting the AGSI to discuss these issues. He also felt that the party had to assess its relationship with the Gardaí. A WP delegation met the Prison Officers Association to discuss prison overcrowding and rehabilitation, while asserting that they would oppose new bail restrictions. De Rosa was asked to raise Garda surveillance of Gardiner Place in a meeting with Minister for Justice Sean Doherty, whom McCartan had described as a former member of the Special Branch Political Police, at the 1982 Ard Thace. In Workers' Life, Eric Byrne and Pat Brady argued that socialists had failed to realize the importance of crime. The issue was not the figment of the imagination of conservative politicians, though these politicians were adept at exploiting the fears and anxieties of the working class. Socialists needed a realistic strategy for reducing crime and, in the meantime, ensuring that the police service actually serves the people. Furthermore, the notion that the Gardaí are the unreformable agents of repression was no longer adequate. In September 1982, a private special delegate conference, held in Liberty Hall, endorsed changes in the party's leadership structure, on recommendations that emerged from the party development program. There were over 600 delegates in attendance but no media present. The Ard Thace remained the supreme decision-making forum, while the Ard Cholmhairley became the Central Executive Committee and an Executive Management Committee fulfilled the old Coist Sista role. A new Executive Political Committee became the political decision-making body in between annual conferences. It was to concentrate on the political issues and not on matters such as whether we have our permit for the national collection. Numerous specialist committees were established. Part of the reasoning behind the changes was the perceived danger of too much concentration on electoral politics, and too much power being concentrated in TD's hands. The party's strategy for national economic revival, An End to the Crisis, was published in October. Written by the research section, its central contention was that private enterprise has failed to deliver the goods in the past, and that there is no reason to suppose that they will deliver the goods in the future. The plan reiterated the WP position that state industry was the key to job creation. By that time, the death of a Fianna Fáil TD and the serious illness of another left the WP holding the balance of power, and the party was considering the prospect of bringing down the government. Fine Gael pushed all out to force an election. The WP backed Haughey in 2 key votes in the Dáil in October, but it was increasingly obvious that Fianna Fáil's plans to reinvigorate the economy would involve severe cutbacks that would go against WP policy. At the WP Ard Cholmhairley, it was argued that if an election looked likely, the TDs should launch a strong attack on Fianna Fáil's Thatcherite policies. Voting against the government on this basis would upstage the forthcoming Labour Party conference. On the 3rd of November, the crisis came to a head and the WP TDs announced that they would vote against the government. They argued that Fianna Fáil had broken its pledges on public spending and health cuts. Fianna Fáil lost a confidence vote by 80 votes to 82. A new general election was called, and what Dick Walsh in the Irish Times called a Hitler-Stalin pact of sorts had come to an end. 14. Fight back. The Workers' Party 1982 to 1989. There is no secret about our purpose. It is to win state power for the Irish working class. Pat Rabbitte, Kilmainham, Easter 1986. In November 1982, the WP faced into its third Southern general election campaign in 18 months. The party's hopes of leading the Republic into an age of post-Civil War politics were emphasized in an innovative election broadcast. Featuring a long-distance runner making his way through Dublin streets towards the Dáil in a red Workers' Party t-shirt, the broadcast emphasized the party's post-nationalist agenda and called to embrace industrial development. In it, De Rosa declared that freedom is only a flag unless it's flying over new hospitals, new schools and new factories. Freedom for us is full employment, full stop. Paddy Gallagher reassured voters that new technology shook up the old ways, but it's cleaner, faster, produces more, the computer can be controlled, can carry a message of hope. The party fielded 20 candidates, and with some £40,000 still owed for printing costs from the 2 recent elections, a bank loan of £100,000 was taken out to help fund the campaign. The results were mixed. The WP vote increased to 3.3% nationally, and Mac Giola was elected for the first time in Dublin West, but Sherlock and Gallagher lost their seats, for a net loss of 1 seat. De Rosa almost topped the poll in Dublin Northwest with nearly 20% of the vote, and overall the party's vote in the capital had increased from 15,748 to 29,155 in 9 months. Sherlock and Gallagher both lost out to Fianna Fáil. Given that FF lost 6 seats overall, this was arguably a damning political verdict on the WP's decision to support Haughey's government. The party's election postmortem found that in Waterford some had complained that Gallagher, whose vote dropped dramatically, had not done a Gregory deal, and got concessions for the town, a point emphasized by Fianna Fáil during the campaign. Losing his seat had personal implications for Gallagher, who was not re-employed in his old job. Here I was a high flyer one day, and the next morning signing on in Ballybrick and Labour Exchange. Sherlock alleged that Fianna Fáil had bought rounds of drinks in rural pubs and even paid off some constituents' electricity bills in an effort to win back their second seat in Cork East. Fine Gael meanwhile had received their best vote since 1927 and opened negotiations with Labour leader Dick Spring. While the Irish people pleaded, "Don't do it," Dick Mac Giola met Spring and put it to him that if Labour stayed out of government it might force the 2 conservative parties together. Spring expressed the fear that with voters seeking stability Labour would be swallowed up if they forced another election. Mac Giola concluded the meeting by telling Spring that the WP would oppose Labour constantly if they went into coalition. Undeterred, Spring entered a coalition with Fine Gael, with Garrett Fitzgerald as Taoiseach. The WP was indeed hostile to the new government from the start, but the political realignment offered opportunities, as Tony Heffernan recalls. It was the ideal territory for us. If Labour had been in opposition, we would not have had anything like the same potential for growth at all. The coalition was to preside over 5 years during which Ireland was hit hard by the international recession. When the government took office, unemployment stood at 187,000. By 1987 it would be 237,000. Emigration returned with a vengeance while the government implemented the first major health cuts since the foundation of the state. The relationship between the unions and the government was adversarial, with occupations and protests against closures leading to arrests and jailings. The public sector unions struck against cutbacks and teachers undertook their first national strike. In March 1983 the Irish Times, Olivia O'Leary provided a withering commentary on Labour in government, claiming that Garrett Fitzgerald found them most amenable whenever he remembers they're there. The WP blamed Labour for cuts in food subsidies, the abolition of free school transport and the introduction of local service charges. But the WP had greater ambitions than simply replacing its left-wing rival. According to an internal party analysis, 34% of working-class voters chose Fine Gael while 45% voted Fianna Fáil. The party's publicly stated aim was to win the majority of these voters to itself. Despite the scale of the political task it had set itself, immediate post-election WP debate was overshadowed by a dispute over the party's international positions. The November election manifesto had included statements supporting the Solidarity trade union in Poland and arguing for recognition of the State of Israel. Both positions ran counter to party policy. The controversial material had been written in the main by Owen Harris and Oliver Donoghue, who were concerned that the party's vocal opposition to Solidarity could lose them votes. At leadership meetings Smullen defended his industrial department colleagues, arguing the WP should be opposed to military rule, and believe in free trade unions, while making clear that he had always supported the USSR. He said the manifesto was inspired by the need to cover the party in the media. Tom French agreed, feeling that the WP shouldn't be seen to say that we can't criticize socialist countries. But most members of the Ard Chomherley were highly indignant that positions at odds with party policy had been included in election material. A clarification and restatement of the position on Poland was published in Notes and Comments. The statement concerning Israel was even more inflammatory, considering the involvement of WP members in the Irish Friends of Palestine and commitment to supporting the PLO. That year had seen Israel's invasion of Lebanon and the massacre of Palestinian refugees by Israeli-backed militia in Beirut. The party's support for the Palestinians had caused some unease, with the chief rabbi of Ireland informing Mac Giola at a meeting in October 1982 that he felt the WP's position was anti-Semitic, according to a Coist Sista note. Claims by those behind the pro-Israel statement that it was intended to protect the party from such a charge were dismissed, and support for the PLO, as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, was reiterated. The affair reignited questions about the industrial department's politics, with Ochaneith expressing the view that some in the department had adopted BICO's position of support for Israel. At the same time, ironically, there was cooperation between WP students and members of the Iraqi Ba'ath Party in UCD, both agreeing to exclude mutual enemies from solidarity campaigns. Several members of the Ard Shamherli asked Smullen why there were still secret members. Not for the first time, he explained that this was due to the conditions of employment of those concerned. Concerns had also emerged over the functioning of the party in Parliament. Heffernan, who had been directly appointed by Garland to work with the TDs, had already warned that the party had no clear idea on what we want to do in the Dáil. De Rosa, similarly, complained at leadership meetings that, we have TDs but we don't know what to do with them. Most agreed it was important that the WP maintain our revolutionary image, and not confine our activity to the parliamentary area, but others felt there were dangers in street politics. De Gerardi believed the party's main problem was that a very small number of people were doing a massive amount of work. There was concern over giving parliamentary representatives too high a profile, with fears expressed that we can't trust the TDs, but Garland was adamant that it was the party that decides what is going to be said in the Dáil. For nearly 2 years a party subcommittee had been considering the changes required for building a mass working-class party which will be capable of achieving state power in Ireland. They sought to give effect to the 1981 Ard Thace decision that the party would bring about revolutionary change by winning a Dáil majority rather than through the operation of a clandestine vanguard. Electoral activity was no longer seen as merely an opportunity to propagandize but as the fundamental theater in which the foundations of the revolution would be laid and final victory achieved. The subcommittee's March 1983 report stated a goal of increasing the party's membership vastly, to between 30 and 40,000. Such growth will enable us, during the course of the struggle to win state power, to lay the foundations for a total revolution necessary to ensure that once state power has been won, that not only can it be defended, but that the revolution itself will be seen as the creative product of our class. In order to achieve this aim, the party would follow a more relaxed version of democratic centralism in order to allow for maximum participation by the membership in the democratic processes. Emphasis was placed on curtailing the influence of the industrial department and research section, with the party's specialist committees empowered to develop policy. It recommended that health and social policy be emphasized as much as economic or industrial policy. The Economic Affairs Committee would still be important, but should only produce concise documents, which would be scrutinized pre-publication by the party center. As far as possible, all branches were to be geographically based with only the Executive Political Committee allowed to make exceptions. Members were to join only one branch and partake in open party activity unless excused by the Ard Shamherli. There were new guidelines for involvement in unions and other organizations. Our participation in these organizations must be seen to be democratic and constructive and in no way conspiratorial or elitist. Every effort must be made by party members to dispel any misgivings fellow workers may have about conspiratorial methods of work which opponents of the party are always quick to exploit. Other organizational initiatives included the appointment of a full-time party fundraiser, though the idea of a levy based on members' income was discounted. Internal power would be maintained within the Ard Shamherli, which would meet quarterly, while the Executive Political Committee, which consisted of 14 members selected from the Ard Shamherli, would meet on a monthly basis. All TDs not elected to the Ard Shamherli were to be co-opted onto the body. It was reiterated that canvassing for Ard Shamherli elections was prohibited. Particular emphasis was to be placed on recruiting women as members, and the age of full membership would be reduced to 15. Efforts to sideline the industrial department continued on other fronts. When Smullen requested that Fergus Whelan and Patricia Redlich be given special delegate status to the 1983 Ard Thace, Garland asked why they couldn't simply come as delegates from their party branches. Smullen argued that Redlich's status as a member of the executive of her union meant she should be a delegate. Garland countered that there needed to be an assessment of these people and their worth to the WP. Others openly questioned what contribution the non-geographical branches were actually making. By the summer De Gerardi and Rasheen Callender had transferred from the industrial department's Joe O'Connor Cummin to a geographical branch in Dun Laoghaire. The abortion issue remained to the fore in national politics in spring 1983. In the November general election, Democratic Socialist Jim Kemmy and Labour's Michael D. Higgins were subjected to campaigns that labeled them pro-abortion and contributed to them losing their Dáil seats. The coalition government had succumbed to the campaign to place a pro-life clause in the Constitution, and a referendum had been set for September 1983. With Fianna Fáil also rowing in behind the anti-abortion lobby, only 13 of 166 TDs voted against holding the poll. At the May 1983 Ard Thace, Mac Giola condemned those craven politicians who had caved in to ultra-Catholic pressure. On the actual issue of abortion, as opposed to the question of a constitutional amendment, the party maintained a degree of ambiguity. An Ard Thace motion supporting the extension of the 1967 British Abortion Act to Northern Ireland was defeated amid claims that it was contrary to WP's support for devolution. As both pro- and anti-amendment campaigners stepped up their activity, the WP's refusal to become actively involved with the anti-amendment campaign drew criticism from within the party. But the majority view was that the WP should run its own campaign on the basis of defending civil liberties and pluralism. A Mac Giola radio interview in which the party president seemed to suggest the WP opposed abortion caused Deo Hagan to point out that Tom French could not say one thing in Lurgan and Tomas Mac Giola another in Dublin. In the run-up to the referendum, the party's line hardened. The Irish people argued that the proposed change gave an embryo the same rights as a pregnant woman and that if it were passed, a rape victim could potentially be prosecuted for seeking an abortion. But the party continued to stress that it was not seeking legalization of abortion. The leadership argued internally that the key issue was stressing the nature of the groups behind the pro-life campaign. Many of these groups, funded by American right-wing organizations, were intent on using the abortion issue as a means to halt reform of family law and legalization of contraception. Golding maintained a semi-independent line on the issue, accompanying Moira Woods to anti-amendment events and sharing car journeys with Eamon McCann, one of the ultra-left, with whom the party was normally anxious not to associate. The campaign was tough and emotive, and activists who took part in the campaign recall that there were no wishy-washy liberals on the ground. Nonetheless, thousands of leaflets and posters were distributed and WP activists canvassed door to door, arguing that the amendment was an attack on democracy and tolerance, as well as a hypocritical diversion from the reality of life for thousands of Irish women. The amendment was passed by a 2-to-1 majority, though in Dublin the margin was narrower. Fianna Fáil's Michael Woods attributed the high no vote in some working-class districts to the WP's efforts. By-elections during 1983 indicated that the party's electoral appeal was continuing to grow. Seamus Rogers had polled respectably in Donegal Southwest in May, and Michael White came third in the Dublin Central by-election in November, taking 13% of the vote, more than double the vote of the Labour candidate. The latter constituency covered the poorest areas of the North Inner City, though White's largest share of the votes came in the less deprived but solidly working-class areas of Cabra and East Wall. Sinn Féin's Christy Burke took 7% of the vote, a strong showing, which the WP Ard Chomherley described as saddening, but about half of Burke's transfers went to the WP, which led them to conclude that the vote was not a hardcore Provo one. After the by-election, Fianna Fáil established a committee, headed by Liam Lawler, to work out strategy to counter the WP's growing popularity in areas of local authority housing. Another area of strength for the party was Dun Laoghaire, where Eamon Gilmore was the local public representative. Despite the district's middle-class image, there were nearly 5,000 people out of work in Dun Laoghaire during 1983. Activists made a determined effort to build up Irish people's sales in every working-class estate, as local member Colm Brethnick recalls. The intention of it was to keep regularly in contact with people and change them into voters, then supporters, then members. Through the Advice Centre network, the WP found that there were still over 900 local authority houses in the area that did not have a bathroom or indoor toilet. Rivalry with the Labour Party was intense, particularly in Dublin, and the WP was quick to hold Labour responsible for controversial government proposals to introduce local service charges, which the WP saw as double taxation on workers. In Crumlin, a local activist recalls, relationships between the WP and Labour would have been officially cordial but actually poisonous. In Ballantyre, similarly, it was daggers drawn between the organizations. In 1983, De Rosa publicly outlined what he saw as the difference between the two parties. The Labour Party have no ambitions to transfer power from one class to the other. They are looking for a cooperation or a partnership between the classes. We are looking to transfer power from the capitalist class to the working class. Labour's role in government caused disillusion among some of its own activists. In Tipperary town, a number of Labour members defected to the WP in late 1983. Among them was Christy Kinahan, an activist for over 18 years, who explained that Labour had now become indistinguishable from the Conservative parties and totally irrelevant in terms of class struggle. The rivalry with Labour was also being played out in the unions, particularly the ITGWU. Michael Mullen had died in November 1982, and the new union leadership, dominated by John Carroll and Christy Kirwan, a Labour senator, was hostile to the WP. De Geraghty, one of the union's 6 national group secretaries and the best-known WP trade union figure, challenged the ITGWU leadership in electoral contests on 3 occasions over the next 2 years. An Irish speaker and traditional musician, Geraghty was an affable figure who belied many of the sticky stereotypes. Irish press journalist Proinsias Mac Ong USA describing him as the acceptable face of the Workers' Party. But this did not prevent the ITGWU leadership from making strong efforts to ensure he did not win national office. During a 1982 poll for Union Vice President, all 360 ITGWU delegates were sent a circular that named 26 officials as WP members or sympathizers and claimed that there was a plot to take over the Union. Although relations between the unions and the Labour Party deteriorated during the coalition years, strong personal rivalries and fears that the WP's officials' dynamism would see them take the top union jobs were factors in the anti-WP feeling. While the burden of taxation continued to be borne by the pay sector, the campaign for reform was in decline. In April 1983, 150,000 workers had taken to the streets in another day of protest. Frustration at the lack of progress on the issue had seen Waterford glass workers withhold their pay and PRSI payments, a campaign that spread to other workplaces. The Irish Congress of Trade Unions, ICTU, condemned that move, arguing that it could not support non-payment of tax. The WP also argued against this tactic, and the campaign eventually fizzled out. While there were confident assertions that the tax campaign could be sustained, it effectively ended with low-key support for a National Day of Action in January 1984. In Dublin, just 8,000 turned out where 100,000 had marched the previous year. There were dozens of small-scale industrial disputes, often over redundancies, but the level of strike action, official and unofficial, declined steadily between 1982 and 1987. The need to respond to the decrease in militancy was at the center of discussions among the WP leadership during 1983. Geraghty worried that it was becoming difficult to motivate workers as many were saying, to hell with their job, and accepting redundancy. The so-called black economy was growing, particularly in the construction industry. With 40,000 building workers unemployed, many were prepared to work for contractors who neither recognized unions nor paid tax. The WP leadership argued over how to translate party policy into local needs. Some suggested highlighting the call for a state construction company. Others felt that many people do not believe full employment is possible, and that workers in general were demoralized. Some were prepared to admit that the WP had an image problem. A survey had found that the WP were seen by many as recent converts from violence, gloomy, depressing, and staid. Even Dick Walsh, a sympathetic observer, noted the somewhat turgid nature of the party's rhetoric. Jerry Doherty worried that the WP could not motivate supporters as it was no longer a campaigning party, citing what he saw as a lack of effort in the campaign against water charges. In fact, the WP leadership were divided on how to oppose local charges. They encouraged people to refuse to pay and to defy threats of prosecution, pointing out that fewer than 5,000 people had paid property tax out of the 75,000 who owed it and that there was at least £20 million owed by farmers in rates. Sherlock suggested that the WP should actively obstruct collection of the charges, but most were not in favor of directly breaking the law. Some feared that the radical street politics of the 1970s had been replaced by an emphasis on getting TDs elected. John McManus meanwhile worried that the WP was too associated in the public mind with council tenants, stating that his constituents living in private accommodation did not see us as their party. One initiative, pioneered in Finglas and taken up with success elsewhere, that did help the party's image was to campaign for state-funded family clinics to provide facilities for smear tests, breast examinations and contraception. The WP had found widespread demand for such facilities through the work of its local women's group, and similar groups were set up in other constituencies. Women were still a minority within the WP, comprising about 30% of the membership during the early 1980s. Leading figures such as Triona Dooney and Liz McManus maintained a very critical approach to the liberal, bourgeois element in the feminist movement, which was seen as concentrating on superficial aspects of women's oppression rather than on changing society. McManus told a Newry conference that, without socialism even the possibility of achieving gender equality is not there. The WP continued to be hampered by publicity that linked the party to armed activity. In May 1983, Minister for Justice Michael Noonan stated that the official IRA was still active, and Tony Heffernan was forced to deny any connection with or knowledge of the OIRA on behalf of the WP. In June, an acrimonious court case saw a claim that Eamon Kelly was a member of the official IRA reach the front pages of the Irish Times. Even more damagingly, in January 1984, a story broke linking the party with the printing of counterfeit £5 notes, revealing that Gardaí had searched Repsol's printing works at Gardiner Place during November and were seeking the assistance of one of the company's print staff. The WP issued a statement denying any involvement in illegality. They explained that Gardaí had visited their premises as part of a city-wide trawl through printing works and the party had given every possible assistance to them. The statement reiterated that the WP was a bona fide political party, committed to democratic policies and financed through raffles, collections and social functions as well as members' subscriptions. They stressed that no senior member of the party was missing, nor to our knowledge is anyone being sought by the police. Party members were assured that it was no coincidence that the Garda visit had come a week before the Dublin Central by-election. That rival politicians sought to embarrass the party was unquestionable. Michael Noonan's confirmation of the existence of the OIRA had come on the day the WP Ardthace commenced in Dublin, but the written question to which he was responding had been submitted 6 months before. The WP contended that attacks on the party by Magil and the New Phoenix magazine were motivated by the same people who championed the Provisionals' drive for respectability. What even the WP's enemies could not dispute was that, whether it existed or not, the official IRA was not publicly killing anybody. Meanwhile, around the same time as the Garda raid on Gardiner Place, the Provisional IRA had killed a trainee Garda and an Irish soldier in Co. Leitrim. 6 people had been killed with a bomb at Harrods in London, and members of the INLA had shot dead 3 Protestants at a gospel hall in Armagh. The party's media supporters attempted to aid the WP in shedding any hint of a violent image. In December 1983, Golding was interviewed by Mary Marr in the Irish Times. In her introduction, Marr stated that the official IRA had formally disbanded after a declaration of a ceasefire in 1972 feet. In fact, there had never been an OIRA statement of disbandment, and the Irish Times had reported on OIRA statements until 1976. Dick Walsh continued to write sympathetically on the party for the Irish Times, where he became political editor during 1985. And in 1983 Padraig Yates joined the paper as a freelance reporter. Despite continuing suspicion about Eurocommunism, formal relations were established with the French, Spanish and Italian communist parties in the early 1980s. Meanwhile, the party continued to identify with the Soviet Union. The WP mourned Soviet Premier Leonid Brezhnev on his death in November 1982 as an outstanding political leader and ardent fighter for peace, sending congratulations to his successor, Yuri Andropov. The party also publicly opposed the expulsion from Dublin of 3 Soviet diplomats accused of espionage in September 1983. As the issue of nuclear disarmament became central to superpower relations, De Rosa explained that, "We have to accept that the USSR has no vested interest in maintaining the deployment of nuclear weapons, whereas the United States had a vast military-industrial complex which depends on the continual development and production of these weapons." O'Hagan was in regular contact with the Soviets due to his chairmanship of the Irish Committee for European Security and Cooperation, a WP-run body that was linked to an international organization established to publicize Moscow's view on the arms race. The Soviet Communist Party and the WP formally established fraternal relations during 1983, and at the year's close Garland, O'Chanaith, O'Hagan and Seamus Harrison visited Moscow and Estonia at the invitation of the party. During the same year, Garland and O'Chanaith had visited North Korea. The visit had been arranged through the North Korean ambassador in Denmark, with whom the WP had been in contact for several years. North Korea had developed an ideology based around Marxism and a personality cult of its leader, Kim Il-sung, whose writings were promoted in bizarre full-page ads in the Irish Times during this period. Garland recalls, "We had all these stories about North Korea, but we met them anyway. We weren't under any illusions, but at the same time what we seen, was like there was a small country divided. It was very much isolated, blockaded economically, politically, militarily, and they were trying to do what they could themselves. We pointed out to them, for instance, putting full-page ads into the Irish Times of Kim Il-sung's thoughts was a waste of money because nobody fucking read them. They were paying £5,000. During their visit, Garland and O'Chanaith met Kim Young-nam, secretary of the Central Committee, and visited several parts of the country. Workers' Life reported that they were particularly impressed with what they saw, visiting schools, health centers and factories. Of the port of Nampo, they reported that the standard of living is quite high and the shops are well stocked, the people are well dressed, and there were no indications of the sort of poverty that we witness daily in this country. Paddy Woodworth recalls that Garland on his return was quite open about the strangeness of the Kim Il-sung regime. When Woodworth wrote an article for Workers' Life noting the more bizarre features of North Korean life, Garland admonished him, "Ah, come on now, Paddy, I'm looking for support from these people." The article was not published. In June 1984, the WP organized a visit to Ireland by the North Korean ambassador to Denmark, during which he met representatives of a number of business and semi-state enterprises. Garland visited North Korea again during the autumn of 1984, this time with Mac Giola and Seamus Lynch, meeting the "dear leader," Kim Il-sung himself. The meeting was reported in the English-language Pyongyang Times of the 29th of September. A month later the Sunday Tribune, picking up on the piece, gleefully reported that Kim had praised the WP's struggle to remove the British occupation forces from Ireland and that he was pleased that the WP had struck deep roots among the broad masses. Mac Giola was quoted as saying that, just as there was one Korea and one Korean people, so there was only one Ireland and one Irish people. Embarrassed, the WP suggested that Mac Giola's remarks were mistranslated. In February 1984, the party held a Marx Centenary Conference that featured lectures from Paul Bew, Henry Patterson, Ellen Hazelcorn, Geraghty and DeRosa. Patterson argued that the radical political break which the WP has made with the traditional positions of Irish Marxism put it in a preeminent position to make Marxism a real force in Ireland. The extent to which party members actually embraced Marxism varied. Prospective members still attended introductory classes as part of a 6-month probationary period. Many dropped out before completing it, and others were so put off by the whole process that they never commenced it. Some were deemed unsuitable, and there was particular suspicion of prospective members who had been involved in other left-wing groups. Repsol continued to hold the franchise for the distribution of Soviet literature and publications in Ireland, placing over £12,000 of orders in the 3 years after 1982, while Garland informed a Soviet contact that they had made significant advances in bringing Soviet books, magazines and records to the Irish people. Holidays to Yalta on the sun-scorched Black Sea and other parts of the USSR were available through the WP's office and were advertised in Workers' Life. The other side of solidarity with the international left was illustrated by the WP's opposition to Reagan's visit in June 1984. Widely seen as a cynical move in a U.S. election year, the visit drew large protests. The WP supported the campaign against Reagan's foreign policy, which included the CND as well as church, refugee and Latin American solidarity groups. Party members were instructed to engage in peaceful and nonviolent protest, and to avoid all contact with the rival Reagan reception campaign, as this was supported by the Provisionals and various Trotskyist groups. When Reagan addressed the Dáil, Mac Giola and DeRosa walked out in protest along with Tony Gregory. The need to mold socialist theory into practical policy in recession-hit Ireland had been the focus of the April 1984 Ard Theis. In his presidential address, Mac Giola raged against the small number of people who controlled the country's finances. He mocked Fianna Fáil for copying WP economic policies, which called for greater investment in state enterprises, and called upon Labour Party members of great integrity to recognize that their future and the country's lies with us. Garland was pleased to announce that party membership had grown by 30% in the preceding year, but this was not enough. Wexford member Dave O'Grady recalls of the Ard Theisiana of the 1980s. You had the sophisticated developed political thinkers. You had these charismatic political figures who were being promoted in the media. You had the hardline men. You had the solid working class genuine dubs. And then you had the people coming from the far-flung regions who were politically very committed and ideologically very sound but who had been working this out very much on their own, real mavericks within their own area. The effort to unite all these disparate groups into some kind of cohesive, coherent whole meant the flavor of every Ard Theis was unpredictable and the line that was to be adopted was never clear until you were actually in the middle of the weekend. There remained differing views at leadership level on how socialism would develop in Ireland. Privately Golding maintained that armed struggle is necessary for the revolution, telling a researcher during 1984, there is only one country in the world that got there, to socialism, through elections, Czechoslovakia, and only because it was surrounded by powerful neighbors. Look at Chile. Allende got in, but then got murdered. The most important role of physical force is defending gains. There is a need for a revolutionary morality. No Marxist can be against the use of force. Such views barely percolated down to the rank and file. Ordinary members often left the decisions on political direction to the leadership. As one recalls, I used to often laugh because the party went on so much about the membership owning the party. At times the membership were actually very passive. In the newer branches there were often only a few members who kept in regular contact with the party center. All splits and discussions took place at leadership level, a member recalls. You could be in the WP all your life and not know about them. Democratic centralism was like a military structure. In Leinster House, DeRosa and Mac Giola asked hundreds of written and verbal questions and put down 9 private members' bills during the 5-year life of Fitzgerald's government. Both men were widely praised for their work rate and diligence, even by the party's critics. DeRosa was named Dáil, Backbencher of the Year, by Magil, and his public struggle with a pronounced stammer was admired. The men's profile is recalled by Heffernan as hugely important to the credibility of the party. You suddenly had TDs that could be on the news. The leadership considered that the party's Dáil image was good, but feared that many voters failed to link their TDs to the WP itself. O'Hagan became closely identified with the view that the development of a separate parliamentary party would be divisive. He held that Parliament was only a prop to capitalist society, and WPTDs were not constituency representatives but delegates from the party. O'Hagan considered the walkout during Reagan's speech as a good example of the WP using the Dale to highlight revolutionary politics. Geraghty, however, reminded his colleagues that in Waterford Gallagher had lost his seat at least partially because he was seen as having neglected his constituency work. In the European elections of 1984, the WP won 4.3% of the vote in the Republic. The party had hoped for a better result, particularly in Dublin where De Geraghty took just under 7%. Liz McManus 3.1% and 45% in Leinster and Jimmy Brick only 1.1% in Connaught Ulster, described internally as a disastrous result. In Munster Sherlock won 5%, polling poorly outside of Cork. Peter Kane thought the somewhat disappointing results came about because we were negative about the EEC, despite the party's formal enthusiasm. Canvassers reported that the party was seen as anti-farmer, and by implication anti-countryside. Also worrying was the strong showing in Dublin by Sinn Féin's John Noonan, characterized by an internal WP report as an almost illiterate, unknown candidate. The report also noted that the Provies seemed to have high votes where WP votes are also high, and were taking a substantial working-class vote from us. According to Kane's figures, the WP's budget for the election was 1/5 that of the Labour Party and less than half that of Sinn Féin. It was apparent that the Irish left was still very much a minority. In The Irish People, Dick Walsh pondered the paradox. Unemployment stood at 215,000 and an estimated 1 million were living on the poverty line. Almost 500,000 workers were organized in trade unions. The Republic had a very young population, yet the left still struggled to win votes. Mac Giola complained that the media peddles Dallas and Dynasty as escapist opium, while promoting the greedy, dehumanizing ethics of so-called free enterprise. By 1984, the party realized a new youth wing was needed as nothing was being done by the IDYM. This led to the setting up of Workers' Party Youth, with branches in Belfast, Downpatrick, Dublin, Cork and Ballina. It organized concerts and fundraisers, campaigned on low pay, youth unemployment and solvent abuse, and produced an educational video entitled From Sinn Féin to the Workers' Party. Fergal Ross, De Rosa's son, would become the youth organizer. The WP also secured funding from the National Youth Council to employ Ken McHugh as Youth Development Officer. McHugh suggested that there was an opportunity to reassert party influence in the UC, reporting that it had been destroyed and discredited by Trotz and Provost. Presently the national body is so weak that it is there for the taking. Despite McHugh's ambitions, the WP was largely uninterested in student activity and the few student members it had were directed into local party work. With finance a constant problem, much of the party's social scene now revolved around events to raise money. Every meeting heard reports of unpaid printing bills, overdrafts and Irish people debts. All WP branches had to organize socials and raffles and take part in the annual national collection. Among those who performed at such fundraising events were Niall Toybin, Dermot Morgan and Ronnie Drew. Club Uí Cadéin was the focus for much of the Dublin fundraising efforts, hosting events several nights a week. It was also a place where members would gather after paper sales, marches or meetings. The club also attracted a local clientele, some of whom would not have been highly regarded in their own community, and only drank there because they were barred from other places. The growing tension between party cadres and the union hierarchies was evident at the April 1985 Ard Thace as De Geraghty made the strongest attack on the ICTU leadership at a WP event in years, describing them as pseudo-socialists to the right of Fianna Fáil on social philosophy. In part, this rhetoric reflected the decline in Smullen's influence and his long-held strategy of not antagonizing union leaders. In his presidential speech, Mac Giola connected the rise in youth crime and drug abuse to the lack of honesty, integrity and justice in Irish society. Nowhere was this more evident than in the hypocritical double-dealing that goes on all the time in Leinster House. The only long-term strategy to prevent new additions to a teenage criminal subculture was the creation of jobs and the provision of education and training via emergency state investment. He claimed that in some working-class areas the Gardaí were as mistrusted as the RUC were in the north, and called for joint action between communities and the police in tackling crime as well as an independent civilian-run Garda complaints board. Garland stressed that the growing social problems also presented an opportunity. We must be able to turn to our advantage every sign of discontent with this system, to gather and turn to the best account every protest, no matter how small. Smullen increasingly found himself on the losing side in leadership debates. An attempt in early 1985 to organize a meeting of WP activists in the building industry was stymied by a demand from Garland that it be organized through ordinary party structures. When Smullen recommended Fergus Whelan as a delegate to the WP Dublin Regional Council, his choice was roundly rejected by Garland, Kane and O'Shaughnessy as divisive. The WP performed strongly in the local elections of June 1985, winning 35 seats and 7.3% of the vote. The most impressive results came in Greater Dublin, where 9 seats were won. Mac Giola was joined on Dublin Corporation by McCartan, De Rosa, Eric Byrne, Eamon O'Brien and Andy Smith. Labour by comparison held just 2 seats on the corporation. On Dublin County Council the WP gained 2 seats, for Pat Rabbitt in Tallaght and Terry Delaney in Greenhills, and Eamon Gilmore was elected in Dun Laoghaire. 3 WP seats were won in Bray, making it the second largest party locally. The party also had 2 seats on Cork Corporation, 2 on Galway Corporation and 2 in Waterford. Sherlock polled a huge 3,441 first preferences to hold his seat on Cork County Council. Seats were also won in more than a dozen other regional towns. Fierce opposition to local service charges was one factor in WP's success. In Fermoy, Councillor Tig O'Donovan had faced jail for refusing to pay his water tax. On Waterford Corporation the WP councillors had successfully moved a motion to reject the local charges and instead raise taxes on the wealthy. In other areas members were to the fore in organizing the public burning of rates books. The WP considered that it had made water charges the tax issue, and tax the class issue. Some of the newly elected councillors, like Kathleen Lynch in Cork and Jimmy Brick in Galway, were seen as potential Dáil candidates. Lynch's election allowed the WP in the Cork South Central constituency, with 17 members, to set up 2 new branches and sell 700 Irish people a week, some 200 of them door to door. In Kildare the WP had established small branches in the towns of Maynooth, Athy and in the growing suburbs around Lakeslip. The Lakeslip branch, which Catherine Murphy joined during 1984, was highly active. There was so many issues in a place like this: fair taxation, childcare, transport. We all took it seriously. It was a mix of people with a big bunch from West Dublin, because that is where a lot of people around here are from. The Dun Laoghaire WP, which Fergus Mac Algain joined, was a real campaigning party. And that was the kind of party I was interested in, a party that had people at its heart. You were actually doing something for people rather than sitting in a room or office and discussing what you would like to do for people. In Ballybrack 17-year-old Stephen Lewis would normally be told to get his parents when canvassers found he was too young to vote, but when Gerrity and Gilmore called to his house during the 1985 campaign they engaged him in discussion. Lewis, on the dole, listening to the Smiths and watching Britain being turned into a police state during the miners' strike, was open to left-wing politics. The fact that Gilmore had an interest in my opinions also made me think, this is the party. The results renewed confidence in the party, as an activist recalls. People were of the view if we keep this up we will outstrip the Labour Party. We felt that we were harder working and more pertinent to the working class. The election successes had come despite a number of local problems. In Waterford a split within the local organisation, partly connected to members taking opposing sides in an inter-union docks dispute, had caused a number of activists, led by Mick Dunphy, to form a rival Waterford People's Party, which contested the local elections and had a councillor elected. In Mallow the party leadership felt that there were 2 council seats to be won, but Sherlock had refused to accept a running mate, arguing that it was vital for him to poll ahead of Fianna Fáil's Ned O'Keefe in order to put himself in the running for the next general election. At a meeting to discuss the issue he threatened to resign if the party fielded 2 candidates, and Garland concluded that Sherlock's sole aim seems to be to win a Dáil seat for himself. Despite what the leadership considered his disgraceful attitude, and his use of a clique to attain total power and control in the local party, Sherlock eventually got his way. While the WP had taken votes from Labour, the overall left vote had not increased at all. Dick Spring reacted bitterly to the election results, writing to the RTE Authority alleging that the Labour Party had been subject to attacks by a group whose values on democracy and free speech would hardly commend themselves to the Irish people. Labour also made a complaint about Today Night's coverage of the elections to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission, alleging WP influence. Spring did not even bother to reply to letters from the WP urging discussions on a joint left strategy. In most urban areas the WP were still well ahead of Sinn Féin. The one exception came in Dublin Central, where Christy Burke beat White to a council seat. The Sinn Féin success was largely due to Burke's association with the anti-drugs movement, with the provost now providing physical support for campaigns against dealers. Jerry Doherty was worried, suggesting that the WP were now perceived as an establishment party in the inner city. There was no doubt that the party was fully aware of the scale of the heroin problem. The Irish People had carried a sympathetic interview with the Concerned Parents Against Drugs, CPAD, in Fatima Mansions, and the paper's former editor Padraig Yates co-authored Smack, a vivid account of heroin's spread through the capital, published in 1985. Action against drugs pushers was popular, and De Rosa conceded that the Provost's activity was winning them votes, but he argued that the WP also had to go after the working class vote, which is going to Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. There were also those who did not wish to compete with the Provost for support and who expressed distaste at the anti-drug campaign. Paddy Gillen argued in Workers' Life that Sinn Féin was recruiting from the traditional reserve army of reaction, and that the CPAD anthem, "Build a Bonfire," contained more than a hint of incipient fascism. There was an obvious lumpen complexion to Sinn Féin, and if economic conditions worsened, the consequent growth in the Lumpenproletariat will encourage a more overt expression of fascism by the Provisionals. Mike Jennings recognized that the CPAD did us an enormous amount of damage, but felt that the WP had to oppose glorified vigilantism. It was the correct position ethically but short-sighted politically. The stated position of the CPAD was that you did not involve the guards. We were saying, how the fuck do you oppose criminality and not involve the guards? Fingless activist John O'Neill recalls what he feels was a strategic mistake. We should have had pickets on Garda stations, highlighted the issue but directed it away from vigilantism, but we disengaged. There was a real problem for working class people, and we said because the provosts are involved we're not going to get involved. An internal party information leaflet for WP candidates outlined points to make when the issue of crime arose on the doorsteps. There were no instant solutions to crime. Unemployment and poverty were factors. Businessmen can rip off £2 million and go scot-free. If you rob a car you go to jail. But we must be very strong against crime which involves personal injury or attacks on old people, etc. The WP opposed greater powers of arrest and detention for the Gardaí contained in a proposed criminal justice bill. Noting the suspicious death in custody of a man in Co. Cavan during 1982 and accusations that the Gardaí had forced confessions from people, the party argued that new Garda powers put the innocent at risk. In late 1985 the party in Dublin found an issue that gained it widespread publicity. WP councillors moved a resolution calling for a ban on slot machines in casinos. The idea had not actually been discussed before Eric Byrne, its originator, put it forward at the corporation, but once it gained momentum the party took it up with gusto. The WP argued that the proliferation of these machines helped create misery in areas blighted by unemployment, with families facing slot machine extortion. The party placed pickets on casinos, and eventually Dublin Corporation voted to refuse to grant licenses to the gaming machine operators, despite strong opposition from Fine Gael. In Co. Dublin, however, both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael councillors bowed to pressure from the casino owners to stop the attempt by the Workers' Party to undermine private enterprise. The campaign was also tried, with varying degrees of success, in Bray, Waterford and Cork. While a small matter in comparison to the drugs crisis, the slot machine campaign offered local branches a populist issue on which to increase their visibility. So-called moral issues continued to cause problems for the government. In the Dáil, De Rosa and Mac Giola supported the coalition's family planning bill, which legalized the sale of contraceptives to those aged over 18, despite reservations about its limited nature. Another key social policy concern of the WP was the push for a referendum to end the constitutional ban on divorce, a cause that had been officially adopted at the 1982 Ard Fèis. A divorce bill put forward by the party in 1983 had only won the support of one other TD, Tony Gregory. De Rosa stated in early 1986 that divorce was the most important social and family law issue facing Irish society, with an estimated 70,000 broken marriages and no right to remarry. The coalition finally introduced its own divorce bill, and the summer of 1986 saw another bitter referendum. The government was split, with several Labour and Fine Gael TDs opposed to divorce, while Fianna Fáil, in theory neutral, in effect campaigned against the bill. The Catholic hierarchy made clear their opposition. The anti-divorce campaign effectively utilized fear about the effects of legalization on poor families, propaganda that was not countered by the divorce lobby. The WP campaigned under the slogan, "Civil divorce is a civil right," and were later acknowledged by the Divorce Action Campaign as, in some areas, effectively the only representatives of the Yes campaign. The party leafleted 20 major towns, from Tullow to Donegal, and campaigned on the issue in all but 2 constituencies, but the amendment was comfortably defeated, with 538,279 voting for and 935,844 against. In Dublin, significantly, the vote was narrowly in favour of divorce. The WP argued, optimistically, that the results showed that there is an increasing number of people willing to make up their own minds and not be dictated to by the church. This is progress. But the party also acknowledged that some of our own supporters voted no. In the referendum's aftermath, local branches were instructed to ask those who had cooperated with them in the campaign to join the WP. The bifurcation between the movement's northern and southern branches became more pronounced during the 1980s. SAST WP became increasingly hostile to irredentism and more deeply involved in mainstream southern politics that was often far removed from the experience of the North. Many southern members admired their comrades in the North. "We were in awe of Belfast. They made us fucking stronger. You have to take your hat off to these people." Members who went there found canvassing both nationalist and loyalist areas an invigorating experience. Lucia O'Neill recalls that in Belfast, the hospitality was unreal, probably because they didn't have many friends. They were real characters, really enjoyable. But there were others who expressed the growing southern alienation from all things northern. Eric Byrne's attitude was, "Cut them off. We didn't want to know them. We didn't want Northern Irish people to come down and help us campaign because they were an embarrassment to us, their northern accents. We didn't want people to identify them with the WP." Another Dublin activist remembered, "Quite honestly, I would be afraid of some of them. They were big, rough men. They were so bad that they could not let them knock on doors. They'd done posturing but were never allowed to canvass." By the mid-1980s, the party's image had undergone significant changes. Most branches were no longer named after Republican icons. Although socialism now clearly took precedence over republicanism in the party's ideology, a strong commitment to the older concept was still expressed by some. Easter commemorations continued to be held at Kilmainham Jail in Dublin, in Cork and Waterford. Members marched to Bodenstown every June, although now only in their hundreds. Selling Easter lilies remained party policy, though some felt that the practice should be abandoned. Any branch that did not sell lilies was told to make up the funds in other ways. Members were reminded of the party's heritage by the honoring of veterans at Ard Thaisiana. There continued to be varying views on the Irish language and the GAA, with some resenting any expression of what they saw as nationalism. On the other hand, some Dublin members established a Cumann Gaelic, which organized trips to Rathcairn in the Meath Gaeltacht. The most pressing issue concerning the WP, Republican heritage, continued to be allegations of official IRA activity. In late 1985, Labour Minister Rory Quinn told Hot Press that he believed that the OIRA existed and that its Army Council had an influence over the leadership of the WP. The WP countered that Quinn was whipping up a Red Scare to cover up his party's appalling record in government. Worse was to come in March 1986 when a Today Tonight special examined the funding of paramilitary organizations in the North. The first segment of the 90-minute program dealt with the Provisional IRA, INLA and Loyalist groups. The second concentrated on the official IRA's connections to racketeering in the building industry, forgery and fraud. RUC Chief Superintendent Bertie McCaffrey was shown stating that it was the OIRA that had started off paramilitary involvement in racketeering and that they were still very, very active in that sphere. McCaffrey added that he believed some of this revenue was going towards the political end of things. SDLP politician Brian Feeney charged that the official IRA is engaged in the same activities as the Bolsheviks were before 1917. When Stalin was in charge of raising money for them, it was considered perfectly legitimate, before 1917, to stage robberies. They were called revolutionary expropriations. As no Southern WP figure was prepared to take part, Seamus Lynch appeared at short notice on a link from Belfast to respond to the allegations. A visibly nervous and annoyed Lynch alleged that the program was the result of internal RTE politics. He stated that the program's presenter, Pat Cox, was on the verge of joining the newly formed Progressive Democrats. Producer Mick McCarthy was a Republican sympathizer, and researcher Fintan Cronin had been seen in the company of known provosts in Belfast. Lynch denied any knowledge of the official IRA and said anyone with evidence of illegality should contact the police. Mac Giola suggested to the Irish press that the program certainly gave the lie to suggestions about all the influence the Workers' Party is supposed to have in RTE, and contended that it was motivated by Spring's threats against the station after the local elections. An internal WP report alleged that following Spring's 1985 criticisms, producer David Blake Knox had been removed from Today Tonight and replaced by Mick McCarthy. Program makers with strong personal ties to the Labour Party had demanded a program linking the WP to racketeering. It was felt that it had been made clear to Joe Mulholland that if he wanted his own career to progress within the station, he was going to have to deliver. It was claimed that Belfast provosts had acted as researchers and spotters for the program makers. Another internal report alleged that a youth featured in the program as a victim of an OIRA punishment beating had in fact been assaulted by the provosts. When Pat Cox was appointed General Secretary of the Progressive Democrats shortly afterwards, Eamon Gilmore asked, "If RTE allows the General Secretary of the Progressive Democrats to make a program about the Workers' Party, will they now accord the same opportunity to Sean Garland to make a program on the Progressive Democrats?" Many were happy to believe that the program was a hatchet job, but not all party members were mollified. Councillor Christy Kinahan and a number of those who had recently joined the party in Tipperary resigned, arguing that Today Tonight's accusations had not been adequately dealt with. Internally, it was claimed that Kinahan had actually left because he was upset over failing to be picked as Dáil candidate for the general election. The Broadcasting Complaints Commission rejected the WP's criticisms of the program. The Today Tonight program appeared a week before the 1986 Ard Thace. De Rosa told delegates that members were seething at Arte's outrageous smear. In his presidential address, Mac Giola took another approach, saying that despite the program being an attempt to stand truth on its head, he was proud that our party had achieved a position in our society where it was seen by our enemies as a real threat. He said the WP had deadly enemies in the leadership of the Labour Party, because they have abandoned Larkin and Connolly and they hate us for exposing this. More surprisingly, he also took the opportunity to welcome the formation of the Progressive Democrats as it set down clear lines of battle where friend and foe are more easily identified. Despite the party leadership's claims to be unaffected by allegations of links to criminal activity, those opposed to the WP were aware that the exposés were causing unease. In late 1986, the Sunday Tribune, edited by Vincent Brown, ran a feature on the official IRA over 2 issues. It contained new material on links between Dublin criminals and the OIRA as well as on racketeering in the North. The WP informed their members that the articles were an attempt to discredit them with a general election in the offing. For many party members, such revelations were far removed from their experience. One Dun Leary member recalls that, "My view on it was that the ruling class was trying to undermine us, because we were developing in working class areas." The WP leadership did not have to try very hard to convince their members that media exposés of the official IRA were politically motivated. In January 1987, the government fell when Labour withdrew its votes from the coalition over proposed budget cuts. The following general election campaign was dominated by debate about how to solve the economic crisis. Fine Gael and the Progressive Democrats were adamant that public spending cuts and fiscal rectitude were necessary. The PDs, with their monetarist agenda, were the media's election sensation. Fianna Fáil rejected what they described as the Thatcherite policies of both Fine Gael and the PDs and campaigned under the slogan, "Health cuts hurt the old, the sick and the handicapped." The WP concentrated on presenting a real alternative to the Labour Party. In Galway, the WP made it clear that they did not want supporters to give transfers to Labour's Michael D. Higgins. Despite his anti-coalition stance and left-wing reputation, he was not to be allowed to pose as pro-working class on the doorstep. Prior to the election, the ITGWU leadership had stated that officials of the union who stood as candidates would have to give up their jobs if elected, a move that the WP claimed was aimed at the 4 ITGWU officials who were standing as WP candidates: Rabbitte, Gilmore, Mike Jennings and Seamus Rogers. In the past, several ITGWU officials had become Labour TDs and had been granted leave of absence. Dan Spring had been on leave from the ITGWU from 1943 until his death in 1981. The WP fielded 28 candidates and produced 75,000 posters, 120,000 general leaflets and 2 million canvas leaflets. Mike Jennings recalls, "Dick Spring said, 'Who are these fellas? We seem to be everywhere, harrying the Labour Party big time.'" Their party political broadcast was widely considered the strongest of the campaign. Scripted by Owen Harris and based on the Mastermind quiz show, it featured Jimmy Mackin, a redundant worker, who was questioned about Fine Gael's economic policy. Mackin answered that it was to attack the poor before the election, while Fianna Fáil's economic policy was to attack the poor after the election. Asked where the WP would make cuts, he answered, "In profits, in wealthy tax dodgers' income, in subsidies to fly-by-night firms." What was party policy on tax dodgers? New institutions, the kind of ones with high walls around them. The party's aim was a country without poverty, people with pride in their work, a kind of country no young person would want to leave. The WP also tried to address their negative image in rural areas, removing a reference to farm subsidies from the text of the election broadcast. The Irish People carried an interview with Irish Creamery Milk Suppliers Association leader Donald Murphy, who argued in favor of a land tax and for a clear policy on farmer taxation, not least so that the problems relating to the urban-rural divide in taxation are sorted out. On election day, the biggest story was the great success of the Progressive Democrats, a party consisting largely of Fianna Fáil defectors who ran on a pro-market, anti-corruption platform and took 14 seats in their first general election, mainly at the expense of Fine Gael. The WP won 4 seats, with Mac Giola and De Rosa re-elected, Joe Sherlock regaining the seat he had lost in Cork East, and Pat McCartan taking the last seat in Dublin North East after a nail-biting contest with Charles Haughey's son Sean. The party gained 3.8% of the poll nationally, an improvement of half a percentage point over the previous general election. The WP vote in Dublin now exceeded that of Labour, which was badly punished for its part in the coalition government and received its worst vote nationally since 1933. Also satisfying for the WP was the fact that Sinn Féin had performed very badly, despite its decision to take seats if elected. According to one survey, 60% of WP voters were under 35 years of age, and 77% were manual workers or unemployed. Both figures were the highest of any party represented in the Dáil. WP voters were also 3 times more likely to live in local authority housing than the average voter. The party's candidates, in contrast, were mostly professionals, and concerns about the class backgrounds of candidates were particularly to the fore for industrial department cadres, a group that had done much to attract some of these professionals into the party in the first place. New TD Pat McCartan continued to be a key target of their workerist ire. The fact that McCartan had joined a yacht club in Dun Laoghaire was a source of great embarrassment to many WP members. McCartan would repeatedly fail to gain election to the Ard Chomhairley and be the subject of continued internal sniping. The left was still very weak, with the combined vote for the WP, Labour and Jim Kemmy's DSP just 10%. Despite Labour's setbacks, the party still held 12 seats, and the WP's vote in Dublin had increased by only 7,633 since 1982. There was a sense that a chance for a major electoral breakthrough had been missed. Peter Kane argued that, "There can be no doubt that the general public believe we did very well by doubling our seats. This can also be interpreted as an indication of how marginal we were thought to be prior to the poll." Fianna Fáil fell just shy of winning a majority of seats, but in the absence of any mathematically and politically viable alternative, it eventually formed a minority government. Initially, there had been speculation that Haughey would again seek the support of independents or even the WPTDs. On the question of whom the WP would vote for as Taoiseach, Garland suggested that Fianna Fáil had been progressive in some respects, such as their opposition to the privatization of semi-state companies. But after Haughey stated that he would implement 90% of the Fine Gael budget once in office, De Rosa made clear that this was 90% too much. Instead, the party voted against both Haughey and Fitzgerald for Taoiseach and suggested that as the Conservative parties were a majority, they should come together and allow a left-right divide to emerge. They also called for a united left approach in the Dáil with Labour and Kemmy of the DSP. Despite the often bitter rivalry at local level and the oft-stated desire to replace Labour as the leading party of the left, there was a recognition within the WP that this was not going to happen anytime soon. With Labour out of government, the WP's attacks on the party might well become counterproductive and alienate potential support. Furthermore, the hostility of large sections of the Labour Party to the WP meant that if Labour, as in the past, refused cooperation, then they and not the WP would be seen as blocking left-wing unity. Garland told in Dublin magazine that any realignment had to include the Labour Party. A united left approach is going to secure some kind of benefit all around. But some within the WP were less keen on an alliance with Labour. Pat Rabbitte argued that Dick Spring could easily join one of the Conservative parties. In any case, it soon became clear that Labour were not interested. Kemmy was also wary regarding the WP's answers to his questions on their relationship to the official IRA as inadequate. Although the other left independent, Tony Gregory, was keen on an alliance, the WP were hostile. A WP election leaflet in Dublin Central had accused him of having a pact with the provost and of being irrelevant on national issues. Gregory eventually abstained on the vote for Taoiseach, seeing Haughey as the lesser evil. In a complete abandonment of their election manifesto, Fianna Fáil in April 1987 implemented what the Irish Independent called the toughest, strictest budget in a decade, introducing drastic cuts, particularly in health. Later that month at the WP Ard Face, the cuts mania was roundly condemned. Mac Giola sensed the growth of a new and ugly abuse of the poor, unmarried mothers and the unemployed in a deliberate campaign to divide the working class. What once wouldn't be whispered for charity's sake is now snarled openly by people who are bewildered and desperate for solutions to their own problems. Blame the poor, blame those on welfare, cut them off, make them do useless work for the dole, let them take the boat. The Irish business class were hell-bent on destroying state assets through privatization and dragging Ireland into NATO. He singled out independent newspapers owner Tony O'Reilly and the privateers and destroyers of the PDs as key assistants in this project. The health cutbacks provoked widespread protests by nurses. In June, 40,000 demonstrators in Dublin were addressed by Rabbitte and Day Garrity. The issue provided opportunities for WP branches to renew street activity. There were pickets of Fianna Fáil TD's clinics and a series of public meetings and petitions to build on the anger over the cuts. The WP hoped that disillusion over Fianna Fáil's conversion to Thatcherism would cut into the ruling party's working-class base. During the autumn of 1987, Fine Gael leader Alan Dukes pledged that his party would not bring down the government while it continued its economic policies, in recognition of the dire state of the economy and the need to confront this. The Irish people, in contrast, argued that Fine Gael was supporting the government because Fianna Fáil are implementing basically what are Fine Gael policies with the support of that party and the benign neutrality of the PDs. Meanwhile, the WP took a considerably more benign view of another exercise in economic consensus building. In October 1987, a program for national recovery was agreed after discussions between the ICTU, employers, farmers and the government, the beginning of social partnership in Ireland. Included within the PNR was a commitment to pay rises for public service workers close to inflation level and a 1-hour decrease in the working week. Labour was highly critical of the deal, Spring describing it as a con trick in which pay rises would be offset by public sector job losses and further cutbacks. This in part reflected the acrimony that had developed between Labour and the unions during the coalition years. The WP, in contrast, cautiously welcomed the PNR as a significant if modest advance, and compared it with the Fine Gael Labour government's refusal to talk to the trade union movement in this way. If some of the promises about tax reform and job creation were vague, the trade union movement at least deserved credit for diverting Fianna Fáil from an undiluted Thatcherite approach in certain areas. The deal won the support of ICTU despite the opposition of a majority of its constituent unions. The bloc votes of the ITGWU and the Federated Workers' Union of Ireland made the difference at an ICTU special delegate conference. The WP's trade union officials had been crucial to pushing for a yes vote within ICTU, reflecting the party's long-standing support for centralized agreements that allowed class demands to be made on a national basis. Garrity recalls, "We had a totally failing capitalism, high unemployment, high immigration, high inflation, so how were we going to swing things around? Localized collective bargaining, which could only deal with wages in particular plants, was not in my view a real long-term option for us. So I was very much an advocate that we would get in with government and employers, and start playing out an agenda that we would do X and Y provided A, B, and C was delivered." Those in favor of the PNR explicitly warned that the Irish trade unions would be marginalized as the unions in Britain had been if they did not accept the deal. The WP's trade union influence was strongest among full-time officials who were very keen to avoid the unions being sidelined. Nevertheless, there was considerable opposition within the unions, with some arguing the leadership had been snookered by Haughey. The WP, which claimed 3,000 members in 1987, launched a new recruitment campaign that year aimed at creating a mass party. Every WP voter was to be treated as a potential member. Building greater membership would have taken some of the pressure off hard-pressed activists. Mike Jennings recalls being out 6 nights a week and Saturday and Sunday mornings on party business, but would also inevitably have altered the character of a party in which a member who did only 1 night's work a week was considered inactive. There was meanwhile a realization that a new generation of leaders would have to come to the fore. In September 1987, the 63-year-old Mac Giola announced that he was stepping down as party president, after a quarter of a century. Even traditionally hostile papers paid tribute, the Irish press noting his courage in helping to bring about the transition from gun to ballot, and the Irish Independent praising his dignity. His position would be contested by Vice Presidents De Rosa and Sherlock. Among the international observers who had attended the April 1987 Ard Thais was Igor Sokolov, representing the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Sokolov's party had recently embarked on a program of rapid change. Mikhail Gorbachev had been elected CPSU General Secretary in March 1985. Worried by the stagnation of the Soviet economy and society, he had embarked upon a dramatic reform agenda. By early 1987, it was already clear that Gorbachev was a very different figure from his predecessors, and a more positive view of the USSR had begun to develop in the West. The coming to power of Gorbachev coincided with a solidifying of WP-CPSU relations. In early 1986, Garland had again attended the CPSU Congress in Moscow, and in May 1987, De Rosa, Garland and O'Hagan visited Moscow to meet the Soviet Committee for European Security and Cooperation. Later that year, Eugene Legudin of the CPSU Central Committee visited Ireland on a tour organized by the WP, which included a public meeting in Dublin where he lectured on the progress of the Soviet reforms. Inside the WP there was near universal enthusiasm for the changes taking place in the Soviet Union. Garland reported in December 1987 how, since April 1985 there has been a continuous campaign to eradicate corruption, bureaucracy and stagnation in all areas of Soviet life, with officials now speaking openly about the wasted years under Brezhnev. The breadth and depth of perestroika could be gauged from Gorbachev's speeches, and while there were fears that the process might still be halted, wide support had been mobilized for it within the CPSU. Relations were also maintained with North Korea. During 1986, DeRosa and Garland had gone to Pyongyang for a conference on nuclear disarmament, traveling via Moscow where they also spent a number of days. DeRosa claims to have been unimpressed by the Asian country, a completely unreal society and unreal situation, where people were basically treated as children not as adults at all, but he understood the WP's relationship with North Korea as part of making friends with the party in the Soviet Union. The Soviets for their part also analyzed the WP. In the view of the second secretary at the Dublin embassy, D.S. Molodtsov, there were two major tendencies within the WP, Marxist-Leninist, and social democratic. Since the WP had crystallized from the left wing of Sinn Féin, a petty bourgeois nationalist party, where Marxists played a certain, but not dominant role, it was not yet a fully communist party. And R. Jarity, probably a reference to De Jarity, was described as the chief ideologist of the social democratic wing, Garland as a buffer between the two wings, O'Hagan as a cementing unit, and O'Chanaith as a solid Marxist. As violence increased in Northern Ireland during 1987, there was also increasing tension with the Provos in the south. In September, DeRosa called for people in Finglas to shun Sinn Féin after the killing of a local man accused of being an informer. In November, the killing of 11 Protestants attending a Remembrance Day ceremony in Enniskillen, most of whom were old-age pensioners, had a major impact on Southern attitudes to Republican violence. In Dublin, 50,000 people signed a book of condolence for the dead and there was a minute's silence observed across the state. Within the WP it was noted that, post-Enniskillen we are in a new era. The party's task was to make the most of it, and give revulsion at the carnage of political significance. The WP proposed a motion in Dublin Corporation calling on all paramilitary groups to end their campaigns. It was passed unanimously. 4 days after the Enniskillen atrocity, Owen Harris distributed a document, titled Television and Terrorism, among WP members and colleagues in RTE. He argued that the ongoing campaign against Section 31 of the Broadcasting Act was led by three groups. A tiny tantrum of liberals who believed in absolute freedom of speech, middle-class, hush-puppy, broadcasters who supported the Provos, and honest, journalists who believed abolishing Section 31 would undermine the paramilitaries by depriving them of a grievance and allowing journalists to question them directly on the national airwaves. Harris argued that, because a leaky national consensus on political violence, the Provos can draw and often win any such interview, even if the interview takes place within minutes of film of the most appalling atrocity. His defense of Section 31 was shared by many of the party's members in RTE, but not by the WP itself. In March, McCartan had put down a Dale motion seeking to annul Section 31, arguing that it remained an undemocratic measure. Tony Heffernan responded to Harris by writing an internal WP analysis that argued that while the party's policy on scrapping Section 31 and replacing it with anti-incitement legislation was not perfect, it was better than supporting more censorship, which could be extended to those who advocate strikes, or advocates of class conflict. Section 31 also offered the Provos a chance to complain about their martyrdom. But Heffernan suggested that the WP should not campaign on the issue because there is nothing politically to be gained for us in adopting a high profile on it, any election canvasser will confirm that it is not an issue that is raised on the doorsteps to any extent at all. He worried that the Harris document had unhelpfully resurrected the whole controversy about alleged WP influence in RTE. In an In Dublin interview around this time, Harris outlined his philosophy, arguing that Michael McDowell, of the Progressive Democrats, comes on television and in the language of fiscal rectitude can condemn a couple with 6 kids to semi-starvation for the rest of their lives. That phrase, fiscal rectitude, covers up crimes against humanity. There should be a concerned parents against Michael McDowell. On recurring accusations of OIRA activity, he claimed that there is a big distinction between embezzlement and fraud, on the one hand, and mass murder on the other. You have to put robbery in a social context and it's not number 1 on my list of heinous crimes. He also suggested that any working-class party that doesn't have a theory of force is in trouble. I joined a revolutionary Republican organization. There was a good chance of the working class getting state power in Ireland, but I don't believe that we will be allowed to do it peacefully. Within RTE, the party's cadres were under pressure. Jerry Gregg had already been embroiled in a row over a Today Night special produced by him on the history of Fianna Fáil. John Caden, now producing and editing the Gay Byrne radio show, was in dispute with the Federated Workers' Union of Ireland over his role during a strike in October 1987. Harris himself had resigned from the FWUI after Enniskillen, claiming that the union in RTE was not sufficiently opposed to the Provisionals campaign. Harris and Gregg were already preparing for a future beyond the station, establishing an independent production company called Iskra, after Lenin's newspaper in pre-revolutionary Russia. Among the company's first productions was a documentary on the life of Conor Cruise O'Brien. Iskra also began production of a series called Workers' Lives detailing the social and cultural history of Irish labour. Relations with the anti-drugs movement, always tense because of the involvement of the Provisionals and WP skittishness about vigilantism, deteriorated further in 1987 and 1988. De Rosa described the concerned parents against drugs as being similar to the Ku Klux Klan, and named a CPAD activist as a provisional IRA member in the Dáil. There were angry scenes at meetings in Finglas and Ballymun when the WP gave out leaflets denouncing CPAD as a Provo front, and demanded speaking rights for De Rosa as local TD. At one meeting he successfully addressed the crowd despite an attempt to physically push him off the platform. Another difficult issue on the ground was relations between the traveling and SELD communities. The WP called for funding for serviced halting sites, recognizing that the expansion of unofficial sites led to friction with the local community. The Workers' Party youth worked with the Dublin Young Travellers Development and Education Group in Dublin, and Club Uí Cadéin hosted Travellers Rock and Roll Nights. In Finglas, members managed to prevent a meeting, called over complaints about local travellers, becoming a march on their halting site. A member present at the meeting recalls, "The people we were asking to vote for us, the same people, wanted to hang travellers. We wouldn't leave, we kept explaining to people this isn't the fucking answer. I take my fucking hat off to De Rosa, people roared and shouted and were spitting at him and us, but we never got physical, we stood our ground and got up one after another and said our piece." De Rosa managed to defuse the situation, making clear that the council was ultimately responsible for the problem. In Navan, Seamus McDonough was split open when hit by a stone while interceding in a row between local people and travellers. De Rosa, who easily defeated Sherlock in the election for party president, told the 1988 Ard Thace that he was calling on Dick Spring to sit down and talk about how we can defend the working class of this island. If Labour's leader did not respond, the WP would not stand around waiting. "We will drive forward whether he wants to come with us or not." De Rosa warned that socialism was under vicious attack, even in those societies where our comrades have won victories. The WP had to confront reaction on the streets, in the factories, at the dole queues, in the colleges, in the universities, in the media, wherever we are presented with the opportunity to deal deadly blows at the vicious criminal immorality of capitalism. Mac Giola used his final presidential address to compare Ireland with the USSR. "We are regularly told that we have freedoms here which they haven't got in the Soviet Union. One is freedom of movement. Our young people are currently availing fully of this at the rate of at least 30,000 a year. We also, of course, have freedom of the press, if you own a press. Soviet citizens have a right to free and immediate medical care, but Irish citizens who have the money have the right to jump to the head of the queue. It is the same with education. Free in the Soviet Union. Available here in full only to the rich. Whatever restrictions there were in the Soviet Union on individual freedoms are fast disappearing as Mikhail Gorbachev leads an unstoppable surge towards freedom of expression, criticism and movement." Numerous international communist observers were present, and East German President Erich Honecker sent warm greetings, wishing the WP every success in your discussions. The PLO provided the Ard Thace's main guest speaker. Observers noted how little open discussion took place at the conference, though there were sharp exchanges on the issue of abortion referral. A motion that would have pledged the party to assist a woman with an unwanted pregnancy in whatever action she decides to take, was opposed by several delegates, including Joe Sherlock. One argued it would be disastrous for the WP to be seen as pro-abortion. After the Ard Thace, De Rosa began a tour of WP branches north and south to review the organization's strengths and weaknesses. Following the Ard Thace, Making Sense was launched. It was a new, political and cultural review, edited by Paddy Gillen, filling the gap left by the demise of Workers' Life. In the first issue, in response to a question on whether the official IRA had finally disbanded, De Rosa dismissively replied, "When did Fianna Fáil disband its army? When did Labour disband the Citizen Army?" De Rosa also held talks with Dick Spring on left-wing unity. The WP's call for more cooperation with Labour was not universally approved of inside the party, but the leadership argued that while the primary task was building the WP, the influence of socialism could be extended by cooperation with other, principled organizations. This cooperation had to be handled very carefully, on issues that united those opposed to Thatcherism, Haugheyism and terrorism. Happily for the party in Waterford, the breach with the People's Party was finally healed in May, with Councillor Martin O'Regan rejoining along with his supporters, giving the WP 3 seats on the corporation. The WP had also begun to see growth in the Greater Dublin area. Leixlip, Co. Kildare, had a population of 15,000 people living in what Making Sense described as modern housing estates tacked on to an old village centre. In 1988 it attained town commission status, and in the subsequent election for town commissioners the WP won 21% of the vote and had its two candidates, Catherine Murphy and Colm Purcell, elected. The WP had developed a strong profile in the town, campaigning for regular public transport and facilities in areas where they had built houses and nothing else. De Rosa argued that the Leixlip results showed a new potential for the left. Most of the town's residents were homeowners, yet the WP and Labour combined had taken 40% of the vote there. He stressed that Gorbachev in the Soviet Union was showing that socialism needed a shake-up from within, and it was also time for innovative and imaginative change. There were suggestions that the WP should begin to seek votes outside its traditional base. Some felt a ceiling was being reached in working-class areas. The votes weren't there, because 50% of the council estates would vote Fianna Fáil anyway, regardless of what they did or did not do. In Dún Laoghaire Gilmore became involved in resident associations in the upwardly mobile estates of Blackrock, and the party began to see some return for effort in these areas. In Making Sense, Gilmore argued that many people felt that the WP offered a gloomy stereotype of a people's republic. Socialists had to reassess some of their strategies given the high rate of home ownership in the republic and the facts that many workers had private health insurance. And most parents valued the contribution made by the churches to their children's education. The discussions were influenced by the party's view of the rapid changes in Eastern Europe. Visits by WP members to the USSR were now regular, and travel arrangements were usually made, and sometimes subvented, by the Soviet embassy in Dublin. Some members took courses at the Lenin International School and the higher education institutes in Moscow. In October 1987, Garland and De O'Hagan met representatives of the Chinese Communist Party as guests of the CPSU at the 70th anniversary celebrations of the Bolshevik Revolution in Moscow. The Chinese explained the opening up of the Chinese economy while stressing that they intended to remain a socialist society, and agreed to send a delegation to the 1988 WP Ardfase. There were also meetings with representatives of the Syrian and Japanese communists. In July 1988, De Rosa and O'Hagan attended a disarmament conference in East Germany addressed by Honecker. Talks between Garland, O'Hagan and Zadam Zagladim, the head of the CPSU International Department, led to an invitation to any WP member who required medical treatment not available in Ireland to apply to the USSR for it. O'Hagan reported on developments at the CPSU conference in July 1988. Gorbachev had delivered a tough, frank message on the problems that conservative managerial methods posed to continuing reform. There were clashes at the conference when Boris Yeltsin, considered too diligent in attacking the city's bureaucracy, was heckled by anti-perestroika elements. During the same year, a delegation from the North Korean Workers' Party visited Dublin at the WP's invitation. Led by Kim Yong-sun, a director of the International Affairs Department, the Koreans hoped that their visit would contribute to further strengthening friendship and cooperation between our two parties. A WP delegation that included Garland, O'Hagan and Seamus Harrison traveled to North Korea, via Moscow, in September 1988 to witness celebrations of the 40th anniversary of its revolution. A huge series of commemorations and parades took place, partly to upstage the South Koreans, who were staging the Olympic Games. The WP delegation met with President Kim Il-sung and his son and heir apparent, Kim Jong-il. In January 1989, with a European election looming, unemployment at over 240,000 and 40,000 people emigrating per year, De Rosa again raised the prospect of left unity, suggesting a rainbow coalition of the WP, Labour, the Democratic Socialists, and church and campaigning groups. Labour was again wary, its conference ruling out alliances with the WP. The WP welcomed the proposed amalgamation of the ITGWU and FWUI into a new union, to be Ireland's largest. FWUI leader Billy Attlee was considered much less hostile to the WP than some of his ITGWU counterparts. As the WP prepared for its 1989 Ardfase, intended to showcase the party's European election campaign, the media noted a whiff of perestroika. The RDS delegates were surprised at the extent of the shift articulated in De Rosa's presidential address, to which Harris had contributed. De Rosa began by describing the vast upheavals in the Soviet Union as a great movement of socialist renewal and regeneration, and went on to stress the need to challenge some sacred cows at home. In economic terms, it is clear that the people of this country do not at this time want public ownership of the means of production. They want a market system. If that is what they want, we will not stand in their way. Socialism as we see it is not anti-market, anti-enterprise or anti-individual. Work will be well rewarded and the lazy penalized. That means dull spongers as well as tax dodgers, short-day shirkers as well as bosses. The WP would support public ownership only when the public wants to own something. Some people, De Rosa acknowledged, will find such a statement surprising from a socialist party. That is only one of the surprises we have in store for capitalism in Ireland. Because the last thing a certain kind of capitalist wants is a socialist party which believes in enterprise and energy. Yet De Rosa also stressed that capitalism, with its emphasis on the price of everything, distorts our lives and our relationship with each other and with our world, and ended his speech by declaring, "Capitalism, comrades, must be tamed, caged and starved until it withers away." The WP's ambition was to become the principal socialist opposition party in Ireland by 1992 and to prepare for government by 2000. De Rosa's embrace of market socialism and use of terms like social democracy and dull spongers shocked many activists who had had no inkling that such change was in the offing, though Harris had first outlined some of its themes at a party education seminar in Belfast the previous summer. Reading it beforehand, Heffernan had warned De Rosa there was likely to be a hostile reaction. Some felt that the party president had been mesmerized by Harris. De Rosa himself felt the speech was part of taking the WP on to the next stage of its evolution. "I knew it would ruffle feathers. The party had elected me and I had an obligation to lead the party in the direction which I thought they wanted to go, and in which I had an obligation to lead them." The speech provoked a strident critique in Making Sense, where Ellen Hazelcorn and Paul Sweeney argued that socialism was about the control of state power, and the means of production, distribution and exchange by the working class. In contrast, social democracy had historically sought accommodations with capital, without challenging the distribution of resources within those societies. They stressed that, in our eagerness to be seen as relevant and modern, the pitfalls of electoralism and populism must be studiously avoided. This was the most forceful public criticism of a WP leader's speech that had ever appeared in a party publication. The European elections meant the debate was not engaged immediately. For the first time in the WP's history, the campaign featured posters in which the leader was pictured. A full-length photograph of De Rosa, in stylish suit and coat, walking on a beach and offering a breath of fresh air. In May, Haughey called a snap general election, to coincide with the European poll, in the hope of winning an overall majority. This worked to the WP's advantage as the party's energetic European campaign had boosted its profile in Dublin. The WP's general election manifesto stressed traditional themes. The socialist alternative promised a sustained assault on power and privilege. Supporters were urged to give their second preferences to Labour, and the party called on Labour to urge its voters to transfer to the WP. In Galway, in contrast to 1987, Jimmy Brick and Michael D. Higgins agreed to a transfer deal. However, Spring rejected the calls for an overall electoral pact, claiming that the WP was clearly aiming to take seats at Labour's expense. As the campaign heated up, Haughey accused the WP of promoting the failed economic dogma of socialism, and warned of the dangers of the left holding the balance of power. The day before the election, Fianna Fáil took out a 4-page advertisement in the Cork Examiner which featured an article entitled, "Left Turn." No thanks, a reference to the Tiananmen Square massacre that had taken place less than a fortnight earlier. Under a photograph of De Rosa, it argued that people cannot risk the welfare of Ireland at the hands of the left, which was Marxist in its ends, Stalinist in its means. An apology was successfully demanded on De Rosa's behalf. This attempt at a Red Scare did not work. In the general election, the WP won 7 seats, an increase of 3 and 5% of the vote, an increase of 1.2 percentage points over 1987. In the capital, the party 11 and 40% of the vote and 6 seats, beating Labour on both measures. The party's new TDs were Pat Rabbitte, in Dublin Southwest, Eamon Gilmore, in Dun Laoghaire, and Eric Byrne, in Dublin South Central. The latter two took their seats from Labour. De Rosa and Mac Giola both increased their votes, while McCartan, who had been only narrowly elected in 1987, topped the poll in Dublin North East. Having 7 TDs entitled the WP to full secretarial and debating facilities in the Dáil and to £50,000 in state funding. The funding was particularly welcome as a loan of that amount had been taken out to help fund the election campaign, while De Rosa had taken out a personal loan of £50,000 for the European effort. Contrary to Haughey's hope of achieving an overall majority, the election left Fianna Fáil with 4 fewer seats, and he was eventually forced to form a coalition with the Progressive Democrats, who had lost 8 of their own 14 seats. This development was welcomed by De Rosa, who heralded it as a logical rationalization of the grossly overmanned right-wing sector in Irish politics. He predicted that Fine Gael would join this right-wing bloc after the next election, resulting in the electorate having a clear choice between the humane policies of socialism and the unbridled greed of capitalism. The results of the European poll, which came in a day after the general election returns, were arguably even more dramatic for the WP. De Rosa, who, as part of the party's campaign opposing the Single European Act in 1987, had argued that the EEC was clearly based on preserving and developing capitalism in Western Europe and developing this area as a power bloc, topped the poll in Dublin. As one member recalls, it was emotional. Dublin was having a mini-revolution. That is exactly how it felt. I remember being in the RDS, with fucking red flags and singing the Internationale. Gilmore confidently predicted that the Republic would have a socialist government before the end of this century. Fianna Fáil's working-class base was being eroded and people are starting to look at themselves as either Tories or lefties. For most WP members, the results induced an unbridled sense of achievement bordering on euphoria at what many saw as the long-awaited electoral breakthrough. 15. Workers unite. Workers are being told to vote not according to their class interests but according to what the leaders of the two Tory camps want. They want to maintain their power and privileges as rulers of two supposedly hostile religious groupings. Seamus Lynch, 1982. Northern political life was dominated by ongoing violence, but with the H-Block issue out of the way, in Mac Giola's words, the Workers' Party hoped there were fresh possibilities for class politics. During 1982, the party had taken a position diametrically opposed to the nationalist consensus over proposed educational reforms that included the amalgamation of the two Catholic teacher training colleges with Queen's University and Stranmillis College, forming a single integrated teacher education center. There was uproar in the nationalist community and the Catholic hierarchy led a strong campaign against the proposals, which Sinn Féin's Owen Caron described as an assault on the heritage, tradition and faith of the Catholic people. The WP saw this reaction as hysteria, and, while opposing any cuts in spending, supported the concept of an integrated teacher training college. Other issues also set the WP against the North's religious blocs. The party welcomed a European Court of Human Rights ruling that brought Northern Ireland's laws on homosexuality into line with Britain's, the Northern people describing it as a historic victory for the gay community. The first electoral test for the WP in the North was the poll for a new 78-seat Northern Ireland Assembly, the first attempt to establish a devolved governing institution in the North since the short-lived Assembly of 1974 in October 1982. The WP were committed to taking their seats if elected, unlike both the SDLP and Sinn Féin. The SDLP, worried about the fact that some unionists were hailing the Assembly as a new Stormont, and under pressure on their flank from an increasingly confident Sinn Féin, announced that their candidates would not take seats in the Assembly if elected. Sinn Féin, meanwhile, opted to contest their first Northern Ireland election, but on an abstentionist basis. The WP made a determined effort to reach across the sectarian divide to as many voters as possible, canvassing in areas where they'd never canvassed before. The Belfast leadership resisted a suggestion that Joe Sherlock travel to Derry to help canvass, feeling the WP's Dáil support for Haughey might have an adverse effect on Unionist voters, but Sherlock did campaign in the northwest. Overall, the WP gained 2.7% of the first preference vote, with Tom French receiving 2,826 votes in Armagh, McMahon 2,493 in West Belfast and Lynch 2,516 in North Belfast. In each case, the party missed out on a seat by around 500 votes. The two most popular parties in the election were the Ulster Unionists and the Democratic Unionists, with the SDLP the largest nationalist party. More than half of WP voters gave their second preference to the SDLP, while 28% gave second preference to the Alliance Party. In Belfast, the transfer rate by WP voters to Alliance had been particularly high, helping that party win 2 seats. Alliance's relatively strong showing, with 10 seats, was welcomed by the WP. The amicable relations between a revolutionary socialist organization and the largely middle-class Alliance confused some, but as Assembly member and later Alliance Party leader, John Cushnahan put it, what was more revolutionary in Northern Ireland than to be non-sectarian? Indeed, Cushnahan's perceived bias towards the WP saw him described as a closet sticky by some provosts. But the story of the election was the 64,000 votes won by Sinn Féin, over 10% of the poll. The swift turn to electoral politics by Sinn Féin amazed those who remembered having to literally fight their way past them into polling stations during the 1970s. Now the WP joined the SDLP in accusing Sinn Féin of engaging in the widespread practice of fraudulently casting votes in another person's name. The Northern people explained the provost's success as based on sections of the young, unemployed, lumpen working class who had been offered an intoxicating brew of rebellion, against being thrown on the scrap heap by job segregation, by deindustrialization and by a born-to-fail education system. Reaction to the results within the WP was mixed. There was general agreement that the provosts were replacing the SDLP in nationalist areas. A despondent Tom Moore felt that extremism was growing among nationalists and that things did not look good for class politics. Not everyone was so downhearted. Following the elections, Father Alec Reid called into the WP offices in Belfast to commiserate on their lack of success. De O'Hagan responded that the WP's 17,000 votes meant there was more communists in Northern Ireland than there was in the whole of the UK. 7% of WP voters had transferred to Unionist candidates, and this was taken as evidence of the party winning some Protestant support. The WP continued to offer platforms for Unionist views, with Workers' Life carrying interviews with Shankill councillor Hugh Smith of the Progressive Unionists, the UVF's political wing, Harold McCusker of the UUP, and Alan Black, the sole survivor of the 1976 Kingsmill massacre. Seamus Lynch provided a testimonial for a bail application on behalf of a UDA member in late 1983, but that did not prevent the UDA from complaining the following year that the Northern Ireland office promoted the Workers' Party, despite its having an armed wing, and that the WP had merely diluted their communism to a style more acceptable to society. The party continued to stress the need to resist bigotry on both sides, opposing the DUP's refusal to countenance Sunday opening of leisure centres and raising the case of a young single mother expelled from a Catholic school in Maghera. In 1985, Lynch met John McMichael, the UDA's military commander, at a social function in Belfast. The UDA was still a legal organization, despite its involvement in scores of killings, usually under its cover name, Ulster Freedom Fighters. Contacts between the two men continued during 1986, Lynch and his wife traveling nervously on one occasion to McMichael's house in Lisburn for dinner and discussion. The UDA killed 6 people that year, including a Protestant woman married to a Catholic and a 76-year-old Catholic grandmother. Lynch stressed to McMichael that sectarian killings had to stop but felt the UDA man was prepared to discuss ways to move forward politically. McMichael gave Lynch a draft of a discussion document, which the latter then commented on. In early 1987, the UDA published the document as Common Sense, outlining a scenario for peace with an assembly and executive elected by proportional representation, a written constitution and a Bill of Rights. The WP offered a cautious welcome to the proposals, as did the SDLP. The party continued to develop its small base within the North's trade unions. Lily Kerr was prominent in Health Workers Union NUP, Downpatrick councillor Raymond Blaney was a member of the executive of COHSE, and Eugene Hickland was union president at the new University of Ulster. Despite having lost their council seats in 1981, both Lynch and McMahon continued to work extremely hard at community level. Culturally, the party also tried to make an impact. Poets and Pints evenings were held in the Lagan Social Club in the Markets, featuring poet John Hewitt, writer Sam McCaffrey and music by Tommy Sands. Meanwhile, Seamus Lynch's younger brother, Martin, was emerging as one of the North's leading playwrights, his productions moving from WP clubs to mainstream theatres and television. In early 1983, Garrett Fitzgerald and his Foreign Minister Peter Barry, worried about the rise of Sinn Féin as an electoral force, met Mac Giola and De Rosa and invited them to take part in the New Ireland Forum, which had been established to discuss how lasting peace and stability could be achieved through the democratic process. All who rejected violence were welcome to attend. The leading Northerners, Seamus Lynch, Mary McMahon, Seamus Harrison and De O'Hagan, voiced strong opposition to participating, and while there was some Southern support for taking part, on the grounds that the WP must be seen to be supportive of peace efforts, ultimately the leadership voted not to attend and attacked the process as an effort to save the SDLP. In Workers' Life, O'Hagan described the forum as part of a decade of physical and psychological assault on the Northern Protestant population, masterminded by Roman Catholic Dublin. It was this vicious sectarian nationalism that had spawned both the terrorist and the forum. The WP's alternative was to call for democratic devolved government in the North, despite the fact that this virtually guaranteed unionist rule, with a Bill of Rights to guarantee there was no discrimination. Violence took another party member's life in March 1983 with the mysterious murder of WP member Eamon Kerr, who was shot at his home off the Lower Falls. Kerr was laid to rest in the official Republican plot at Milltown, his coffin draped in the starry plough. The following month saw the WP contest an assembly by-election in Armagh, caused by the disqualification of the SDLP's Seamus Mallon because he held a Senate seat in the South. The SDLP called for a boycott in protest at Mallon's disqualification. Sinn Féin sat out the poll and rival unionist parties felt that the UUP would easily take the seat. Hence there were just 2 candidates, with the WP's Tom French confronting Mrs. Thatcher's local agents in the UUP, French polled a creditable 4,920 votes but lost by a wide margin. The next electoral test came in the June Westminster elections. The WP contested 14 seats under the slogan, "Reject Terror, Reject Thatcher." The party upped its rhetoric against Sinn Féin and the DUP, claiming that a vote for either party encouraged the pursuit of final solutions, with the stench of Nazi pogroms and obscene racialism. McMahon appealed to the 40% of West Belfast voters who did not vote, arguing that many of these people felt that no party represented their interests. The WP complained bitterly that it was denied a TV broadcast because it had polled less than 5% in the Assembly elections, and failed to get this ruling overturned in a court hearing. The WP polled poorly, taking just 1.9% of the vote. Their top vote winner was Tom French in Upper Bann. Sinn Féin's rise continued as the party took 13.4% of the Northern Ireland vote, only narrowly shy of the SDLP. Gerry Adams won a seat in West Belfast, benefiting from the fact that Gerry Fitt had left the SDLP and stood against his old party, splitting the nationalist vote. Sinn Féin's success produced pessimism within the WP, Lynch commenting to the BBC that, as a result of the polls today, Northern Ireland has taken a step back. Although the party's canvassing in Protestant areas was again noted, Mary McMahon felt that the emphasis on winning over Unionists came at the expense of more plausible vote-winning efforts in nationalist areas. The most you could hope for in a solid Protestant area like the Shankill was 400 to 500 votes, which was great, but you were never going to win a seat. And while we rightly were working for this Protestant working-class vote, there was no comparable effort to try to secure the Catholic working-class vote. It was almost taken for granted that whoever voted for us in Catholic areas would just do so ad infinitum, and there was no need to try to work at it. Now there was a huge non-voting electorate in West Belfast, so it wasn't that everybody was signed up to tribes. Henry Patterson and Paul Bew addressed the dilemma the WP faced in trying to win Protestant support by suggesting that the WP cannot hope, in the medium term, for more than the interested attention of sections of the Protestant working class. But for both men, part of the WP's attraction was that though it had been reduced to a hard core of support within Catholic areas, it continued to expose the gap between the verbose professions of generosity and non-sectarianism of both constitutional and unconstitutional nationalism and the rather seamy reality. The electoral success of Sinn Féin only increased the hatred between the rival organizations. Annoyingly for WP members, the provosts were now employing socialist rhetoric, with Gerry Adams arguing that his election victory meant the Irish working class were now off their knees. The northern people likened the provosts to the Orange Order with their marching bands, military-style uniforms, bonfires, arrogance and intimidation. At the same time, O'Hagan compared the manic logic of the provost to the tactics of the Italian Red Brigades and other latter-day Trotskyist terrorist groups, claiming that the methods of these groups showed a surprising degree of congruence, perhaps inspired by CIA involvement. Smullen reserved particular venom for journalists of the establishment and ultra-left, who continually glorify the people responsible for the terrorism, the torturers, the kneecappers and the droppers of concrete blocks on the limbs of men and women. He claimed that, when captured, these people are always innocent, the foul deeds are always committed by someone else. This attitude had practical implications for WP members interested in highlighting cases like those of the Maguire family, wrongly jailed for bombings in England. McMahon remembers, if you tried to raise those issues, it was a no-no. It would be shot down in flames, you nearly would be accused of being a provo. Anything that could have brought us into engagement with wider numbers of people, but that the provosts were supporting or complaining about, you just were not allowed to go there. It also became WP policy not to share platforms with members of Sinn Féin, which led to a refusal to engage in a number of community groups. Despite the poor electoral results, some in the South were just grateful that the Northern Party was still in existence. Others felt the fact that they were an irritant to the provosts was a good enough reason to stay active. The bitterness towards the provosts had been visible to all in December 1983, with the broadcast of independent television's World in Action program about Gerry Adams, the member for West Belfast. The documentary was an exposé of Adams' role in the Provisional IRA. Among the hostile commentators featured were Seamus Lynch and Day O'Hagan, who related a story that while in Longkesh, Adams had claimed to them that he would wade up to his knees in Protestant blood to achieve a united Ireland. Adams strongly denied this allegation. Mary McMahon also appeared, described as a community worker, denouncing provo punishment attacks. A symbolic shift came with Cathal Golding's public endorsement, with reservations, of the use of supergrass evidence to secure convictions for terrorist offences in an Irish Times interview the same month. Since 1982, large numbers of people had been jailed in the North on the word of former paramilitaries. Eventually most of these cases collapsed, but Golding argued that the supergrasses had to be judged, not in the tradition of informers against the people, but of gangsters informing on gangsters, and asked, which is the greatest evil, the bomb in the dance hall or pub, or the supergrasses? Shortly after Golding's statement, the WP in Belfast issued a statement that it opposed supergrass evidence. But opposition was not a high priority, and Golding's views were shared by many in his party. Physical clashes with provosts continued to be part of everyday life for WP members. After the 1983 elections, shots were fired into supporters' homes on the Lower Falls. On internment night in August that year, a Belfast WP member was beaten unconscious, his car burnt out, and the windows of his house smashed. Violence also came from loyalists. In November, Davy Nocher, a party member and former IRA prisoner, was shot dead by the UVF in Newtonabbey in a random sectarian attack that also wounded a teenage girl. Nocher was buried without paramilitary trappings, and at his graveside O'Hagan told mourners, those who murdered Davy did so in the hope of provoking more brutal murders, but Davy Nocher was a member of the Workers' Party because he knew the futility, the insanity, the inhumanity and dreadful hate that sectarianism creates. Following Nocher's death, the WP denied allegations that they were downplaying the sectarian nature of the attack because they had contacts with loyalists. The WP polled poorly again in the 1984 European elections in June, taking 1.6% of the vote. All politics in Northern Ireland continued to take place against the backdrop of political violence. 72 people were killed in 1984, 38 of them civilians. The Irish government had published its New Ireland Forum report in May, making it clear that a united Ireland remained the favoured outcome for Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, the Labour Party and the SDLP, but that a federal arrangement or joint authority might also be acceptable. The WP rejected these conclusions in their response to the report, The Case for Devolved Government in Northern Ireland, which again emphasized that class was the most significant division in Northern society. Kevin Smith felt this downplayed the strength of communal division. There was this naivety that there was only a working-class community. You have to recognize reality as well, that there are two different communities that have developed in their own ways with their own dynamics, and maybe you are going to have interim arrangements. Or at least look at having interim arrangements, but we were not allowed to debate that. In 1984, members of the Industrial Department's research section produced a draft document entitled Northern Ireland, From Reformation to Revolution. A northern version of the Irish Industrial Revolution, it amounted to an even stronger renunciation of traditional republicanism than the original pamphlet. Garland, who was heavily influenced by O'Hagan's belief in a continuity between early Irish republicanism and later communist thought, was adamant that there was no way in which this can be published, and the pamphlet did not see the light of day. O'Hagan, who lived in the North full-time from the mid-1980s, became the party's leading northern ideologue. He shared with Patterson, Bew and other intellectuals linked to the party the belief that attracting working-class Protestant support was now the WP's primary medium-term goal. The May 1985 council elections, in which the WP ran 28 candidates, saw a measure of success for the party despite an overall share of just 1.6% of the vote. Lynch won back the North Belfast seat he had lost in 1981, and the WP retained its seats in Craigavon and Downpatrick. There were also increased votes in Enniskillen and Cookstown. During the campaign, a hoax bomb was placed under the car of one candidate. There was an attempt to burn the WP Advice Centre in Lurgan, and Lynch's office in New Lodge was petrol-bombed. Clashes were sometimes spontaneous, though on some occasions youngsters were egged on to harass or stone WP canvassers. An activist recalls, "We always blamed the provosts, and I think in the provosts there is a certain swagger that gave them a right to abuse those people that didn't have any great deal of popular support. That said, there was people on the official side that every time they saw a provost would want to push him off the footpath, so it wasn't all one-sided." Seamus Lynch recalls being approached by Jerry Adams and his entourage while canvassing with Mary McMahon in the early 1980s. Adams smiled and held out his hand saying, "Ah, how are you doing, Seamus?" To which McMahon responded, "Fuck off, you murdering bastard." Unionists reacted to the arrival of Sinn Féin on local councils by disrupting meetings and attempting to exclude the party's representatives. On Craigavon Council, the Unionists put forward a motion that all representatives sign a pledge denouncing terrorist violence. The SDLP added an addendum that loyalist and state violence be included, but the Unionists refused to accept this. WP councillors Tom French and Paddy Breen declined to sign, along with the Sinn Féin and SDLP councillors. After an attempt by Unionists to block their entry to the council chamber, the RUC were called and physically removed Breen and the SF councillors. Behind the scenes, the WP leadership in Belfast was furious. For our people to be seen to be in any way supporting the provost is highly dangerous. Lynch complained that the Craigavon WP have not left the sectarian camp and refused to do so. Mac Giola concurred, declaring the best solution was to get rid of the lot of them, but felt this was impractical in the circumstances. The WP and SDLP councillors won a legal case against their exclusion and the matter was laid to rest. In 1982, Clan na Éireann had begun pursuing a strategy of establishing itself as a left faction within the British Labour Party. Any clan members who were not already in the Labour Party now joined. The eventual aim was to have activists elected as councillors and even MPs. This was seen as necessary because the WP's opponents were already organised within British Labour. The increasingly active Labour Committee on Ireland was seen as a provisional Trotskyite group. The best organised left faction within the Labour Party, the militant tendency, was Trotskyist, and therefore also beyond the pale, despite being seen by the WP as having a reasonably correct analysis of the provosts. There was general WP support for Neil Kinnock's efforts to combat the militant tendency after he took over the leadership of the Labour Party in 1983. Another rival lobby group, the Campaign for Labour Representation in Northern Ireland, supported the extension of the British Labour Party to Northern Ireland. Clan felt that BICO were providing the direction and dynamic for this group and extrapolated from this a view that Jim Kemmy was already organised in British Labour while we are not. Clan lobbied strongly to prevent Gerry Adams, who was addressing a fringe meeting at the 1983 Labour Conference, from being allowed to enter the main body of the event. As for delegates who had attended the Sinn Féin MP's speech, they were described in workers' life as ghouls or voyeurs who would equally be at home with the Yorkshire Ripper as they were with Adams. A major part of the activity of the Campaign for Peace and Progress, as the clan grouping inside British Labour was called, was to oppose motions calling for British withdrawal from Northern Ireland. As Seamus Collins recalls, we would oppose things like troops out very successfully around Birmingham. A lot of English people would be shy until a big booming Colchi voice got up and then they would think, well, if an Irish person opposes it, we can too. Harry Barnes, MP for North East Derbyshire, was a sponsor of the campaign and clan supporters were elected to Labour Party offices in Birmingham, Wolverhampton and Reading. One of the WP's strongest critics was Claire Short, the Birmingham MP who was a prominent supporter of troops out and had family connections in South Armagh. But Collins and Short worked together on local issues, and Collins considered Short a big-hearted decent woman. I campaigned, believe it or not, to have her selected as a candidate. She said Seamus is all right on everything except Ireland, and I said Claire is all right on everything except Ireland. By the mid-1980s the WP was publicly supportive of moves to make the RUC a community police force. Party representatives argued that despite its faults the force was more humane, more disciplined and more democratically controlled than the Provo gangsters. In early 1984 a WP delegation had held talks with the RUC Chief Constable Jack Herman. Critics were quick to point out that at the same time the High Court in Belfast was hearing that the official IRA had a huge interest in building site tax exemption scams. One police officer, when speaking to a researcher during this period, explained the changed relationship between the officials and the RUC by saying that, gone are the days when we need an army backup when we go into an officials club. The police were now cordially received and offered drinks. Some party members successfully applied to the RUC for licenses to carry handguns, and this bred situations that made others uncomfortable, as Kevin Smith recalls. I'm not criticizing the people that got them, because some felt a threat to their lives, but for some people it became a macho thing. It used to make me very angry and sick seeing them take out these guns and put them on the table at meetings. I think the only people they impressed were themselves. Mary McMahon initially welcomed the development as one way of protection, but she became concerned about those receiving licenses. The cops couldn't have been doing the checks they were supposed to. You didn't know who had them, legitimately and illegitimately. The party's relationship with the RUC was just one facet of an increasingly respectable image. WP delegations, usually involving Lynch, O'Hagan and Seamus Harrison, met government ministers and civil servants regularly. Secretaries of State Douglas Hurd and Tom King also met delegations from the party. Party representatives, working from several advice centres in nationalist areas of Belfast, became adept at negotiating with the housing executive and funding bodies. For their political opponents, particularly in the SDLP, such activity also raised issues about how such a marginal party could fund such professional local operations. The WP's desire for respectability was hampered by events within the ghettos. Sinn Féin made it their business to ensure any reports of activity by MacGiola's guerrillas were given publicity. The WP's public position, reiterated time after time, was that the OIRA did not exist and that people who had information on illegal activities should contact the RUC. More often than not it was McMahon who presented WP rebuttals on television, her response the same blunt exasperation that she expressed towards sectarian killings. One former OIRA prisoner recalls the reaction to such denials. People would be saying, "Are they treating us like total idiots?" Because they knew. It didn't do the Workers' Party any favors. Okay. They might have got a couple more invitations to the Northern Ireland office or Stormont, or, had, the police falling over themselves to congratulate them, but in areas like these it done them absolutely no good at all. For McMahon, attempting to balance her community work with the need to present the party's line on this issue was unsettling. We were never ever able to deal satisfactorily with the question, what has happened to the official IRA? We waffled around it at every election, and between elections the IRA would come back to bite you and we would say it was an individual or an accident, then, we would forget about it. It was never, ever dealt with. The party continued to parade at Easter to Milltown Cemetery, marching behind the tricolor and the starry plow. Most of its members proudly wore Easter lilies. But the term, Republican, was no longer widely used in party publications. In his media appearances, Seamus Lynch was always at pains to point out that the WP was not a Republican or nationalist organization but a socialist party. In Belfast, however, the party's links to its roots were still important. Many WP members talked about the movement in the same way as they had when they joined the IRA in the 1960s. There was no public indication that there were prisoners linked to the party, but for the families of those still in jail a minibus was put on once a week from the WP offices to Long Kesh to visit the 12 long-term prisoners held at Compound 20, and in 1984 a WP delegation had met ministers to discuss the plight of long-term prisoners. Group B operatives jailed during the 1980s were not accorded recognition, and on release there were no party structures to accommodate former prisoners. One long-term prisoner recalls being given £100 on his release and thanked for his service, but he felt that he needed more than a pat on the back, as his options for work and education were limited. The remaining prisoners were still under OIRA discipline. Pat John Kelly, a life sentence prisoner, objected to cooperating with prison authorities on a particular issue and was expelled from the OIRA compound. He returned from meeting visitors to find his possessions had been removed from his cell and he was persona non grata with the OIRA inmates. When Eddie Rooney, a postgraduate student at Queen's, began researching a thesis on the officials in the early 1980s, the prisoners were instructed not to talk to him. A rare public reminder of the OIRA prisoners' existence had come in 1983 when Liam McCannoy wrote from Long Kesh to Fortnight magazine in response to an article by Sinn Féin's Danny Morrison. McCannoy said he shared Morrison's sense of alienation from the Protestant state of Northern Ireland and understood why many had responded with violence. But he argued that the Provisionals' campaign would merely prolong the agony of both communities. In early 1986, 4 OIRA life sentence prisoners renounced their special category status after being given assurances on release dates and were moved from Long Kesh to Crumlin Road Jail. Negotiations between the governments in London and Dublin produced the Anglo-Irish Agreement in November 1985. The Irish government hailed the agreement as giving it a say in the running of Northern Ireland and as helping to end nationalist alienation. But the deal recognized that Northern Ireland would remain part of the United Kingdom as long as a majority desired this and promised increased security cooperation between London and Dublin. The SDLP welcomed the accord, as did the American government, which promised investment to help encourage economic growth. Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin attacked the deal as copper-fastening partition. Both unionist parties immediately denounced the deal as a treacherous compromise and withdrew all support and cooperation from the British government. A mass rally of over 100,000 in Belfast saw the beginning of the Ulster Says No campaign. New organizations such as the Ulster Clubs were formed to coordinate resistance to the deal as loyalists turned to street politics on a scale not seen since the 1974 Ulster Workers' Council strike. The agreement also provoked a heated debate among the WP leadership. The Northern leadership was overwhelmingly opposed to it, Seamus Harrison arguing that it had nothing in it to benefit the working class and would only worsen the sectarian divide. But Tony Heffernan felt it would be a mistake politically in the South to be seen to be totally negative about it. Peter Kane feared opposition would align the WP with the Provos and with Haughey. Golding's instinct was to oppose, but Garland, though uneasy, thought the WP's image with unionists would be damaged by alignment with Haughey. After a narrow majority vote, the leadership determined that the WPTDs would vote for the agreement. In the Dáil debate on the agreement, Mac Giola's attitude to Fianna Fáil's opposition was caustic. There is only one thing worse than Provos, and that is armchair Provos. I stood behind Kevin Boland's barbed wire and looked out for a couple of years from it. It left me rather cold to Kevin Boland's commitment to the harassed people of the 6 counties. I also stood before Deputy Haughey's 3 colonels in the military courts in Collins Barracks. That left me rather cold in regard to Deputy Haughey's commitment to civil rights. While complaining that the Irish government seemed to be conducting negotiations on behalf of the SDLP, Mac Giola explained that the WP was voting for the agreement in the hope that it might lead to an opportunity for peace. But the problem remained that it is an agreement between London and Dublin, and, unfortunately, not between the Shankill and the Falls. Unsurprisingly, there was some confusion reported among the WP membership as to their exact position on the agreement. In Belfast, the party explained that they were only reluctantly in favor of the deal and warned working-class Protestants not to be misled by the former, loud-mouthed close allies of Thatcher. Loyalist protests over the winter saw an upsurge in violence. There were strikes and riots, RUC offices' homes were firebombed in Loyalist areas, and there were several killings of Catholics, mostly by the UVF. The WP acknowledged that in general the RUC had stood firm against the Loyalists and felt this showed that reform of the force was succeeding. As Unionist opposition to the deal hardened, the WP's attitude also underwent revision. At the 1986 Ard Thace, where a quarter of the 600 delegates were from the north, Mac Giola launched a major attack on the SDLP's leader, stating that he had to seriously question John Hume's commitment to peace, and suggesting that the SDLP were happy to see the Protestant people in turmoil. Concern was also increasing over American influence on the agreement, with Mac Giola claiming there was a sinister Catholic nationalist plot afoot and Washington is behind it. The Unionist protests caused huge disruption but failed to bring down the agreement. There was more trouble over the summer of 1986 as several Orange parades were rerouted and Loyalists again clashed with the RUC. The WP now argued that the Anglo-Irish agreement had failed and should be put in cold storage, while the Democratic parties came together to discuss the future. In November 1986, Sinn Féin decided to abandon abstentionism in the South, a victory for Gerry Adams. A small group led by Rory O'Brady left the provisional movement. They suggested that an influx of former members of the officials into the provost after the hunger strikes had been partly responsible for what they saw as a betrayal, but Adams dismissed their claims that the movement was going sticky. Adams had been urging his organization in the South to emulate the WP's community politics. But one of the WP's successful Southern campaigns drew adverse comment when it was pointed out that despite their opposition to gaming machines in Dublin, the same machines were in operation in their drinking clubs in Belfast. Embarrassed, Seamus Lynch denied that the WP had any drinking clubs. In fact, the party ran the Lower Falls Social and Recreational Club, the Lagan Club in the Markets, the Rosebud in Short Strand, the Turf Lodge Social Club, the Victoria in North Queen Street and the Plough in Newry. One Southern WP member found drinking in the party's Belfast clubs a strange experience, like a bad 1970s workingman's club, lights flashing, cheap tables and chairs, women saying don't go near the Dublin men, and fights breaking out. In this hothouse atmosphere, minor disputes were often intensified into bitter arguments among members. The sympathy of foreign socialists and revolutionaries towards the provisionals was a persistent source of dismay to the WP. Soviet coverage of Northern Ireland tended to echo a simple anti-British line, and the WP put a great deal of effort into convincing the Soviets that any public support for the provisionals was mistaken. On one trip to Moscow, Garland had a heated exchange with the editor of the Soviet paper New Times over articles he felt were favorable to the provosts. During 1985, the WP contacted the Nicaraguan embassy in order to complain about the invitation of Gerry Adams to a diplomatic reception. In 1986, the WP strongly objected to an article in the Soviet journal International Affairs, and Garland submitted a long rebuttal, which was published in June 1987. The party's efforts may have had some effect. The strong condemnation of the Provisionals' Enniskillen bombing by the Soviet news agency TASS was seen by some as evidence of closer ties between the Soviets and the WP, and 1 month earlier, on a WP-sponsored speaking tour, CPSU Representative Eugene Lagudin made clear that the Soviets did not believe that terrorism will solve anything. Lagudin stressed that while historically the conflict may have had colonial roots, everyone in Northern Ireland now has a right to call it home. The party's network in the United States continued to decline. By 1987, when O'Shaughnessy visited 20 U.S. cities, many Irish Republican Club members were involved in solidarity movements with Nicaragua, Palestine and South Africa. American WP supporters opposed the McBride Principles, which sought to discourage American companies investing in Northern Ireland unless businesses gave a commitment to hire Catholics. The WP attacked the idea as crude, simplistic, and sectarian, arguing that it would simply cause more unemployment in the North. If getting their message across was difficult overseas, in Northern Ireland it was almost completely drowned out by an upsurge in violence. In 1987, 106 people would die violently due to the conflict, the worst total since 1982. 12 of these deaths came in a bloody in-law feud, and several of the dead had begun their paramilitary careers in the official IRA. Thomas Power, once an activist in the Markets, was killed by a faction led by Gerard Steenson, who as a teenager had killed Billy McMillan in 1975. Steenson was then himself gunned down. Tony McCloskey, a participant in the Armagh IRA ambush in which Jake McGarrigan died in 1973, was kidnapped and brutally tortured before being killed. There was private glee at Steenson's death and few tears within the WP when the SAS killed 8 members of the Provisionals in Loughgall during May 1987, though one of those killed was a cousin of a longtime official activist. The Inla feud spawned a new Republican paramilitary group, the Irish People's Liberation Organization, IPLO, with several former official Fianna members prominent in its leadership. Working-class unity remained elusive, despite high unemployment and Tory cutbacks. The WP entered the June 1987 Westminster election campaign again claiming that class politics could overcome these problems. One prospective election candidate in 1987 was Sue McMenamin, a Protestant from the Shankill Road who had married a Catholic from Ballymurphy during the 1960s. Her son, Kevin McMenamin, had been killed in the UVF bomb attack on the 1977 Easter commemoration, aged 9. Jerry Fitt, now a peer in the House of Lords, called for a WP vote despite certain reservations he had about the party. The party hoped that at least some of his former supporters in West Belfast would turn to it on polling day. The WP affected an aura of confidence, with O'Hagan predicting a massive turning to the party by serious and intelligent voters. The eventual WP share of the vote was 2.6%. The party's consistently poor returns led some to conclude that a strategy review was needed, but raising questions about electoral stagnation often led to accusations of being a pessimist. The results also meant it was hard to convince people to stand, as Mary McMahon recalls. The joke was you went to Maguire's bar and drank somebody stupid, tried to get them to say they'd be a candidate and then run back across the road and get them announced, before they had time to change their minds. Kevin Smith recalls that the fact that we were receiving so few votes was causing a drain on resources and a drain on morale. We would build up this euphoria for a month or two before an election, and like a bad hangover the reality would set in when the votes were counted. Margaret McNulty, who stood in several elections, recalls that it was like beating your head against a brick wall but you still did it. Despite the WP's poor electoral showings, the party's politics had an impact on wider understandings of the conflict. Fortnight magazine regularly carried articles by writers and journalists associated with the WP, including Martin O'Hagan, John Hunter, Catherine Johnston and Robin Wilson. Martin Lynch had his own weekly column in the Irish News from 1982, and former party member Henry MacDonald's career was advancing at the Irish News. The Sunday World remained an outlet for WP publicity and its populist analysis of the political situation was often in line with the party's positions. The paper steered clear of any reference to the activities of Group B, but its exposés of criminal activity by other Loyalist and Republican paramilitaries was not without its costs. Its northern editor, Jim Campbell, was badly wounded in a UVF shooting in May 1984. In 1987, former Northern People editor Liam Clark published Broadening the Battlefield, a study of the use of the hunger strikes by Sinn Féin to develop their political base. Henry Patterson's The Politics of Illusion, a history of the relationship between Irish republicanism and socialism, was published in 1989. Patterson had been co-opted onto the WP Ard Chomherley in 1986, and his access to Golding, Garland, Lynch and Harrison allowed him to produce the most in-depth account of the movement to date. As rumors spread of secret talks to bring about a provisional IRA ceasefire, the WP's position was that there could be no dialogue with terrorists. This position was reinforced in the minds of party members by the murder of WP supporter Emanuel Wilson, a father of 4, in June 1987. Wilson was abducted, shot 4 times and his body dumped in an alleyway. In response, the WP described the provosts as fascist animals, whose methods were similar to Nazi activity against their political opponents in the Germany of the 1930s. De Rosa and Garland attended Wilson's funeral. At Bodenstown shortly afterwards, Golding declared that Emanuel Wilson has now joined Macmillan, Fox, McNulty and many more in the ranks of those who died for socialism. In the wake of the Enniskillen bombing in November, the WP called for full support for the RUC to eliminate these fascist killers from our society, and upped its propaganda against perceived sympathy towards the provost within the British Labour Party. Mac Giola, Dick Spring and Jim Kemmy jointly signed an appeal to Neil Kinnock to recognize that the campaign of sectarian violence waged by the provost is the greatest obstacle to creation of unity between working people. A WP delegation including De Rosa and Lynch travelled to the House of Commons and met Labour, Plaid Cymru and Conservative MPs. WP speakers continued to address fringe meetings at British Labour conferences. John Lowry, a former IDYM member who was emerging as a leading figure in the Belfast Party, making clear at one that the Provisionals' concern for civil liberties doesn't apply to their own gunmen, nor do we hear many calls for inquiries into this shoot-to-kill policy. The spring of 1988 had seen a marked increase in violence. In March, the SAS shot dead 3 unarmed members of a provisional active service unit in Gibraltar. At their funerals in Milltown Cemetery, loyalist Michael Stone fired into the crowd, killing 3 people. 2 days later, the Provisional IRA killed a 21-year-old Protestant woman, Gillian Johnston, in Fermanagh. The following day, at the funeral of one of Stone's victims, Provost Quivan McBrady, 2 British Army corporals who had driven into the cortege were disarmed, beaten and shot dead by the Provisional IRA. In early 1988, it became known that John Hume was meeting with Gerry Adams. De Rosa described the meetings as a despicable attempt to create a sectarian Catholic nationalist front. But a motion at the WP Ard Theis calling for the repeal of Articles 2 and 3 of the Republic's constitution, which claimed Northern Ireland as part of the national territory, was withdrawn because of opposition from the floor. A secular, socialist unitary state remained WP policy. There was a new focus by the WP on the rights of Northern Unionists. At the Ard Theis, Mac Giola described Northern Protestants as living people whose courage and endurance have seen them take the genocidal butchery of 200 small farmers and workers in Fermanagh without retaliation, and praised the awesome display of tolerance and forgiveness of Fermanagh Protestants as they knelt among their dead after Enniskillen. Unionist leaders were urged to talk to Democratic politicians to ensure they were not isolated. One of those who welcomed Mac Giola's speech was the UUP MP for Fermanagh South Tyrone, Ken Maginnis. Describing Mac Giola as having kept the best wine to the last, Maginnis said the WP had come a long way. He expressed some reservations that the WP was funded through racketeering and the odd bank robbery, but felt there was absolutely no hindrance to cooperation on certain issues. Many in the party regarded this praise as evidence of success, but McMahon would later describe it as almost a kiss of death. The Unionists loved the fact of this little party in the Catholic ghetto that had guns and stood up to the provosts, there was no doubt about that. But that was never understood as damaging to us. Similar concerns were voiced when a delegation from the WP attended a commemoration for British soldiers killed by a Provo bomb in Lisburn, and there were calls for representatives to attend commemorative events only for their own members or for all those killed as a result of the Troubles. In August 1988, the WP marked the 20th anniversary of the civil rights movement's early marches. As well as stressing the role that its members had played, there was also an attempt to evaluate the impact of the movement. Brian Brennan argued in Making Sense that NICRA had not failed, but that a combination of ultra-leftism and provisional violence had seen it forced off the streets. Former NICRA chairman Paddy Joe McLean made similar points, determined to nail a lie which is being put across to a younger generation, that the civil rights movement failed, and that its logical successor had to be the armed struggle. In Tyrone, McLean was a particularly vociferous critic of the provisionals. His sons sometimes felt the results of his outspokenness playing Gaelic football when players on rival teams would single out the Sticks for rough treatment. The Enniskillen atrocity had reawakened Southern concern over Northern Ireland's ongoing violence. WP members were central to the development of the broad-based campaign group New Consensus, which was set up to challenge ambivalence about IRA violence in the South. Among those involved were former members of the Progressive Democrats, historian John A. Murphy, and members of Fine Gael and the Labour Party. These campaigns intensified during 1989 with the 20th anniversary of the beginning of the Troubles. The Irish People gave over its pages to a number of guest writers to discuss attitudes to the North. Jim Kemmy argued that because of the violence, less and less people here really want or expect a united Ireland. Journalist Eamon Dunphy felt Southerners should tell the nationalist community it has behaved disgracefully, and no longer deserved their sympathy. Father Dennis Fall, in contrast, suggested that a phased release of paramilitary prisoners could undercut the ties of many people to the Provisional IRA and other groups. In March 1989, De Rosa condemned the killings of 2 senior RUC men near the border, saying they had been murdered trying to bring peace. During the same month, the new WP president called for a re-examination of Articles 2 and 3 of the Irish Constitution in his iconoclastic keynote address to the Ard Theis. While reaffirming that the WP stood for the unity of the Irish working class, De Rosa argued that this class had more than one tradition. He launched another strong attack on John Hume, describing him as a tribal leader, who says tribal things very slowly and very quietly, and claimed that the Protestants of the North have won the moral war. Despite all the Provo provocation, there has been no Protestant murder campaign on the scale of the Provost genocidal war. Unionists would not be bullied into a state with huge unemployment, no divorce, a miserable health service, and teeth pulled on 3 months' notice. Unlike the other aspects of De Rosa's presidential address, his comments on the North caused little internal controversy, but the SDLP countered that surely the WP's own dubious history proved that paramilitary violence could be abandoned through discussion. De Rosa did not refer in his address to the fact that Loyalists had killed 79 people since 1986. Random sectarian shootings were now common, as in late 1988 when WP supporter Gerard Cullen was badly wounded in Short Strand. In early 1989, the UVF and UDA killed 10 people, among them a Sinn Féin councillor and high-profile solicitor Pat Finucane, in cases that strongly suggested collusion with members of the security forces. The impact of Loyalist paramilitary attacks was not generally reflected in the WP's statements. In May, the WP contested 38 seats in the North's council elections and 2 and 10% of the vote. For the first time since 1981, the party had success west of the Bann, with Davy Kettiles elected in Enniskillen and Jerry Cullen in Dungannon. However, the WP also lost seats in Down and Craigavon. Sinn Féin's vote fell in several areas and they lost 16 seats. On the basis of this and of the poor vote for Sinn Féin in the Southern general election, Making Sense optimistically concluded that the provisionals were being reduced to a lumpen core around West Belfast. August 1989 saw the 20th anniversary of the arrival of British troops. The WP held the provisionals responsible for 20 years of murder, and argued that the British government should withdraw soldiers to barracks and allow the RUC the central role in combating paramilitary violence. A documentary on the life of Jim Sullivan was shown on UTV in September. Sullivan's story, made by Jerry Greggs Iskra, featured WP members Francie Donnelly, P.J. McLean and Rebecca McGlade. The documentary repeated many of the key tenets of the WP's view of the Troubles, stressing the cross-community nature of the civil rights movement and the involvement of Fianna Fáil in the birth of the Provosts. It failed to mention that Sullivan had been a senior IRA officer in Belfast for most of his life and that he was adjutant of the Belfast IRA during the violence of August 1969. Sullivan, wheelchair-bound and in bad health, was filmed in front of Tone's grave at Bodenstown staring at the tricolour and lamenting things for which Tone worked, and that which he strived to achieve. Unity between Protestant, Catholic and dissenter, is further away than ever has been in Irish history. Today you see Loyalists killing Catholics, Provo-nationalists killing Protestants. I feel ashamed. This flag has been sullied, it's drenched in blood. I personally could never look up to this flag again. Between 1982 and the end of 1989 a total of 680 lives had been lost in Northern Ireland due to the conflict. The WP had failed in its attempts to garner significant support among the Protestant working class. Within the nationalist ghettos the party's members and politics had been increasingly marginalized while provisional Sinn Féin rose to prominence, by 1989 holding 43 Northern Council seats compared to the WP's 4. For stalwarts of the Belfast Party, such as John Lowry and Deo Hagan, pessimism was not an option. The WP had survived another bloody decade and had succeeded in keeping alive an alternative to sectarian politics. But for a smaller group of Northern activists there was growing frustration at what they saw as their comrades' inability to adapt to the changed circumstances. 16. Special activities. The continued growth of the party in the public domain makes special activities more hazardous for the party. Workers' Party to Communist Party of the Soviet Union, September 1986. By the time of the killing of Jim Flynn in 1982, Sean Garland had long shed any emotional attachment to the traditional trappings of Republican paramilitarism, as had Eamon Smullen, Deo Hagan, Seamus Lynch and a semi-retired Cathal Golding. The party's up-and-coming politicians, meanwhile, were wary of the taint of a secret armed wing. This was the context in which approximately 30 delegates, booked as the Irish National Foresters, gathered in the Sheelan Shamrock Hotel in Co. Cavan on 18 and the 19th of June for an army convention. Among them were senior WP figures including Northern elected representatives and party president Tomás Mac Giola. Northerners raised concerns that a resurgent provisional movement, eager to assert its authority within the nationalist ghettos, would embark on another pogrom against party members. Some called for a major rearmament in order to counter this threat, and defensive plans were discussed. There was, however, little appetite for retaliation against an increasingly erratic INLA for the Flynn killing and the costly feud such an action would provoke. Discussion was dominated by the question of how to raise money to fund the WP, whose finances were at a critical point following the 2 recent Southern elections. The push for more funds would have to be balanced against the need to decrease Group B's public profile, meaning a major increase in armed robberies was ruled out. The meeting agreed the organization would diversify its fundraising activities as well as downgrading its paramilitary structure, thus continuing the move towards becoming a special technical group under the direction of the party. It was a position the majority of activists accepted. As a former Group B operative recalls, "We seen the party had to be financed, or they could not have got the electoral success. The OIRA, had become a practical thing, really just a fundraising group." Local Gardaí had succeeded in bugging the hotel, which had been used previously by Group B and had also hosted a number of provisional IRA meetings. A senior Garda special branch officer later stated that during 1982 the official IRA streamlined their organization to take them into the years that were to follow. Formally, the OIRA no longer had a separate recognized existence. Instead, the way they looked at it internally was that they knew who they were. They were not overly concerned at what others thought, so they were just known as the central operational unit within the movement. Their role would continue to be raising finance and vetting members who were joining the political organization. This intelligence was shared with the Northern security forces, but it is believed that the Southern government was not informed of the specifics of the 1982 convention due to Garda mistrust of Haughey and his ministers. The U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, which had maintained contact with Garda monitoring the officials since the 1970s, took a closer interest after the WPTDs became crucial in supporting the 1982 Haughey government. WP members' trips abroad were closely monitored, with Garland's activities of particular interest. CIA agents cooperating with Garda informed their Irish colleagues that they regarded Garland as effectively an agent of the Russians. The impact of CIA-Garda cooperation would be felt during 1983 when 3 diplomats at the Soviet embassy in Dublin were expelled as suspected KGB spies based largely on information supplied by the Americans. At least one of the men had been in close contact with Group B during this period. A WP member who worked as a journalist recalls being asked by an employee of the TASS news agency to gather intelligence on U.S. economic interests in Ireland. Flynn's killing necessitated a restructuring of Group B's operations department. Control of activity was now divided between the Director of Operations based in Belfast, who oversaw all northern robberies, and the Dublin-based operations unit. The southern unit was directly answerable to a select group of Army Council members, while the northern Director of Operations held a position on the Belfast command staff. Mindful of the threat to the WP's southern political activities resulting from Group B operatives being arrested, the majority of armed robberies were carried out by the northern unit. Much of the Dublin Group B unit's activity increasingly focused on providing intelligence and logistical support for criminal networks, particularly the group headed by Eamon and Matt Kelly. By the early 1980s, the Kellys had gathered around them a group of young criminals drawn from Dublin's north inner city. Some of the young men were sympathetic to the WP's anti-establishment politics, but the primary reason for their alliance with Group B was the percentage of proceeds they received from joint activity. Kelly's gang numbered over a dozen core operators. It specialized in armed robberies of cash and drink deliveries but was willing to turn its hand to most criminal enterprises, including the burning of properties for insurance claims and counterfeiting. Group B's expertise and firearms were useful to the gang, which also benefited from a stark decline in competition as most other Dublin criminal gangs became involved in the burgeoning heroin trade. Most Group B operatives looked upon the alliance with the Kelly gang as a tactical necessity, but there was disquiet about links to the drugs trade and Eamon Kelly's use of the threat of the official IRA to back up his extortion rackets. The latter issue was of particular concern in the summer of 1983, when the Kelly brothers became embroiled in a highly publicized court case concerning the liquidation of their Dublin carpet businesses. Witnesses testified to the brothers' involvement in violent activity, large-scale fraud and intimidation. Eamon Kelly's connections to the official IRA were also highlighted. One activist recalls his feelings during this period. They were people living off the working-class people, parasites. I couldn't bring myself to sit down with them. Eamon Kelly done a lot of things but he was not a volunteer, but they were using the name of the official IRA. We knew things were going on but we turned a blind eye to it. Group B continued to recruit from the Southern Party membership, mostly from those who had been in the IDYM. One man recruited into the Dublin organization. You didn't call it anything, Group B or whatever, during the early 1980s recalls that Group B was divided between a small number of operatives who were focused on funds, and the remainder which became the revolutionary group within the party. Basically you'd get called to a meeting which had a military-style structure and you'd get told who to vote for at Ard Chomherley. On another occasion, he remembers, we were asked to a meeting and addressed by a person and asked to keep an eye out for money. Not huge amounts of money, reasonable amounts. Money you can see being moved. Blah blah. Come back and tell us and we'll have a look. Some still recognized the officials as a force within certain working-class districts of Dublin. In a 1983 court case, a North Inner City shopkeeper admitted he turned to the group for protection against local criminals. Conflict with the provost sometimes involved violence, as a Finglas WP member recalls. If I had got a hiding off the provost, I would have gone to the branch and told them and there wouldn't be a discussion but it wouldn't happen again. People would leave the meeting and things would happen but it wouldn't be spoken about. Another activist recalls. After provost started getting out of jail in Finglas, they started picking on people, and those of us who did have a bit of muscle went down and kicked fuck out of the provosts. Ordinary party members would have been intimidated, but the fact there was a group there stopped them. Despite the decision not to retaliate for Flynn's killing, Group B did not allow the IRSP a free hand in Dublin either. Following threats by IRSP members against a northeast Dublin activist while he was selling the Irish people, a group of armed men visited the pub where the harassment occurred and a pistol was put to the head of an IRSP activist as a warning that the intimidation should halt. The Group B leadership was anxious to find a method of funding the WP that would not involve violence or undue publicity. By 1983, bogus punt and sterling notes, counterfeited by Irish and British criminal and paramilitary groups, were increasingly circulating in Dublin. With a number of skilled printers within its ranks, Group B was already involved in counterfeiting items including car taxation discs and company checks. When a decision was made to embark on a major currency counterfeiting operation during 1982, the organization's leadership was intent on making it large-scale and professional. A Repsol printer set about perfecting a plate that could print high-quality copies of Irish £5 notes. A Scottish member, who made inquiries with a sympathizer in the British print union SOGAT, learned that the paper used for sterling notes was held in a British government facility in Cheltenham, and inquiries were made into the possibility of robbing this facility, though suitable paper was eventually secured elsewhere. Major expenditure was put into ensuring the best printing machines were available for the operation. One press was imported from London and another bought in Cork by a party member in early 1982. A third machine, owned by Repsol, was removed from Gardiner Place, necessitating the knocking down of one of the building's walls. By mid-1983, the three presses were installed in a warehouse in Hanover Quay near the Dublin docks. The intention was to print hundreds of thousands of notes that would be distributed during the Christmas period, mainly through Group B's underworld contacts. The Gardaí became aware that a major forgery operation was planned and conducted several raids in the Dublin area. On the 16th of November 1983, they discovered high-quality counterfeit £5 notes with a face value of £1.7 million, along with the printing presses in the warehouse. They also found a plate that had been used to print a WP publication. This led them to conduct a 4-hour search of the Repsol offices at Gardiner Place on the 26th of November. There they found printing plates for Irish life checks, driving licenses and car taxation discs. After recovering fingerprints from the Ringsend warehouse, the Gardaí sought Repsol printer Brian Lynch but found he had left Dublin. Lynch went on the run and spent several weeks in Belfast before eventually being spirited to East Germany, a country he had previously visited as a member of the Ireland-GDR Friendship Society. The breaking up of the counterfeiting operation was a major setback for Group B and generated as much adverse publicity as more violent fundraising activity. The movement's armed wing in Belfast remained sizable. This was seen as necessary to ensure the protection of members, provide muscle for racketeering and prevent the provosts, seeking to promote their own political wing, from pushing the WP off the streets. With all paramilitary organizations now heavily involved in racketeering, Belfast was divided into various areas of influence. The markets, Lower Falls and Short Strand, were considered sticky strongholds, while in Twinbrook, Turf Lodge, the Ormeau Road, Paulglass, Bonmore and the vicinity of WP social clubs, local groups of volunteers had a visible presence. Other rival groups' turf was often demarcated by wall murals, but, as befitted the organization's clandestine nature, the officials opposed these glorifications of paramilitarism. For Belfast volunteers, the effect of the 1982 Army Convention was limited. They just told us we have to be more secret. One Belfast activist, when recruited into Group B, noted the almost complete overlap of membership with his WP branch. Clashes with rivals continued to be commonplace. In 1982, a Paulglass IRSP member claimed to have been interrogated at gunpoint after a gang of officials forced their way into his home. A dispute in Turf Lodge saw armed OIRA members force a family from a house they had earlier been encouraged to squat in by the provosts. Spur-of-the-moment confrontations with rival paramilitaries also occurred, with guns sometimes produced and fired. Efforts were made to be less conspicuous. A specially trained operations unit of around a dozen hand-picked volunteers from across the city was utilized for most robberies. Younger volunteers continued to be recruited into the Belfast unit, but there had been changes in modes of operating. In the 1970s, after a successful robbery, operatives would often go drinking in one of the party's clubs, where they would be met by knowing cheers and congratulations. By the 1980s, the teams were ordered to avoid the clubs and keep a low profile after robberies. But OIRA activities occasionally came into public view. In February 1983, the OIRA was blamed for an abortive kidnapping and ransom attempt on a postmaster's son in Andersonstown, and the murder of longtime OIRA activist Eamon Hatchett Kerr the following month ensured more intense media focus on the organization. Kerr, who had been released from prison in June 1982 after serving a short sentence on an arms charge, had been sleeping when a group of men burst into his home, pistol-whipped his wife and shot him 5 times in the chest. At his funeral day, O'Hagan denounced the media for blackening Kerr's name by linking him to building site racketeering and claimed that Kerr had been a man dedicated to the fight of the working class for class power. His life was hard work, bringing no monetary rewards, no personal gains, but only personal sacrifice. The circumstances of Kerr's death were mysterious. Both the provost and the INLA were quick to disclaim any involvement, and there was little hint of official retaliation afterwards. The RUC told the inquest into Kerr's death that his killing was not sectarian and not political. Rumors circulated that Kerr had had an altercation with a fellow OIRA member on the day of his death. The OIRA continued to carry out punishment attacks, partly in response to intimidation of WP members or at the insistence of members of the local community. Several such beatings were carried out on youths in the Lower Falls during the summer of 1983. A recurring theme was the defense of party property against local teenagers, particularly during August when annual internment bonfires took place. Often egged on by the provisionals, drunken teenagers would attempt to attack sticky clubs or individuals. The OIRA would occasionally put on a show of strength or fire shots in the air to make clear they would not be intimidated. On other occasions, the suspected perpetrators were tracked down and either beaten or shot, leading to a litany of local complaints. Local businesses were asked on occasion to provide donations to support the local WP social club or prisoners' families. Refusal to pay sometimes meant violence was utilized in order to secure the requested funds. The building site tax exemption scam, now overseen by Robert "Black Bob" McEwen, who had returned to Belfast from Britain in 1979, had become even more lucrative for Group B, although he shared a surname with Harry McEwen, who had run the scam before defecting to the INLA. Black Bob was not related to his predecessor, and his approach to the scam differed starkly. Whereas Harry McEwen's primary concern had been making money for himself, Black Bob was fastidious in ensuring the funds made it to the organization. One member of the RUC anti-racketeering unit set up in 1982, RUC detective Kevin Sheehy, recalled, Black Bob was intelligent, articulate and respected as a businesslike figure by major building firms, the workforce and financial institutions, e.g., banks. The officials also used banks, financial advisors and financial markets to invest their profits. They were the first paramilitary group to appreciate the importance of converting fraudulent money into legitimate business, e.g., pubs, clubs, shops, private building projects. These businesses employed professional staff, kept financial records and made required audits to inland revenue. Be suited and professional in manner, Black Bob didn't look out of place visiting building company executives to assure them of the benefits of cooperating with the organization. He could provide the companies with skilled men to work as subcontractors who would finish the job on time, to a high quality and without labor disputes. Most official-connected building workers were doing the double, claiming unemployment benefit as well as working, and this allowed Group B to ask for contributions of up to 25% of the worker's wage. Group B could also ensure the sites would not be molested by other paramilitaries or criminal gangs. Employing firms connected to the officials was not an impediment to building contractors securing work from the housing executive, the leading investor in local construction. The Northern Ireland office's overriding concern was the completion of projects, and official sympathizers working within the housing executive promoted the use of Group B-connected firms. The success of Black Bob and his comrades was such that for a period in the early 1980s the officials controlled sites throughout Belfast, with a virtual monopoly in the inner city. With other paramilitaries developing their own tax and building site protection scams, the operation could not have functioned without the use of force. The OIRA attacked other paramilitaries who tried to muscle in on sites or damage equipment. Business relationships with loyalist paramilitaries, particularly with the UDA, had been maintained, and on official connected sites in Protestant areas UDA-connected firms provided security. By 1983, with the RUC's anti-racketeering unit increasingly alert to the use of stolen and forged exemption certificates, Group B started to establish front companies that would fold before paying taxes due to the inland revenue. Where bogus certificates were used, they were claimed to have been passed on to official companies by those subcontracted by them. Utilizing contacts in the English underworld, Group B paid for the incorporation of Broadmine Limited, registered to an office in Dagenham, Essex, and Black Bob used the Broadmine tax exemption certificate on a number of Belfast sites. In January 1984, after a year investigating the fraud, the RUC charged Black Bob, along with several other Group B members, with conspiring to defraud the inland revenue. The Belfast High Court heard that the official IRA was involved in a huge fraud in the building industry. One of those accused, Anthony McDonough, was named as the leading enforcer of the tax scam operation and, incorrectly, as the officer commanding the West Belfast OIRA. After an extended period out on bail, McEwen, McDonough and 3 others were eventually convicted in late 1985, receiving relatively light sentences. Because all had returned guilty pleas, the details of the case initially received little publicity. The men had also applied, unsuccessfully, in March 1984 to have references to the official IRA removed from the evidence. Although official IRA tax scam operations continued, the breakup of Black Bob's operation was a major blow to Group B's fundraising. The Newry district remained a key area for official IRA activity. In the early 1980s, amidst accusations that too much funding was being retained locally, much of the area's leadership was replaced by a group of men recently released from prison. The new younger leadership followed direction from the organization's Dublin Centre, but the couple of dozen active volunteers in the area retained a degree of operational autonomy. With the local North Armagh OIRA unit dwindling, its operatives were now placed under the control of the Newry-based command staff and were also utilized by the Belfast-based Director of Operations. This handful of experienced volunteers based in the Portadown, Lurgan area, nicknamed the Drum, within the organization because of its tight structure, played a key role in a number of robberies in the Newry area, including one which netted over £100,000 in cash and checks from a security van in November 1983 and a similar operation which saw £25,000 grabbed by 2 armed men on a motorbike during a night safe deposit drop-off in June 1984. In August 1984, Group B was linked to a failed kidnapping of the teenage sons of a postmaster in Belfast. In September, 2 Belfast activists were arrested in a hijacked taxi following the robbery of £10,000 from the Larne-Stranraer ferry. Worse was to follow during November, as Group B's alliance with the Kelly's gang broke down irrevocably following an argument during a Saturday meeting in Club Uí Cadéin. A Group B member recalled the row erupting after Ballymun WP activist Pat Courtney asked a member of the Kelly gang to stop playing a slot machine. The following evening, Eamon Kelly returned with a number of his associates and waited inside the club. When Courtney arrived, he was stabbed 3 times, twice in the heart. The critically injured WP member was rushed to hospital, where he was placed under Garda protection. The incident caused consternation among Group B activists, several of whom had been long-term critics of the criminals who had violently attacked their comrade. With the 25-year-old Courtney a leading activist in his constituency, De Rosa became embroiled in the arguments about how the incident should be dealt with. Several activists demanded violent retribution. The Kelly brothers are said to have offered over £15,000 in compensation. A party member recalls De Rosa visiting the critically injured man in hospital and appealing for him to give a statement to Gardaí naming his assailants. This Courtney refused to do until Garland visited and assured him that he supported the move. Eamon Kelly was charged with grievous bodily harm, malicious wounding and assault. Courtney named Eamon Kelly as the assailant, and Kelly was found guilty and sentenced to 10 years in jail. The WP would later assure members. Kelly's only connection with the Workers' Party was that he occasionally frequented a social club in Gardiner Place, which is also used by some members of the Workers' Party. The case brought an end to the Kelly brothers' involvement with Group B, but the matter would resurface a year later when the Court of Criminal Appeal quashed Kelly's conviction and ordered a retrial. The new trial heard that one of the prosecution witnesses had himself been convicted of manslaughter following the 1974 Galway robbery in which Jeremiah O'Connor had been killed, and that he had changed his original statement. There were also accusations that WP members had been ordered by Cathal Golding to testify that Kelly was Courtney's assailant. The judge noted that the testimonies had been marked by an undertone of fear. Kelly claimed that he could not have been in the IRA club on the night in question, having been barred from it in 1982, and that it was his brother Matt who had fought Courtney. Another gang member testified that he rather than Kelly had carried out the stabbing. Courtney again swore that it was Eamon Kelly, whom he had known for years, who had attacked him, but the charges of GBH and malicious wounding against Kelly were dropped and his sentence was downgraded to 3 years for assault. During the May 1985 local elections, there was a series of altercations involving WP canvassers and some locals in Twinbrook. The officials retaliated against those they believed had threatened election workers, with locals claiming that a teenage girl was among those beaten up. Several weeks later, the officials shot a Twinbrook man 3 times in the legs. The victim claimed that he had been warned this would happen after the elections. Later in August, on internment commemoration night, Belfast officials had to produce guns in order to ward off rioters from a number of WP social clubs. Some days later, 2 youths, who had previously robbed bonfire material from an official protected building site in the Short Strand, were beaten. One had his hands broken with a lump hammer after being abducted by 2 men from his workplace. These incidents led to community disquiet and, in response to the Short Strand beatings, a protest march on the local WP social club. Responding to allegations of antisocial activity proved difficult for the officials, with their political wing unable to defend the reputation of an organization they publicly claimed did not exist. The official IRA continued to organize voter impersonation for the WP during elections, but with provisional Sinn Féin doing the same, and increasing government clampdowns on the practice, it was no longer as successful as it had been in the 1970s. Also during 1985, a disagreement developed between Group B activists and the owner of a Nuri bureau de change. The bureau de change owner wrote to De Rosa and Macgiola claiming that he had loaned £6,000 to the Nuri WP and that they were refusing to repay the loan. He also claimed a series of checks cashed by party members in his business had bounced, that his office had been robbed of £5,000, and that an employee had been approached by WP members and told he would be shot dead by two men from Dublin if they were not given £10,000. The letter also stated that a signed affidavit detailing the case had been entrusted to the businessman's solicitor and would be made public in the event of the officials carrying out their threat to kill him. The local provisionals learned of the incident and, keen to cause maximum embarrassment to the WP, passed the details of the case on to an RTE Today Tonight team researching official IRA activity for their program on paramilitary racketeering. The Today Tonight program had been conceived in early 1985 by a group of RTE staff who argued that a WP, Freemasonry, had stilted programming and silenced opponents, through an orchestrated campaign of gossip and innuendo. The program was initially to focus solely on official IRA racketeering, but in the interest of balance, a concern of series producer Joe Mulholland, it was decided other paramilitary groups' activities would also be examined. The project provoked interest outside RTE, with representatives of the government assuring the journalists of their full backing and the Department of Justice offering them armed protection during their research. Former Today Tonight journalist Mary McAleese organized a meeting between program researcher Fintan Cronin and Charles Haughey, who expressed pleasure and surprise that the program was emerging from a nest of sticky vipers. In the north, assistance came from an eclectic range of sources, including the SDLP, sections of the RUC and the provosts. While the WP's enemies were adamant that the officials' activities should be exposed, particularly relishing the fact that this was to be done on a program strongly associated with the party, leading WP members made polite inquiries with Mulholland as to why he was allowing such a program. Less politely, Cronin's files in RTE were rifled through and his bank statements stolen. Threatening calls were made to his home and to his mother, and RTE received bomb threats. As a precaution, very little of the program's research material was kept at RTE. The researchers were also followed, Cronin recalls. At one stage Pat, Cox, and myself were in Buswells and they had a guy walking up and down outside and he was identified to me as a member of the official IRA. Another time a guy with a big bushy beard came up to us and feigned to pull out a gun on us. The teen was also harassed while in Belfast. Phone calls were made late at night to the reporters' hotel rooms and files were stolen from producer Mick McCarthy's room. On one occasion the research team hastily traveled back across the border after the RUC informed them they had intelligence that their lives were in immediate danger. The pressure had an effect, Cronin recalls. We did think they would shoot us. The day before the program went out, Cronin found himself face to face in the RTE canteen with a number of men whom he knew to be members of the official IRA. The group had obviously been invited to lunch by sympathizers among the station's staff. The same day Cronin's wife's workplace received a bomb threat. The RUC was helpful to the program makers, although one high-ranking officer informed them that a superior had instructed him that his interview, in which he accepted that much criminal activity previously attributed to the INLA had in fact been carried out by the officials, could not be broadcast. Cronin believed the interview to be one of the best things we had, but it was not transmitted. Although the claim of an unspoken RUC policy not to embarrass the officials by not naming people as members in court was broadcast, other claims, including one that armed OIRA men were sometimes allowed through RUC roadblocks, were not. Cronin developed the view that the OIRA was a protected species in Belfast and that their criminality was often overlooked by the NEO, Northern Ireland office, and RUC. The program made much of the recent incidents in Newry, although there was no reference to the businessman's previous involvement with Group B. This man had disclosed further information on Group B funding, including the existence of a joint Newry AIB account, in the names of a local WP member and Sean Gartland, that was used to launder funds that originated with the officials' clubs in California. That a public WP figure such as De Rosa had been dragged into controversy surrounding Group B strengthened calls within the movement for a reassessment of the organization's role. Seamus Lynch and his supporters wished to see Group B reduced to small groups of activists with access to weapons, and completely removed from political decision-making within the party. As legal funding methods were developed, Lynch envisaged Group B units coming together only when necessary to protect party members. Among Group B's Belfast leadership, one name suggested for these units was the April 15th Organization, a reference to the date of Joe McCann's death. Although the general concept of reducing the numbers of active Group B members was adopted, the idea of completely dismantling the OIRA organization grated with some long-term activists. Many retained an ideological commitment to armed republicanism, and the combination of these remaining ideological bonds and the necessity of raising funds meant that Lynch's concept was not adopted. Some Group B activists were largely unconcerned about the impact the organization's existence might have on political development. As one puts it, "We just done our thing and let them do their thing. We didn't let it overlap, didn't want to be seen too much. As far as we were concerned, we were at the heart of the movement, we were feeding it. You don't bite the hand that feeds you." The party's dire financial situation was prominent in leadership discussions during 1986. Ard Shamherli members were asked to take personal responsibility for ensuring their area's debts to the party center and to Repsol were met. Garland now began exploring the possibility of getting funding from the Soviet Union. In July 1986 he wrote to the International Committee of the CPSU to seek support for Iskra Productions, a Marxist filmmaking enterprise which commands the party's full support. Among journalists listed as linked to Iskra were Jerry Gregg, Owen Harris and John Caden. Though Iskra functioned in an environment hostile to a Marxist analysis, Garland felt there was a commercial appetite for stories that may embody a critique of Western society. In early August 1986, Garland notified the CPSU that he, along with DeRosa, would be attending a nuclear disarmament conference in Pyongyang, North Korea. Garland requested a meeting with representatives of the CPSU Central Committee during their return trip via Moscow to discuss how our two parties' relationship can be further developed and strengthened and to examine other possible areas of cooperation. Years later, Garland would explain the approach to the Soviets by saying that the CPSU was a fraternal party, and that he didn't see anything wrong with asking friends for help. The CIA had been financing parties all around the world for generations now. A long letter on the WP's situation was presented to CPSU representatives in Moscow. It opened with fraternal greetings and an analysis of the situation in Ireland, North and South. In the North, the WP believed that the British and Irish governments, in close alignment with Washington, were attempting to impose a political solution. Potentially these moves could provoke extreme unionist elements and the provisional IRA into a major escalation in terrorist violence which will result in many thousands dead. Meanwhile, monopoly capital was pushing the EEC's Single European Act, ratification of which would diminish Irish neutrality and sovereignty. Against these forces, the WP was attempting to educate and mobilize the working class to act in their own interests, while accepting that, at the end of the day, it is our own activity which will be the determining factor for victory, and that the bulk of party resources would have to come from the people on whose behalf we are struggling. The WP was nevertheless seeking international assistance. This appeal was placed within the Irish revolutionary tradition that stretched from Wolfe Tone and the Fenians to the Irish Volunteers, all of whom had worked to build allies abroad for support and solidarity. The letter went on to outline an ambitious 5-year development plan for the WP which included the setting up of a full-time party school of political education at Mornington. A relaunch of the weekly party paper was also envisaged, alongside an expansion in numbers of full-time party organizers and researchers, and increased resources to fight an estimated 8 elections. In total, the 5-year plan's cost was estimated at IR £3.45 million. Total current annual party income was estimated at £120,000, made up of £76,000 collected in member subscriptions, £30,000 through the national collection and £12,000 from special levies on local branches. The letter gave the WP's Soviet comrades a candid appraisal of the party's current funding arrangements. Expenditure over a 12-month period is £325,000, which covers wages, offices and publications. The bulk of the shortfall has been met by special activities, of which it is not possible to detail here because of reasons we are sure you will understand. The special activities are unable always to be effective, and so on occasion the party has had to seek loans from individuals and financial institutions for specific activities. This has meant an accumulation of debt with financial institutions of approximately £100,000. The interest alone is crippling. Further, the continued growth of the party in the public domain makes special activities more hazardous for the party, which has more than enough enemies in the establishment ready to pounce on mistakes and difficulties. With these considerations in mind, the concluding section of the letter stated that we would respectfully request a grant of £1 million, Irish, over the proposed 5-year development period in order to assist us in this vital and urgent task, which we believe will be of benefit to the world's struggle for peace, freedom and socialism. Garland recalls that he and DeRosa composed the appeal and presented it at the Oktyabrskaya Hotel. DeRosa was there, He typed the letter, he insisted. He said he was a better typist than I was. I didn't give a fuck who typed the letter. De Rosa's recollection, however, directly contradicts that of Garland. He would later contend that he never saw such a letter, let alone signed one, and that his time in Moscow had been just a stopover on the way back from North Korea. He had visited Gorky Park and gone to the ballet and had a meeting concerning Repsol but was not privy to any discussions involving funding. In February 1987, CPSU International Department Deputy Chief V. Zagladin sent a memo to the Central Committee describing the WP as the most influential and promising left force in Ireland. However, with the Soviets involved in a period of delicate détente with the West, he felt there were drawbacks to granting the WP's request for funding. Zagladin pointed out that the roots of the WP in the nationalist movement Sinn Féin, whose other wing still goes on with terrorist acts in Northern Ireland, meant that it was the focus of attention of Irish, British and U.S. intelligence agencies, and therefore it would be impossible to conceal the fact of our considerable direct financial support. The need to maintain fraternal relations with the Irish communists was also noted. It was advised that the Soviets should discuss the possibility of rendering assistance in other forms without payment in hard currency, such as preparation of staff, provision of study books or printing works, equipment and paper. The WP's need for funds remained acute. In 1987 it was decided that the party rather than Repsol should take full responsibility for funding election campaigns. Leading WP members personally secured large bank loans and set up a development fund, while the now run-down cottages at Mornington were mortgaged. Repsol sought to become the sole agent for the distribution of Soviet oil and coal in Ireland, and other such schemes were discussed. However, few of the goods offered by the WP's international allies, including North Korean Christmas decorations and clothing, would provide the basis of fruitful commercial ventures. One Belfast operative reported that they were to distribute North Korean mouse skins, which left activists nonplussed until someone realized that it was actually moose skins that he was referring to. Commercial ventures were also central to discussions between WP leaders visiting China and that country's Communist Party officials. Chinese delegations visited Ireland as guests of the WP. One was brought around the Midlands to meet officials of the semi-state board Namona. The WP also organized introductions to Irish government representatives for delegations from China and North Korea. Group B was linked to a May 1986 robbery of £60,000 from a Dublin bus garage. The robbery was professionally executed, two operatives wearing bus drivers' uniforms making their way to the garage's pay office and, once inside, pulling on balaclavas and producing pistols. As with most Group B operations, the Gardaí believed that the robbery could not have been successfully carried out without a level of inside knowledge. In the Belfast ghettos, clashes with Provo and Inla supporters were still routine. Punishment attacks also continued, with youths beaten up in Turf Lodge in October 1986 and the windows of their homes smashed after they were accused of antisocial activities. These attacks were preceded by the posting of warning notices in local shops that the Belfast Brigade official IRA would take action to halt the joyriding epidemic. The pressure to keep Group B out of the media spotlight meant that in Belfast criminals were increasingly used for operations, as a member of the city's command staff recalls. Slowly but surely a team started to come in that weren't officials but really had balls to burn as long as they were getting a percentage. They had nothing in common with us, so we took percentages. The attitude was, fuck it then, I might as well take bits from that. Despite the RUC's anti-racketeering measures and increased competition from other paramilitaries, the OIRA continued to run building site scams. During 1986 there were particular problems with the INLA, who tried to muscle in on rackets in Short Strand. After Group B badly beat a local INLA member, their rivals backed off. When the ITV investigative program The Cook Report inquired into paramilitary racketeering during August 1987, they succeeded in getting an interview with Black Bob McEwen. McEwen had agreed to participate after discussing the matter with RUC man Kevin Shee and gaining agreement that he would be anonymous and be allowed to explain the difference between the officials' fundraising to support political activity and the provos to support violence. He revealed relatively little on official IRA activities, instead talking about other paramilitary groups' involvement. The program ended up focusing mainly on the UDA's crude extortion rackets. One of the program makers would admit, "We intended to expose both loyalist and nationalist rackets, but we soon discovered the sticks are a lot more sophisticated about things. They seemed to run legitimate businesses and we could not find a figure who was blatantly racketeering or anyone who would point a finger at someone who was. Their power base is too strong." Critics noted the involvement of a former WP member in researching the program. But McEwen's comrades were unimpressed. He was threatened with being shot, and moved to Wales for his own safety. It was becoming ever more apparent to Group B volunteers that leadership figures were cementing a relationship with the RUC, and that Group B could increasingly rely on lenient treatment by the courts and police. After one robbery in South Belfast, an operative had seen an RUC patrol in the area and expected to be chased, but nothing happened. In the Newry area, the détente between the RUC and the officials was also evident, as one activist recalls. They weren't going to let anybody off right up front, but they weren't going to come in heavy on them. But they knew that activity was going on. There were rumors of party members who had been caught drink driving escaping charges, and of policemen being entertained in WP clubs. Some activists worried about how such things looked within the nationalist population. One recalls, "It done no good seeing Special Branch staggering out of clubs at 2 or 3 in the morning or drink driving charges getting dropped. If it had an effect on me like that, what effect did it have on ordinary people that did not have a Marxist orientation?" Another member recalls driving behind a leadership figure one night who was absolutely blocked out of his skull. "I was petrified. He was stopped by the cops, he was drunk, he had a gun, and he was let drive on." Group B members were unhappy that some activists were receiving training in the use of legal weapons from the RUC. Others recall some northern leadership figures arguing that cooperation with the RUC was correct not only tactically but also ideologically, as some of their police contacts professed to be socialists as well. The party's enemies consistently claimed that the WP had some form of agreement with the police. Indeed, Group B members had been given clearance to tell police directly about Provo activity. Although some activists were uncomfortable with this, hatred of the Provost and the belief that the state could be used as an ally to defeat terrorism meant many officials approved of the relationship with the RUC. A document produced by the Group B leadership that caused some dismay stated that official activity on Bloody Sunday in 1972, which included the firing of retaliatory shots at the paratroopers, should be admitted. The idea provoked heated discussion but was not acted on. The growing cooperation between the officials and the RUC may well have played a role in the murder of Emanuel Wilson in May 1987. The Beechmount resident was abducted in a black taxi and interrogated by members of the Provo's Internal Security Department before being shot as a police informer. Wilson's Provo killers were aware of the 32-year-old's connections to the WP, as both a registered party supporter and a member of Group B's intelligence network, and would later claim he had also informed on IRA activity. RUC sources stated their belief that Wilson could only have been killed with the agreement of the officials, as the provost would not have risked an all-out feud, but the killing provoked heated demands for retaliation. Officials, many of them armed, gathered in Cypress Street the day Wilson's body was found, demanding the organization hit back. But Seamus Lynch, concerned that a feud with the provost would cause severe political damage to the WP, told a hurriedly convened meeting that he would play no part in authorizing a response, driving his point home by stating, "If I'm shot, I want no retaliation." His position dismayed many volunteers who felt that one of their organization's fundamental roles, the protection of members, was being critically undermined. Members were pacified in the short term by a promise that retaliation would happen after a few months once those directly involved in the killing had been identified. The long-standing mediation process between the two organizations was activated, and within a few days the provosts were able to make a public statement that, "We do not foresee any possibility of conflict between ourselves and the Workers' Party's military wing." Meanwhile, the WP highlighted to journalists the lack of retaliation as a clear indication that the official IRA was now defunct. Tension over the OIRA's liaison with the RUC would boil over during a meeting of senior Belfast Group B members shortly after the March 1988 killing of the 2 British Army corporals who had driven into a provisional funeral cortege. Activists were shown photographs of the mob attack on the corporal's car and its aftermath by a senior official accompanied by a leading Group B intelligence operative. As one of those present recalls, "They threw photos down and the corporals weren't cold. And they were photos from a helicopter, quite obvious they were from a helicopter." Several of those present objected when asked if they could identify members of the mob that had attacked the corporal's car. The meeting broke up in disorder as several volunteers angrily criticized the leadership's contacts with the British security services. Although the WP continued publicly to condemn loyalist terrorism, secret links had been maintained with the UDA, even as a new generation of largely apolitical and rampantly sectarian leaders came to the fore in that organization. These younger men replaced figures such as John McMichael, killed by the provost in 1987, and Jim Craig, killed by his own organization in October 1988. Liaison was particularly important when leading Group B figures purchased a pub adjacent to the Seymour estate, a UDA stronghold in southwest Belfast. The strong suspicion that information on mutual enemies was changing hands at meetings between Group B and Loyalists troubled some within the WP, but connections were maintained. In late 1986, 2 younger Group B operatives traveled to North Korea and trained alongside specialist units of the Korean People's Army. The following spring, around a dozen Group B operatives traveled to Pyongyang for several weeks of intensive weapons, combat and intelligence instruction. The men's journey, via the USSR, was assisted by the KGB, and elaborate measures were taken to conceal their real destination from Western intelligence agencies. To aid these precautions, each man wrote a series of postcards and letters while in Moscow, which they dated over the coming weeks. A Moscow-based Group B activist sent these greetings on during the men's stay in North Korea. While training with the Korean People's Army, the activists met with members of African military forces. It was unclear to what use the North Koreans believed the men would eventually put their training, which included use of heavy machine guns. Some volunteers believed it was just an exercise in keeping them, Group B members, happy. Others were informed the training was to establish an elite assassination squad, as part of a plan to stand down the wider organization. Group B also utilized their connection with North Korea to import around 24.32 automatic pistols during the late 1980s, collecting the weapons from North Korean diplomats in Paris. Group B's relationship with the intelligence agencies of communist states also resulted in the organization becoming involved in the distribution of forged United States $100 notes. Although it is unclear where the batches of counterfeit U.S. currency which initially came into the possession of Group B during the mid-1980s originated from, most activists believe the notes were printed in the USSR. By the late 1980s, Gardaí had become aware that Group B was in some way connected with the distribution of forged dollars. They were informed by CIA agents that the U.S. authorities believed the KGB had instigated the plot, but that the notes were possibly produced in North Korea. The Americans would later inform their Irish contacts that Group B had been awarded the European franchise for distribution of the superdollar, which was also being disseminated by separate networks in the Far East and Middle East. Group B activists based on the continent initially aided the transportation of counterfeit dollars to Britain and Ireland. In the late 1980s, the counterfeit currency was transported directly from the USSR to Ireland. On one occasion, a group of veteran WP supporters treated to a holiday in a Black Sea resort transported notes back concealed in the lining of their coats and in money belts. As the USSR became increasingly unstable, the transportation of the currency became more problematic. A confrontation between Group B's permanent representative in Moscow and the emerging Russian mafia resulted in the loss of a large quantity of notes. Group B used a network of activists and criminal contacts to exchange the superdollars in Ireland and Britain for genuine currency. Most of those who undertook this activity were allowed to keep a percentage of the proceeds. The operation was highly successful, with around $1 million worth of the notes estimated to have been distributed by the organization during this period. CIA agents liaising with Irish security operatives informed them they feared billions of dollars worth of the fake currency had been produced and believed the scheme to be a serious threat and a genuine attempt to undermine the U.S. economy. During 1990, the Belfast organization would establish 5 four-man teams who set about exchanging the superdollars throughout Ireland. In order to prevent fingerprint detection, volunteers sprayed their hands with a liquid solution called second skin. Despite the precautions, the sheer volume of high-quality forged $100 bills being exchanged in Irish financial institutions raised suspicion. When a bank stopped exchanging the $100 notes and there was a police raid on a Belfast Group B operative's house, the operation was suspended. While Group B's relationship with the North Korean intelligence services intensified, direct dealings with the KGB were becoming more problematic as the CPSU continued on its course of détente with the West. A December 1988 CPSU memo from KGB President Vladimir Krukov to the CPSU Central Committee reported that Comrade Garland had requested of the resident KGB officer in Ireland that 5 reliable and trustworthy WP members be given specialized training in Moscow in order to strengthen party security. Krukov recommended that the WP be given a positive answer, but despite the Soviets characterizing Garland as Doveritelny, a trustworthy contact, who was familiar with the KGB resident in Ireland Vladimir Vasilievich Mindarov, they decided against granting his request. A January 1989 KGB memo to the CPSU Central Committee outlined their reasoning. Additional examination with the help of KGB specialists showed that despite the confidential relations between the CPSU and the WP, to satisfy the petition would mean a serious risk. Any leakage of information about our participation in staff preparation of this kind for the WP of Ireland, and it is difficult if not practically impossible to conceal these actions, would lead to serious complications in Soviet-British relations. We can inform S. Garland it is not possible to comply with his request at present, but at the same time we should stress we would invariably like to go on strengthening our fraternal relations with the WP of Ireland. Despite such reservations, the CPSU would eventually provide nearly £70,000 in direct payments to the WP, handed over directly by the KGB to Group B operatives in Moscow in 1989. Although the officials had not carried out a fatal attack beyond their own ranks since 1977, a 1988 British government briefing paper stated that the official IRA still exists as a significant force. The Belfast organization continued to be treated with caution by the provost, as a provisional intelligence document from this period indicated, no real political party structure. Political leadership of Lynch, McMahon and Lowry, and then a structure beneath them of approximately 50 thugs. These thugs have no politics, not even WP politics. Isolated within and feared by communities, almost universally, everyone knows the Sticks. Long record of antisocial and criminal activity. The structure is really a self-protection league. Anybody can join this league, in some areas, including hoods that are afraid of the IRA. Collusion with loyalists. Access to weapons, legal and illegal. Brits, RUC never interfere with them. Role of fifth column. The drinking clubs in each area are the main focus of WP activities. In each area there is a hard core of activists, and an outer circle of hangers-on. Familia, sick. Ties play a part here, very similar to criminal families. Media sympathetic. It's impossible to get an anti-Stick story into papers. The report went on to name the Sticks in Turf Lodge, New Lodge, the Markets, Twinbrook and Lower Falls, the list coming to over 55 men, with a note that the organization's membership in several other areas of the city had yet to be compiled. Official IRA activities were outlined and points of friction with the provost were noted. In Belfast the IRA and the Sticks have an agreement not to shoot each other. If there is any aggro there's a mediation process to go through. The Sticks in the Markets are abusing this system to give protection to any hood in the area by claiming them as a party member. The report claimed that the OIRA was expected to take real heavy action against anyone who offends any member. While there were few obvious signs of Group B activity in the South by the late 1980s, Southern WP members who traveled north quickly realized that it was different there, as a Finglas member recalls. In Belfast it became clear to you very quickly that it was not as clear-cut as people were saying. There was a quasi-military structure about the whole thing and people would be roaring in your ear about it anyway. They'd be pissed and they'd be screaming this and that. A Dun Leary WP member recalled that, "We enjoyed going to the north, the camaraderie in the clubs and hanging around with hard men. You could not be there long without knowing the army existed." Another Dublin activist says that, without Group B the Belfast WP, wouldn't have been able to exist. Politics in the north is not civil society, it's fucked up. There was a war for the hegemony of the working class areas, and the Sticks wouldn't lie down and go away. With the WP leadership claiming no knowledge of any paramilitary links to their party, it was a moot point how many Southern members were aware of Group B's existence. Dublin WP activist Colm Brethnick recalls, by the late 80s the level of knowledge of the Army's existence correlated with how close to the center you were and how long you were in the party. Despite the growing pressure since the mid-1980s to wean the party off reliance on Group B funding, a Belfast official recalls his caustic view of the party leadership's position. They all knew but didn't want to know. As long as the money was coming in. 17. The flight from socialism, the age of heroes is dead and gone. Provincias de Rosa, February 1992. On the night of the 9th of November 1989, television viewers across the world were transfixed by the fall of the Berlin Wall. 4 months previously Solidarity had swept to power in free elections in Poland, the country's communist regime. Finally succumbing to the popular revolt which had dogged it for nearly a decade. October had seen the ruling Hungarian communists vote to reconstitute themselves as a social democratic party. The Eastern Bloc's political upheaval accelerated in the weeks following the fall of the Berlin Wall, with mass demonstrations bringing about the largely peaceful demise of communist rule in Czechoslovakia and Bulgaria. By the end of December, Romanian dictator Nicolae Ceausescu and his wife had been violently deposed and executed. The WP had supported Gorbachev's reforms, but the collapse of regimes previously promoted by the party left many members questioning their own ideological commitments. In an Irish People article following the collapse of the Berlin Wall, De Rosa attempted to reassure them. Much of the media coverage of events in Eastern Europe has been superficial and simplistic. What we are witnessing is not the collapse of socialism but birth pangs of a new, more democratic and stronger socialism. He stressed that his party had not been attempting to reproduce particular forms of socialism existing in any other country, but rather trying to learn both from the successes and mistakes of socialists in other countries. He also took a swipe at political opponents who were reveling in the fate of Europe's communist regimes. Right-wing politicians in this country are in no position to be smug about the exodus of people from the GDR. Proportionally more people have emigrated from Ireland in the past year than from the GDR. The same politicians here claim the exodus from the GDR as an indication that socialism has failed. Curiously, they do not conclude that the exodus from this country shows that capitalism has failed. The WP's election success emboldened its public representatives. With 7 TDs, the party now had Dale group status, which provided a sizable state subvention and parliamentary privileges including greater speaking time. Gilmore used his maiden Dale speech to attack service charges and the government's failure to properly finance public housing. On Dublin County Council, WP councillors tabled a motion calling for the establishment of a judicial inquiry into allegations of widespread political corruption in the planning process, but the motion failed in the face of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael opposition. In a break with previous practice, Labour leader Dick Spring agreed to the activation of a left cooperation group with De Rosa to aid the coordination of their activities in the Dáil. Détente was not evident in the ITGWU, however, with newly elected WPTDs Pat Rabbitte and Eamon Gilmore finding themselves summarily dismissed from their jobs by the union hierarchy. The TDs launched a legal action and mounted a picket on the union's Liberty Hall offices, but the decision stood. Agreement had already been reached between the leadership of the ITGWU and WUI to amalgamate at the beginning of 1990 to form a new organization, the Services, Industrial, Professional and Technical Union, SIPTU. It was with one eye on the political balance of this new union that Rabbitte used his July address at Bodenstown to declare that ominous shadows now hung over the ITGWU leadership due to their hostility towards the WP. The party played a central role in organizing the Peace Tráin protest against provisional IRA attacks on the Dublin-Belfast railway line. 2 special trains ran on the line to much media fanfare on the 28th of October. Passengers included representatives of most of the political parties, and a large number of WP supporters included De Rosa and Seamus Lynch. The protest allowed the WP to focus on the Provost as the main source of violence in the north and to strengthen its own anti-violence credentials in the south. The party struggled to cope with the reverberations from the collapse of international communism. During 1989, the communist group in the European Parliament had split into hard-line and moderate factions. After initial half-hearted inquiries about De Rosa joining the Party of European Socialists were rejected by that grouping's Irish affiliates, Labour and the SDLP, the WP leadership decided to join the Left Unity Group, which consisted of the French, Portuguese and Greek communist MEPs and was seen as hostile to perestroika. The alignment would become a bone of contention among the party leadership, with Gilmore and Rabbitte vocal in their view that the party should have aligned with the Italian communists and should prepare to follow that party's stated objective of eventually joining the socialist group. There was a growing consensus within the party that changes had to occur in light of the collapse of the communist bloc, and once again it was Owen Harris who attempted to harness this. During the late 1980s, Harris had begun to question his previous commitment to the interpretation of Marxism that had underpinned the Irish Industrial Revolution. Having been an outspoken critic of social democracy, he was now beginning to suggest that it was the only viable platform for progressive politics. This viewpoint, which had formed the basis of a speech he gave to a 1988 WP summer school in Belfast and had underlain De Rosa's 1989 Ardthace address, was further developed in an address given by him at a fractious WP Dublin Regional Education Seminar in November 1989. Despite a cool reception from party members, Harris' arguments found a degree of favor with Smullen, who felt that events in Eastern Europe had made many of us begin to examine carefully articles of faith that we had accepted for years. Activists remember Smullen being absolutely shattered by the revelations of corruption in states like Romania. Harris gathered his thoughts into a short pamphlet entitled The Necessity of Social Democracy. What emerged was a disjointed but savage attack on left politics and a demand that they be discarded in favor of what he called social democracy, which, according to Harris, had been the actual intention of Marx and other early communist writers. Harris stated that silence and suppression of self killed socialism, and that the individual person, not the crowd, collective or class, is the subject and the whole point of history. While boldly stating that socialism was dead, having committed suicide, this was not the end for socialist values, which could now rise from the ashes as a democratic political idea. But the term socialism had to be discarded, just as the term Republican had been, like nuclear waste. Harris argued that the working class admire people like Smurfit, Goodman, Tony O'Reilly. Only Trots think otherwise. His prescription was that the party must remove itself from left circles, where he claimed a soft approach to nationalism was the norm. Declaring, "I am a Marxist. Marxism to me is, first and foremost, a moral system." Harris held that his politics had always been defined by dialectics, change through conflict, and using this approach the research section had from 1974 to 1979, in a dozen pamphlets, carved out an original theory of Irish political economy which rejected state socialist economics, the politics of national labor and the whole mess of Republican socialism. De Rosa's 1989 Ardthace speech had continued this process and saved our bacon in the run-up to the general election. The polemic closed with comments that would greatly anger his opponents within the party. Harris stated that, as a person who deals with the media, my impression is that the word left is as attractive as the word AIDS. He noted several elements of left luggage that the WP would need to dump in areas where the public perceived the WP to be wrong. Criminals are not victims of oppression. Alienation is a patronizing myth of middle-class academics. Entrepreneurs are not evil. Pursuing left unity was useless. The public never talk about it. Colleagues recall Harris taking a different tack privately, arguing that the adoption of social democracy would not be a dilution of the party's socialism but Marxism in a new guise, the iron fist in the velvet glove. Harris now faced the problem of how to get such an incendiary thesis out to the party membership. Fergus Whalen's initial suspicion, upon reading the pamphlet, was that the industrial department cadres would all be expelled before the week is out. Harris delivered a copy for publication to Making Sense editor Paddy Gillen in mid-December 1989, and Gillen brought it to the attention of the party leadership. It was not well received. At a testimonial dinner held for Cathal Golding in early January, Day O'Hagan mocked the New Social Democrats, leading to a confrontation with Smullen that resulted in the Director of Economic Affairs walking out of the event. Now aware that the necessity of social democracy was circulating behind the scenes, Harris wrote a letter to Garland demanding its publication. He focused his ire on what he termed the SIP-TU tendency, a grouping around Day Geraghty and TDs Gilmore and Rabbitt. Harris harangued the group, who had been derided as social democrats by the industrial department in the past, as careerists who were using the WP for advancement in politics. For their part, most of the SIP-TU tendency looked towards figures such as Ellen Hazelcorn, Henry Patterson and Paul Sweeney as the source of a new, democratic socialist ideology, which emphasized the primary role of the state in economic development but questioned concepts such as democratic centralism. For veterans such as Garland and O'Hagan, and those loyal to them, both groups' call for an overhaul of WP ideology seemed to be an attack on the Leninist, revolutionary party they had striven to build. Despite these reservations, in late January the Executive Political Committee, EPC, agreed that an edited version of The Necessity of Social Democracy would be published in Making Sense. The party was now in the throes of a major debate on the way forward. Special delegate conferences were held during February to discuss the WP's ideological future and the impact of events in Eastern Europe. Among the contributors was Paul Sweeney, who argued that the party had to be more democratic but maintain a Marxist economic approach, while Oliver Donahue and Brian Brennan spoke on behalf of the Harris thesis. Donahue's claim that the WP had never actually been a socialist party led to heckles. DeRosa's son Fergal and Dun Leary member Colm Brethnick spoke in support of a third way, a socialist theory and practice that can take us beyond the failed paths of actually existing socialism and social democracy. It was also a response to concerns that the party was facing a split along social democrat, Marxist-Leninist lines. At the Munster Conference, O'Chanaith, now WP campaigns manager, expressed the view of many veteran leaders that the way beyond the current ideological strife was to strengthen protest politics and reiterate revolutionary goals. The fight for the trust of the people and a willingness and confidence to offer leadership on every issue which touches their lives is a day-in, day-out commitment for socialists such as us, who want to see the present dominant thinking turned around, or, in other words, who want to bring about a revolution in popular thinking which will make the Workers' Party the biggest party in the Dale. That is revolution. We are revolutionaries, and revolutionaries have obligations. In the run-up to the Ard Thace, Harris supporters blamed the SIP-TU tendency for delaying the publication of The Necessity of Social Democracy so that Ard Thace motions calling for its ideas to be debated could not be tabled prior to an early March deadline. Harris lobbied DeRosa, calling for WP meetings to be convened across the country to discuss his ideas. DeRosa was largely unsympathetic. In a letter to DeRosa, Harris described Gilmore and Rabbitt as student princes, a reference to their involvement in the UC, and bunnies, while the WP's Marxist-Leninists such as Garland, O'Chanaith and Peter Kane were dismissed as the Koreans. With Harris' new thesis meeting stiff resistance, Smullen took the decision, without consulting the party leadership, to publish The Necessity of Social Democracy in a special edition of the research section journal The Wealth of the Nation. The document, the first WP pamphlet to bear Harris' name, was distributed through the post to party branches and the media. In his foreword, Smullen wrote, "The continuing crisis of socialism calls for more than cosmetic changes such as prefixing democracy to socialism." This pamphlet argues that the word socialism is now a brake on progress. It proposes a return to the revolutionary roots of social democracy and a commitment to revolutionary reformism, defined as reformist struggle conducted with revolutionary zeal for democratic ends. Social democracy, in this sense, offers a third way between conservative and careerist, between discredited state socialism and so-called democratic socialism, which treats the party member not as a person at the hub of history, but as a cog in a constituency machine. The first glimpse that the public, and many WP members, had of Harris' new ideas was Fintan O'Toole's warm response to the necessity of social democracy in his Irish Times column of the 8th of March. Declaring Harris about the only person in the country who merits the description of political ideologue, O'Toole juxtaposed this vigorous embracing of social democracy with recent claims by Fine Gael leader Alan Dukes to represent the same political ideology, and concluded that the mantle of social democracy looks like being something that will have to be fought over rather than merely assumed. But the WP leadership had no interest in wearing any mantle bestowed on the party by Harris. With their authority challenged, Marxist-Leninists, reformers and De Rosa all agreed that action should be taken against Smullen, who recorded his view of the March EPC meeting shortly afterwards. I sat down at a big polished table in 30 Gardiner Place. The meeting had been called to discuss the coming Ard Thace, nothing about me on the distributed agenda. When the meeting started, De Rosa stabbed first. Eamon Smullen has disobeyed a party order by publishing a document called The Necessity of Social Democracy. I therefore propose that he surrenders his party card and leave. Then Brutus stabbed, and it was an unkind cut. Sean Garland said, I second that proposal. Why did he have to stab? He has bullet scars on his body and his hair has turned gray in the long struggle. He cannot have any real fellow feeling with Trendies. Rabbit and Gilmore were sitting there and were keen enough to use the knife. He could have left it to them. The Northerners sat tense, silent, worried. After some debate, the meeting adjourned. Smullen went to Garland's office to tell him he expected De Rosa's motion to pass and wished to arrange a time to hand over his keys to Gardiner Place, but Garland tried to persuade him to appeal the decision. By the time the meeting resumed, Mac Giola and Golding had arrived. Mac Giola, referring to the party constitution, declared that the EPC did not have the authority to rule in the matter and it should wait till the following day's Ard Cholmherley meeting. That meeting opened with a letter from Harris denouncing the student princes, who, he claimed, were using the third way grouping in a plot to push out the old guard. This was Harris' last act as a WP member, as he had announced his resignation from the party shortly before the Ard Cholmherley meeting began. De Rosa put forward a motion, seconded by Rabbit, calling for Smullen to resign from the EPC and as chairman of the Economic Affairs Committee. Smullen rejected this, saying as editor of The Wealth of the Nation he had the right to publish what he wished, and eventually a Golding amendment that Smullen be suspended from his positions until the Ard Thace was approved. The meeting then decided to appoint De Rosa the replacement chair of the Economic Affairs Committee, a move that confirmed to Smullen that the WP president was completely in alliance with the ex-student group. The internal squabble soon became public knowledge, the Irish people reporting that open debate was taking place within the WP and that Harris had resigned from the party. The affair also spawned numerous newspaper articles reveling in the inner turmoil of an organization whose workings had for so long been hidden. The Irish Times referred to the departure of the WP's leading ideologue. A WP statement referred to Smullen's suspension as being the result of a serious breach of party discipline. Harris attempted to play down talks of a split within the party, stating, I am an intellectual and I feel it is my duty to present these ideas, and when I could try no more, I felt I should step back and allow the debate to continue. I have no desire to affect the party's historic mission to bring peace to Ireland. Brennan's resignation statement later that week was more acerbic, with De Rosa and the SIPTU group, Messrs. Gerrity, Gilmore and Rabbit, condemned for their suppression of the social democracy document. At the Ard Cholmherley it was decided that in conjunction with the review of party ideology a reappraisal of organization structures and policy programs should also be undertaken. This process was intended to conclude with a special Ard Thace that would endorse the most wide-ranging changes since the early 1980s. However, the Harris affair continued to dominate media coverage of the WP in the lead-up to the April 1990 Ard Thace. Opening the event, Garland called for the weekend's discussions to be constructive and devoid of bitterness of a political and personal character. Such a call was particularly important with the WP's enlarged Dáil presence, meaning much of the Ard Thace would be covered live on RTE television. The following day's debates on party democracy and organization saw Garland's hopes dashed as the party had its first public fracture since 1974. Smullen's bizarre entrance, carrying a duty-free bag and a length of blue rope, contributed to the air of tension. From the podium, Pat Rabbit condemned Harris and his latest ideas, stating that social democracy had largely failed in Britain and elsewhere. While claiming to have great admiration for Owen Harris' talents, Rabbit attacked him for using them to create division in the party. He welcomed the organizational changes which ended secret membership, stating that it had been misused by a small number of people to build a party within a party. Several delegates spoke in support of democratic centralist decision-making, saying its opponents merely wished to replace it with parliamentary control, middle-class or yuppie takeover. Others linked democratic centralism with Eastern Europe and called for it to be discarded. Anger exploded in the hall when Jimmy Brick, one of the 4 WP vice presidents, mounted an impassioned defense of Smullen and Harris. Brick condemned the attempt to expel Smullen, declaring that, at least show trials were heard in public. He had considered resigning earlier, but loyalty to the party had prevented him. Now, after hearing the lies of the triumphant tormentors as they mocked and humiliated Eamon Smullen, he ended his 19 years of party membership. Slow handclaps greeted the end of his speech as another delegate marched to the front of the hall and ripped up his own membership card. John McManus dismissed Brick's outburst, adding, "Those people who are hot under the collar about this are the very people who have persecuted the likes of me in this party over the years." Donahue labeled Gilmore and Rabbit the Ceausescu twins, and accused them of contact with Eastern European student leaders who had trained secret policemen. The session ended with a majority of delegates backing the retention of democratic centralism, but reformers claiming that they had succeeded in having the concept's democratic nature re-emphasized. In comparison to the divisive events preceding it, De Rosa's presidential address held out a vision around which a new unity could be formed. Its opening lines, in which De Rosa declared, "I am a socialist, socialism is not dead," marked a clear break with Harris. The 1989 Ard Theis speech was now recast not as a stark rupture with the past but rather an attempt to prompt debate. De Rosa accepted that Stalinist Eastern Bloc communism had received a mortal blow, but that the WP espoused a different kind of socialism based on participative democracy. He dismissed Fianna Fáil's recent attempts to appear concerned with environmentalism as just a new green flag to wrap around their jaded politics. Contrasting their rhetoric with the reality of Fianna Fáil councillors, abusing their powers to rezone and destroy green belts. There was also criticism of the SDLP and a demand that all the island's nationalist parties go much further down the road of harsh and self-critical reassessment of Ireland's nationalist and Catholic political culture. In light of a recent Supreme Court ruling that the Irish Constitution's Articles 2 and 3 constituted a claim of legal right to the territory of Northern Ireland, De Rosa called upon all Democrats in the Republic to cooperate on securing the deletion of these articles. He also demanded that Fianna Fáil's ambivalence towards extradition of terrorist suspects be confronted. Those who kill, maim and destroy, by bomb or bullet, and claim to be doing it to achieve a united Ireland, should be extradited to face trial. This onslaught on nationalist shibboleths overshadowed De Rosa's calls for a universal minimum income, integrated education and highlighting of a new industrial policy that accepted the existence of a mixed economy. What was not lost on those suspicious of the parliamentary group's growing influence was his support for a federal Europe, and praising of the new dimension WP general election success had brought to Irish politics. The following day, Smullen issued a public statement claiming that the newer additions to Ardale's strength began, as soon as they were in place in the House, to campaign to remove all decision-making to a parliamentary party, or rather to a part of it. It was because of these people, who he accused of having little experience beyond the unreal world of student politics, that Smullen had now decided to resign. Attempts were made to the very last to keep Smullen in the party, but Garland summed up the weekend's events by telling delegates, "If the time has come to part with old comrades, then so be it." In the days following the Ard Theis, a couple of dozen members, including Donahue and Fergus Whelan, joined Brick and Smullen in resigning, but other industrial department cadres decided to remain with the WP. The WP's political direction was now largely in the hands of certain TDs and their allies, rather than those loyal to the Revolutionary Party. But the parliamentary group was still far from totally dominant, as emphasized by McCartan's failure to be elected on to the Ard Chomhairley. Also, to the resentment of some TDs, the man who took over Smullen's Dublin Group B responsibilities, a Garland loyalist, began to have a greater prominence within party committees. Those skeptical of the parliamentary group's direction also continued to hold a number of important party officerships, with Seamus Harrison remaining as treasurer, Peter Kane as national organizer and John Lowry as chair of the International Affairs Committee. With internal party education now less intensive, Education Director Deo Hagan was seen by the reformers as a hardliner, whose influence was largely restricted to the Belfast area. Members were now encouraged to enroll in third-level courses, particularly those dealing with industrial relations, rather than depend on the party for political education. The parliamentary group's growing influence was welcomed by an Irish Times editorial following the Ard Theis. It called upon Labour and the WP to put aside partisan hostility in favour of cooperation while taking a swipe at democratic centralism as a fatally flawed doctrine and an unwelcome hangover from the party's attachment to Eastern European communism. The editorial bore the hallmarks of Dick Walsh's thinking, and Walsh returned to the theme in his next weekly column. This narrative of dynamic public representatives opposed by a staid party, old guard, was nurtured by the parliamentary group. The TD's activity in the Dale ensured they had a wider resonance among the public and Southern membership. With 7 TDs, the WP could now propose legislation, and their first bill, proposing measures to improve conditions for part-time workers, was defeated only after Fianna Fáil gave assurances that they would implement a similar law. WPTDs were also using Dale time to highlight what they perceived as the twin political evils embodied by Haughey's Fianna Fáil, financial corruption and opportunist nationalism. Mac Giola cited a suspicion which I hope has no basis that the sprawling area of Blanchardstown in West Dublin was being denied shopping facilities due to the property developer seeking to build a shopping centre nearby being an old friend of Minister for the Environment Padraig Flynn. Mac Giola also unsuccessfully lobbied Haughey on behalf of Orangemen seeking to stage a tercentenary commemoration of the Battle of the Boyne at the events site in County Meath. A flow of state and EU funding allowed the parliamentary group to directly employ secretaries and advisors. Party press officer Tony Heffernan continued to lead the Dale backroom team. Among the new WP employees based at Leinster House was Heffernan's assistant Eugene Hickland, a former IDYM activist, who had been appointed by head office and was a strong supporter of Garland. Older hands brought back included Padraig Yates, who became De Rosa's assistant in Brussels, and Rabbit's Dale secretary Myron de Burca. The reorientation of members and public contact to a party centre based in the Dale rather than Gardiner Place was also evident in the new WP internal newsletter, News and Views, which listed Dale and TD contact details as well as those for party offices. Some WP activists had been developing relations with Labour Left, a grouping within the Labour Party seeking to promote a more left-wing agenda. These contacts included discussions on a joint approach to the upcoming presidential campaign. Initially, some had attempted to promote the idea of approaching Noel Brown as a left-wing unity candidate, but Dick Spring was opposed to Brown. And on the 1st of May, Labour launched the campaign of its nominee Mary Robinson in Limerick. Robinson, a barrister, academic and former independent senator, was a veteran Liberal campaigner on contentious issues including access to contraception and gay rights. She was presented to the media by Jim Kemmy, whose Democratic Socialist Party officially merged with Labour that day, and was flanked by members of left-wing groups including the WP. However, there was division within the WP over what role the party should play in the Robinson campaign. De Rosa took the lead in negotiations with Labour on a common policy platform and strategy for the election, and in the summer of 1990 WP branches were asked to consider 4 approaches to the presidential election. 1. To ignore it, and not campaign. 2. Endorse Mary Robinson and not campaign. 3. Have joint campaign with Labour. 4. Endorse Mary Robinson and run an independent WP campaign. Branch's views were to be relayed to the party centre by the 21st of July. In late July, De Rosa announced to the Irish Times that the WP was to mount its own campaign in support of Robinson, while working closely with other groups supporting her candidacy. Some in the party felt that De Rosa had decided to support Robinson before the issue had been fully argued out. The young members behind the third way strategy were the most vocal critics. Heated exchanges between De Rosa and his constituency chairman John O'Neill saw the TD threaten to walk out of a meeting when O'Neill remarked that members should not find out workers' party policy in the Irish Times. There was also unease among some members at the prospect of campaigning for a candidate who was not talking class politics. In Dun Laoghaire, Colm Brethnick made it clear he would not canvass for Robinson as she was not a socialist. A largely unspoken compromise was reached whereby members were not expected to canvass if they did not wish to. This was a new departure for a party with as disciplined a structure as the WP. Brethnick recalls, the main problem was the army people were not happy with us because we had breached democratic centralism. In Finglas, Brian Whalen recalls it as, the first time I had a problem getting people out to canvass. It was the first time De Rosa came to us with a fait accompli. We wanted to discuss it first, but it was probably 60 to 40 to support her. He remembers the period as, TD's stressing power, becoming strong, my seat, which was alien to us, it's a workers' party seat. With Robinson competing against Fianna Fáil's Brian Lenihan, backed by £1.3 million of campaign funding, and SDLP veteran Austin Curry running for Fine Gael, most political commentators agreed that she stood little chance. WP branches were encouraged to use the election to promote their 1991 local election candidates and women's issues. In Dun Laoghaire, canvassers were encouraged by the support for Robinson, particularly in middle-class areas and among women. Both constituencies in which the parliamentary group were keen to increase support. Robinson's appeal was seen as linking into wider cultural changes in the Republic, such as a weakening of clerical influence. The euphoria unleashed in the summer of 1990 by the appearance of the Republic of Ireland football team in their first World Cup also seemed to point to a new definition of patriotism. The party's Bodenstown commemoration was postponed from July until September to facilitate people watching the games. 3 consecutive Irish People front pages charted the team's progress in Italy, though De Rosa declined a place on the government jet to watch the quarter-final in Rome. As Robinson's campaign gained momentum, it attracted support from the Green Party as well as the involvement of Owen Harris as a media advisor. There had been no rapprochement between the former WP ideologue and his erstwhile comrades. During the summer, the Irish Times had printed a distilled version of the necessity of social democracy, ensuring Harris' ideas continued to be a source of controversy. The July-August issue of Making Sense contained a series of articles attacking Harris' new thesis for historical inaccuracy, misreading of Marx, and threadbare populism. Ill feeling was again on public display following Smullen's death in early October. Aged 66, the former Director of Economic Affairs died suddenly while on holiday in Italy with his long-term partner Nuala Monaghan. De Rosa, Garland and others held responsible for Smullen's resignation from the WP were requested not to attend the funeral service in Glasnevin, but Golding, Mac Giola, O'Chanaith, Kathleen Lynch and Jim Sullivan were among the many WP members who gathered to hear Harris describe Smullen's political life as not the stuff of speeches but epic art, adding that, to approach him in death, when it is safe, to offer him respect without rehabilitation, is only a hypocrisy or a hijack. Due to a lackluster Fine Gael campaign, it was Robinson who gained when Brian Lenihan became embroiled in a political controversy that had its origins in January 1982, when Garrett Fitzgerald asked President Hillary to dissolve the Dáil. Lenihan was one of a handful of senior Fianna Fáil members who phoned Hillary asking him to contravene his constitutional position above party politics and allowed Charles Haughey to form a government without an election. Lenihan's public claims during the campaign not to have made any such phone call were directly contradicted by a taped interview he had given only 5 months earlier. Fianna Fáil's attempts to defuse the controversy by citing Lenihan's ill health and the party's personalized attacks on Robinson only deepened the crisis. De Rosa stated that Lenihan's conduct was another case of Fianna Fáil's low standards in high places. Lenihan's hopes were dealt a further blow when Haughey, cornered by his PD colleagues, dismissed him as tenacious just days before the election. Robinson's call for a new style of presidency, meanwhile, was resonating. Although the WP's campaign was limited in resources and manpower, it had an impact in areas of party strength, and the WP would later claim to have printed and distributed 600,000 pieces of literature supporting Robinson. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael politicians began to stress that Robinson had the backing of the Marxist WP, hoping this would weaken her appeal. When she appeared on television surrounded by WP supporters in Dún Laoghaire, Fianna Fáil pointedly referred to her workers' party minders, a label canvassers found repeated to them on the doorstep. De Rosa denounced the Red Scare, pointing out that Robinson was not a WP member but did represent a new and progressive strand in Irish politics. In the campaign's final week, with polls showing Robinson and Lenihan neck and neck, Fianna Fáil intensified their attacks. First came claims that the WP intended to use a Robinson presidency to access files on their political opponents. Then Robinson was tackled during a late show debate, as well as in Fianna Fáil statements, over claims she had declared herself a socialist and was backed by a Marxist party. In the final days, Haughey weighed in personally, condemning Robinson's acceptance of Marxist support, a line of attack that was repeated in newspaper ads. On television, Minister Seamus Brennan went further, claiming that due to WP influence a Robinson victory would severely damage Ireland's standing overseas and decrease foreign inward investment. He challenged De Rosa to deny his party was Marxist-Leninist communist. With a Robinson victory now looking likely, De Rosa's response was measured. He stated that Fianna Fáil was again attempting to create an atmosphere of intolerance and hysteria, as they had done during recent referendum campaigns. He added that it was never claimed that Robinson would support all of the policy positions adopted by the Workers' Party, nor would we ask her to do so. Robinson defeated Lenihan with the aid of Fine Gael transfers, becoming Ireland's first woman president. At the Dublin count, De Rosa heralded the victory as a milestone in a 10-year political process that had seen Ireland become an urban society, willing to shake off rural values. Robinson's support had been strongest among the urban middle classes, but she had also received substantial numbers of working-class votes and of those defined as rural. It was evident that her support was strongest in areas where Labour and the WP had TDs. Despite attempts by Spring to play down WP involvement in the campaign, De Rosa now talked of greater cooperation with Labour as a realistic option, a view echoed by left-wing Labour TD Emmett Stagg. De Rosa described this approach, not as grabbing votes from the Labour Party but as broadening the constituency for the left. Labor spokespeople also expressed a feeling that personal antagonisms had been broken down in both parties. Cooperation between the WP and Labor carried over into the Dáil. In December, the WPTDs sponsored a bill seeking a referendum on redefining Articles 2 and 3 by inserting into the Constitution the need for the consent of the majority of the people of Northern Ireland before any change in that state's status. By the time of the vote on the bill, Fine Gael and Labour support had been secured, despite Spring's misgivings over its timing in the middle of another round of Anglo-Irish talks. Moving the bill, De Rosa called for an end to doublethink on the North as well as greater understanding of unionist fears. He hoped the removal of the constitutional imperative to take control of the whole national territory would take away the mandate claimed for provo violence. The PDs opposed the bill, claiming they were seeking a wide-ranging reappraisal of the Constitution, while Fianna Fáil opposition swung between nationalist dogma and the need to maintain leverage in Anglo-Irish negotiations. In the end, the bill was comfortably defeated, with Tony Gregory among those opposing it, but the debate had seen the WP reaffirm its position as a radical anti-nationalist force, and the party drew approving comment from unionist politicians. As the WP's only representative on Belfast City Council, Seamus Lynch was dismayed by the violent bickering between Sinn Féin and the DUP, which marred many meetings. Following a council decision not to invite Mary Robinson to the city, Lynch publicly expressed his frustration. "We, Belfast City Council, are a disaster. We are a sham. We are a laughing stock. I find the behavior of some of the people on this council embarrassing." As the WP's most prominent public face in Northern Ireland, while still maintaining a position in Group B, Lynch was equally dismayed at the growing tension within the party and had to be dissuaded by De Rosa from quitting. A deepening north-south divide within the party was most evident at party conferences, with Southern delegates complaining about the Northern members marching in and inevitably voting for the Revolutionary Party position. There was continued unease among the WP leadership over reports of IRA activity and party financing. In early 1990, the WP's Northern Ireland executive had issued a statement rejecting claims made in a Belfast court that a party member had asked a Turf Lodge woman to store guns and ammunition on behalf of the IRA. The statement claimed the WP had no links to any armed organizations. In the summer of 1990, the Belfast party was again denying any knowledge of the IRA, following media reports concerning a confrontation in the markets in which Group B members had beaten and shot two provisionals. The armed wing would be back in the news later that year with further disturbances in Twinbrook, and more damagingly when Northern Ireland Office Minister Brian Mawhinney told the House of Commons in December, "I believe that the official IRA still exists." Unionist MP John Taylor confessed to being astounded to hear that this was the case. Group B's continued importance was evident in a financial report presented to the EPC in October 1990. From October 1989 until September 1990, costs covered by party head office had amounted to £360,500, of which WP funds provided £189,900 with the balance of £170,600 met by Repsol. It is unclear how widespread knowledge was among the WP leadership of Group B's continued role in funding Repsol. Two leading activists recall that in the period following the 1989 election, De Rosa received from Garland a clear commitment to halt all Group B special activities, and some Group B activists were informed that a decision had been made to disband the organization. But Northern Group B operatives recall no significant decrease in their level of activity. The new impetus among a section of the leadership to sever the WP's reliance on Group B was not approved by all party activists. Finglas councillor Lucia O'Neill recalls, "There may have been some excesses in Belfast every now and then, but I imagine Group B was very controlled, very disciplined, and that shows how political those who controlled it were." Internal criticism of the party's international stance centered on the relationship with North Korea. Knowledge of the true extent of Group B's link with the state was tightly guarded, but rumors of financial dealings were widespread. During 1990, Colm Brethnick had put forward a proposal to the International Affairs Committee that the party break relations with both China and North Korea, a one-family dynastic state, and instead build links with democratic reform movements in the Far East. Brethnick, who had visited North Korea himself during 1989 and recalled conditions as Orwellian, was representing the views of a number of activists. There was also a proposal that the North Koreans no longer be invited as fraternal delegates to the Ard Thace. But with Garland and others eager not to upset their Asian comrades, these motions were dispensed with before reaching the Ard Thace floor. As the standoff following Saddam Hussein's 1990 invasion of Kuwait built towards a U.S. invasion of Iraq in January 1991, the party demanded a Dáil recall to debate the matter and get assurances that Shannon Airport would not be used to transport American troops to the region. De Rosa contrasted the measures being taken against Iraq with the lack of action against Israel, a habitual international criminal. The WP supported the campaign for peace in the Gulf, and Gilmore and others spoke on anti-war platforms. Beyond the Parliamentary Party, activists helped organize protest marches. This protest campaign initially saw WP figures share platforms with members of the far left, but the declaration by some Trotskyists that they favored an Iraqi victory caused unease for the WPTDs and brought cooperation to an end. In early 1991, the party's Dublin city councillors led an attempt to deny the use of the Mansion House for the Sinn Féin Ard Theis. This bid failed, but WP members were prominent in a new consensus picket outside the venue, where Sinn Féin delegates harangued De Rosa with accusations of his party's involvement in the killing of Seamus Costello. Members also attended a smaller new consensus demonstration outside the UDA's East Belfast headquarters. There were divergent views within the party concerning commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the 1916 Rising. Some worried that the events could be used to legitimize the Provo campaign. In the Dáil, the WP called for commemorations of the United Irishmen's 1791 Foundation to be given equal billing with the 1916 events, an idea rebuffed by Haughey. The parliamentary group and their supporters used the 1916 debate to intensify opposition to Republican ideology. In Making Sense, Paul Bew argued that the Easter Rising had been an aberration that had allowed the ideas of marginal radicals to hold sway for 40 years. With the Irish state's shedding of Sinn Féin's policies, he concluded, the Irish people had now moved on from the 1916 Rising. In stark contrast, in the same issue, Mac Giola wrote there should be no hang-ups about celebrating 1916. Tone and Pierce and Connolly helped to shape our destiny just as Billy Macmillan or Joe McCann or Malachy McGurran did in more recent times. He felt it ludicrous and childish to draw comparisons between the 1916 leaders and the Provos, saying, there is no more connection between them than there is between the Red Army faction and the Red Army. In the event, the WP held its own commemorations, the Falls Road Parade ending as usual at the official plot in Milltown Cemetery and including a neatly dressed color party. A penetrating and influential critique of the party by former member Paddy Woodworth, published in the January-February 1991 issue of Making Sense, saw the WP's problems as deriving mainly from the deep, if not terminal crisis of Soviet-style socialism, along with the subsidiary factor of the rise of a new generation of TDs as an independent-minded grouping. He argued that democratic centralism had been a stand-in for the hierarchical discipline of the party's military past. The leaders of the official IRA were courageously dumping their guns, but most of them could not dump the attitudes with which they had held them. The cult of authoritarianism, the fetish for discipline, which are a necessary component of paramilitary organizations, was a psychological armory which many were reluctant to relinquish. Woodworth's concerns mirrored those prevalent within the parliamentary group. A draft design brief for a new party logo stated, the party is perceived, by those who have had no personal contact with its membership, as being unfriendly, rigid, hard, masculine, in short, communist. We believe that this image acts as a restraint upon the party's further progress. The optimistic hopes of where this further progress would lead was made clear in the brief eventually distributed to commercial design companies. Over the next 10 years, the party will be seeking to increase its vote tenfold, so as to form a government by the year 2000. Present support is concentrated in local authority housing areas, i.e. predominantly amongst male, skilled and unskilled manual workers aged over 30. This strategy can only be achieved by extending party support and vote into the white-collar, professional, female house-owning sector. Such thinking was evident among the members of the commission that had been working on a new party program for the previous 6 months. The group, whose members included Jarity, Gilmore, John McManus and academic Proinsias Brethnick, produced a report entitled Democracy, Freedom, Equality, a draft program for democratic socialism in late March 1991. The document articulated a desire to redefine the WP as an organization intent on the socialization of the market mechanism, rather than seeking to establish a nationalized command economy. The ascendancy of the parliamentary group seemed assured when it was announced just prior to the Ard Theis that Garland was to stand down as General Secretary. The decision was presented to the media as a personal one. Others within the leadership recalled the move as one to preempt a possible heave to oust the veteran leader, whose relationship with De Rosa was now strained, from his position of 14 years. Garland would assume the role of party treasurer with Day Jarity eventually replacing him as General Secretary. Meanwhile, even as the parliamentary group seemed to be winning the internal leadership battle, in areas of traditional support, particularly in the North, those associated with the Revolutionary Party were drawing lapsed members back to the organization and planning their response. The first weekend of May 1991 saw another crucial party conference in Dublin's RDS. As he had done the preceding year, Garland opened the Ard Thace with a call for calm debate during this critical time for the party. He recalled that at the previous year's event a minority had attempted to hijack proceedings, having a dig at Harris, who had recently found employment as a media advisor with the Irish Tories of Fine Gael. The days leading up to the Ard Thace had seen the number of amendments whittled down from over 60 to a dozen that focused on what would be the WP's core definition and aims. The amendments called for a clear reference to the party's belief in class struggle, its definition as a revolutionary democratic socialist party, and the aim of establishing a secular socialist unitary republic in Ireland. The reform-minded members of the Ard Chomhairle were unsettled by a sizable number of delegates' reaffirmation of traditional positions. From the podium, Day O'Hagan led calls for the party to articulate a philosophy that sought the revolutionary transformation of capitalist society, and a majority voted in favor of the inclusion of references to class struggle and the role of a revolutionary democratic socialist party in the party's reform program. Even though the thorny issue of democratic centralism had been largely avoided in the newly amended party program adopted, the Ard Thace debates had exposed the fault lines between the parliamentary and revolutionary wings. Despite initial misgivings, WP trade unionists, including Day Geraghty, who was now SIPTU National Group Secretary, eventually supported a new social partnership deal, the Program for Economic and Social Progress, as, overall, a basis for progressive politics. However, the party's TDs voted against the government on the issue in the Dáil. Rabbitte and Gilmore also jointly authored a pamphlet critiquing the new industrial relations laws enacted by Minister of Labour Bertie Ahern. In Bertie's bill, the TDs described the move as a subtle and decisive intervention on the side of the employer. WP influence in the unions had been affected by the party's internal turmoil. During 1990, Industrial Department protégé and teachers' union leader Kieran Mulvey had resigned, prompting wry comment from some that he had been such a secret member that the first time many WP activists knew of his membership was when he left the party. By the early 1990s, the flow of young members into the party had declined to a trickle, with WP youth experiencing severe organizational and funding difficulties. Similarly, WP influence in RTE had waned with the end of the Industrial Department, though allegations to the contrary remained common. Activism was focused on the party's opposition to local charges. WP members protesting these levies had brought a Meath County Council meeting to an end by dumping bags of rubbish in the chamber, and in the run-up to the local elections, Cork activist Ted Tynan was imprisoned for non-payment. However, many members felt that local agitation was now less well-resourced and had a different emphasis. Instead of saying, "I'm here on behalf of the Workers' Party," activists would say, "I'm here on behalf of Eamon Gilmore." Despite the internal problems, and national poll ratings showing support stabilizing shy of 3.5%, there was confidence within the WP that major gains would be made in the June 1991 local elections. The party ran 82 candidates in about a third of the country's 177 electoral areas. 21 of these were women, the highest proportion in any party that had Dáil representation. The party's TDs had become increasingly identified with attempts to highlight corruption. Attention was focused on allegations of illegal activity by Larry Goodman's beef processing companies, which had been uncovered by a British TV investigation. Rabbitte disclosed further details of corrupt doings in the meat industry to the Dáil. The controversy led to the establishment of a tribunal of inquiry in May 1991, and the party demanded that a similar tribunal look into Dublin land dealings. A WP report, The Rezoning Majority, examined the activities of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael members on Dublin County Council in rezoning land for the benefit of property developers. It estimated that over the previous 6 years, select changes to the county plan had added £150 million to land values in the area and had been a license to print money for property developers. WPTDs also questioned the motivation behind government privatizations and called for the tighter regulation of politicians' gifts and personal interests. On occasion, Fianna Fáil politicians retaliated with allegations of official IRA activity. In May 1991, the organization was linked to the arrest in London of a Belfast man who had been trying to exchange 45 high-quality counterfeit $100 bills. The man was flown back to face charges in Belfast, and the RUC stated the case was connected to OIRA, paramilitary fundraising. One Dublin Ard Chomhairle member recalls, "The majority of active members in the Dun Laoghaire branch would not have been surprised at the existence of the OIRA. What would have bothered them? That it was making the papers." Such fears were to the fore when the WP learned that BBC Northern Ireland planned to screen a documentary making allegations of WP-IRA connections on the night of the southern local elections. Despite attempts by Group B to intimidate the documentary makers, a torrent of damaging pre-broadcast publicity could not be prevented. De Rosa cancelled a scheduled interview with the program makers, and in the end it was John Lowry who recorded an interview countering the accusations. Half an hour before polls closed on the 27th of June, the Spotlight program, Sticking to Their Guns, was broadcast. It claimed to uncover the murky world of one of Northern Ireland's least known paramilitaries. Dredging through the officials' violent past, it included interviews with IRA victim John Taylor, former member Tony Hayde, and one-time Fine Gael Justice Minister Jim Mitchell, who said Gardaí had assured him the WP was merely the political expression of the official IRA. Drama rather than historical fact was to the fore, with a claim that 18 people, 11 of them provisionals, had died in the 1975 feud. In fact, 11 people in all, 7 of them officials, had been killed in 1975. The program showed greater accuracy in outlining the tax exemption scam and naming some of those involved. It was also disclosed that a barman at the Twinbrook Social Club, recently convicted of an arms offense, had signed Lowry's election nomination papers. Similarly, that VAT scam enforcer, Anthony McDonough, had signed nomination papers for Mary McMahon, and he, along with others linked to the OIRA, were photographed at WP events. There were also allegations of involvement in forgery and distributing counterfeit dollars. The program included a claim by the SDLP's Brian Feeney that the officials acted as a pseudo-gang in Republican areas on behalf of the British. In a voiced-over interview, the British having introduced legislation banning the voices of terrorist supporters from the airwaves, Market's Sinn Féin member Sean Montgomery described recent confrontations between the OIRA and the provisionals in his area. John Lowry's interview claiming the WP had cut all links with paramilitarism after making the conscious decision to become a fully democratic political party was interspersed among the more damning allegations. Within minutes of the program's conclusion, the Belfast WP issued a statement likening it to a paramilitary kangaroo court and dismissing its succession of totally spurious allegations. Particular vitriol was reserved for Feeney, whose accusation was condemned as calculated incitement to murder. The statement concluded, "We can only hope that nobody is shot as a result of this broadcast." Things got worse the following day as the southern local election results came in. The expected gains had not materialized, the WP vote nationally falling to 3.7% from the 1989 high of 4.9%, though the total number of WP councillors rose from 19 to 24, and the party did well in Cork and Waterford. The Dublin City WP councillors joined a civic alliance with Labour, Fine Gael, Greens and Independents that elected a Labour Lord Mayor. The election post-mortem began immediately. Publicly, the result was portrayed as representing a slower rate of progress than expected. Some blame was apportioned to the election's biggest gainer, Labour, which had refused repeated WP calls to enter a national vote transfer pact and which was now ahead of the WP in Dublin. There was also grumbling about the role of the trade unions, who put a lot of money into the Labour campaign. Others pointed to the fact that both the WP and Labour now espoused democratic socialism. There was a view that Dick Spring was overshadowing De Rosa, in part because the WP president was dividing his time between the European Parliament and the Dáil, and there were rumors of a challenge to De Rosa's leadership. Within the parliamentary group, discussion centered on the Spotlight program. Heffernan recalls, "A lot of people said this sort of stuff is an albatross around our neck. This stuff just has to be sorted out once and for all." An internal survey of local election candidates and directors of elections found that 56% of respondents felt Spotlight had had a strong or very strong effect on the election. The survey also highlighted fears that idealist voters were gravitating towards the Greens. The parliamentary group interpreted the findings as indicating a need for greater emphasis on electioneering and putting an end to allegations of OIRA activity. The survey and the importance of the Spotlight allegations were keenly disputed. Lucia O'Neill, comfortably re-elected in North Dublin, recalls, in an area like Finglas, the Spotlight program would not have made one slight bit of difference. Nonetheless, she shared other public representatives' doubts about the party's policy concerning Group B. "You can't be doing that with the public. You can't lie to half your membership. Have one half knowing one thing and another half thinking another. It was major deceit, not a little lie." Within the Group B leadership, the Spotlight program caused division. Lynch could no longer tolerate what he saw as the intransigence of others in maintaining the paramilitary structure. For De Rosa, the OIRA allegations and the prospect of a general election within months, following Fianna Fáil's drubbing in the local poll, made it imperative that the Revolutionary Party concept be finally discarded. He recalls, "A revolutionary party needed at some point the use of quasi-legal or illegal methods, and as far as I was concerned, that was no longer the case, and that could no longer be the case in the Republic of Ireland or indeed in Northern Ireland." De Rosa decided to tackle the problem head-on by dealing conclusively with the party's critical financial situation. In this, he felt he was representing the interests of ordinary party members against those of an elite group. Debate at the Ard Cholmondeley meeting on the 7th of September was dominated by a report drawn up by DeRosa, Seamus Harrison, Marie Brady and Jerry Doherty laying bare the reality of the WP's finances. In total the Southern Party owed £296,000 in loans, with monthly repayments of over £10,000, while the further sum of £15,500 in bills was outstanding from the Ard Thais and local elections. The cost of running head office was estimated at £29,345 per month. Southern Party income was given as £18,592 per month, the vast majority of which was made up of European Parliament and Dale subventions. The situation for the Northern Party was little better. Their £190,000 was owed in loans while monthly income was £9,000 compared to £9,750 in outgoings. According to the report, since 1989 over £200,000 claimed in subventions from the European Parliament had in large part kept the WP financially afloat. The report left Ard Cholmondeley members in little doubt the party had been living well beyond its means. Up to 1987 the vast bulk of expenses, party administration, general office expenses, rates, etc., elections, travel international and internal were covered by Repsol Limited. Since 1987 the party has taken responsibility for election expenses through the Development Fund and bank borrowings. It is worth recalling that from 1977 when the party began its period of expansion as SFWP huge amounts of monies have been written off by Repsol for election printing and subsidies for party publications. These monies were seen as investment in the future of the party and this is an aspect of our deliberations we must continually keep in mind. The report's proposals were stark. To pay off the debts the party's 12 property holdings should be sold off, to be replaced by smaller rented properties. The majority of party staff should be laid off and a system of contributions from party members based on income established. The Ard Cholmondeley decided to accept the proposals, in principle, but noted that more discussion was needed on their implementation. Concerns were expressed about the sensitivity of the information contained in the report, but a motion calling for all copies to be returned at the meeting's conclusion was defeated. A battle over financial control of the WP had begun. In the following days DeRosa circulated a letter to WP members outlining the harsh financial measures proposed. This caused consternation, particularly among head office staff. Anger was also expressed over the fact that Mac Giola and DeRosa were the only TDs contributing substantial amounts from their earnings to party coffers. The following weekend the Ard Cholmondeley reconvened for a two-day meeting in Wynn's Hotel off Dublin's O'Connell Street. The atmosphere was tense. Garland, Seamus Harrison and O'Hagan did not attend and Golding stormed off complaining about the timing. The meeting commenced with the defeat of a motion, proposed by Jerry Doherty, that this meeting has not been reconvened in the spirit of the adjourned meeting and that any decisions arrived at, and there are some momentous decisions to be taken, will fall short in support and comradeship which has been the hallmark of this party's progress in past times. The 2 days were dominated by discussion of the proposed cutbacks and the need to consolidate outstanding debts. Representing the head office staff, Margaret O'Leary strongly objected to attempts to push through job cuts. An agreement was reached that all premises would be sold and other expenditure be cut to the bone, before decisions on staff reductions. A Heffernan motion, seconded by Mid-Ulster's Tom French, stated that the party will not be involved in or benefit from any criminal activity. The motion was approved. It was also decided that a Dublin Members' Convention would choose who should replace DeRosa as MEP so that he could concentrate on his work as a TD. The establishment of Families Against Intimidation and Terror, a new northern group campaigning against punishment attacks, occasioned some controversy for the party. Sinn Féin was quick to denounce FAID as a recognized front of the Workers' Party which itself has a paramilitary wing. The fact that FAIT's spokesperson, Henry Robinson, was a WP member and ex-IRA prisoner and that FAID was in receipt of grants from the British government led to questions about its independence. Similar questions were asked about New Consensus, which also received British funding. FAIT came to prominence in August 1991 when it supported 2 youths who had taken sanctuary in Newry Cathedral after being threatened with death by the Provisional IRA. The incident coincided with tension in Newry as the provosts attempted to enforce their writ. In areas where official influence was still strong, the WP also supported the popular demonstrations in Cooley, Co. Louth, after the brutal killing of local man Tom Oliver by the Provisionals during August. In Belfast the WP had made a small breakthrough in June 1991 when Seamus Lynch became the first non-unionist since the Anglo-Irish Agreement to be elected chair of a council committee. Among those who voted for him were DUP councillors and the wife of assassinated hardline loyalist George Seawright. But the WP's inability to achieve its goals in Northern Ireland was now publicly accepted by Henry Patterson, who told a cross-party think-in that he would welcome the British Labour Party establishing branches in the north because no existing organisation of the left in Northern Ireland has or is likely to have the credibility to persuade a substantial section of the population of the plausibility of a socialist alternative. The days when Southern WP members were familiar with the day-to-day existence of their Northern comrades also seemed to be gone. Lynch noting that of 70 Dublin members he had recently addressed, only 16 had ever actually been in the North. The autumn of 1991 saw the killing by a UFF gang of WP supporter Seamus Sullivan, the son of IRA veteran Jim. Jim Sullivan appealed for no retaliation, and when his local MP, Gerry Adams, called to offer his condolences, he dismissed him from his home. In the South, the party's Dale contingent made headlines with a renewed onslaught on a government immersed in a spate of business scandals. The WP pressed the government hard on the controversies, fruitlessly calling for Garda investigations as well as publishing Putting Our House in Order, a document outlining ethical reform of Parliament. Polls indicated that a majority of voters wanted Haughey to resign, and a new sense of unity of purpose was developing between the opposition parties. When De Rosa publicly revealed the contents of a letter from stockbroker Dermot Desmond to French company Pernod Ricard, in which Desmond sought a £2 million fee for work during the takeover of Irish distillers and referred to having used up a large proportion of favours we can call upon from our political contacts in securing a positive tax opinion from the revenue commissioners, Desmond accused De Rosa of KGB-style tactics and questioned how he had obtained the letter. Fianna Fáil TDs adopted a similar line of defence in the Dáil, concentrating on allegations of WPO-IRA links during a three-day government confidence debate in October 1991. During the debate, De Rosa emphasized the long-held WP view that corruption was endemic in the upper echelons of Irish society. People have been stunned, shocked and sickened by the revelations of sharp practice, malpractice, downright dishonesty and corruption which have emerged. Day after day we have had more disclosures which have thrown new light on the operation of what has been referred to as the Golden Circle. The operation of such a group had been well known. Certainly, the Workers' Party had pointed to it repeatedly. However, what has emerged for the first time in the past 2 months has revealed in all its ugliness the level of their greed and the ruthless nature of their activities. Despite the high-sounding principles of the 1916 proclamation and the fine aspirations of the democratic program of the first Dáil, we live in a republic in which an individual's rank and status in society is determined by the amount of personal wealth he or she can accumulate. Indeed, in Ireland the greatest prestige seems to attach to wealth accumulated in the least socially valuable way. The WP president also dismissed an assertion by Haughey that he and Rabbitte had been meeting with the chief of staff of the official IRA. I want to state categorically that neither I nor Deputy Rabbitte have anything whatsoever to do with any group styling itself the official IRA, the provisional IRA, or any other paramilitary group. I have dedicated my time in politics to opposing paramilitarism and will continue to oppose political violence with all the vigor at my disposal. I do not know who the chief of staff of the official IRA is, if indeed such a person exists, but then the Taoiseach has always seemed to know more about who is in the IRA than I ever have, and he seemed to have a particular interest in this area in 1969 and 1970 when the provisional IRA was being established. When he is on the subject of meetings, perhaps he could fill us in on some of the interesting persons, well known and not so well known, whom he met in 1969 and 1970. Rabbitte dismissed the allegation of contact with the OIRA chief of staff as a base lie, adding, it would suit the purposes of Fianna Fáil if the Workers' Party supporters were still painting letterboxes green or shooting at members of the security forces rather than making such a political nuisance of themselves in this House. The viciousness and sheer malice of the attacks on the Workers' Party by the Taoiseach, Deputy Haughey and Minister Burke must be some kind of barometer of the impact we are making on this government. In response to a Fianna Fáil TD's reference to WP Dáil employee Eugene Hickland's 1975 conviction, as a 16-year-old, for OIRA-related activities, Eric Byrne pointed out that Haughey had aided Hickland's Dáil security clearance. The confidence vote was won by the government and left the WP parliamentary group rueing their inability to shake off the OIRA allegations. There was particular concern that Labour were now being identified as the leading force opposed to political corruption. Things got worse the following weekend with the publication by the London Sunday Times of an allegation that the WP had been among a number of parties that had received funds from the Soviet Union. The paper claimed that documentation uncovered following the August coup attempt in Moscow showed that a WP representative had received £28,206 from the KGB on the 30th of January 1989. There were also claims that money had been funneled through friendly firms linked to Western communist parties. After an internal investigation, the WP dismissed the report as ridiculous, Heffernan stating that there was no evidence of Moscow gold in the accounts of the party or of Repsol. possibly one of the friendly firms, referred to by the Sunday Times, which he described as separate from us and not a funnel through which funds would come to the party. By the end of the year, De Rosa was claiming he was intent on traveling to Moscow to get to the bottom of the allegations, and WP sources were telling the Irish Times they believed money had changed hands. While the parliamentary group forswore Repsol subventions, they had little concrete plans of where or how they would derive new long-term funding. Hope was placed in general political funding reform, which would include increased state aid and the full disclosure of private sector donations. In a November 1991 reply to a Beef Tribunal request for details of political donations from the meat industry, Garland articulated the predicament that Group B's activity had attempted to circumvent. No, the Workers' Party got no money from anyone in the beef industry. Our TDs led the way in exposing what was going on, and turkeys don't vote for Christmas. And if anyone in the beef industries or other representatives of big business offered us money, we wouldn't take it. Business doesn't give money to political parties out of idealism or because they like the color of your eyes. They either want something pushed or they want to buy silence. We're not for sale. What money we get is through such things as development draws, raffles, and national collections. You'll get the full details of the third secret of Fatima before you get the full details of who bankrolls Fianna Fáil and the rest. Progress on selling party properties was slow, and the Ard Cholmhairley advised northern branches, preparing for forthcoming Westminster elections, that financial assistance from Dublin was unlikely. Meanwhile, the leadership schism was worsening. Since the beginning of the autumn, De Rosa had been convening private meetings of a small group of WP members in Day Garrity's house in Blackrock. Among those who attended were Garrity, Heffernan, Trio Naduni, Rasheen Callender, Gilmore, Rabbitt, and Paddy Gillen. Around this time, De Rosa was contacted by a Southern Party member and informed that Revolutionary Party meetings to discuss activity within the WP were still occurring. At the meetings in Garrity's home, plans were made for a next stage of party development. Heffernan recalls, "It was a very difficult period for people who had in some cases put 20 years or more into building this project to begin to think that the whole thing might have to be abandoned and start again." A similar conclusion had also been reached by some leading Northern members, among them Seamus Lynch, Patterson, McMahon, and Kevin Smith. At Revolutionary Party meetings, meanwhile, the prevailing view was that the WP was now in the midst of a struggle with elements that had forsaken the party's basic ideals. The message was clear, as one IRA veteran recalls. "We were right and they were wrong. They were middle class, and all that rhetoric." By December, the numbers invited to meetings in Garrity's house had grown, with on occasion over 30 TDs, councillors, and other leading party members debating the course of action. Colm Brethnick recalls, "Myself and Fergal, Ross, were arguing for a split. Only John McManus was backing us. The others were more cautious. They wanted to win the party. De Rosa wanted to win the party." De Rosa was coming under increasing pressure, with polls showing party support declining and media reports of contact between WPTDs and Labour about a merger or defections. Rabbitt had been discussing the possibility of returning to Labour for several months. Division deepened when Garland argued with De Rosa over his decision to sack Hickland from his Dale job. Eric Byrne recalls that there was a perception that Hickland had been sent to spy on the TDs. While traveling the country collecting branch debts, Jerry Doherty discovered a Group B operation had been undertaken in the Newry area during late 1991, despite assurances he had received that most special activities had been ended. He confronted Garland, and an emotional argument ended 27 years of comradeship. Other Group B members who had also been informed that a decision had been taken for the organization to be stood down and cease functioning were angered to find out this was not the case. There was also conflict over which 6 out of 13 head office employees were to be kept on, with De Rosa opposed to an EPC decision that his sister Marie Brady would be among those laid off. Unsure of gaining majorities for their policies, De Rosa and Garrity stopped convening EPC meetings. During the closing months of 1991, the wider WP membership had been prepared for major changes in the party. A Rules and Organization Commission, established by the 1991 Ard Thais, had been holding regional meetings. Of the 9-person commission, headed by Gilmore, only 2 members, Lowry and Kane, were aligned with the revolutionary wing. On the 4th of January, the deepening schism was exposed to public view, with reports of a looming WP split dominating the Irish Times. The paper quoted senior party sources predicting the party would divide along modernist, old guard lines in March, when a special conference on the Rules and Organization Commission's recommendations was scheduled. The paper's extensive reports were unashamedly supportive of the parliamentary group, and an editorial stated that it welcomed the WP's growth out of revolution, and its movement from the culture of the cabal, the self-styled Army Council, and the Politburo. Journalists had been in discussions about the story with members of the parliamentary group since the 26th of December. The reports included an interview with De Rosa in which he stated that a kitchen cabinet, of which he was not a member, was attempting to exert control within the WP. He would not be drawn on the nature of this group but qualified his claim that the OIRA had been disbanded shortly after the 1972 ceasefire, saying, "I am talking about the organization official Sinn Féin was associated with in the early 70s. As far as I'm concerned, that no longer exists. As I have said on numerous occasions, I have no control over nor would wish to have control over individuals who may style themselves the official IRA." He dismissed talk of a split, while accepting that some members might leave the organization. He was equally dismissive of any merger with Labour, claiming that that party had no real core values in terms of the kind of Ireland it wants to see evolve, and lacked intellectual energy. The public exposure of the party's internal debates caused confusion and anger among many members, but the parliamentary group were intent on pushing the pace. De Rosa and Geraghty, citing the Irish Times reports, in immediately calling a special meeting of Ard Chomhairley members and public representatives for the 11th of January. They were aware that before then Belfast Crown Court would hear the case of 3 men accused of robbing £13,000 from a drinks lorry on behalf of the OIRA in October 1990. Of the 3 men jailed, one was a WP member and another a supporter. Among the first contributions at the extended Ard Chomhairley meeting was Garland's acceptance that he had asked for finance from Moscow, though he claimed that none had been forthcoming. A series of attacks followed on those, particularly Rabbit, who were believed to be behind the media leaks. Others countered that it was the official IRA and not the media that was the problem, McCartan boldly stating that some WP activists were also OIRA members. In the midst of these arguments, Heffernan proposed a lengthy motion whose key clause was a condemnation of the OIRA and a statement that membership or support of the OIRA was incompatible with WP membership. The motion's final clause called for any remaining links with the CPSU and North Korea to be severed. Liz McManus stated that the OIRA shouldn't be graced with the name, "It is a criminal gang." Rabbit held that time was running out for a settlement of the profound political differences between the Vanguard Party and Democratic Party. He denied any role in the media leaks, in a move which may have confirmed fears that Group B would continue its hidden existence regardless of whether Heffernan's motion was carried. Golding and Francie Donnelly claimed they did not believe the OIRA existed. Neither Jerry Doherty nor Seamus Lynch was willing to maintain such loyalty. Lynch stated that the nationalist community had been entitled to call us hypocrites on occasions. Garland said he did not believe Rabbit's denial of involvement in the Irish Times stories and that he had a problem with the Heffernan motion as he lacked confidence in the TDs. What he did have confidence in was revolutionary politics, believing Lenin's ideas were still to be followed. Attempting to maintain a conciliatory position, Mac Giola declared the leadership was lost and called for a halt to the personal bitterness, an end to condemnations of the Dale Group and attempts to hound Marxists and Republicans out of the party. He conceded that the OIRA has got to be dealt with. After several hours of heated debate, a vote on the motion was called. An amendment removing the reference to the CPSU and North Korea was carried. The substantive motion passed with 40 votes for, and the abstentions of Garland, Kane, O'Hagan and Brendan Burns. De Rosa now brought up the Belfast robbery, Hickland's role in the Dale and information he had received about approaches to members to involve themselves in dangerous activity. As well as these incidents, he raised the issue of a 1991 Ardthace delegate, but not a party member, who had been charged with serious offenses in July. Inquiries were ordered into these events, and it was decided to contact the Soviet embassy about the allegations of financial aid. The meeting concluded with the passing of a motion, carried 22-7, expelling the Belfast member convicted of the drinks robbery. The specifics of the meeting were kept within the room, but De Rosa publicly stated that he was very pleased with the outcome of the meeting and that a split was now extremely unlikely. Heffernan was more cautious, stating that some voted for the motion who did not really agree with it. They are keeping their heads down and powder dry for another day. Meanwhile, Mike Jennings, the WP spokesman on crime, issued a statement calling for tougher action against the OIRA to restore the party's credibility. De Geraghty was elected to replace De Rosa as MEP at a Dublin regional meeting on the 20th of January. Garland's decision not to put his name forward had surprised his opponents and dismayed comrades. Brian Whalen recalls, "Sean gave up then, looked at what was happening and thought, we're fucked." Charles Haughey finally resigned as Fianna Fáil leader in late January, and the possibility of another Southern general election loomed. The parliamentary group did not intend to allow their opponents an opportunity to reorganize. At a special 2-day Ard Chomhairley meeting on the last weekend of January, De Rosa unveiled a dramatic plan to reconstitute the WP. It was clear, he said, that there were now 2 groups, almost 2 parties within the WP whose views were fundamentally different. He described one group as representing the majority of members who wanted an open democratic socialist party unambiguously controlled by the members. The other group clung to the discredited Leninist concept of organization where the principle of democratic centralism is used as a device by a small self-appointed political elite to manipulate the party and frustrate the democratic wishes of the majority of members. Modeled on the actions of the Italian Communist Party 12 months previously, when the party had dissolved and then reconstituted itself on different lines and under a different name, his motion called for the convening of a special one-day Ard Thais on the 15th of February to decide on a resolution to reconstitute the WP as an independent democratic socialist party, based on the 1991 party program. It called for a repudiation of democratic centralism and revolutionary tactics. An 11-member, caretaker, Ard Hanley would be elected to oversee the standing down and re-registration of all members, a move which would rid the party of the parliamentary group's opponents. 3 trustees would be elected to take control of all the WP's property titles. The proposal was furiously denounced by those aligned to the Revolutionary Party, and O'Hagan stormed out of the meeting before the proposal was passed by 35 votes to 5. The following day, breaking, ironically, with the principles of democratic centralism, O'Hagan publicly vented his anger, telling the Irish Times he expected the special Ard Thais to be an intellectually bloody affair. He dismissed the rival WP faction as middle-class liberals rather than socialists, adding, they should do the honest thing and quit the party rather than try to liquidate it. Their natural home is with the Progressive Democrats, Fine Gael or Labour. If you desert the centrality of the revolutionary class struggle, then you are deserting the possibility of achieving socialism. Both wings were now stating that it was unlikely their opponents could remain in the party. While it was known that the majority of Northern members would oppose the party's reconstitution, several, including Seamus Lynch and Jerry Cullen, publicly announced their support for the move. The Southern Party was also clearly divided, a Waterford branch issuing a statement condemning De Rosa's witch hunt against his internal opponents. The opposing positions were aired at fractious regional meetings. The OIRA's existence was a live issue among the Southern membership, particularly with the press linking the group to yet another Belfast robbery. Many members were shocked at what they were being told, Brethnick recalls. The majority of members, working-class people, were saying, "What the fuck is this?" and being told all the things that we had said were lies were true. Brian Whalen remembers De Rosa making the case, if we don't do this now we will lose the parliamentary party, and the WP would be left with perhaps Sherlock and Mac Giola in the Dale. Although loyal to the Revolutionary Party, Whalen understood the WP leader's predicament. We're criticizing corruption, but here are we accused of robbing banks and you name it. Garland, Lowry and O'Hagan were also canvassing, and in areas of traditional official support they received a warmer reception than De Rosa. Their message was clear. The WP's fundamental principles were under attack by opportunists, using the OIRA issue as a smokescreen. In Belfast, De Rosa addressed a crowded Cypress Street meeting which included several OIRA veterans who had not been active in the party for years. He recalls being taken aback at the amount of people that came out. It was hot and heavy. The atmosphere was not aided by a recent statement from De Rosa, in response to an upsurge in violence in the north, that in his personal view, internment should be considered as a very last resort. Joe Quinn recalls him repeating this view at the Cypress Street meeting. There was about 200 people and maybe 100 of them had been interned or their DOS or their wives or somebody. As the main northern supporter of De Rosa's approach, Lynch came under pressure from members fearful of attack if Group B was stood down, being told accusingly that, "It's all right for you. You have a fucking gun," in reference to his licensed sidearm. The stage was set for a dramatic showdown as nearly 400 delegates, 120 of them Northerners, and many other WP members and supporters gathered in the Marine Hotel in Dun Laoghaire on the 15th of February for the special Ard Thais. De Rosa began with a speech proposing the reconstitution motion, at the outset of the 60s, out of the shell of failed nationalism, typified by the 50s campaign, grew a movement committed to new thinking, new methods, and a new politics. Some of the architects of that new departure are here today. The movement gravitated towards a socialist view of the world. It wasn't a perfectly formed view, nor was it fully formed. But it was honest and it attracted a generation of radicals who went on to build in the 70s and 80s what is now the Workers' Party. The party had always been intelligently revisionist, and today it had arrived at another milestone, which would define whether the party has a future. It was time to renounce old tactics and blinkered nostalgia for a concept of working-class struggle based on the conditions of the 1930s. De Rosa highlighted the beef tribunal, foisted upon a reluctant administrative system, as an example of how the Workers' Party can keep the real enemies of the people in view. He finished by imploring his comrades to adopt a new departure here today, because the old destinations and destinies are gone. The motion was seconded by Seamus Lynch. Garland then took to the podium to call for the motion's rejection. He confessed to being not only surprised but bitterly disappointed that people he had once regarded as tough fighters in the class struggle were succumbing to pessimism. He traced the start of the WP's degeneration to a poison injected by Harris. The liquidators had launched a vendetta against the party's history, implemented with a ruthlessness that would do justice to Joseph Stalin. He would not follow the opportunists into the cul-de-sac of a social democratic parliamentary party, but he was totally and utterly opposed to any secret group or clique operating in this party to the detriment of the members and the party's aims and principles. Rumors had circulated about Tomas MacGiola's intentions, both groups claiming the former party president would side with them. He was initially dismissive of the De Rosa motion, saying he should have been walking his dog in Phoenix Park rather than taking part in this unnecessary exercise. He condemned De Rosa's extraordinary gaffe in voicing support for internment. But then he surprised the hall by ending his speech with a call to support the motion, saying, "I want to stop the flow of blood. I want to heal the wounds." The veteran blamed both sides for leaving little room for maneuver. His view was that compromise could still save his life's work. MacGiola's conciliatory tone was not adhered to by the following speakers, one journalist present recalling that the atmosphere was electric. You could reach out and touch the anger. Garland, for so long the party's central figure, was now subjected to attack, Joe Sherlock pointing an accusing finger at his comrade as he charged him with having a little secret army. Neither side pretended that Group B did not exist. As some Northern delegates openly defended the officials, Dunleary's Joe Ruddick stated, "The reality is that the dogs in the street know the official IRA exists and that members of the Workers' Party are involved in it. We cannot point the finger at corruption in business when there are people in the party involved in this kind of gangsterism." A Belfast delegate dismissed this definition of the OIRA, saying they were not thugs, and that their activities were necessary due to Northern Ireland's law and order being a joke. Another claimed that London's men and Washington's men were at work in the party. Supporting De Rosa, Mary McMahon announced that she had been part of the IRA, and that the organization had created the WP. She felt that the WP should do what they hadn't done in 1982. Be straight with each other. Fighting back tears, she said it was now time to move on, and I want each and every one of you to come with me. Personal invective flowed, with Eric Byrne, who claimed to have believed the lies about the non-existence of the OIRA, dismissed as a little gutty by Cork's Kathleen Lynch. A Northern delegate asked fellow delegates pointedly, "Where did you think the money was coming from?" Despite the stern opposition, De Rosa and his supporters were confident of achieving the two-thirds of votes necessary for the reconstitution motion to pass. After the secret ballot's first count, a worried huddle formed around the top table. After two recounts, the result of 241 for and 133 votes against was announced, 9 short of the two-thirds required. De Rosa announced he would consider his position before the following weekend's Ard Cholmhairley meeting, telling delegates, "You have made your decision. I honestly believe it is a bad decision, but you have made it." As delegates left the hall, most knew that the party had been irrevocably damaged. Despite the pleas of his Dale colleagues to join them in a new organization, MacGiola stayed loyal to the WP. This left De Rosa and the 5 other TDs one short of constituting a Dale group, meaning they would miss out on some £100,000 in annual state funding. There was desperate lobbying of Emmett Stagg, who had resigned the Labour whip and was publicly pondering joining a different party. In Belfast, OIRA veterans attempted to broker a meeting between Lynch and Seamus Harrison to prevent a Northern split, but Lynch rebuffed their efforts, resigning from the WP on the 21st of February. More than 60 leadership figures from both factions gathered at Wynn's Hotel the following day for an Ard Cholmhairley meeting. De Rosa addressed them for less than 5 minutes, stating that fundamental and irreconcilable differences now divided the party. He then adjourned the meeting, requesting that those who were leaving the WP follow him out the door, which the majority did. Among the roughly 24 who remained were Garland, Golding and MacGiola. Tears were shed and insults exchanged. Pat McCartan shook several people's hands as he left, though some refused to take his. Outside, MacGiola, with May at his side, denounced those who, in pursuit of personal ambition, had betrayed the WP. While his comrades defiantly talked of rebuilding, he was more downbeat. It took 25 years to build into a great and effective party, and it has been smashed from within in a week. Epilogue: after the Ard Cholmhairley meeting in Wynn's Hotel, most of those remaining with the WP headed to Club Uí Cadane. Lucia O'Neill remembers that many got absolutely pissed and arrived home the next morning. It was such an anticlimax then because so much had been going on. Those weeks were so intense, So much soul-searching, people genuinely upset, people crying. A majority of the WP members in the South signaled support for De Rosa, but in virtually every branch there were some who stayed loyal to the party. In De Rosa's own constituency of Finglas and in Waterford, the majority strongly opposed the breakup of the WP. After a week pondering their next move, leading Cork City members Bernard and Kathleen Lynch opted for De Rosa's faction. In the North, Seamus Lynch and Mary McMahon were in a minority in their support for De Rosa. Lynch received strong indications that both he and De Rosa were to be shot. Mac Giola's decision to remain in the WP had immediate repercussions. The hopes that Labour TD Emmett Stagg would join the WP dissidents did not materialise, and the new group would no longer be entitled to Dáil funding or parliamentary speaking privileges. De Rosa's supporters announced their intention of forming a new organisation with a working title of New Agenda. At their first press conference, De Rosa pointedly suggested that questions about the IRA should now be directed to those who remained with the WP. In turn, Mac Giola reflected that it is interesting to see the warm welcome that the new party is getting from all the newspapers, radio and TV, as well as from the establishment parties. From day one, the Workers' Party has been attacked and abused or ignored by all these people. They saw us as a great danger to the cozy political arrangement that existed here for decades. In late March, 600 members of New Agenda met and narrowly voted to rename their party Democratic Left. Describing it as a party for those who have been excluded and marginalized from power in society, Pat Rabbitt declared that Democratic Left would be unashamedly socialist. In the wake of the X case, which had seen thousands march for abortion law reform, DL announced that it would campaign for a new Southern Constitution because of the scandalous, anti-woman clauses in the present one, as well as the presumptuous, impractical and lethal territorial claims of Articles 2 and 3. In the Irish Times, Dick Walsh felt that the party represented a new beginning for the Irish left, finally free of the last vestiges of Stalinism and republicanism. But DL was to remain an all-Ireland party, though Mary McMahon reckons the northern branch had 50 people at most. In contrast, the WP had retained most of the northern membership and had even grown a little because of the return of veterans for the factional battle. Both of the post-split parties were soon made aware of the limitations of their appeal, north and south. In the April 1992 Westminster election, Lynch and McMahon, running under the New Agenda label, polled just 2,133 votes between them, 0.3%, while the WP's 8 candidates took 4,359 votes, 0.5%. In November, after the fall of the Fianna Fáil PD coalition, the parties also faced each other in a Dáil election. During the campaign, Mac Giola accused DL of not only embracing free market politics but of abandoning republicanism, stating that the WP did not support the abolition of Articles 2 and 3. De Rosa made it clear that DL would support Labour's Dick Spring for Taoiseach and predicted that a left coalition of Labour, DL and Greens could take power. While Labour won a stunning 33 seats, its highest ever total, DL was among its victims, losing 3 of its 6 sitting TDs, Eric Byrne, Pat McCartan and Joe Sherlock. De Rosa saw his vote fall from 26.5% to 12.2%, in part reflecting the weakness of DL in a constituency where the WP maintained a strong organization. Pat Rabbitt's vote was also halved. One positive was that Liz McManus took a seat in Wicklow, succeeding where her husband had failed on several occasions. The election was no better for the WP, Tomás Mac Giola losing his seat by just 59 votes. The party had run its newly elected president Marion Donnelly, a veteran activist from Co. Derry, against Pat McCartan in Dublin Northeast, but she received only 239 votes. Overall, the party received just 11,533 votes and all but 2 of its 18 candidates lost their deposits. The split had damaged the election prospects of both parties. The 3.5% of the first preference vote the two parties gained between them was a drop from the 5% the WP had won in 1989. Voter confusion and the fact that the parties had directly opposed each other in several areas were damaging. Labour, which held the balance of power in the New Dáil, negotiated with DL about a coalition deal involving themselves and Fine Gael. In the end, despite Labour's strong condemnation of Fianna Fáil throughout the election campaign, Dick Spring decided to go into government alongside new Fianna Fáil leader Albert Reynolds. Further controversy over WP funding had emerged during the campaign. In late October, the London Independent and the Irish Times published details of several letters found in the Communist Party archives in Moscow. Journalist Seamus Martin, himself a former WP member, described a letter bearing the signatures of Garland and De Rosa that had asked for £1 million in aid for the WP. The 1986 letter had described the party's financial difficulties and how special activities were no longer adequate to meet its needs. The WP immediately described the letter as a fabrication and claimed that no requests were made by the Workers' Party for financial aid from the Soviet Union at any time. De Rosa too denied any knowledge of the appeal, soon dubbed the Moscow Letter. In the aftermath of the election, the issue arose again. The Irish Times reported that a handwriting expert had asserted that the signatures were genuine. De Rosa argued that while it was possible that his signature had been forged, he knew nothing about Soviet aid. Indeed, De Rosa claimed that while in the Workers' Party one of his DL colleagues had once been deceived into signing what he thought was a guarantee to pay rent on a premises, but turned out instead to be a guarantee for a loan. In the midst of the speculation about DL being part of a new government, the influential and often controversial Sunday Independent columnist Eamon Dunphy wrote an article in which he referred to the London Independent and Irish Times articles about the Moscow Letter, and suggested there were links between pre-split WP fundraising and criminality. Dunphy's views on Northern Ireland would have been close to those of Democratic Left, and he had contributed to WP publications in the past. A week after the article appeared, De Rosa initiated legal proceedings against the Sunday Independent, though it would be 1996 before the case would come to court. In July 1993, Mac Giola defeated a Fianna Fáil candidate in the election for Lord Mayor of Dublin, and his party colleagues Lucia O'Neill and Eamon O'Brien became deputy Lord Mayors. Evidence of old enmities surfaced when Sinn Féin's Christy Burke and independent Tony Gregory abstained rather than vote for Mac Giola, but he secured the support of Fine Gael, Labour and DL members. Nevertheless, the WP alleged that the grouping currently called Democratic Left had tried to wreck Mac Giola's election. In 1994, Democratic Left secured two morale-boosting Dáil by-election victories. Kathleen Lynch, who had failed to take a seat in Cork South Central in 1992, won a former Labour seat in Cork North Central, a constituency where the WP had polled poorly, while Eric Byrne, who had narrowly missed a seat in Dublin South Central, won a vacated Fianna Fáil seat there. The swing from the government parties to DL was seen as reflecting the electorate's anger at an unpopular Fianna Fáil Labour government. The victories saw De Rosa declare that DL had overcome its teething problems, and now offered a serious alternative for voters. In December 1994, the Fianna Fáil Labour coalition fell in acrimonious circumstances over its handling of the Beef Tribunal and allegations of clerical sex abuse. Labour entered into negotiations with Fine Gael and Democratic Left to form a new government, without going to the electorate. Although some in DL opposed entering a governing coalition, the party's TDs were eager to exercise real power for the first time in their political careers, and the talks produced a deal. In a new, Rainbow coalition, with Fine Gael leader John Bruton as Taoiseach, De Rosa became Minister for Social Welfare and Liz McManus, Pat Rabbitte and Eamon Gilmore became Ministers of State. In 1995, De Rosa described the coalition to a DL conference as a good, reforming and principled government. His supporters credited De Rosa with ending discrimination against married women on social welfare, substantial increases in child benefit and helping formulate a national anti-poverty strategy. The coalition also won a narrow victory in a referendum to legalize divorce. There was a close working relationship between De Rosa and Bruton, which caused some tension with Labour and within DL. Despite participation in government, DL continued to decline at local level as it struggled with funding and a feeling among some activists that it was merely a platform for a group of talented politicians rather than a distinct political party. The 1997 general election saw DL retain 4 seats with 2.5% of the vote nationally. The WP won just 7,808 first preference votes, or 0.44% of the national total. De Rosa put much personal energy into his libel case against the Sunday Independent, which came to court in November 1996. Explaining his reasons for taking the case, De Rosa claimed that Dunphy's 1992 article had accused him of being a crook and a criminal, not suitable to be a representative of the people of the country, not a decent person. De Rosa maintained that the Moscow Letter was a forgery. The Sunday Independent did not contend that De Rosa had signed the letter but merely that he was not deliberately libeled by Dunphy's article. Questioned as to a lack of personal papers relating to his political career, De Rosa explained that at Christmas 1992 he had taken everything in the house connected with the WP and put it into bags which he then burnt in his back garden. Combative exchanges between the Sunday Independent's counsel Patrick Massenti and De Rosa followed. In response to questions about his political history, De Rosa argued that he had not been associated with anybody in Sinn Féin during the 1960s who had advocated violence, and that he thought the IRA had ceased to exist after its ceasefire in 1972. Questioned further, he stated, "I cannot tell you as a fact that the official IRA ceased to exist. I do not know because I had no connection with it." Asked to explain the nature of fraternal links between the WP and the Soviet Communist Party, an irritated De Rosa said he had no interest in discussing mumbo-jumbo. After only 8 days the jury was discharged because an article in the Sunday Independent by Gene Kerrigan, reporting this and other exchanges, was held to have potentially prejudiced the case. When the case was heard again in March 1997, both sides produced handwriting experts who gave starkly differing assessments of the Moscow letter. DeRosa's counsel argued that it was a good forgery, while the Sunday Independent's expert contended that it was most likely real. Masenti accused DeRosa of having told lies about the length of time he spent in Moscow. When Masenti asked if the terms Group A and Group B meant anything to him, DeRosa replied that he thought they were blood groups. After 2 weeks the jury was once again discharged, having failed to reach agreement on a verdict. By the third trial, in July, the Sunday Independent's new counsel Michael McDowell was arguing that DeRosa could have been tricked by Sean Garland into signing the letter. DeRosa admitted that Garland might have lied to him about Soviet funding and again told the court how after the traumatic split of 1992 he had burnt all his documentation relating to the party to be rid of the memories. Garda Superintendent Joseph Egan gave evidence that the OIRA had remained active throughout the 1980s and was linked to the WP, but Egan's evidence was presented without the jury being present and was not highlighted in press reports. To the surprise of many observers, the jury agreed that DeRosa had been libeled and awarded him £300,000, a record for an Irish libel case. In 1999, an appeal by the Sunday Independent against the award was rejected by the court. In June 2005, the European Court of Human Rights finally ruled against a Sunday Independent appeal against the size of the award. The peace process that unfolded in Northern Ireland during the 1990s kept the northern branch of the WP very much on the sidelines, and eventually precipitated another split. A group of internal dissidents set up the Campaign for Democracy in the WP, which demanded a re-evaluation of the party's role. They accused the WP leadership of corruption and thinking that they could play with the state while at the same time still pretend to be socialists planning the overthrow of that state. After the Provo pogrom they adopted the dangerous premise that our obvious enemies were our friends. In short, out of a noble endeavor we were pawns in a corrupt economic conspiracy. All who disagreed were traitors or trots. As the dispute escalated, the entire Newry branch was expelled after being accused of sectarian and antisocial activities. Other members were expelled in Dublin and Belfast, while secret courts-martial of OIRA members were held. Several were warned that they would go down a hole if they did not desist from criticizing the leadership. Those expelled labeled themselves the official Republican movement, ORM. In July 1997 there was serious rioting in Newry after the Orange Order was allowed to march down the Garvaghy Road in Portadown. During several days of disorder, after protest marches led by Sinn Féin, the Buttercrane shopping centre was looted and much property destroyed. Sinn Féin blamed the looting on ex-WP members and claimed that SF members who had tried to stop the rioting had had guns pulled on them. The official Republicans replied that the violence had shown that the provisionals cannot bring mobs onto the streets and give them petrol and tell them to burn this but leave that. The war of words soon escalated and 2 officials were kneecapped by the provosts. The following day 2 Newry provisionals were shot. Peace talks soon followed and an uneasy calm was restored. The official Republicans announced that there was a political opposition in Newry that will not be intimidated. Violent clashes resumed between the new group and their former WP comrades. The WP claimed that the group were gangsters who had links to the Newry criminal Paddy Farrell, who had recently been shot dead by his girlfriend. Loyalist paramilitaries were told that the group was a new INLA, while word reached the provisionals that the ORM wanted to settle scores from the 1970s. The RUC raided the homes of several of the group's members, who claimed the raids occurred at the WP's prompting. In early 1998 the group adopted the title Republican Left. Mac Giola's response was that he did not wish them well, they'll get no support from the people of Ireland, North or South. Republican Left had a short existence. Most of its membership favored returning to the official Republican movement title and remaining a pressure group, rather than a new political party. The ORM supported the Good Friday Agreement in 1998 and established an EO-chair, an OIRA ex-prisoners' group. It also sponsored various cross-community initiatives and talks between Republican and Loyalist prisoners' groups. A few activists associated with Republican Left, who had wanted to form a new party, instead set up the Irish Socialist Network, a radical democratic socialist organization. In late 1998, following a year and a half of internal discussion on foot of the disappointing 1997 general election, delegates to a special DL conference voted by 171 votes to 21 to merge with the Labour Party. Labour leader Rory Quinn, for his part, had worked to smooth previous tensions between his party and DL's TDs. Supporting the merger, De Geraghty reassured delegates that, "We do not want a new Labour, a wishy-washy thing in which we will have to walk away from our working-class roots. He added that in the new party there would continue to be a place for those who identified themselves as socialists, or indeed, Marxists. Eamon Gilmore struck a suitably confident note that the party would complete the unfinished business of Connolly, to put the left in power. For Mary McMahon, the merger was like turning off a life support machine, as DL was going nowhere. It signaled the end of a political organization north of the border, as the Labour Party did not have a presence there. The Workers' Party described the merger as a betrayal of the working class. De O'Hagan suggested that unity between Labour and Fine Gael was the next step and that De Rosa had been a failure in government. As Minister for Social Welfare under the Celtic Tiger, things didn't get any better for the unemployed and marginalised. The continuing bitterness of the divide was brought back into public view when Cathal Golding died, aged 76, on St. Stephen's Day 1998. Golding had been living in a cottage at Michael, Co. Carlow, for several years. When asked once about the likelihood of the Northern Ireland peace process succeeding, he had quipped with characteristic humour that it proved that, we were right, but too soon, Gerry Adams is right, but too late, and Rory O'Brady will never be fucking right. Golding was cremated at Dublin's Glasnevin Cemetery, in a secular ceremony featuring music and poetry. Among the mourners were Jim and Peter Sheridan, former Judge Mary Kotsonoris, Golding's partner Moira Woods and his several children. Giving the main oration, Sean Garland claimed that Golding's greatest achievement had been transforming a narrow nationalist movement into a class-conscious party of the working class. Throughout his life, Golding had opposed sectarian nationalist bigots, ultra-leftists, and the opportunists of Democratic left. He hated the hypocrisy with which these particular traitors, of the now dissolved DL, sought to hide their betrayal. While other speakers denounced De Rosa and his circus, De Rosa himself stood outside the service listening to the orations. Despite being verbally abused and told to leave, he refused to go. De Rosa argued that he wanted to show respect to a man who had greatly influenced him. Golding's funeral had brought the Workers' Party briefly back into public view. Aside from a couple of councillors in Waterford, there was little indication of the party's existence as the 21st century began. By 2009, with just 2 elected representatives, the party had reverted to a Republican standpoint reminiscent in some ways of its 1970s so-official Sinn Féin incarnation. In contrast, former party members were to be found at high levels throughout society, north and south. There were many in prominent positions in trade unions as diverse as SIPTU, IFUT, CPSU, Impact and the Craft Butchers. Former OIRA prisoner Brendan Mackin had been president of the Irish Congress of Trade Unions in 2005, while ex-WP activist Sally Ann Kinahan was ICTU Assistant General Secretary in 2008. As the unions sought to defend their members with the onset of recession, the ICTU's Paul Sweeney and CPSU's Blair Horan, both ex-WP members, were prominent advocates. Kieran Mulvey took his role as chairman of the Labour Relations Commission to a new level in attempting to broker a settlement to a bitter dispute between Cork hurlers and their management. There were former members in the non-governmental sector and in advisory bodies to the Northern Ireland Assembly. The party's alumni were also well represented in the media. Owen and Anne Harris were prominent at the Sunday Independent, as was Patricia Redlick. For a long period, ex-WP members Liam Clark and Henry MacDonald interpreted Irish politics for the British Sunday Times and The Observer respectively, while Hugh Jordan was employed by the Belfast Sunday World. Artist Brian Maguire, novelist Ronan Bennett and playwright Martin Lynch are among ex-members prominent in the arts. Pat McCartan and Michael White became judges during the period of the Rainbow Coalition. The movement's legacy is most visible in the Irish Labour Party. Since 1999, De Rosa has served as party president and as an MEP. Pat Rabbitte was party leader from 2002 to 2007, when he was succeeded by Eamon Gilmore. There was some irony in the fact that both Labour's general election candidates in Wicklow during 2007, Liz McManus and Nikki Kelly, were former official Sinn Féin members who had taken different sides in 1975. Not all the ex-members remained on the left. Paul Bew was an advisor for a period to UUP leader David Trimble and was appointed as an independent peer to the House of Lords in 2006. After leaving the WP, Owen Harris initially worked for Fine Gael, then for independent presidential candidate Derek Nally in 1997. He became a vocal supporter of U.S. President George W. Bush and the war in Iraq. During the 2007 general election campaign, he endorsed Bertie Ahern and Fianna Fáil. Harris was appointed to the Seanad by Fianna Fáil in 2007. The reluctance of some former members of the movement to discuss their political past had seen young Democratic left members brand the WP, the Scottish Party, in reference to actors' superstitious aversion to mentioning the title of Macbeth. The dynamic often worked the other way in Northern Ireland. Sinn Féin now commemorates the false curfew without any mention that it was the officials that bore the brunt of the fighting. John Pat Mullen and Hugh Heron, senior OIRA members in Tyrone when British soldiers killed them in 1972, are now listed on the Provisional Roll of Honour. When Ivan Barr died in 2008, and Phoblacht's fulsome tribute failed to mention that he had been a leading member of the officials in Strabane until the late 1970s. The rewriting is understandable. When the Provisional IRA's armed struggle was ongoing, the officials were demonized as reformists for having a ceasefire and for demanding a locally elected assembly with a Bill of Rights and a community police service. In 2009, Sinn Féin were part of a coalition government with the DUP, running a local assembly with its purse strings controlled from London, and they demanded a Bill of Rights to protect citizens. When dissidents killed British soldiers, Sinn Féin ministers called for the public to help capture those responsible. The ironies implicit in Sinn Féin's political evolution were obvious to former provisional prisoner Anthony McIntyre as long ago as 2002, when, referring to the bloodletting between his organization and the OIRA, he reflected that the seeming losers in those feuds, the officials, must be sitting wryly observing that, body counts apart, they ultimately came out on top. We, who wanted to kill them, because they argued to go into Stormont, to remain on ceasefire, support the reform of the RUC, uphold the consent principle and dismiss as rejectionist others who disagreed with them, are now forced to pretend that somehow we are really different from them, that they were incorrigible reformists while we were incorruptible revolutionaries, that killing them had some major strategic rationale. And all the while the truth sticks in our throats. They beat us to it, and started the peace process first. Sinn Féin's success in establishing their narrative of the Troubles rankles with many former WP members. John McManus maintains that the WP's opposition to the Provost is possibly their finest legacy. The official movement, for all the mistakes they made, saw through Irish nationalism at a very early stage, before anybody else did, which was a remarkable achievement, given where they'd come from. They understood the blind alley of nationalism, of sectarianism, that it wasn't the road to liberation. For activists in Belfast and elsewhere, where the bitterness felt as bad as anything in the Civil War, it is no surprise that many, even today, balk at welcoming the Provisionals' involvement in constitutional politics. But the Workers' Party also rewrote their own history. The activities of the IRA in 1969, and the fact that after 1970 the official IRA killed British soldiers, policemen, loyalists and civilians, planted bombs and feuded with their rivals, were airbrushed. From the party's view of itself, the WP's strident opposition to terrorism was expressed without reference to or apology for their own past. As Paddy Woodworth commented in 1991, "It is one thing to say, we did this, we won't do it anymore and we don't think the Provost should either. People can understand and respect it. It is another altogether to come on like a bunch of choir boys when the dogs in the street know the WP's history. That pisses the hell out of most people, and they're right. Nobody expects rectitude from Fianna Fáil, because they don't really promise it. The WP does. While some have railed against the duplicity that was excused by the adoption of a revolutionary morality, where the ends justified the means, other veterans believe that such theorizing merely covered more basic motivations. Former leading Dublin OIRA activist Lar Malone asserts, "I'm struggling for me, what I want and the type of society I want. That is the way it was with everybody. I don't believe in fellas going around saying, we're fighting for the workers, once you hear that you have a hypocrite in front of you." On the 30th of January 2009, as Sean Garland left the Workers' Party's new Dublin headquarters in Mountjoy Square, officers of the Garda Extradition Unit arrested him on foot of a new warrant issued by U.S. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice in the final days of the Bush administration. The warrant accused Garland of conspiring with others outside the United States, including agents of the North Korean government, in the counterfeiting and distribution of almost perfect copies of U.S. dollars. He would spend the following 2 weeks in Dublin's Cloverhill prison before his eventual release on bail of £100,000 with the condition he surrender the deeds of his family home and keep a mobile phone with him at all times to allow Gardaí to track his movements. Somewhat surprisingly, the first former WP figure to publicly declare his opposition to the renewed threat of extradition was Senator Owen Harris, who asked why this old, sick Republican, who led the official IRA to ceasefire in 1972 and who is charged with a major, but bloodless, crime of alleged forgery, was being singled out for this unique persecution, while the Northern peace process had seen much worse offenses effectively swept under the carpet. Fianna Fáil Senator Labras O'Murchu called on U.S. President Barack Obama to vanquish the ghosts of the Bush administration and extend the new regime of diplomacy and friendship to this very small case of Mr. Garland. Garland's old comrade Mick Finnegan, who had replaced Garland as WP president in 2006, reconvened the Stop the Extradition of Sean Garland Committee. In the European Parliament, a Greek communist MEP decried the political persecution of Garland on the trumped-up charges of a communist conspiracy to undermine the American dollar. At the time of writing, Garland awaits a judicial decision on his possible extradition to the U.S. Ironically, the former OIRA leader's arrest on allegations of economic sabotage came as the global financial crisis had exposed the excesses of what was being widely described as Ireland's corrupt system of crony capitalism. As the Republic faced into the worst economic crisis in the state's history, core WP demands, such as nationalizing the banking system and state ownership of property assets, had again entered mainstream political debate. Acknowledgements. The authors would like to thank the staffs of the National Library of Ireland, especially Jerry Kavanagh, the Dublin Public and Gilbert Library, University College Dublin Archives, the National Archives of Ireland and the National Archives, Q. Yvonne Murphy, Ross Moore and Chris Brown of the Northern Ireland Political Collection at the Linenhall Library, Tony Ebbs and Padraig Mannion at the Workers' Party of Ireland Head Office, Alison Lowren and Tommy Hale of an EO Chair and Laura Duffy of EXPAC. For documents, photographs or other assistance, Colm Brethnick, Sean Curry, Jerry Cushnahan, Richard Dunphy, Eamon Farrell, Mike Jennings, Tara Keenan-Thompson, Jim Lane, Fergus MacAugain, PJ McLean, Mary McMillan, Seamus Martin, Ed Maloney, Jim Monahan, Peter Mooney, Seamus Murphy, Dermot Nolan, Paul O'Brien, Andreas O'Cathasai, Facna O'Driscoyle, Yunnan O'Halpin, Ger O'Leary, Margaret O'Leary, Eamon Phoenix, Alan Power, Sean Prendyville, Bob Purdy, Kotspur Rikawek, Peter Rigney, Jeff Roberts, Mick Ryan, Patrick Smilly, Malachi Steenson, Fergal Tobin, Matt Tracy, Brian Trench, Patrick Webb and Padraig Yates. Thanks to Kieran Swan for the maps and Peter Heathwood for visual sources. Brian Hanley would like to thank the following colleagues and friends for their support, encouragement and friendship: Guy Beener, Kathy Bergin, Aoife Bretnock, Pete Boyle, Anna Bryson, Marion Casey, Marie Coleman, R.V. Comerford, Finbar Cullen, Ann Dolan, Brendan Donahue, Terry Dooley, Richard English, Catherine Fahey, Diarmaid Fairrider, Grania Fox, John Gibney, Mags Glennon, Tommy Graham, Dave Hahn, Jason Hart, David and Deirdre Hayden, Rowason Higgins, Jackie Hill, Stephanie Jones, Lar Joy, Jennifer Kelly, Finton Lane, Charles Laverty, Damian Lawler, Joseph Lee, Sean Lucy, Donald McCannellan, Connor McCabe, Tony and Mandy McEwen, Fergal McGarry, Charlie McGuire, Felipe Meneses, Joe Mooney, Paddy Mulrow, Will Murphy, Bruce Nelson, Donald O'Driscoyle, Kate O'Malley, Cathal Omer-Chu, Odhan Perry, Kieran Perry, Glenn and Mildred Phillips, Neve Piersale, John M. Regan, Paul Rouse, John Paul Ryan, John and Lisa Samuelson, Dave and Trazzy Smith, Ian Speller, Steve Tilsey, John P. Waters, Claire Wills. A special thanks to my father Paddy Hanley and to Kay, also to my brother Dara, my sisters Una and Patricia, my brothers-in-law, the two Derricks and Killian, and to my father-in-law and mother-in-law Sean and Sandra Doherty. Finally, I cannot sum up how much I owe to my wife Orla. She has lived with this project for the past 5 years and she has supported me in every way, especially at times when I feared it would never be completed. Thank you, my love. Scott Miller would like to thank the following colleagues, friends, family and others who assisted with this book over the years: Niall Donald, Paul Cleary, Cian O'Callaghan, Aithna O'Leary, Fionn Murphy, Deirdre Murphy, Philip Shanahan, John Burns, John Lee, Neve Lyons, Juno McEnroe, Caroline O'Doherty, Killian Ford, Declan Ford, Jenny Jennings, Elizabeth Dunphy, Mark Grian, Neil and Sorka Collins, Patrick Scahill, Paul Butler, Richard Oakley, Peter Laheath, Diane McDermott, Simon Chambers, Connor Emerson, John Lennon, David Mullen, Matthew Devaney, Philip Clifford, Caroline Quinn, Sean Connolly, Paul O'Brien, Mary Regan, James Doyle, Andrew Ryan, Tom Lyons, Declan de Braden, Neil Delahaye, Douglas Dalby, Jerry Gable, John Carroll, Michelle O'Keefe, Dearbale MacDonald, John Donald, Sinan Hogan, Tony Kelly, John O'Mahony, Tim Vaughan, Nolene Rooney, Avril Cox, Sebastian Artigues Manresa, Rebecca, Victoria and Christina Artigues Cox, Margarita Manresa Soner, Emilio Gonzalez Perez, Margarita Artigues Manresa, Juan Rios Montanez, Lorenzo Adrover Artigues, Billy Higgins, Deidre Noonan, Gavin Farrell, Jean Lynch, John Doyle, Sarah Burke, Malachi Steenson, Ruth Cleary, Jenny Butterly, Deborah and Harry Fury, Ruby, Alf, Stephane and Nicola Taylor, Harry Edwards, Mick Sherry, Rip, Ian and Florence Henderson, George and Fiona Millar. Most of all, Scott would like to thank his parents, Anne and Eugene, for provoking a concern for politics, history and social justice, and the memory of Florence Millar, a committed Dundee socialist in her own way. The authors wish especially to thank our editor, Brendan Barrington, for his support and assistance. In the course of writing the book, several of those who assisted us have passed away: Ivan Barr, Tony Gregory, Anne Heathwood, Harry McEwen, Billy Mitchell and Johnny White. Bibliography interviews: Ivan Barr, Sandy Boyer, Colm Brethnick, Brian Brennan, John Burns, Eric Byrne, Larry Carragher, Liam Cassidy, Liam Clark, Shay Cody, Seamus Collins, Anthony Coughlin, Fintan Cronin, Sean Curry, John Cushnahan, Myron de Burka, Proinsias de Rosa, Harry Donaghy, Francie Donnelly, Marion Donnelly, Oliver Donahue, Brendan Dowling, Noel Dowling, Elizabeth Doyle, Roderick Dunbar, Sean Dunn, Tommy Fallon, Brian Feeney, Jerry Flynn, Jerry Foley, Paddy Gallagher, Sean Garland, De Jarity, Jerry Gregg, Tony Gregory, Tony Hade, Peter Heathwood, Tony Heffernan, James Connolly Heron, Ann Holliday, Bernie Hughes, Mike Jennings, Roy Johnston, Jimmy Jordan, Frank Keane, John Keane, Pat John Kelly, Sean Kelly, Frank Cogan, Patrick Kinsella, Jim Lane, Stephen Lewis, Bob Lowry, John Lowry, Jerry Lynch, Seamus Lynch, Fergus MacAugain, Eamon McCann, Paddy Joe McLean, Sean McConnell, Ken McHugh, Seamus McDonough, Tomas MacGiola, Tommy McKierney, Harry McEwen, Joan McKiernan, Brendan Mackin, Bobby McKnight, Mary McMahon, Alec McManus, John McManus, Art McMillan, Leonard McNally, Lar Malone, Padraig Mannion, Seamus Martin, Eamon Malaw, Billy Mitchell, Jim Monahan, Tony Moriarty, Catherine Murphy, Seamus Murphy, Armagh, Seamus Murphy, Bray, John Nixon, Dermot Nolan, Michael Nugent, Rory O'Brady, Bill O'Brien, Cian O'Callaghan, Dave O'Grady, Day O'Hagan, Brendan O'Hare, Sean O'Hare, Ger O'Leary, Margaret O'Leary, Owen O'Murchu, John O'Neill, Lucia O'Neill, Paddy O'Regan, Seamus O'Tuathale, Henry Patterson, Sean Prendyville, Joe Quinn, Terry Robson, Seamus Rogers, Harry Rose, John Ryan, Mick Ryan, Helena Sheehan, Mary Shelley, Kevin Smith, Margaret Smith, Paul Sweeney, Brian Trench, Brian Whalen, Fergus Whalen, Johnny White, Paddy Woodworth, Padraig Yates. We are also grateful to those who spoke to us but wish to remain anonymous. Archival sources: Archives of Irish America, Tamiment Library, New York National Archives of Ireland, Dublin National Archives, United Kingdom, Kew Northern Ireland Political Collection, Linen Hall Library, Belfast Public Records Office of Northern Ireland, Belfast University College Dublin Archives Official Reports Government of Northern Ireland, Cameron, Disturbances in Northern Ireland, Belfast, 1969. Government of Northern Ireland, Scarman, Violence and Civil Disturbances in Northern Ireland, Belfast, 1972. Interim Report on the Report of the Independent Commission of Inquiry into the Dublin and Monaghan Bombings, Dublin, 2003. Newspapers and periodicals: Advance Andersonstown News and Eochair and Fuinneog and Foblacht, Cork, and Foblacht, Dublin, and Foblacht, Republican News and Solas, Belfast, and Solas, London, and T. Oblique Ballyfermot Republican Ballymurphy News Barricade Bulletin, Belfast, Barricade Bulletin, Derry, Belfast Newsletter, Belfast Telegraph Challenge Civil Rights Class Politics Combat Communist Comment Connolly News Contact Derry Journal Drithliog, Dublin, Drithliog, New York, Eola's Finglas People Focus Foblaim Fortnight Galway News Galway People Gralton Guardian Hibernia Hot Press in Dublin Intercontinental Press Ireland, Irlanda, Ireland, Ireland Irish American Review Irish Communist Irish Democrat Irish Echo, New York, Irish Independent Irish Militant Irish News Irish People Irish Press Irish Rebel, Birmingham, Irish Rebel, Boston, Irish Socialist Irish Times Leaside People Liberty News Limerick Socialist Local Voice, Dublin, Lurgan Mail Magil Making Sense Mid-Ulster Observer New Hibernia Newry Reporter Northern People Notes and Comments Nuach Nasunda Newsite Official Republican Bulletin People's Hope, Belfast, People's Press, Markets, Phoenix Pobal Republican News, Belfast, Republican News, Cork, Republican News, Dublin. Republican Worker, Cork. Resistance Rosk Cath Assertia Sor Ire. People's Voice Site Action Press Southside News, Dublin, Spearhead. Starry Plough, Derry, Starry Plough. Dublin, Starry Plough, Turf Lodge. Strabane Chronicle Sunday Independent Sunday News Sunday Press Sunday Tribune Sunday World Teoric The Blanket The Plough, South Down, South Armagh. The Rising of the Moon The Separatist The Voice, Strabane. This Week Times, London. Times Change Tomorrow's People Torch, Coal Island. Torch, Lurgan. Tyrone Democrat Ulster United Irishman, Belfast. UC News Vanguard Village Voice of the North Waterford People Wealth of the Nation Women's View Workers Life Workers Party Report Workers Republic Workers Weekly Articles, Books and Pamphlets Adams, G. Before the Dawn. An Autobiography, London, 1996. Alonso, R. The IRA and Armed Struggle, London, 2006. Amnesty International. Report of an Enquiry into Allegations of Ill Treatment in Northern Ireland, London, 1972. Anderson, B. Joe Cahill. A Life in the IRA, Dublin, 2002. Anderson, J. L. Che Guevara. A Revolutionary Life, London, 1997. Andrew, C. and Gordevsky, O. KGB. The Inside Story, London, 1990. Andrew, C. and Mitrokhin, V. The Mitrokhin Archive. The KGB in Europe and the West, London, 2000. Anon. Fianna Fáil and the IRA, Dublin, N.D. Anon. Fianna Fáil, The IRA Connection, Dublin, N.D. Barzilay, D. The British Army in Ulster, Volume 1, Belfast, 1973. Bean, K. The New Politics of Sinn Féin, Liverpool, 2007. Bean, K. and Hayes, M. Republican Voices, Monaghan, 2001. Bean, D. Ireland Sings, London, 1965. Teams of Times and Happy Returns, Dublin, 1979. Bean, D. A Tribute to Malachy McGurran, Dublin, 1985. Bell, J.B. The Secret Army, The IRA 1916-1979, Dublin, 1979. IRA Tactics and Targets, Dublin, 1990. The Gun in Politics, An Analysis of Irish Political Conflict, 1916-86, New Brunswick, 1991. The Irish Troubles, A Generation of Violence, 1967-92, Dublin, 1993. Beresford, D. 10 Men Dead, London, 1987. Bernard, M. Daughter of Derry. The Story of Bridget Shiles Makovsky, London, 1989. View, P. Ireland. The Politics of Enmity, London, 2007. View, P. Gibbon, P. and Patterson, H. The State in Northern Ireland, Manchester, 1979. Northern Ireland 1921-1996. Political Forces and Social Classes, London, 1996. View, P. Hazelcorn, E. and Patterson, H. The Dynamics of Irish Politics, London, 1989. View, P. and Patterson, H. The British State and the Ulster Crisis. From Wilson to Thatcher, London, 1985. Bird, C. This is Charlie Bird, Dublin, 2006. Bishop, P. and Molly, E. The Provisional IRA, London, 1988. Burke, R. Peace in Ireland. The War of Ideas, London, 2003. Boyne, S. Gunrunners. The Covert Arms Trail to Ireland, Dublin, 2006. Brenner, L. United States, Britain, Ireland. A Special Relationship, Dublin, 1972. Brick, M. and Coakley, J. From Political Violence to Negotiated Settlement, Dublin, 2004. British and Irish Communist Organization, The Two Irish Nations, Belfast, 1971. The Economics of Partition, Belfast, 1972. Brown, V. and Farrell, M. Manual Book of Irish Politics, Dublin, 1981. Bruce, S. The Red Hand. Protestant Paramilitaries in Northern Ireland, Oxford, 1992. Bryson, A. The Insider. The Belfast Prison Diaries of Eamon Boyce 1956-62, Dublin, 2007. Burton, F. The Politics of Legitimacy. Struggles in a Belfast Community, London, 1978. Callahan, J. A House Divided. The Dilemma of Northern Ireland, London, 1973. Clan na Éireann. The Battle of Belfast, London, 1972. Spies in Ireland, London, 1974. Clare, P.K. Racketeering in Northern Ireland. The New Patriot Game, Chicago, 1989. Subcultural Obstacles to the Control of Racketeering in Northern Ireland, in Conflict Quarterly, 10 Quarters, 1990. Clark, L. Broadening the Battlefield. The H Blocks and the Rise of Sinn Féin, Dublin, 1987. Clark, L. and Johnston, K. Martin McGuinness. From Guns to Government, Edinburgh, 2002. Clues, R. To Dream of Freedom. The Story of the Mac and the Free Wales Army, Ceredigion, 2001. Cody, S. O'Dowd, J. and Rigney, P. The Parliament of Labour. 100 Years of Dublin Council of Trade Unions, Dublin, 1986. Coleman, M. IFUT. A History, Dublin, 2000. Collins, E. Killing Rage, London, 1997. Connolly, L. The Irish Women's Movement. From Revolution to Devolution, London, 2002. Connolly, L. and O'Toole, T. Documenting Irish Feminisms. The Second Wave, Dublin, 2005. Coogan, T.P. The IRA, London, 1995. The Troubles. Ireland's Ordeal and the Search for Peace, London, 1995. Corcoran, M. and O'Brien, M. Political Censorship in the Democratic State. The Irish Broadcasting Ban, Dublin, 2004. Coghlan, A. C. Desmond Greaves, 1913-1988, An Obituary Essay, Dublin, 1991. Coulter, C. Students, Student Unions and UC, Dublin, 1983. Crawford, C. Inside the UDA, Volunteers and Violence, London, 2003. Cronin, S. A Man of the People. Jemmy Hope, Dublin, 1964. Irish Nationalism. A History of Its Roots and Ideology, Dublin, 1980. Cummings, B. North Korea. Another Country, New York, 2004. Curry, A. All Hell Will Break Loose, Dublin, 2004. Cusick, J. and MacDonald, H. UDA. Inside the Heart of Loyalist Terror, Dublin, 2004. UVF. The Endgame, Dublin, 2008. Daly, T. The Ross. Ireland's Unique Bike Race, 1953-2003, Dublin, 2003. Davenport, M. and Sherrick, D. Jerry Adams. Man of War, Man of Peace, London, 1997. Davidson, A.J., Defamed. Famous Irish Libel Trials, Dublin, 2008. De Beroid, C. Ballymurphy and the Irish War, London, 1990. Demmett, C. Desertion. Bloody Sunday, Manchester, 2005. Devlin, B. The Price of My Soul, London, 1969. Devlin, P. Straight Left, An Autobiography, Belfast, 1993. Dillon, M. The Dirty War, London, 1990. Dillon, M. and Lehane, D. Political Murder in Northern Ireland, Middlesex, 1973. Doherty, P. Paddy Bogside, Dublin, 2001. Doolan, L. Dowling, J. and Quinn, B. Sit Down and Be Counted, The Cultural Evolution of a Television Station, Dublin, 1969. Dooley, T. The Land for the People, The Land Question in Independent Ireland, Dublin, 2004. Dunn, D. and Kerrigan, G. Round Up the Usual Suspects, Dublin, 1984. Dunphy, R. The Workers' Party in Europe. Trajectory of an Idea, in Irish Political Studies, 7, 1992. The Contradictory Politics of the Official Republican Movement, 1969-1992 feet in R. Deutsch, Les Republicanismes Irlandais, Paris, 1997. A group of individuals trying to do their best. The Dilemmas of Democratic Left, in Irish Political Studies, 13, 1998. Dunphy, R. and Hopkins, S. The Organizational and Political Evolution of the Workers' Party of Ireland, in Journal of Communist Studies, Volume 8, Issue 3, 1992. Edwards, A. and Bloomer, S. A Watching Brief? The Political Strategy of Progressive Loyalism since 1994, Belfast, 2004. Elliott, S. and Flax, W.D., Northern Ireland. A Political Directory 1968-1999, Belfast, 1999. English, R. Armed Struggle. A History of the IRA, London, 2003. Farrell, M. Northern Ireland. The Orange State, London, 1980. Farrell, M. 20 Years on, Dingle, 1998. Feeney, B. Sinn Féin, 100 Turbulent Years, Dublin, 2002. Ferreiter, D. The Transformation of Ireland, 1900 to 2000, London, 2004. Fisk, R. The Point of No Return. The Strike Which Broke the British in Ulster, London, 1975. Flynn, S., and Yates, P., Smack. The Criminal Drugs Racket in Ireland, Dublin, 1985. Foley, G., Ireland in Rebellion, New York, 1971. Problems of the Irish Revolution. Can the IRA meet the challenge? New York, 1972. Foster, R., Modern Ireland, 1600 to 1972, London, 1990. Gallagher, M., The Irish Labour Party in Transition, 1957 to 1982, Dublin, 1982. Garland, R., Seeking a Political Accommodation. The Ulster Volunteer Force. Negotiating History, Belfast, 1997. Gusty Spence, Belfast, 2001. Garland, S., Marxism. A General Introduction, Dublin, 1972. Jarity, D., Luke Kelly. A Memoir, Dublin, 1994. Jarity, T., The Irish War, London, 1998. Gertz, B., The China Threat. How the People's Republic Targets America, Washington, D.C., 2000. Gilmore, G., Labor and the Republican Movement, Dublin, 1966. Godson, D., Himself Alone. David Trimble and the Ordeal of Unionism, London, 2004. Gogan, L., Larry Gogan's Popfile, Dublin, 1979. Goldring, M., Faith of Our Fathers, A Study of Irish Nationalism, Dublin, 1987. Greaves, C.D., The Life and Times of James Connolly, London, 1961. Liam Mellows and the Irish Revolution, London, 1971. Hull, M., Seeds of Hope. Ex-Prisoners Project, Newtonabbey, 2000. Hanley, B., The IRA, 1926 to 1936, Dublin, 2002. Agitate, Educate, Organize, The IRAs in T. Oblique, 1965-68 feet in Sathar, 32, 2007. The IRA and Trade Unionism, 1922-72 feet in F. Devine, F. Lane and N. Purcell Essays in Irish Labour History, Dublin, 2008. Harnden, T., Bandit Country, The IRA and South Armagh, London, 1999. Heaney, S., John Hewitt, 1907-1988 The Universal Poet, Belfast, 1988. Hennessy, T., Northern Ireland. The Origins of the Troubles, Dublin, 2005. The Evolution of the Troubles, 1970-72, Dublin, 2007. Hobsbawm, E., Bandits, London, 2001. Holland, J., Too Long a Sacrifice. Life and Death in Northern Ireland since 1969, New York, 1981. The American Connection. U.S. Guns, Money and Influence in Northern Ireland, Dublin, 1989. Phoenix. Policing the Shadows, London, 1997. Hope Against History. The Ulster Conflict, London, 1999. Holland, J., and MacDonald, H., Inla. Deadly Divisions, Dublin, 1994. Holmes, M., The Establishment of Democratic Left, in Irish Political Studies, 9, 1994. Horgan, J., Broadcasting and Public Life, RTE News and Current Affairs 1926-1997, Dublin, 2004. Hindman, M., Further Afield. Journeys from a Protestant Past, Belfast, 1996. Ireland, J. de Courcy, Revolutionary Movements of the Past, Dublin, 1971. Irish Republican Clubs, Irish America 1776-1976, New York, 1976. Johnston, R., The Lessons of the Irish Question, Dublin, 1967. A Century of Endeavour, A Biographical and Autobiographical View of the 20th Century in Ireland, Dublin, 2006. Jordan, H., Milestones in Murder. Defining Moments in Ulster's Terror War, Edinburgh, 2001. Joyce, J., and Murtaugh, P., The Boss. Charles J. Haughey in Government, Dublin, 1983. Kelleher, D., Republicanism, Christianity and Marxism, Greystones, 1972, On to the Republic. Dublin, 1982. Buried Alive in Ireland, Greystones, 2001. Irish Republicanism. The Authentic Perspective, Greystones, 2001. Kenny, K., The American Irish. A History, Harlow, 2000. Keogh, D., Jack Lynch. A Biography, Dublin, 2008. Lane, J., Miscellaneous Notes on Republicanism and Socialism in Cork City, 1954-69, Cork, 2005. Larkin, P., A Very British Jihad. Collusion, Conspiracy and Cover-Up in Northern Ireland, Belfast, 2004. Lee, J.J., Ireland. Politics and Society, 1912 to 1985. Cambridge, 1989. Liaison of the Left, Go to Work Ireland. Dublin, 1977. Long, D., Awakening the Spirit of Freedom, Limerick, 2006. Lucas, G., What is Orthodox Marxism? Dublin, 1993. Lundy, P., and McGovern, M., Ardoing. The Untold Truth, Belfast, 2002. Leiter, A., Pushers Out, The Inside Story of Dublin's Anti-Drugs Movement, Victoria, 2005. Mac Con Iomer, L., Briandon O. H. Ethier, Iomram A. Anair, Chanakta, 2000. McCann, E., What Happened in Derry, London, 1972. War in an Irish Town, London, 1979. Bloody Sunday in Derry. What Really Happened, Tralee, 1992. McCarthy, C., Decade of Upheaval. Irish Trade Unions in the 1960s, Dublin, 1973. McCarthy, K., Republican Cove and the East Cork Volunteers, Dublin, 2008. McDermott, J., Northern Divisions. The Old IRA and the Belfast Pogroms 1920-22, Belfast, 2001. MacDonald, F., and Sheridan, K., The Builders, Dublin, 2008. MacDonald, H., Colours. Ireland from Bombs to Boom, Edinburgh, 2004. Gunsmoke and Mirrors, Dublin, 2008. Mesa and U. The IRA in the Twilight Years 1923-1948, Dublin, 1997. Harry. The Story of Harry White, Dublin, 1984. McGarry, F. Republicanism in Modern Ireland, Dublin, 2003. McGarry, P. First Citizen. Mary MacLeese and the Irish Presidency, Dublin, 2008. McGuffin, J. Internment. Tralee, 1973. The Guinea Pigs, London, 1974. Maguire, M. To Take Arms. A Year in the Provisional IRA, London, 1973. McIntyre, A. Modern Irish Republicanism and the Belfast Agreement. Chickens Coming Home to Roost, or Turkeys Celebrating Christmas. In R. Wilford Aspects of the Belfast Agreement, Oxford, 2001. McKay, S. Northern Protestants, An Unsettled People, Belfast, 2000. McKittrick, D. Kelters, S. Feeney, B. and Thornton, C. Lost Lives. The Stories of the Men, Women and Children Who Died as a Result of the Northern Ireland Troubles, Edinburgh, 1999. McManus, J. Healthcare. The Case for Socialist Medical Care, Dublin, 1977. MacManus, R. The Road from Ardoing. The Making of a President, Dingle, 2004. Mac Steofen, S. Memoirs of a Revolutionary, London, 1975. Maguire, L. IRA Interments and the Irish Government. Subversives in the State, 1939-1962. Dublin, 2008. Maguire, M. Servants of the Public. A History of the Local Government and Public Services Union 1901-1990. Dublin, 1998. Mallow, A. New Sinn Féin. Irish Republicanism in the 21st Century, London, 2004. Martin, S. Good Times and Bad. From the Coombe to the Kremlin, Dublin, 2008. Millot, M. Communism in Modern Ireland. The Pursuit of the Workers' Republic since 1916, Dublin, 1984. Maloney, E. A Secret History of the IRA, London, 2002. Moore, C. The Christy Moore Songbook, Dingle, 1984. Mulholland, M. The Longest War. Northern Ireland's Troubled History, Oxford, 2002. Monk, R. and Rolston, B. Belfast in the 30s. An Oral History, Belfast, 1987. Murphy, B. and Kelters, S. Eyewitness. 4 Decades of Northern Life, Dublin, 2003. Murphy, M.A. Jerry Fitt. A Political Chameleon, Dublin, 2007. Murray, R. The Sass in Ireland, Dublin, 1990. Myers, K. Watching the Door, Dublin, 2006. National Commemoration Committee, Turgra, Dublin, 2002. Nelson, S. Ulster's Uncertain Defenders. Loyalists in the Northern Ireland Conflict, Belfast, 1984. Ní Donchada, M. and Dorgan, T. Revising the Rising, Derry, 1991. Northern Aid, Torture. The Record of British Brutality in Ireland, Bray, 1972. Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association, We Shall Overcome, Belfast, 1978. O'Brien, B. The Long War. The IRA and Sinn Féin, Dublin, 1999. O'Brien, G. and Garda Síochána and the Scott Medal, Dublin, 2008. O'Brien, J. The Arms Trial, Dublin, 2000. The Modern Prince. Charles J. Haughey and the Quest for Power, Dublin, 2002. O'Brien, E. Sinn Féin and Left Republicanism, London, 2009. O'Callaghan, S. The Informer, London, 1998. O'Connor, E. A Labour History of Waterford, 1989. Reds and the Green. Ireland, Russia. And the Communist Internationals, 1919-43, Dublin, 2004. O'Connor, F. In Search of a State. Catholics in Northern Ireland, Belfast, 1993. O'Carraine, D. Rendering to God and Caesar. The Irish Churches in the Two States 1949-73, Manchester, 2006. O'Doherty, F. Ulster's White Negroes. From Civil Rights to Insurrection, Edinburgh, 1994. O'Doherty, N. From Civil Rights to Armalites. Derry and the Birth of the Northern Ireland Troubles, Basingstoke, 2005. O'Doherty, M. The Telling Year. Dublin, 2007. O'Driscoll, D. Peter O'Donnell, Cork, 2001. Official IRA, EEC as Ireland's Downfall, Dublin, 1972. The Reporter's Guide to Ireland, Dublin, 1974. O'Hagan, D. Irish Republicanism. Separatist, Secular, Socialist, New York, 1975. The Concept of Republicanism, Dublin, 1975. The Republican Tradition, Dublin, 1975. Liam MacMahon, Separatist, Socialist, Republican, Belfast, 1976. O'Halpin, E. Defending Ireland. The Irish State and Its Enemies since 1922, Oxford, 1999. Intelligence and Anglo-Irish Relations, 1922-73 feet in E. O'Halpin, R. Armstrong and J. Olmeyer, Intelligence, Security and International Power, Dublin, 2006. O'Hearn, D. Bobby Sands. Nothing But an Unfinished Song, London, 2006. O. H. Ethier, B. The Begrudger's Guide to Irish Politics, Dublin, 1986. O'Malley, P. The Uncivil Wars. Ireland Today, Belfast, 1983. O'Murchu, E. Culture and Revolution in Ireland, Dublin, 1971. The Workers' Party. Its Evolution and Its Future, Dublin, 1982. O'Tuathale, S. They Came in the Morning, Dublin, 1971. Patterson, H. The Politics of Illusion. Socialism and Republicanism in Modern Ireland, London, 1989. The Politics of Illusion. A Political History of the IRA, London, 1997. Ireland since 1939, Dublin, 2007. Porter, N. The Republican Ideal. Current Perspectives, Belfast, 1998. Prince, S. Northern Ireland 68. Civil Rights, Global Revolt and the Origins of the Troubles, Dublin, 2007. Queersay, N. The Irish Labour Party, 1922-1973, Dublin, 2007. Purdy, B. Politics in the Streets, The Origins of the Civil Rights Movement in Northern Ireland, Dublin, 1990. Quinn, R. Straight Left, A Journey in Politics, Dublin, 2005. The Labour Party and the Trade Unions in T. Hastings, The State of the Unions, Dublin, 2008. Quinn, R.J., A Rebel Voice, A History of Belfast Republicanism, 1925-1972, Belfast, 1999. Redmond, S. Desmond Greaves and the Civil Rights Movement in Northern Ireland, London, 2000. Rekawek, K. How Terrorism Does Not End. The Case of the Official IRA, in Critical Studies on Terrorism, Volume 1, Number 3, December 2008. Republican Clubs, Where We Stand, The Republican Position, Dublin, 1972. Belfast Ring Road, Belfast, 1973. Pogrom, Belfast, 1975. Policing and You, Belfast, 1975. Torture. The Case of the Beechmount 3, Belfast, 1976. No Passaron. The Story of the Irish Volunteers for the Spanish Republic, Belfast. 1977. The Framing of Councillor MacDonagh, Belfast, 1977. The Case for Democratic Devolved Government in Northern Ireland, Belfast, 1980. Being Young in West Belfast, Belfast, 1981. Republican Movement, The Case Against the Common Market, Dublin, 1967. Ireland Today and Some Questions on the Way Forward, Dublin, 1969. Freedom Manifesto, Dublin, 1970. The Lessons of History, Dublin, 1970. Manifesto of the Workers' and Small Farmers' Republic, Dublin, 1971. Ardbo Martyrs, Tyrone, 1972. In the 70s. The IRA Speaks, Dublin, 1972. Republicanism Part 1. From 1790, Dublin, 1972. Republicanism Part 2. From 1922 to 1966, Dublin, 1972. Resources Protection Campaign, Ireland's Resources. The Case for State Control, Dublin, 1975. Resources Study Group, Irish Mining. The Need for Action, Dublin, 1972. Navan and Irish Mining, Dublin, 1972. Rooney, E., From Republican Movement to Workers' Party, An Ideological Analysis in C. Curtin, M. Kelly, and L. O'Dowd, Culture and Ideology in Ireland, Galway, 1984. Sands, T., The Songman. A Journey in Irish Music, Dublin, 2005. Sassoon, D., 100 Years of Socialism. The Western European Left in the 20th Century, London, 1996. Seamus Costello Commemoration Committee, Seamus Costello. Irish Republican Socialist, Dublin, 1978. Sheehy, K. More Questions Than Answers. Reflections on a Life in the RUC, Dublin, 2008. Shipley, P. Revolutionaries in Modern Britain, London, 1976. Sinnerton, H. David Irvine, Dingle, 2002. Sinn Féin, Nation or Province? Dublin, 1963. Imperialism and the Irish Nation, Dublin, 1969. Ground Rent is Robbery, Dublin, 1970. Stolen Waters, Dublin, 1970. The EEC, An Alternative, Dublin, 1971. Writings of John Mitchell, Dublin, 1972. Document on Irish Liberation, Dublin, 1973. Handbook of Republican Relations, Dublin, 1975. The Great Oil and Gas Robbery, Dublin, 1975. The Public Sector and the Profit Makers, Dublin, 1975. Women's Rights in Ireland, Dublin, 1975. A Refinery for Dublin Bay, Dublin, 1976. Handbook for New Members, Dublin, 1976. The Banks, Dublin, 1976. Tony O'Reilly's Last Game, Dublin, 1976. Sinn Féin, The Workers' Party, The Irish Industrial Revolution, Dublin, 1977, Come on the Taxpayers. Dublin, 1978. From the Party to the Youth Movement, Dublin, 1979. Nuclear Power in Ireland, Dublin, 1979. Planning for a Better Future, Dublin, 1979. Rapid Rail for a Greater Dublin, Dublin, 1979. Those Who Leave. The Truth About Socialist Vietnam and the Boat People, Dublin, 1979. Against Terrorism, Dublin, 1980. H. Block, The Socialist Perspective, Dublin, 1980. The Land for the People, Belfast, 1980. Women in Ireland, Dublin, 1980. Peace, Work and Class Politics, Dublin, 1981. Crisis in the Engineering Industry, Belfast, 1982. Skillen, C. Pravda's Provost. Russian and Soviet Manipulation of News from Ireland, in Irish Political Studies, 8, 1993. Staunton, E. The Nationalists of Northern Ireland, 1918 to 1973, Dublin, 2001. Stopper, A. Mondays at Gauges. The Story of the Irish Women's Liberation Movement, Dublin, 2006. Sunday Times Inside Team, Ulster. A Penguin Special, London, 1972. Swan, S. Official Irish Republicanism, 1962 to 1972, Lulu, 2006. Sweetman, R. On Our Knees. Ireland 1972, Dublin, 1972. Taylor, P. Provost. The IRA and Sinn Féin, London, 1997. Loyalists, London, 1999. Teague, P. Beyond the Rhetoric. Politics, the Economy and Social Policy in Northern Ireland, London, 1987. Tobin, F. The Best of Decades. Ireland in the 1960s, Dublin, 1996. Tracy, M. Rethinking the Republic. The Republican Movement in 1966 feet in R. O'Connell. The Impact of the 1916 Rising, Dublin, 2008. Union of Students in Ireland, What's Mind is Ours, Dublin, 1973. Van Voris, W. H. Violence in Ulster. An Oral Documentary, Massachusetts, 1975. Walker, B. M. Parliamentary Election Results in Ireland, 1918-92, Belfast, 1992. Walsh, L. The Final Beat. Gardaí killed in the line of duty, Dublin, 2001. Walsh, P. Irish Republicanism and Socialism. The Politics of the Irish Republican Movement 1905 to 1994. Belfast, 1994. Warner, G. The Falls Road Curfew Revisited, in Irish Studies Review, Volume 14, No. 3, August 2006. Whalen, B. Inside the IRA, Philadelphia, 1975. Whalen, K. The Revisionist Debate in Ireland, in Boundary 2, Volume 1, No. 1, 2004. White, R.W., Provisional Irish Republicans, An Oral and Interpretive History, Connecticut, 1993. Rory O'Brady, The Life and Times of an Irish Revolutionary, Indiana, 2006. Wilson, A.J., Irish America and the Ulster Conflict, 1968 to 1994, Belfast, 1995. Wood, I.S., Crimes of Loyalty, A History of the UDA, Edinburgh, 2006. Woodworth, P. Dirty War, Clean Hands, ETA, The Gal and Spanish Democracy, Cork, 2000. Workers' Association, One Island, Two Nations, Belfast, 1973. Warmongering, The Irish Press and the Troubles in Northern Ireland, Belfast, 1973. The Ulster General Strike, Belfast, 1974. Why Articles 2 and 3 Must Go, Dublin, 1974. Workers' Party, The Current Political Situation in Northern Ireland, Belfast, 1983. The Case for Devolved Government in Northern Ireland, Dublin, 1985. Ireland and the Socialist Countries, Dublin, 1986. Media Attacks on the Party, Dublin, 1986. The Workers' Party and the Anglo-Irish Agreement, Dublin, 1986. Belfast. A City for Working People, Belfast, 1987. Building Workers' Party Youth, Dublin, 1987. Fight Back with the Workers' Party, Dublin, 1987. Public Health and Private Wealth, Dublin, 1987. Bertie's Bill, Dublin, 1990. A Draft Program for Democratic Socialism, Dublin, 1991. The Rezoning Majority. A Study of the Abuse of Planning, Dublin, 1991. The Workers' Party in the Dale. The First 10 Years, Dublin, 1991. Patterns of Betrayal. The Flight from Socialism, Dublin, 1992. Cathal Golding, Thinker, Socialist, Republican, Revolutionary, 1923 to 1998, Dublin, 1999. A Celebration of Sean O'Chanaith, Dublin, 2003. Civil Rights. Reform or Revolution, Dublin, 2008. Yeltsin, B. The View from the Kremlin, London, 1994. Thesiesberg, A. Did the SFWP influence the Today Tonight coverage of the Bobby Sands hunger strike and its aftermath in 1981? A Study of Bias in Today Tonight, M.A., DCU, 2003. Mead, C.A., Success and Transformation, An Analysis of the Workers' Party in the 80s, M.A., UCD, 1990. Millar, S., The Risen People? The Development of Sinn Féin in Dublin 1980-2002 feet, M.A., DCU, 2002. OHADH Mail, F., The Function and Dynamics of a Ghetto, A Study of Nationalist West Belfast, Ph.D., University of Ulster, 1990. Rooney, E.P., From Opposition to Legitimacy? A Sociological Analysis of the Official Republican Movement, Ph.D., QUB, 1985. Unpublished Memoirs O'Comain, L., Towards Revolution. The Memoirs and Thoughts of an Irish Republican, Derry, N. D. O'Sigda, D. Na Fianna Éireann. Historical Documents, 2-4, Dublin, 2001. Purdy, B. Remembering the Official Republicans, Oxford, 2006. Visual Sources Brookborough, RTE, January 1997. Brother Where Art Thou? TG4, March 2006. Cook Street, RTE, August 1977. Gallery, BBC One, May 1983. No Go. The Free Derry Story, BBC NE, September 2006. Peter Heathwood Collection of Recordings Relating to the Workers' Party and Official Republicanism, 8 DVDs, 1982-95. 7 Ages, Programs 5 and 6 RTE, 2002. Spotlight, BBC One, the 20th of February 1992. Sticking to Their Guns, BBC One, Spotlight, the 27th of June 1991. Sullivan's Story, UTV, the 28th of September 1989. The History of the Troubles According to My Da, UTV, February 2007. The Last Colony, Channel 4, August 1994. The Member for West Belfast, UTV, World in Action, December 1983. The Patriot Game, TG4, March 2007. The Sparks That Lit the Bonfire, BBC Two, Time Watch, January 1992. The Superdollar Plot, BBC One, Panorama, the 20th of June 2004. Today Tonight, RTE, the 29th of April 1984 and the 5th of March 1986. Watchdog, BBC One, the 1st of March 1984. Workers' Party, Party Political Broadcast, RTE, November 1982. Workers' Party Youth, From Sinn Féin to the Workers' Party, 1986. Notes. Frequently cited sources are abbreviated as follows. ACR Chomherley IA Archives of Irish America AP in author's possession by British Army Intelligence Bell Telephone Belfast Telegraph BSI Bloody Sunday Inquiry CEC Central Executive Committee CS Coist Sista EMC Executive Management Committee GAC General Army Convention in Irish News IP Irish People IR IND Irish Independent IRPR Irish Press IRA Volume IRA Volunteer IT Irish Times 9 National Archives of Ireland NAUC National Archives United Kingdom NP Northern People OIRA Volume Official IRA Volunteer, PIRA Volume, Provisional IRA Volunteer PRONI Public Record Office of Northern Ireland UCDA University College Dublin Archives UI United Irishmen Sinn Féin, SFWP and Workers' Party AC, CEC, CS and EMC minutes are held by the Workers' Party of Ireland. Prologue notes for pages X to She X. The clapping and cheering, authors present at this event. X. We can do no better, text of speech, AP. Instead he declared, Sean Garland Statement, the 15th of November 2005. The U.S. Indictment, USA versus Sean Garland, the 19th of October 2005. AP. She. Remove the border and unite the country, Sean Garland interview. 1. The Patriot Game notes for pages 1 to 21 1. In early September, R.W. White, O'Brady, page 114. Starry Plough, number 3, 1973. IP the 10th of January 1974. 2. Golding and Most, Garda Report. September 1951 in Ju 800 seconds, Nye. J.B. Bell, Secret Army, pp. 240-1. In early 1946 feet, It. The 5th of April 1946. 3. The 3 Max. Garland. 4. In 1950 feet, UI. May 1950. White, O'Brady. Page 354. The 1950s, Patterson, Ireland, pp. 78-97. 5. The Deference, D. Ferreiter. Transformation pp. 463-5. J. Lee, Ireland. Page 266. 6 Feed Republicans, UI. September 1950. August 1951. October 1952. Sept. And October 1953. Dublin Fianna, Provincias de Rosa. In the South, Garda reports. The 22nd of June 1952. The 20th of June 1954 in Ju 8/900ths, Nye. 7. According to Garland, McRyan, Tomas Maggiola. They Even, IRA Statement, November 1954, AP. In 1951 feet, Garda Report, June 1952 in DFAA, 12, Nye. 8. Maggiola. Cathal Golding, Garda Report, September 1951 in Ju 802/18ths, Nye. During their trial, UI, November 1953. 9. Young Ira, Garland, It. The 18th of June 1954. Bell, Secret Army, pp. 257-61. The Garda reports. The 21st of June and the 27th of October 1954 in DFAA, 12, Nye. UI, July 1954. 10. The Armagh. Ryan. Jim Lane, Seamus Collins, Myron de Burka. The IRA Men, Seamus Murphy. 11 Feet Weapons. Garland, Murphy. The IRA Revival, Resurgent Ulster, Jan. Sept. October, December 1954. The Introduction, Garda Report, the 19th of March 1957 in John A. Costello Papers, p. 197/8. 7. UCDA. 12. Garland and Others, Garland, Ryan. Despite the criticism, Lane, Ryan. New Recruits, De Rosa. During 1955 feet, Garland. Outlining, Notes on Guerrilla Warfare, 1956. 13. He was influenced, captured IRA Doc in Ju 8/1061, Nye. But the IRA, Patterson, Ireland, pp. 134-7. 14. In December, Lane, Garland, Ryan. Operation Harvest, UI. the 15th of December 1956. Garland in D. Long. Awakening. 15 feet. Some veterans, Macgiola. Garland. Captured IRA document in Ju 8 1061st, Nye. On New Year's, Garland. Paddy O'Regan. 16. With the deaths, Irish Catholic. The 10th of January 1957. De Rosa. Garda Report. The 19th of March 1957 in John A. Costello Papers. P. 197/108. 7. UCDA. Cork Sinn Féin. Lane. 17. The New Government. UI. June, July, August, September 1957. Indeed certain. Collins. In 1,959 feet. Garda estimates in D. T98, 6 494, Nye. 18. A large number. Garland. By mid 1,958 feet. UI. October 1958. After their release, Garland. Ryan. In November, Garland. A. Bryson. The Insider. pp. 49-52. Belfast Volunteer, Art Macmillan. 19. Teenage Fianna. Brendan Mackin. About 3,400 feet. Garda Report. The 21st of June 1959 in Ju 8 900, Nye. With Mick Ryan. Ryan. Internment, UI. June 1960. The Garda Report. The 20th of November 1961 in D. T98, 6 494, Nye. He promised, Bell Telephone. The 28th of November 1961. 20. The Campaign. Garland. In November, E.O. Halpin. Defending. Page 300. Macgiola. There were also, IRPR, 15 and the 19th of January. 1962. The Department, P. Berry. The 8th of June 1970 in Ju the 10th of June 2001. Nye. RUC Report. The 13th of April 1962 H.A. 32. 1349th. Prony. The Decision. Ryan. UI. March 1962. Garland. De Burka. 21. Some Southern. Garland. 2. Army of the People. 1962-1968 Notes for pages 22-69-22. The IRA, UI. April 1962. Minister for Justice. The 30th of March 1962 in D. T98, 6 494, Nye. 23. The Ireland, F. Tobin. Best of. pp. 4-8, 12-22. H. Patterson. Ireland. pp. 161-8. It. The 13th of February 1965. For the IRA, Garland. 24. Another Dispute. Garland. UI. June 1962. 25. By all accounts, Sunday Tribune. The 9th of September 1984. Seamus Costello. Sean Curry. Sean Dunn. Mick Ryan. Ryan. 26. Garland. Garland. Padraig Yates. After his return, Ryan. 27. The Garda Reports. The 1st of December 1964 to the 21st of November 1966 in June 98, 6 495, Nye. What next? Ryan. Ira Vols. The Wider Public. It. The 19th of July 1963. One Source, UI. June 1965. Guth na BHFian August to Sept. 1966. 28. In Belfast, Belfast Ira Vols. The Failure, Bell Telephone. The 16th of February 1966. 30. The Highlight, H. Patterson. Illusion. 1989. Page 96. R. Johnston. Century. pp. 175-6. And T. Oblick. May 1965 in Ha. The 13th of February 32. Prony. Macgiola. Goldings Increasing. B. Anderson. Joe Cahill. pp. 155-6. Seamus Murphy. 31. As Macgiola. Macgiola. The Soviets, C. Andrew and V. Mitrokhin. Mitrokhin Archive. pp. 236-7. 32 feet. The Dynamics, R. Foster. Modern Ireland. Page 584. The Idea, Garland, and T. Oblick. June 1965. 33. In Belfast. Liam Macmillan's Speech. June 1972. A.P. Jim Sullivan Memoir. A.P. The Two Men, in. The 18th of June 1963. Belfast Ira Vols. 34. The Falls Road, Belfast Ira Vols. Curry. There were, Seamus Lynch, Belfast Ira Vols. 35. Public Attention, in. The 29th of September to the 5th of October 1964. Macmillan, Speech. UI. November 1964. 36. Away from, UI. May 1963 and April 1964. There was little, Roy Johnston. Anthony Coghlan. Tuarisk. July 1965. 37. Greaves Ambition, Irish Democrat, September 1959. March and December 1961. 38. Johnston, UI. October and November 1964. Codlin was Codlin. 39. In British Intelligence Report, the 6th of July 1970 in FCO 33 1204, Nauk. Suspicion, U. Mason, Twilight Years, pp. 875-7. Another Republican, it. The 21st of March 1964, UI. April 1964. All Units, and T. Oblique, May 1965. 40. One of the first, Garda reports. Ju 98, 6 495, Nye. The IRA's, Macgiola, and T. Oblique, May 1965. 41. Born in Oxford Dictionary of National Biography, 2007. Sunday Times, the 12th of September 1971. At his first, S. Max Theophan, Memoirs, page 93. Johnston. 42. The Question. Ryan. While these, Irish Democrat, January 1965, during. February, IRA leaflet, the 24th of April 1965, AP. 43, IRA Volunteers, UI, April and August 1965. Dublin IRA Vols, during the same, captured IRA reports in June 98, 6 495, Nye. UI, November 1965 Jan. 1966. 44, Mindful of this, UI, September 1965. Macgiola, in. The 19th of April 1965. Eagerness, Dublin IRA Vols, UI, April 1963. Several of, Lane, and Foblacht, Cork, September 1966. 45. Similar Dissent. Frank Keane. IR the 6th of May 1967. A Visit, UI, Feb 1965. 46. Another Vessel. Garland. Garda reports in June 98, 6 495, Nye. The same month, it. The 26th of October 1965. The 5. IRPR. The 4th of December 1965. Belfast IRA Vols. The Garda reports in June 98, 6 495, Nye. And T. Oblique, June 1965. British-based IRA Volume. 47. This Pointed. Ryan. Irish America, FBI reports. The 17th of October and the 9th of November 1963. The 13th of October 1964 in Prendyville Collection, IA. 48, Senior Clan, UI. March 1967. Captured Army Council Minutes in June 98, 6 495. Ryan, Garland. There was, Ryan, Bell Telephone. The 17th of February 1966. 49. It will, and T. Oblique, June 1965. Political Developments, Yates, Collins. The IRA, British-based IRA Vols. 50. The FWA, IRA Vols. Bell Telephone. The 21st of September 1968. Clan, Report. The 26th of October 1965 in DFA 305 14ths, 263 23rds, Nye. Yates, Collins. Other sections, Mackin, Yates, British-based IRA Vols. 51. The IRA saw, Army Council Minutes. The 1st of January 1966. Macmillan Speech. Popular Nationalism, L. Gogin, Popfile. But the IRA, Evening Herald. The 1st to the 4th of November 1965. Sunday Independent. The 21st of January 1966. 52. The Special Branch, Bell Telephone. The 15th of February 1966. JIC Minutes. The 21st of April 1966 in Cab 159 45ths, Nauk. In February, Bell Telephone. The 19th to the 22nd of February 1966. It. The 20th of April 1966. 53. Arrayed, IRA Vols. In May, IR Ind. The 10th of May 1966. It. The 14th of May 1966. UI. June 1966. 54. During March, Evening Herald. The 20th to the 24th of April 1966. IRA Vols. Easter brought, in, the 18th of April 1966. 55. Betty Sinclair, Irish Democrat, May 1966. The Numbers, Johnny White. Northern IRA Vols. In Dublin, Bobby McKnight. 56. 17. Tony Heffernan. The Post-Easter, Macmillan Speech. The Emergence, Billy Mitchell. Belfast IRA Vols. 57. During 1,965 feet. And T. Oblique. June 1965. In June, UI. June 1966. IRA Leaflet. AP. S. Swan. Official Irish. pp. 183-5. at Bodenstown, UI, July 1966. 58. Another opportunity. Ryan, it. The 22nd of September 1966. The military, social and military plan in June 98, 6 495, Nye. 60, Newer Political. Johnston, Tuarisk. The 31st of August 1966. In. The 15th of August 1966. The IRA Convention, Garda Report. The 9th of December 1966 in June 98, 6 495, Nye. 62 feet even as, and Foblack, Cork. May 1966. Irish Militant, May and September 1966. April 1968. 63. Beyond the Political. It. The 10th of January 1967. The 28th of February 1967. UI. December 1967. Dublin IRA Vols. Some Military, UI. June 1967. 64. In Derry, Hansard. The 13th of June 1968. At Bodenstown, UI. July 1967. G. Adams before, page 82. During the summer, Ryan. The meeting heard, minutes of meeting, the 29th to the 30th of August 1967. AP. 65. But if, MacGiola. and T. Oblick. December 1967. AP. In Dublin, Ryan. Dublin IRA Vols. 66. Despite having, Macmillan. Speech. In. The 15th of January 1968. Armed Involvement, UI. July 1968. In July, Scarman Tribunal. 18.6. UI. September 1968. Garda Report. The 18th of March 1969 in DJ 2000, 36 thirds, Nye. 67. The Device. Dublin IRA Volume. Meanwhile, Dublin IRA Vols. 68 feet tensions. AC Minutes. The 20th of July 1968. Margaret O'Leary. The Stressing, Dublin IRA Vols. By the Garda Reports in DJ 2000, 36 thirds, Nye. IRA Vols. Max Theophan, Memoirs, page 110. 69 feet The Implications, it. The 5th of August 1968. Washington Post. The 8th of August 1968 in DFA 305 14ths, 263 halves G, Nye. 3. A New Revolution Notes for pages 70 to 10770. The Sinn Féin, Garda Report. The 20th of November 1961 in D. T 98, 6 494ths, Nye. Proinches, T. Mitchell to P. DeRosa. The 4th of August 1962, DeRosa. The Tall, it. The 23rd of June 1969. 71. He argued, UI. December 1962. MacGiola, UI. January 1966. Her Father, it. The 23rd of January 1987. 72. Irish Ireland, UI. June 1964. March 1965. December 1965. 73. A Speaker, UI. Sept. In October 1963. The Movements, UI. January to December 1964. 74. During 1964 feet. AC Minutes. The 4th of July 1964. Sinn Féin. B.M. Walker. Parliamentary Elections. pp. 25 to 6. 75. The 1st, UI. March, April and May 1965. 76. By Junes, Rory O'Brady. UI. July 1965. 77. Some. De Burca, DeRosa. By the UI. November 1965. 78. In April, in. The 21st of March 1966. Fit, in. The 30th of May 1967. 79. By the Ard, Clar. Ard Thace. November 1966. AP. 80. Beyond the RUC Report. The 10th of October 1966 in HA. The 13th of February 32. Prony. 81. His reading. Done. Other. Heffernan. It. The 6th of January. 2007. SF Membership Forms 1968 to 9. 82. 1 Marker. Lar Malone. De Gerity. The Decades. Hibernia. June 1966. Owen Omerchu. 83. The Republican. Dermot Nolan. 84. Increased. UI. May 1966. September 1969. They're often, Omerchu. Whereas. Tony Gregory. Dwyer's Pub. Dublin IRA Volume. Increased Republican. UI. 85. A Wolf Tone. Nicra. 1978. Macmillan Speech. Adams in M. Farrell, ed. 20 Years On. pp. 39 to 53. 86. Paddy Devlin. Macmillan Speech. Harry McEwen. Mackin. In early 1967 feet. In. The 15th of November 1967. Mary McMahon. 87. Derry. White. Eamon Millar. Eamon McCann. 88. The Derry, UI. September 1968. Housing, UI. Feb 1967. 89. As with Dunn, DeRosa. 90. But, UI. July 1967. If Goldings, Dunn. R. Johnston. Century. Page 125. S. Swan. Official. Page 227. 91. In October, Republican Educational Manual. 1967. 92. The November, UI. December 1967. 93. Costello. Ryan. Garland. Not Everyone, DeRosa. AC Minutes. The 23rd of March 1968. CS Minutes. The 18th of February and the 29th of March 1967. 95. Young, Heffernan. UI. June 1968. During, UI. May 1967. October 1968. Johnston. Century. Page 234. 96. Some New, Ger O'Leary. Dublin IRA Volume. This coincided. Ryan. 97 feet. It was Republican Movement to Clan na Éireann, 1968, AP. By January, Ryan. Evening Herald. The 15th of January 1968. 98. Private Security. Dublin IRA Volume. DeRosa. It. The 17th of June 1968. In Belfast. In. 4 and the 14th of March 1968. 99. During 1967 feet. Sean Kelly. Costello. Ryan. AC Minutes. The 23rd of March 1968. Costello Speech. The 23rd of February 1969. One Consequence. Evening Herald. The 20th of January 1968. Hansard. The 13th of June 1968. In. The 5th of June 1968. 101. The Civil Rights. CS Minutes. The 29th of July 1968. RUC Report. The 18th of August 1969 in Scarman. Page 53-4. In. The 20th of June 1968. The 5th of July 1968. 102. An internal, captured Republican strategy document quoted in RUC Report. The 7th of July 1969 in Ha. The 28th of February 32. Prony. 103 feet Old Habits. Seamus O'Tuathale. McKnight. Macmillan Speech. AC Minutes. The 21st of September 1968. Curry. In the Aftermath. Millar. McCann. 104. Golding. UTV. The 27th of September 1968 in HA. The 28th of February 32. Prony. At an IRA. Macmillan Speech. Belfast IRA Vols. Across. Heffernan. Macmillan Speech. RTE. 7 Ages. 5. 2002. 105. But the O'Tuathale. CS Minutes. The 28th of October and the 23rd of November 1968. The Derry, L.O. Comain. Towards Revolution. John Nixon. 106. While, UI. October 1968. It. The 18th of October 1968. Sinn Féin. Clár. Ard Thace. December 1968. UI. January 1969. 107. In early, Kevin Smith. Fortnight. The 26th of April 1974. 4. 1969. Backlash notes for pages 108 to 148 108. Indifferent, D. J. The 18th of March 1969 in June 2000, 36 thirds, Nye. The year, it. IN the 1st to the 30th of January 1969. 109 feet Republicans, UI. Jan. February, March 1969. Cameron Report, page 86. Belfast, Derry and Dublin IRA Vols. 110. IRA Activity, Dublin IRA Vols. UI. June and July 1969. It. The 12th of June 1969. Garda Reports in June 2000, 36 thirds, Nye. 111. Meanwhile, it. The 9th of August and the 18th of November 1969. Dublin IRA Vols. Eyes, B.M. Walker, Parliamentary, pp. 78-81. In. The 7th of April 1969. UI. May 1969. 112. But, Belfast Newsletter. The 18th of April 1969. CS Minutes. The 2nd of December 1968. The 27th of January 1969. UI. April and June 1969. S. Swan. Official. Page 268. Bell Telephone. The 5th to the 10th of February 1969. 113. A Major, AC Minutes. The 22nd of December 1968. The 4th of January 1969. CS Minutes. the 27th of January 17 Feb, the 11th of March 31 March 1969. 114. Devlin's, in. The 21st of April 1969. Macmillan speech. Belfast IRA vols. It. The 22nd of April 1969. JIC. The 16th of June 1969 in Cab 186 thirds, Nauk. The events, Klan activists. FBI reports, 1969-70 in Prendyville collection, IA. 115, back in, Ireland today, March and June 1969. 117, during, CS minutes, the 14th of July 1969. Some, Lane Int, S. Flynn and P. Yates, Smack. Page 25, in, the 7th of March 1969. Dublin Splinter Group member, 118. The IRA, AC minutes, the 23rd of March and the 28th of April 1969. IRA vols. IRPR, the 15th of May 1969. It. The 21st of May 1969. 119 feet attempts. It. The 26th of September 1969. The Sinn Féin, CS minutes, the 9th of June 1969. UI, Jan and October 1969. In June, AC minutes, the 24th of May 1969. CS minutes, the 19th of May 1969. It. 11 and the 17th of June 1969. 120. Much, UI. May and November 1968. May 1969. Crisis. March 1969. 121. The relationship, UI. March and May 1969. D. Jarity, Luke. Page 106. Dublin IRA Volume. Republican Activity, Department. Justice. The 18th of March and the 14th of July 1969 in June 2000, 36 thirds, Nye. 123. Also. The 5th of July 1969. R.W. White, O. Brady, pp. 144-5. Dublin IRA Volume. Ryan, McKnight. 124. While, P. Taylor, Provost, pp. 45-6. Sunday Press, the 24th of August 1969. Macmillan speech. Belfast IRA vols. Confidence. It. The 24th of June 1969. N.O. Dochartai, Civil Rights, page 107. In July 1969. O. Brady, Ryan. This week, the 7th of August 1970. 125 feet barricades. E. McCann, War, pp. 58-70. White, Belfast IRA vols. 126. On the 13th of August, Macmillan speech. Belfast IRA vols. 127. On the 14th of August, in. The 12th to the 19th of August 1969. Belfast IRA vols. 128. Those involved, Belfast IRA vols. In. The 5th of September 1969. G. Adams, Don. Page 105. 129. Elsewhere. It. The 16th to the 23rd of August 1969. The Plough, June 1974. Dublin IRA vols. 130 feet the units. It. The 18th to the 19th of August 1969. UI, September 1969. R. English, Armed Struggle. Page 104. 131. Sinn Féin, CS minutes. The 11th of August 1969. It. The 13th to the 16th of August 1969. Fergus Whalen, Paddy Woodworth. 132. The IRA, UI, Sept. In October 1969. Bell Telephone, the 26th of August 1969. IRPR, the 23rd of August 1969. Politically, in. The 5th of September 1969. UI, September 1969. AC minutes, the 23rd of August 1969. CS minutes, the 1st of September and the 6th of October 1969. Done. 133. Some of, O'Comain, towards. Ivan Barr, Ryan, White, Lane. Belfast and Dublin IRA vols. It. The 19th of April 1971. 134 feet Republicans, AC minutes, the 23rd of August and the 20th of September 1969. CS minutes, the 20th of September 1969. BBC, the 6th of September 2006. In Belfast, NE Command, the 1st of September 1969 in WO 305 3758, Nauk. Bell Telephone, the 8th of September 1969. Belfast IRA vols. Adams, Don. Page 126. J. Sullivan, Memoir, Belfast, N.D. 136. Remembering. It. The 29th of April 1970. Curry, Sean O'Hare. 137. Meanwhile, J. O'Brien, Arms Trial, page 66. Anon. Fianna Fáil, The IRA Connection. White, McCann. Belfast IRA Vols. 138. The Special, P. Berry to J. Lynch, the 8th of June 1970 and Jew the 10th of June 2001. Nye. J. Kelly in the Blanket, the 17th of August. 2006. McKnight, 139. It Was Becoming, O'Brien, Arms, pp. 77-8. Garda Report 3C, 437/70ths in DKO. Jack Lynch, pp. 272-9. IRPR, the 11th of June 1970. UI. November and December 1969. It. The 9th of December 1969. Belfast IRA Vols. 140. The Promise, O'Brien, Arms, page 77. Belfast IRA Vols. 141. The Race. It. The 19th of November 1969. The 14th of December 1971. B. Yeltsin, Kremlin. pp. 311-14. C. Andrew and V. Mitrokhin, page 493. Dublin IRA Vols. 142. Local Clan, UI. September 1969. American-based activists. Joan McKiernan. FBI report. The 27th of October 1969 in Prendyville, Ia. Small donations. Dublin IRA Vols. 143. The Dublin. SOR IRA member, Lane. In November, CS Minutes. The 10th of November 1969. UI. October and November 1969. Comhar Mean Foamhair. 1969. 144. Preparation, Omer Chu, Magiola. In, the 31st of January 1990. White, O. Bradi. Page 150. 145. The Convention. Ryan. Dublin IRA Vols. It, the 29th of December 1969. B. Anderson, Cahill. Page 185. In, the 10th of January 1970. UI. January 1970. 146. The Sinn Féin. Nuacht Naisunta. The 26th of January 1970. UI. Feb 1970. Kevin Smith, Ryan, and Foblacht. Dublin. Feb 1970. 147. The Split, O'Leary, Gregory, De Burka, Garland, Ryan. Tyrone PIRA Volume 5. Defense and Retaliation Notes for pages 149 to 199,149 feet. The Official, It. The 22nd of September 1971. In. The 30th of April 1970. By. The 22nd of October 1970 in WO 305 3783, Nauk. In. The 18th of May 1970. IRPR. The 12th of February 1971. Dublin OIRA Vols. 150. Some of American-based OIRA Vols. This week, the 7th of August 1970. By. The 16th of April 1970 in WO 305 3783, Nauk. At Easter, in. The 30th of April and the 15th of May 1970. Devlin in Van Voris, Violence in Ulster, pp. 190-5. U.S. Embassy, Dublin, the 18th of May 1971, AP. 151, in. Derry, in. The 28th to the 29th of April 1970. Belfast OIRA Vols. By. The 30th of April 1970 in WO 305 3783, Nauk. Macmillan in R. Sweetman, on our, page 197, 152, The Clandestine, J. O'Brien, Arms, pp. 115-25. It. The 11th of May 1970. Outside, Belfast OIRA Vols. 154, away. Dublin OIRA Vols. The Political, UI. July 1971. Nuacht Naisunta, number 27, the 7th of April 1970. Hibernia, the 17th of April 1970. 155 feet. The Consequences, Derry Journal, the 3rd of April 1970. It. The 6th of April 1970. By. The 16th of April 1970 in WO 305 3783, Nauk. Belfast OIRA Vols. 156, Street, in. The 19th of May 1970. UI. July 1970. R.J. Quinn, Rebel, pp. 164-5, on the 3rd of July. Belfast OIRA Vols. By. 9-11. July 1970 in WO 305 3783, Nauk. G. Warner, The Falls, D. Barzilay, The British Army, pp. 11-16. 159, for the, This Week, the 17th of July 1970. Belfast OIRA Vols. The Problem, O'Comain. BSI, the 2nd of February 2001. By, the 22nd of October 1970 in WO 305 3783, Nauk. Dublin OIRA Volume 160, to ensure, Belfast OIRA Vols. Times, the 30th of July 1971. Liam Macmillan notes. Following, Harry McEwen. 161. Most, Harry Donaghy. By, the 8th of October and the 3rd of December 1970 in WO 305 3783, Nauk. This week, December 1970. 162. In Belfast, in, the 8th of December 1970. Sunday News, the 13th of December 1970. Ironically, RTE, Fayok, the 8th of February 1971. UI, March 1971. Belfast OIRA Vols. It, 10 and the 18th of March 1971. 164, Street. It, the 23rd of April and the 6th of July 1971. Belfast OIRA Vols. In early, it, the 5th of July 1971. Belfast OIRA Vols. This week, the 5th of March 1971. 165 feet The Officials, Terry Robson. In, the 3rd of August 1971. 166 feet Such Slogans. In, the 9th to the 13th of August 1971. It, the 21st of August 1971. OIRA Vols. PIRA Volume 167. In the, Belfast OIRA Vols. In, the 26th of August 1971. UI, Sept and October 1971. Newry Reporter, the 9th of September 1971. Derry Journal, the 21st of September 1971. 168. On the 22nd of September, Curry. In, the 23rd of September 1971. 169. On the 5th of October, UI, November 1971. Belfast and Dublin OIRA Vols. It, the 8th of December 1970. 170. Life on OIRA Vols. This week, the 12th of November 1971. S. Boyne, Gunrunners, page 36. McKnight. JIC. December 1971 in Cab 1869. Nauk. 171. During the winter. It, the 14th of December 1971. Newry Reporter, the 9th of December 1971. Mid-Ulster Observer, the 23rd of December 1971. UI, Jan and February 1972. 172. Unlike the OIRA GHQ member. Hibernia, the 4th of February 1972. Quoted in JIC. December 1971 in Cab 1869. Nauk. Lurgan Mail, the 21st of January 1972. OIRA 9. BSI. OIRA Volume. PIRA Volume. 173. In Derry. Derry OIRA Volume. Derry Journal, the 21st of January and the 2nd of February 1972. OIRA Testimonies. BSI. 174. On the day. OIRA Testimonies. BSI. OIRA Vols. It, the 1st to the 5th of February 1972. E. McCann. What Happened? 175. Not surprisingly, Belfast OIRA Vols. In, the 20th of March 1972. Newry OIRA Volume. The Official. In, the 2nd of February 1972. OIRA Vols. It, the 18th of March 1975. UI. March 1972. OIRA GAC Minutes. The 20th of October 1972. AP. Mid-Ulster Observer. The 2nd of March 1972. 177. 1 Response. UI. July 1972. PM. The 13th of March 1972 in Ho and Neo CJ 4 193rds. Nauk. In early April, Commander's Diary. Ni Log Sheets. The 15th of April 1972 in Wo 305 4199ths. Nauk. Belfast OIRA Vols. UI. May 1972. 179. Despite Goldings. UI. May 1972. Derry Journal. The 23rd of May 1972. Sunday Press. The 28th of May 1972. BBC. The 30th of May 1972. McCann. War. OIRA 7. BSI. Dublin OIRA Volume. White. 180. A Meeting. OIRA Vols. Omer Chew. UI. June 1972. 181. In Belfast, OIRA Vols. D. Beresford. 10 Men. Page 152. 182. The Official Fianna. D. Osigda. Na Fianna. Belfast OIRA. In fact, Belfast OIRA Vols. Newark Nasunta, the 8th of August 1972. M. Dillon and D. Lehane, Political Murder, pp. 84-6. Strabane Chronicle, the 22nd of July 1972. 183. But the Belfast OIRA Vols. UI, August. And September 1972. Newry Reporter, 2 Department 1972. 184 feet around this OIRA Vols. EO Help and Intelligence, Security, 186, in late September, Hughes in the Blanket, the 8th of May 2003. Belfast OIRA Vols. UI, November 1972. E.P. Rooney, From Opposition, page 149. 187, Opposition. Derry OIRA Volume, Minutes of OIRA GACs, the 20th of October and the 9th of December 1972. AP. 188, Owen, Omer Chu. It, the 1st of December 1972. American-based OIRA Vols. 189, The British, PM. The 29th of August 1972 in Ho and Neo CJ 4 195ths, Nauk. OIRA Director Intelligence to Units, the 4th of October 1972, AP. In December, OIRA GAC Minutes, the 9th of December 1972. It, the 22nd of December 1972. 190, by 1,973 feet, Belfast OIRA Vols. McEwen, Mitchell, McMahon. 191, for example, Newry Reporter. The 8th of March 1973, UI. May 1973. OIRA Vols. The One Thing, Belfast OIRA Vols. Dillon and Lehane, Political Murder. Page 285. 192. One of the, in. The 7th of July 1973. It. 5 and the 10th of September 1973. Garland. Belfast OIRA Vols. Newry Reporter. The 23rd of August 1973. 194. The OIRA. A Reporter's Guide to Ireland. AP. Report of Independent Commission of Inquiry into the Dublin and Monaghan Bombings. Page 34. Belfast OIRA Volume. 195. In Derry. Derry OIRA Volume. Belfast OIRA Vols. In. The 16th of February 1974. 196. In 1,974 feet. C. Andrew and V. Mitrokeen. Mitrokeen. Page 502. OIRA Vols. Finance, OIRA Vols. It, Newry Reporter. The 16th of January 1974. The 10th of April 1974. The 11th of July 1975. Rooney. From Opposition. Page 142. Unlike, Newry OIRA. Newry Reporter. The 4th of July and the 24th of October 1974. 198. During August, it. The 3rd of August 1974. In. The 8th of August 1974. It. The 28th of August 1974. OIRA Vols. PIRA Volume. Times. The 12th of November 1974. 6. Civil Rights Not Civil War Notes for pages 200 to 233 200, prior, in. The 12th of January and the 3rd of March 1970. Smith. In. The 17th of August 1970. UI. March 1970. McMahon. CS Minutes. The 19th of April 1971. 201. The Emergence, M. Lynch on Gallery. BBC One. The 11th of May 1983. In. The 2nd of May 1970. The 30th of April 1971. IP. The 11th of January 1974. McMahon. 202. The Political. It. The 8th of December 1970. CS Minutes. The 13th of July 1970. IRPR. The 6th of February 1971. International. September 1971. In. The 12th of April 1971. Mid-Ulster Observer. The 15th of April 1971. 203. Despite, CS Minutes. The 30th of August 1971. McMahon. 204 feet on his, Omer Chu. UI. May, June, July 1971. The 1st, this week. The 17th of December 1970. UI. August 1970. CS Minutes. The 16th of November 1970. The 5th of December 1970. The 1st of March 1971. IRPR. The 10th of August 1971. U.S. Embassy to State Department. The 1st of March 1971. AP. De O'Hagan, Heffernan. 205. While the Freedom Manifesto, 1970. Brian Brennan. 206. Unionism. John Nixon. Jim Monahan. Robson. McCann. 207. Some Official, Omer Chu. Bob Purdy. Yates. It. The 18th of June 1973. 208. The Catholic Church, it. The 5th of January 1972. Devlin in Van Voris, Violence, page 191, by. The 13th of August 1970 in WO 305 3783, Nauk. It. The 1st of November 1971. Mulready Letter. The 4th of November 1971. AP. Labors, it. The 25th of October 1971. Hibernia. The 20th of October 1972. 209. For most, O'Tuathale, P.J. McLean. Republican Club's Leaflets, August 1971. E. McCann. War. Page 103. Derry Journal. The 2nd of May 1972. 210 feet scores. Art McMillan. S. Lynch. Mackin. OIRA prisoners. 212. Prison life. Dublin OIRA prisoners. Tony Moriarty email. The 1st of September. 2004. UI. Feb 1973. Mackin. Nuoc Nasunta. The 9th of October 1973. IP. The 23rd of November 1973. An Eochair. 1973-4. 214. The Irish, Helena Sheehan. Belfast OIRA Vols. Purdy. It. The 4th of February 1972. C. Demet, Desertion. 215 feet The Officials. Nuoc Nasunta. The 23rd of February 1971. Memo in FCO 87 536-1. Nauk. Young Liberals to OSF. The 29th of December 1971. Irish Echo. The 12th of June 1971. The 25th of September 1971. The 12th of February 1972. The 4th of March 1972. Sandy Boyer. Bob Lowry. Sheehan. Leadership Republican Movement to IRC. September 1972. 216. In Britain, it. The 24th of July 1970. Yates. Collins. Seamus McDonough. 218. One Consequence, Margaret Smith. Report on Belfast Republican Clubs. August 1972. AP. On the Role of Violence. Belfast OIRA Vols. The State of the Movement in South Down, South Armagh. August 1972. AP. 219. Many Northern. Nixon. Kelly. Jimmy Jordan. Moriarty. Frank Cogan. Monaghan. Hibernia. The 3rd of March 1972. 221. On both sides. Omer Chu. Yates. UI. October 1970. 222. Although. Robson. UI. Sept. And October 1972. OIRA Army Council Minutes. The 8th of October 1972. AP. OIRA Executive Election. October 1972. AP. 223. After the International. September 1971. Where We Stand. Derry Republican Club's Report. The 23rd of August 1972. In. The 23rd of March 1973. Memo. The 31st of January 1973 in FCO 87 177, Nauk. 224. In response. In. The 10th of May 1973. Newry Reporter. The 7th of June 1973. Derry Journal. The 8th of June 1973. Republican Clubs Meeting. Mornington the 27th to the 28th of July 1973. AP. Belfast OIRA Vols. 225. The Official, UI. June 1973. Republican Clubs Meeting. Mornington the 27th to the 28th of July 1973. AP. 226. Even more. It. The 9th of October 1972. McEwen, Mitchell, O'Hagan. K. Myers. Watching the Door, pp. 167-9. OIRA to UVF, 1974. AP. Combat. The 8th of April 1974. 228. A Powerful, Belfast OIRA Vols. Report Mornington Meeting. The 8th of June 1974. AP. 229. In the U.S. Reports on IRC. Spring and November 1974. Dublin OIRA Vols. Collins. Roscatha. Feb. March. June. July. November. December 1974. 230 feet during this, McEwen. Belfast OIRA Vols. Liam McMillan notes. 232. In Long Kesh. In. The 14th to the 16th of September 1974. Curry. Nixon. Mackin. UI. November 1974. In. The 8th of April 1974. 7. Towards the Revolutionary Party notes on pages 234 to 281,234 feet events. CS Minutes. January 1973. June 1971. Golding in Inside the IRA. 1974. CS Minutes. The 20th of July 1970. Heffernan. Dublin OSF members. 235, and interested, reports from U.S. Embassy to State Department, the 19th of January and the 3rd of February 1970, AP. Courtesy Tara Keenan. The British Confidential Report, the 6th of July 1970 in FCO 33 1204, Nauk. 236 feet. The officials, UI, August and September 1970. Hibernia, the 25th of September 1970. It, the 11th of September 1971. UI, October 1971. 238. The Housing, Done. UI, June 1970. It, the 2nd of July 1970. F. Whalen, Dublin Housing Action. An Analysis, N.D., CS Minutes, the 30th of November 1970. 240, as the, UI, March, 1970, July 1971. Nuach Nasunta, the 30th of May 1971. 241, Internal, It, the 21st of January 1971. Vanguard, October 1971. CS Minutes, the 13th of July 1970. Nuach Nasunta, January 1970, the 30th of May 1971. CS Minutes, the 15th of November 1971. 242, et al., CS Minutes, the 9th of February, the 2nd of June 30 October, the 6th of December 1970, 1 and the 8th of March 1971. UI, December 1970. Gregory. Despite, UI, April 1970. It, the 7th of July 1971. CS Minutes, the 10th of May 1971. It, the 14th of April 1971. J. Horgan, Broadcasting, pp. 79, 104-5. Donahue. Hibernia, the 16th of July 1971. Dublin OIRA Vols. IRPR, the 13th of May 1972. 244, in December, CS Minutes, the 29th of November 1971. Malone. Dunn, F. Whalen. 245, despite the, UI, October 1971. CS Minutes, the 3rd of March 1972. De Burka. 246, one of those, Johnston, D. Blatherwick. The 18th of January 1972 in FCO 87 531-1, Nauk. The official, It, the 1st of January 1971. Malone. 247. Despite, Sunday Independent, the 12th of December 1971. Heffernan to Mac Quaid, the 16th of December 1971. AP. This Week, the 9th of August 1970. D. O'Carrain. Rendering. pp. 163-4. State of Security Representative of Ireland 1972. The 19th of May 1972 in Cab 134 3574 in Report. The 10th of January 1972 in FCO 87 7ths, Nauk. 248. Jimmy Jordan. Liz Doyle. Omer Chu. Dublin OSF members. 249 feet disputes. Northwest OSF Report. The 4th of November 1971. Dublin CC Report. The 19th of May 1972. Arden Letter. The 22nd of December 1972. AP. 250. The Influx, Purdy. UI. May 1971. Bodenstown Address. June 1972. 251. Key. Education Department Report 1972. Mornington Report. 1973. Sheehan. 252. Maintaining, Mornington Report. 1973. McMahon. Jerry Flynn. Foblaim. Summer 1973. Garland. Golding in J. Holland and H. MacDonald. Deadly. Page 23. Intercontinental Press. The 31st of August 1978. Purdy. Jerry Foley email, the 14th of September. 2004. 254. Meanwhile, De Jarity, Sheehan, Malone, O'Hagan, Garland. Paul Sweeney. Dunn, Donahue. 255. The Thinking, Rid Report, May 1972. CS Minutes, the 24th of July, 9 and the 23rd of October, the 6th of November, the 4th of December 1972. 256, alongside, Sheehan, O'Hagan, John McManus, Omer Chu, Noel Dowling, Liz Doyle, F. Whalen, Ryan. 257, on the OIRA officers. 259, a priority, Yates, Garland. Report on Irish People, the 14th of March 1974. With most, Heffernan, Gregory. Dublin OIRA Vols. UI. April 1972. 260, Recruitment, Dublin OIRA Vols. 261. In February, SF Election News. Feb 1973. C. Bird. This is, page 20. UI. March 1920. Some notes on the election and results. August 1973. 262. Discussion documents on organization and structure. 1973. Bell Telephone. The 13th of November 1973. 264 feet meetings. OIRA Vols. The Organization of the Proletariat's Armed Forces, AP. H. Patterson. Allusion. Page 148. In Dublin, Ryan. OIRA Vols. It. The 14th of September 1973. 265. With CS Minutes. The 2nd of April. The 3rd of September 10 October 1973. 266 feet attempts. Confidential telegrams. The 26th of February and the 1st of March 1972 in Prem 15 1046, Nauk. In October, UI. October 1973. Garland, O'Hagan, Yates. 268 feet in sections, Omerchu. Yates, Foley. It. The 26th of November 1973. Hibernia. The 30th of November 1973. British Embassy. The 28th of November 1973 in FCO 87 178, Nauk. Ard Thase Report. 1973. 270, outside, North Munster CC, the 6th of December 1973. CS Minutes, the 10th of December 1973. Letters to CS, the 3rd of December 1973 and the 21st of January 1974. Robson. 271. The 1st OIRA Courts Martial Report, the 21st of February 1974. M. Bernard, daughter, page 116. Costello to AC, the 7th of April 1974. Report of Committee into Allegations of Irregularities at Ard Thase, the 23rd of March 1974. 273, in the June, UI. July 1974. Kelly. OIRA Orders 14 and 17. July 1974. Woodworth. 274. Since Not All, Kogan, De Burka. Education Course, 1974. CS Minutes, the 3rd of November 1974. Dublin AGM Report, 1974. AP. 275 feet Omerchus. OIRA GAC Industrial Report, September 1974. AP. CS Minutes, the 21st of September 1974. Magil, May 1982. O'Leary, Eric Byrne. 278. For Some, Small Farmers Defense Association Report 1974. UI. August 1974. It. The 23rd of July 1974. Clar, Anti-Imperialist Festival, 1974. McManus. 279. Republicanism, CS Minutes. The 14th of May 1974. It. The 24th of October 1974. Irish Independent. The 5th of November 1974. Bird. This is, page 21. 280. As 1,974 feet. Omerchu. Ard Thase Report, 1974. 8. Brothers Fighting Brothers Notes for pages 282 to 314,282 feet for over, UI. May 1975. Intercontinental Press. The 9th of June 1975. It. The 3rd of March, the 9th of April, the 5th of July 1975. American-based OIRA Vols. It. The 7th of December 1974. Starry Plough. Dublin. April 1975. It. The 10th of December 1974. 283. About, Official SF Report, 1975. AP. It. The 9th of December 1975. OIRA Intelligence Document, AP. Starry Plough. January 1976. G. Lynch. Belfast OIRA Vols. 284, Northern, Bar, Co. Derry OIRA Vols. Belfast OIRA Vols, in Dublin, the 14th of May 1987. OIRA Intel. Report, AP. 285 feet. There was, McMahon, Flynn, S. Lynch. UI. March 1975. 286. The Far Left, Brian Trench, McCann. It. The 27th of February 1975. In, the 4th of January and the 30th of April 1975. 287 feet. The Officials, Hibernia. The 7th of March 1975. Starry Plough, April 1975. OIRA Intel. Report, AP. Some in, Belfast OIRA Vols. AC Minutes, the 15th of February 1975. McEwen. Intercontinental Press, the 9th of June 1975. It. The 28th of February 1975. 288 feet in his, It. The 28th of February and the 1st of March 1975. Macmillan Notes. 289. Tension, Sheehan, Gregory, Garland, Heffernan. OSF Statement. The 2nd of March 1975. 290. There were, McEwen. It. 3, 5 and the 7th of March 1975. Mediation Notes. AP. Andersonstown News. The 8th of March 1975. It. The 31st of March 1975. 291. The Official, UI. April and May 1975. 292. Even, Belfast OIRA Vols. UI. March 1975. Sunday News. The 16th of February 1975. It. The 5th of March and the 16th of April 1975. 294. The Officials and UVF. It. The 21st of May 1975. Hibernia. The 1st of July 1975. Mitchell. Combat. March 1975. 295. Pressure. It. The 13th of February. The 22nd of February 22 April 1975. Newry OIRA Volume. Strabane Chronicle. The 10th of May 1975. 296. On Monday, Andersonstown News. The 3rd of May 1975. J. Holland and H. MacDonald. Deadly, page 69. In. The 30th of April 1975. It. The 1st of May 1975. UI. May and June 1975. 297. In Belfast. Belfast OIRA Vols. Dublin OIRA Volume. It. The 11th of December and the 20th of December 1975. S. Lynch. 298. The Political, AC Minutes. The 19th of July 27. The 19th of October 1975. CS Minutes. The 16th of June 1975. 299. Although, UI. June 1975. It. The 20th of December 1975. The People vs. B. Madden. In June 2006. 145/26, Nye. OIRA Vols. 300, on the 22nd of June, it. The 26th of June 1975. An EO Chair, number 11, 1975. OIRA Vols. It. The 13th of May and the 23rd of June 1975. 301. In Bringing, OIRA Operations Department. Report, 1975. AP. OIRA Vols. CS Minutes. The 3rd of February 1975. 302. The New, Omerchu. Dublin OIRA Vols. Comharley Seinter. The 28th of March 1975. 303. The Internal, CS Minutes. The 10th of March. The 7th of April 14 April 1975. Letters. The 24th of April 1975. AP. 304. As Head. OIRA Vols. Teoric, 1975. Nolan. 305. While some, Mornington Report. The 28th to the 29th of June 1975. AP. RPC Annual Report. 1974-5. OSF Membership Forms. 1975. CS Minutes. The 3rd of February and the 6th of October 1975. Woodworth. 306. The Feud, Sunday World. The 12th of January 1975. Sunday News. The 5th of January 1975. Irish Echo. The 3rd of October 1981. The 29th of March 2000. Pile Letter. The 6th of March 1975. Propaganda. 1975. AP. 308. The Party's Presses, UI. Dec. And January 1975. It. The 2nd of December 1974. AC Minutes. The 20th of September 1975. CS Minutes. The 29th of September 1975. Report. The 18th of October 1975. OIRA Vols. It. 3 and the 20th of October 1975. 309. In June, UI. April, May, June, July 1975. Dublin OSF Members. 310. In the North, Newry Reporter. The 24th of August 1975. Andersonstown News. The 23rd of August 1975. UI. October 1975. Mornington Report. The 28th to the 29th of June 1975. AP. Newry Reporter. The 29th of May 1975. Newry OIRA Vols. 312. In Belfast, UI. July 1975. Derry Journal. The 30th of May 1975. Strabane Chronicle. The 9th of August 1975. Sunday News. The 28th of September 1975. Newry Reporter. The 9th of October 1975. Andersonstown News. The 18th of October 1975. Hibernia. The 16th of May 1975. OSF Handbook for New Members. 1975. 9. The Pilgrim, Notes for pages 315 to 335,315 feet is darkness. It. The 30th of October 1975. In. The 30th of October 1975. O'Hare, Smith, McKnight, Republican Clubs, Pogram. 316. When it. O'Hagan, Belfast OIRA Vols. In. The 31st of October and the 1st to the 5th of November 1975. It. The 1st to the 5th of November 1975. Belfast Newsletter. The 1st of November 1975. It. The 8th of November 1975. 318. The Mon. In. The 1st to the 5th of November 1975. Smith, O. Tuathale, McEwen. In. The 6th to the 12th of November 1975. Republican News. The 15th of November 1975. Belfast OIRA Vols. 320. The Clonard, Belfast OIRA Vols. O'Hagan. It. The 12th of November 1975. O'Hare. It. The 15th of November 1975. Confidential Mediators Report on Truce the 11th of February 1976. AP. Republican Clubs, Pogram. It. The 8th of November 1975. McEwen. 322 feet. The Events. Belfast OIRA Vols. McMahon. OIRA Intelligence Report. The 12th of January 1976. AP. O'Hare. Smith, Brennan. Irish Echo. The 8th of November 1975. O'Tuathale. Ardthace Report. 1976. Dublin OIRA Vols. It. The 31st of January 1976. Jordan. 324 feet. The Scars. Ardthace Report. It. The 5th to the 6th of January and the 19th of January 1976. Newry Reporter. The 8th of January 1976. It. The 7th of October 1976. Republican Clubs Discussion Document. December 1977. 325. Sinn Féin. CS Minutes. The 23rd of February 1976. AC Minutes. The 1st of January and the 26th of March 1976. It. The 12th of June 1976. CS Minutes. The 17th of May 1976. IP. The 26th of March 1976. Cogan, DeRosa, B. Whalen, Bernie Hughes. CS Minutes. The 11th of October 1976. Contact. October, November 1976. UI. March 1976. 326. By 1,976 feet. UC Congress Report. The 9th to the 12th of January 1975. It. The 15th of January 1976. AC Minutes. The 26th of March 1976. John Lowry. CS Minutes. The 23rd of February 1976. UI. May and September 1976. IP. The 20th of February 1976. AC Minutes. The 26th of March 1976. L. McManus Letter. 1976. UI. July 1976. 328. The Industrial. UI. January 1976. It. The 21st of November 1975. The 11th of February 1976. J. Horgan. Broadcasting. Page 145. Dublin Industrial Department Members. Omer Chu. Dublin OSF Members. Woodworth. UI. January 1976. AC Minutes. The 25th of September 1976. CS Minutes. The 12th of July 1976. D. Kelleher. Buried. pp. 349 to 51. 329. The 60th. It. The 2nd of April 1976. CS Minutes. The 25th of October and the 4th of December 1976. James Connolly Heron. IRSP framed. 1979. 331. The Phasing, UI. Feb 1976. Newry Reporter. The 19th of February 1976. It. The 19th of January 1976. UI. March 1976. AC Minutes. The 26th of March. The 3rd of April 29 May 1976. OIRA Prisoners. In. The 25th of May 1976. NEO the 26th of October 1976 in PCC the 5th of January 28, Prony. 332. A Stormont. It. The 2nd of January. 2007. State of Security Assessment. The 28th of October 1976 in FCO 87 536, Nauk. OIRA Vols. It. The 14th of June 1976. Newry Reporter. The 22nd of April 1976. UI. September 1976. E.P. Rooney. From Opposition. AC Minutes. The 3rd of April 1976. 334. By 1,976 feet. UI. December 1976. CS Minutes, the 6th of September 1976. UI, August and October 1976. AC Minutes, the 26th of March, the 3rd of April 27 November 1976. IT, 16 and the 24th of July 1976. Report, the 28th of October 1976 in FCO 87 536, Nauk. UI, June and November 1976. 10. A Historic Mission Notes for pages 336 to 376,336 feet. There was, UI, Feb 1977. Sweeney. IT, the 24th of January 1977. 337. Although, CS Minutes, the 31st of January and the 14th of February 1977. De Burka. AC Minutes, the 3rd of December 1977. Sweeney. Sinn Féin the Workers' Party, the Irish Industrial Revolution. Brian Whalen. 340. An Attraction, Shea Cody. UI, May 1977. Omer Chu. Irish Socialist. Which Way for Socialism? 1977. CPI, Memorandum to Fraternal Communist and Workers' Parties, the 30th of March 1977. AP. CS Minutes, the 14th of February 1977. SFWP to International Organizations, July 1977. 341. Smullen, Dowling, Woodworth, Heffernan to Koist Sista, the 26th of October 1977. AC Minutes, the 3rd of December 1977. CS Minutes, 17 and the 31st of January 14 and the 21st of February 12 and the 25th of April 11 and the 16th of July 1977. Hibernia, the 3rd of August 1977. 343, Nationally, SFWP, the 7th of June 1977. H. Patterson, Ireland, page 269. IT, the 18th of June 1977. IP, the 24th of June 1977. Cork Poster, 1977. 344, In the Aftermath, UI, July 1977. SFWP Election Report, 1977. CS Minutes, the 28th of June 1977. 345, during the CS Minutes, 1 and the 4th of July 1977. Woodworth. AC Minutes, the 16th of July and the 24th of September 1977. CS Minutes, 8 and the 15th of August 1977. 346. The Labour, Representative of IRL. Department Report Socialist Labour Party in FCO 87 600 seconds, Nauk. 6 and the 10th of October 1977. 348. The Late 1970s, C. Coulter, Students. The 20th to the 21st of January 1980. IDYM Minutes, the 28th to the 29th of March 1980. Report, IDYM Students, 1981. AC Minutes, the 24th of September 1977. The Party in USI, 1979. AP. 349. The Recruitment, Dowling. IT, the 9th of October 1978. Donahue. IT, the 12th of March 1997. Starry Plough, December 1980. Cody. Hibernia, 12 and the 26th of October 1978. AC Minutes, the 26th of November 1977. 351, SFWs. Bern. UI, March 1978. CS Minutes, 3 and the 29th of April, the 5th of May, 3 and the 17th of July 12 Sept. 8 and the 17th of October, the 7th of November 1977, the 3rd of July, the 6th of December 1978. Woodworth. UI, Feb and December 1978. IT, the 5th of September 1978. UC News, April 1979. McMahon, Flynn. Clark, Ard Thace, 1978-80. 353, Domestically, CS Minutes, the 13th of February and the 8th of August 1978. IP, the 7th of January 1977. UI, June 1978. IP, the 3rd of March 1978. UI, October 1979. CS Minutes, 10. And the 17th of December 1977, the 6th of February and the 11th of December 1978. 355. When Jack Lynch's, F. Whalen, Cody. S. Cody, J. O'Dowd and P. Rigney, Parliament, page 231. Notes and Comments, April 1978. 356. The Irish People, CS Minutes, the 14th of January 1977. IP, the 4th of March 12 August. The 7th of October 1977, the 31st of March 1978. Garland, Notes and Comments, December 1977. Yates. IP. The 5th of August 1977. Donahue, Cody, F. Whalen. 358. The Influence, Magil. April 1979. It. The 3rd of March 1979. UI. March 1979. It. The 5th of March 1979. Hibernia. The 15th of March 1979. It. The 23rd of March 1979. IP. The 23rd of March 1979. 360. The Show. It. The 21st to the 22nd of March 1979. Patterson, Ireland. Page 274. CS Minutes, 7 and the 14th of November 1977. UI. December 1977. IP. The 6th of January 1978. Yates. Worker's Life. November 1980. Magil. Feb 1983. 361. The Gap, IDYM Minutes. The 29th of March 1980. The 11th of April 1981. O'Hagan, Flynn. Teoric. Summer 1979. 362. As the Soviets. CS Minutes. The 11th of November 1980. IDYM Minutes. The 12th of October 1980. Sinn Féin the Workers' Party. Those Who Leave. It. The 23rd of June 1980. IP. The 14th of December 1980. Yates. 363. Despite SFWP Memo. The 10th of August 1978. CPI. The 8th of January 1979. SFWP. The 14th of August 1979. CPI. The 1st of October 1979. AP. 364. Despite these, CS Minutes. The 3rd of October 1977. Dowling, Yates. It. The 8th of March and the 6th of April 1980. J. Horgan, Broadcasting. Page 167. 366. In total, IP. 11. 18. The 25th of May 1979. Hibernia. The 24th of May 1979. Cody. IP. The 15th of June 1979. The 22nd of January 1980. Worker's Life. June 1980. 367. The Party, O'Leary Script. AP. Liam McGuire Letter. The 21st of November 1979. Regional Party Meetings Report. 1979. Paddy Gallagher. 368. The Matter. It. The 23rd of January 1980. IP. The 22nd of January 1980. F. Whalen, Cody. It. 20 to 22 and the 24th of January 1980. The 16th to the 19th of January 1981. Worker's Life. Feb 1981. 369. The 1980 feet. UI. March 1980. It. The 10th of March 1980. 370. The Ard Thace. Hibernia. The 13th of March 1980. CS Minutes. The 20th of October and the 11th of November 1980. 371. While Garland. UC News. March 1979. Jerry Gregg. Fintan Cronin. It. The 23rd of June 1980. Woodworth. Patrick Kinsella. 373. The Input. Garland. Irish Independent. The 10th of October 2000. IRPR. The 2nd of August 1980. Magil. June 2005. Gregg, Cronin. CS Minutes. 14 and the 21st of January. The 23rd of January 29 April 1980. The 2nd of February 1981. Hibernia. The 24th of January 1980. 374. Sales of. It. The 8th of March 1979. Flynn. Worker's Life. November 1980. 375. Although, John Ryan. CS Minutes. The 14th of January 19 and the 26th of May 21 July 1980. SFWP Membership Forms. 1980-1. Jordan. Woodworth. 376. The Problem. CS Minutes. The 26th of January and the 2nd of February 1981. General Secretary's Report. Ard Thace. 1981. It. The 23rd of June 1980. 11. Peace. Work and Class Politics Notes for pages 377 to 400,377 feet after, E.P. Rooney. From Opposition, page 256. In. The 2nd of February. The 7th of May and the 4th of December 1977. UI. Feb and May 1977. 378 feet. The Club's, Newry Reporter. The 28th of April 1977. It. 12 and the 14th of April 1977. UI. May and June 1977. In. The 19th to the 21st of May 1977. 379. Early Summer, Newry Reporter. The 30th of June 1977. In. The 2nd of June 1977. M. Smith. P. Lundy and M. McGovern. Ardoyne. page 323. In the 28th to the 29th of June 1977. G. Adams, Don. Page 255. Belfast OIRA Vols. S. Lynch. 380. Despite, UI. August 1977. Belfast OIRA Vols. In the 2nd of May 1977. Ballymurphy News. The 16th of April 1977. IP. The 1st of April 1977. Worker's Life, July 1980. Ballymurphy News. The 23rd of March 1978. 381 feet The Clubs, IP. The 9th of December 1977. In the 25th of September 1977. Ballymurphy News. The 12th of October 1978. Bar. In the 2nd of August and the 24th of December 1977. 382 feet Controversies, Fortnight, March 1984. In the 24th of December 1977. L. Clark, Broadening, pp. 62-7. It the 23rd of January 1978. 383. In Coal Island, Notes and Comments. Feb 1978. AC Minutes. The 18th of February 1978. UI. Feb 1978. Clar, Ard Thace. 1978. UI. December 1978. CS Minutes. The 19th of December 1977. 384. It was clear. UI. May 1978. In the 3rd of March 1978. Starry Plough. 1977. Ballymurphy News. 1977-8. CS Minutes. The 6th of June 1978. Clar, Ard Thace. 1978. In the 31st of July 1978. Yates, S. Lynch, McMahon, Smith, O'Hare, Seamus Murphy. CS Minutes. The 17th of October 1977. Brennan. 386, Industrial Department, Mornington Meeting. The 8th of June 1978. AP. AC Minutes. The 2nd of September 1978. Clar, Ard Thace. 1979. UI. November 1978. In the 29th of November 1979. UI. May 1979. Newry Reporter. The 19th of April 1979. 387. The Republican Clubs. In the 30th of January 1979. AC Minutes. The 1st of July 1979. Irish Socialist. May 1979. UI. June 1979. Bar. In the 11th of March 1978. AC Minutes. The 13th of January 1979. In the 12th of September 1979. 388. The One Place. UI. July 1978. January 1979. CS Minutes. The 29th of April 10 May 1980. Irish Echo. The 10th of May 1980. CS Minutes. The 8th of December 1980. Worker's Life. December 1980. Clan Letter. The 26th of March 1977. Magil. September 1979. Clan Documents. 1979. 1980. AP. CS Minutes. The 16th of July 1979. The 3rd of June 1980. 390. Amid. UI. November 1978. AC Minutes. The 31st of March 1979. IP. The 27th of April 1979. Henry Patterson. Liam Clark. Smith. O'Hare. 391. Despite, Belfast Central Report. 1979. AP. Smith. Belfast RCWP Members Report. The 29th of July 1979. AP. Armagh and Southdown RCWP Members Meeting. The 29th of July 1979. AP. Belfast AGM Report. The 14th of April 1980. AP. Brian Feeney. 393. The Hostility. Ballymurphy News. March 1979. The 7th of October 1979. Peter Heathwood, Murphy. CS Minutes. The 12th of December 1977. The 14th of August 1978. UI. July 1978. UI. October 1979. Teoric. Winter 1977-78. 394. At RCWP. Northern Members Conference Report. The 27th to the 28th of September 1980. AP. Clark, K. Smith, Patterson. RCWP NE Regional Meeting. The 11th of September 1980. Belfast RCWP AGM. The 14th of April 1989. AP. Brennan, Smith, McMahon. 396. The Club's Members. Worker's Life. May and June 1980. NE Executive RCWP. The 31st of August 29 September 1980. CS Minutes. The 11th of November 1980. Hibernia. the 25th of June 1980. It, the 25th of June 1980. 397. Political Life. Clar. Ard Thace, 1979. In, the 13th of June 1980. C.S. Minutes, the 1st of December 1980. H. Block. The Socialist Perspective, 1980, Women's View, Winter 1980. In, the 28th of October 1980. It, the 18th of December 1980. It, the 25th of June 1980. C.S. Minutes, the 1st of September 1980. Donaghy, O'Hare. In, the 21st of November 1980. 399. The Party, IP. The 6th of February and March 1981. Northern People, the 16th of January, 6 and the 27th of February 1981. IP. The 13th of March 1981. S. Lynch. It, the 1st of March 1980. 12. Group B notes for pages 401 to 421,401 feet. Nobody, OIRA Army Council document, 1977. AP. On April, in, the 27th of April and the 15th of December 1977. Belfast Group B members, 402, Group B. The 23rd of July 25 November, the 6th of October 1977, the 20th of November 1980. Group B members. The murder, it, the 6th to the 7th of October 1977. Garda source. Starry Plough, July 1982. OIRA Intelligence Report, the 12th of January 1976. AP. J.B. Bell, Tactics, pp. 77-81. Belfast Group B members, 403. Similarly, it, the 2nd of August 1977. Group B members. Army Council member, J.B. Bell, Troubles, page 283. Group B members Belfast, Newry and Dublin, 404. Group B and SFWP members Dublin, Newry, Wicklow. Irish Army Intelligence Report, the 15th of February 1977 in D. T 2008, 79-31089, Nye. Northern Ireland. Future Terrorist Trends in Cronin, Nationalism, pp. 340-1. 405. Training, Group B members, 406. Although, Group B members. Garda source. SFWP members. It, the 2nd of November 1978. 407. Internally, Group B members. R. Dunphy, The Contradictory Politics, pp. 117-37. Dundalk Democrat. The 17th of May and the 14th of June 1980. Belfast OIRA Documents, 1975, AP. Long Kesh OIRA Prisoners Communicate the Leadership, the 25th of April 1977, AP. 409, Another View. It, the 23rd of June 1980. Trench. C.S. Minutes, the 17th of September 1980. It, the 25th of June 1980. What the Party, Notes and Comments, December 1981. It, the 26th of October 1991. Financial Report to W.P.R. Chomherley, the 7th of September 1991. AP. SFWP member. 410. In the North, RCWP member. In. 15 and the 28th of April 1977. The 10th of June 1978. The 14th of July 1980. Newry Reporter. The 21st of July 1977. In. The 25th of October and the 4th of November 1977. 6 and the 15th of June 1978. The 4th of February 1981. Starry Plough, April 1978. In, the 22nd of April 1980. 411. The Uneasy, in, 1 and the 4th of September 1980. Dublin Group B members. C.S. Minutes, the 27th of November 1978. CPI to SFWP, the 8th of January 1979. AP. 412. But the 23rd of November 1981. Hibernia, September 1980. UI. December 1978, October 1979. It, the 26th of June 1980. 413. Another Function. Reaction in Ireland, Group B Intelligence Report, the 27th of March 1977. AP. 414. Although, Group B members. Army Council members. RCWP member. E.P. Rooney. From Opposition, page 143. Belfast Group B member. 415. The Need. The 5th of September 1978. G. O'Brien, and Garda, pp. 103-4. It, the 10th of October 1978. Group B members. 416, by the early Army Council members. Dublin Group B members. It, the 29th of June 1983. Worker's Life, 1981-2. S. Flynn and P. Yates, Smack, pp. 43-6. 417. In the context, Army Council member, McEwen, Bar. Group B members, 419, in Belfast, it. The 21st of January 1978. Watchdog, BBC One, the 1st of January 1984. It. The 25th of June 1980. McEwen, in. The 27th of January 1984. J. Cusick and H. MacDonald, UDA, pp. 400-1, in. The 12th of March 1983. Group B members. 13. Hunger strikes. Haughey and Heroin notes on pages 422 to 449,422 feet on the 1st of March. D. Beresford, 10 men, pp. 30-62. Northern People, 10 and the 20th of April 1981. In. 18 and the 24th of April. The 9th of May. The 14th of May 18 July 1981. 423. Council, CS Minutes. The 11th of May 1981. In. The 21st of May 1981. 424. During the McMahon. CS Minutes. The 6th of July 1981. It. The 31st of July 1971. Dowling, O'Hagan. Newry Reporter. 13 and the 20th of August 1981. In. 26 and the 30th of June 1981. 425. 1. Belfast. Belfast RCWP members. Woodworth, Yates, McMahon, Garland, and Foblacht. The 21st of March, 9 and the 30th of May. The 8th of August 1981. D. O'Hearn, Nothing, pp. 30-1. 426 feet Sands. CS Minutes. The 6th of August 1981. AC Minutes. August 1981. In. The 17th of August 1981. More notes. AP. During. In. The 22nd of July. 1981. Jordan, Patterson. Notes and Comments. August 1981. IP. The 20th of November 1981. 427. The Impact. It. The 16th of March 1981. CS Minutes. The 26th of January and the 9th of March 1981. It. The 7th of March 1981. 428. Industrial. S. McDonough, B. Whalen. OIRA Volume. B. Dowling, Byrne, Sweeney. Worker's Life. September 1981. 429. Arte, Greg, Cronin. J. Horgan, Broadcasting. Page 166. P. McGarry, First Citizen, pp. 84-92. It. The 19th of November 1981. Padraig Mannion, A. Berg. Did SFWP, Magil. June 2005. IP. The 16th of September 1980. The 20th of March 1981. It. The 10th of December 1981. 431. Away, John O'Neill. It. The 22nd of February 1982. Lucia O'Neill. IP. The 30th of October 1981. B. Whalen, Mike Jennings. It. 3 and the 13th of June 1981. SFWP Membership Forms. 1980-1. Worker's Life. July 1981. Gallagher. SFWP General Election Report, 1981. Notes and Comments, August and September 1981. 432. Having, CS Minutes, the 16th of June 1981. It. The 10th of March 1982. It. The 30th of June 1981. Yates. IP. The 24th of July 1981. CS Minutes, the 27th of July 1981. IP. The 7th of August 1981. CS Minutes, the 21st of September 1981. IP. The 4th of December 1981. 433. The Coalition. Notes and Comments. Sept. November, December 1981. Jan. 1982. 434. On the 27th of January. CS Minutes. The 28th of January. 1982. It. 4 and the 13th of February 1982. IP. 5 and the 12th of March 1982. The 24th of February 1982. 435. The Re-election, it. 22 and the 24th of February 1982. It. The 5th to the 8th of March 1982. J. Joyce and P. Murdaugh. The Boss, page 54. IP. The 12th of March 1982. Yates. It. The 10th to the 11th of March 1982. Worker's Life. April 1982. IP. The 12th of March 1982. Mannion. 437. In the North, CS Minutes, 18 and the 22nd of March 1982. Worker's Life, April 1982. Flynn. It. The 10th of November 1982. CS Minutes, the 17th of April 1982. Mac Giola. Worker's Life, May 1982. 438. the only, CS Minutes, 5 and the 18th of January. 1982, Notes and Comments, Jan. 1982, Clar, Ard Thace, 1982, Jennings, IP, the 14th of May, the 2nd of October, the 4th of December 1981. E. Harris to Magiola etc. May 1982, AP. 439. Despite, CS Minutes, 13 and the 17th of April 1982, the 12th of June 1982, Woodworth. AC Minutes, the 29th of May and the 3rd of July 1982, 440, the parties, it, the 9th of March 1982, CS Minutes, the 13th of April 1982, Magil, April and May 1982, it, the 22nd to the 23rd of April 1982, Workers' Life, May 1982, CS Minutes, the 28th of April and the 5th of August 1982, 441, in the IRPR, the 5th of June 1982, R. Dunphy, The Contradictory, page 137, Newry Group B members, Newry Reporter, the 27th of May 1982, Dublin Group B members, Starry Plough, July 1982, OIRA Statement, the 4th of June 1982, AP, Magil, June 1982, 442, Garda Source, IRPR, the 7th to the 8th of June 1982, it, the 7th of June 1982, Magil, June 1982, Belfast Group B members, Ed Maloney Statement, the 3rd of April 1992, AP, Dublin WP Activists, 444, in June, Yates, AC Minutes, the 29th of May 1982, CS Minutes, the 18th of March, the 5th of April and the 6th of July 1982, Heffernan, it, the 27th of April 1982, E. Harris to SFWP, May 1982, AP, it, the 22nd of April 1982, CS Minutes, the 13th of April 1982, it, the 27th of April 1982, WP Report on TD's Dale Experience, AP, CS Minutes, the 18th of April and the 28th of September 1982, 445, Other Party, CS Minutes, the 13th of April 1981, H. MacDonald, Colors, page 82. Report on Participation in FDJ's Summer Work Camp July, August 1981 feet, AP, Workers, Life, August, October 1981, May 1982, IP, the 15th of October 1981, 446, Another Divisive, CS Minutes, the 17th of April, the 7th of June, the 17th of July 16 August 1982, 447, Meanwhile, it, the 24th of February 1982, J. S. Bradshaw et al. Drug Misuse in Ireland, Dublin, 1983, Workers' Life, November 1981, Jan. 1982, Yates, 448, DeRosa, CS Minutes, 6 and the 20th of September 18 October 1982, it, the 24th of April 1982, Workers' Life, November 1982, Feb 1983, in September, Heffernan, Workers' Life, November 1982, Joyce and Murtaugh, The Boss, page 291, CS Minutes, 11 and the 18th of October 1982, IP, the 5th of November 1982, it, the 4th of November 1982. 14. Fight Back, Notes to pages 450 to 493,450 feet in November, IP, the 4th of April 1986, WP Election Broadcast, November 1982, CS Minutes, the 11th of December 1982, it, the 13th of November 1982, Gallagher, CS Minutes, 2 and the 11th of December 1982, 451, Fine Gael, CS Minutes, the 11th of December 1982, Heffernan, it, the 23rd of March 1982, IP, the 15th of April and the 20th of May 1983, CS Minutes, the 6th of November 1982, 452, Despite, Notes and Comments, December 1982, CS Minutes, 2 and the 11th of December 1982, in, the 22nd of May 1981, Newry Reporter, the 22nd of July 1982, CS Minutes, the 18th of October 1982, the 2nd of December 1982, Brathnick, 453 feet Concerns, AC Minutes, the 9th of September 1984, CS Minutes, the 11th of December 1982, WP Organization Subcommittee Report, March 1983, AP, 455 feet Efforts, CS Minutes, the 11th of April 1983, AC Minutes, the 7th of June 1983, it, the the 23rd of May 1983. CS Minutes, 7 and the 21st of February 1983. AC Minutes, the 7th of May 1983. IP, 12 and the 19th of August 1983. Worker's Life, March, June, October 1983. Brethnick, Gallagher, Heffernan. IP, the 16th of September 1983. 456, By-elections, Worker's Life, January 1984. AC Minutes, the 26th of November 1983. Reports, the 30th of November 1983 in Fianna Fáil Archives P 176 383, 18 and 67, UCDA. IP, the 25th of March 1983. Brethnick, 457, Rivalry, Cody, Mary Shelley. Gralton, October, November 1983. IP, the 19th of August 1981. The 4th of March 1982. Jarity, Dowling, 458. While the 12 and the 14th of April 1983. IP, the 20th of February 1987. AC Minutes, the 24th of September 26 November 1983. The 21st of May 1983. Ken McHugh, J. O'Neill. Notes and Comments, December 1983. IP, the 4th of November 1983. Worker's Life, April 1984. 460. The W.P. Dale Debates, the 19th of May 1983. In, the 23rd of May 1983. The 29th of June 1983. The 21st of January 1984. Notes and Comments, December 1983. The 21st of May 1983. Worker's Life, March 1983. The 29th of December 1983. 461. Despite, Ireland, Spring 1983. IP, the 16th of September 1983. The 10th of September 1983. E.O. Halpin, Defending, page 322. Gralton, October, November 1983. Worker's Life, June 1983. S. Garland to Secretary, Central Committee CPSU, the 20th of October 1983. AP. Garland. Worker's Life, Feb and August 1984. Woodworth. Sunday Tribune, the 11th of November 1984. Magil, the 15th of November 1984. 463. In February, Notes and Comments, December 1983. Class Politics, Autumn 1983. Connor McCabe, John Burns, S. Garland to M. Gordeev, the 4th of February 1985. AP. Worker's Life, 1981-3. Notes and Comments, April 1984. 464. The Need, Dave O'Grady, E.P. Rooney, From Opposition, page 243. L. O'Neill, J. O'Neill. 465. In Leinster, Heffernan. EMC Minutes, the 10th of June 1984. CEC Minutes, the 28th of January and the 9th of September 1984. 466. In the European, CEC Minutes, the 23rd of June 1984. WP Report on European Elections, AP. IP, the 27th of May 1983. McHugh. Student Report, July 1987. CEC Minutes, the 28th of January 1984. IP, the 12th of October 1984. Jennings. 467. The Growing Tension, 22. April 1984. EMC Minutes, the 21st of January and May 1985. 468. The WP, Notes and Comments, July 1985. IP, the 8th of March 1984. The 10th of April 1985. AGM Report Cork SC, the 27th of April 1986. Catherine Murphy, Fergus McCowgame, Stephen Lewis, Jordan. 469. The Election, EMC Minutes, the 10th of April 1985. CEC Minutes, the 1st of October 1985. 470. In most, CEC Minutes, the 7th of September 1985. IP, the 20th of July 1984. CEC Minutes, the 7th of September 1985. Worker's Life, Jan. Feb 1985. Jennings, J. O'Neill. WP, Response to Crime, N. D. IP, the 4th of November 1983. The 1st of January 1985. 471. In late, EMC Minutes, the 25th of November and the 2nd of December 1985. IP3 and the 10th of January 1986. Making Sense, November 1988. 472. So-called, IP, the 22nd of February 1985. Bell Telephone, the 16th of February 1983. IP. The 3rd of January 1986. Divorce Action Group to WP. The 27th of May 1995. IT. The 26th of July 1986. Notes and comments. May, June 1986. 473. The Bifurcation, B. Whalen. Jennings, L. O'Neill. Byrne. Shelley. CEC Minutes. The 30th of March 1985. Irish Independent. The 24th of June 1987. O'Grady, Murphy, McCowgain, Brathnick. 474. The Most, IT. The 19th of December 1985. IP. The 20th of December 1985. Today Tonight. RTE. The 5th of March 1986. S. Lynch. IT. The 5th of March 1986. IRPR. The 14th of April 1986. 475. An internal, Today Tonight of the 5th of March. Some background notes. 1986. AP. Media attacks on the party. 1986. AP. IP. The 18th of April 1986. Notes and comments. June 1986. IT. The 14th of April and the 12th of November 1986. Brathnick. 476. In January 1987. IP. The 3rd of October 1986. 9. 23 and the 30th of January 1987. Jennings. Text for Party Political Broadcast. 1987. AP. IP. The 2nd of January 1987. C. A. Mead. Success and Transformation. pp. 24-7. 478. The Left. WP. Dale Election Results. The 27th of February 1987. In Dublin. The 5th of March 1987. IT. The 20th of February and the 11th of March 1987. IP. The 20th of March 1987. WP Election Leaflet Dublin Central. 1987. 480. In a Complete. Irish Independent. The 1st of April 1987. IT. The 24th of April 1987. Liberty News. Summer 1987. IP. The 12th of June and the 23rd of October 1987. The 18th of March 1988. 481. Meanwhile. IT. The 17th of October 1987. IP. The 16th of October 1987. IT. The 18th to the 20th of November 1987. Liberty News. Winter 1987. Jarity. Irish Socialist. November 1987. 482. The WP. IT. The 27th of April 1987. IP. The 6th of November 1987. Jennings, McCowgain. IP. The 14th of March 1986. The 18th of September 1987. S. Garland to V. Minderov. The 7th of April 1987. AP. International Report to CEC Meeting. The 4th to the 5th of December 1987. AP. 483 Feed Relations. Garland to Secretary International Department CPSU. The 7th of August 1986. AP. BBC World Service Reports. The 25th of September 1985 and the 10th of September 1986. De Rosa. IT. The 16th of December 1992. As Violence. IP. The 4th of September 1987. T. Heffernan. Section 31 feet. The 14th of January 1988. AP. E. Harris. Television and Terrorism. The 15th of November 1987. Sunday Tribune. The 29th of November 1987. IP. The 27th of March 1987. IT. The 21st of January 1987. In Dublin Annual. 1987. In Dublin. The 7th of January 1988. Magil. June 2005. 486 Feed Relations. IT. The 20th of November 1987. IRPR. The 2nd of June 1988. J. O'Neill, McHugh. IP. The 23rd of October 1987. B. Whalen, McDonough. 487. De Rosa. IT. The 18th of April 1988. E. Honecker to WP. The 15th of April 1988. AP. IP. The 22nd of April 1988. Making Sense. Summer 1988. IP. The 29th of April 1988. Notes and comments. The 1st of August 1988. IP. The 13th of May 1988. 488. The WP. Making Sense. November 1988. C. Murphy, McCowgain. Notes and comments. The 2nd of December 1988. Making Sense. January 1989. 489 feet. The discussions. J. O'Neill, McDonough, Brathnick. International Report to CEC Meeting. The 4th to the 5th of December 1987. AP. IP. 1 and the 15th of July 1988. WKP Statement. The 15th of November 1988. AP. BBC World Service Report. The 17th of September 1988. 490, in January 1989. The 17th of December 1988, the 13th of March 1989. Sweeney, N. Dowling. IP, the 14th of April 1989. The 10th of April 1989. 491, DeRosas, Brethnick, J. O'Neill, Heffernan, DeRosa. Making Sense, May, June 1988. 492. The European, IP, the 26th of May 1989. 2 and the 9th of June 1989. Irish Independent, the 8th of June 1989. Cork Examiner, the 15th of June 1989. The 17th of June 1989. Financial Report to WPCEC, the 7th of September 1991. AP. The 13th of July 1989. IP. The 2nd of January 1987. Lewis, F. Whalen, Brethnick, L. O'Neill. IRPR, the 17th of June 1989. 15. Workers Unite. Notes for pages 494 to 518,494 feet northern. AC Minutes, the 29th of May 1982. Workers' Life, September 1980. In 4, 12, 13 and the 14th of January 1982. Northern People, the 5th of March 1982. AC Minutes, the 28th of August 1982. 495. Overall, Workers' Life, November 1982. John Cushnahan, McMahon. In the 21st of October 1982. Northern People, the 12th of November 1982. AC Minutes, the 16th of November 1982. The 15th of January 1983. McMahon, Fortnight, October 1983. Ulster, July, August 1984. Northern People, the 21st of January and the 16th of September 1983. 496. In 1985 feet, S. Lynch. I.S. Wood, Crimes, pp. 72-3, 91-2. In the 17th of October 1986. The 14th of February 1987. 497. The Party, Northern People, the 21st of January 1983. The 25th of May 1985. Feeney, Northern People, the 6th of May 1983. In the 7th of June 1983. AC Minutes, the 26th of March 1983. Workers' Life, October 1983. 498. Violence, the 12th of March 1983. Northern People, the 15th of April and the 3rd of June 1983. Belfast Newsletter, the 7th of June 1983. In the 4th of June 1983. 499. Sinn Finds, in the 11th of June 1983. McMahon, P. Bew and H. Patterson, British State, page 146. The Electoral, Northern People, the 12th of August 1983. The 29th of June 1984. Class Politics, August 1983. CEC Minutes, the 7th of September 1985. ITV, World in Action, the 19th of December 1983. The 29th of December 1983. Bell Telephone, the 18th of January 1984. 501. Physical, in the 14th of June and the 2nd of November 1983. WP. The Case, 1985. Smith. 502. In 1984 feet. CEC Minutes, the 10th of March 1984. In the 2nd of May 1985. EMC Minutes, the 4th of March 1985. Smith, S. Lynch. 503 feet Unionists, EMC Minutes, the 24th of June 29 July and the 6th of August 1985. Northern People, the 9th of August 1985. Fortnight, October 1985. 504. In 1982 feet. The British Labour Party in Ireland. A Strategy for Progress, 1982. AP. Workers' Life, August and December 1983. Fortnight, Feb 1984. Workers' Life, December 1983. Collins. Andersonstown News, the 14th of November 1987. 505. By the, in the 6th of December 1985. Bell Telephone, the 10th of January 1984. 1 and the 27th of January 1984. P.K. Clare. Racketeering, pp. 18-19. Smith, McMahon. Bell Telephone, the 12th of March 1985. 506. The WPs, in 8 and the 20th of May 15 August 1985. Sunday News, the 19th of May 1985. And Foblacht, the 25th of July 1985. EMC Minutes, the 2nd of September 1985. Former OIRA prisoner. Andersonstown News, the 10th of October 1987. In, the 9th of November 1987. McMahon, 507. The Party, IRPR, the 19th of April 1985. Fortnight, Jan. Feb. March 1983. Bell Telephone, the 22nd of March 1984. Former OIRA prisoner, P.J. Kelly, E.P. Rooney, from Opposition, Fortnight, the 2nd of June 1986. 508 feet negotiations, it, the 15th to the 20th of November 1985. EMC minutes, 18 and the 25th of November 1985. Dale debates, the 19th of November 1985. EMC minutes, the 28th of January 1986. In, the 21st of August 1986. 509. As Unionist, it, 14 and the 16th of April 1986. Bell Telephone, the 6th of June 1986. 510. In November, Sinn Féin, Politics of Revolution, 1986. Irish Independent, the 29th of January 1986. J. O'Neill. Belfast WP members. The Sympathy, C. Skillen, Pravda's Provost. O'Hagan. EMC minutes, 16 and the 23rd of September 1985. It, the 9th of November 1987. IP, the 16th of October 1987. IP, the 4th of September 1987. 512 feet working class, Women's View, December 1987. In, the 3rd to the 4th of June 1987. McMahon, K. Smith, M. Smith. Despite the Fortnight, 1983-7. Northern People, the 20th of December 1985. Sunday World, the 20th of May 1984. Notes and comments. May, June 1986. 513 feet as rumors. In, the 4th of June 1987. Bell Telephone, the 25th of June 1987. It, the 29th of June 1987. 514. In early 1988 feet. IRPR, the 4th of April 1988. It, the 18th of April 1988. IP, the 22nd of April 1988. It, the 18th of April 1988. McMahon. Belfast WP members. 515. In August, Making Sense. January 1989. IP, the 5th of August and the 14th of October 1988. McLean. The Enniskillen, IP, the 3rd of February and the 21st of April 1989. The 17th of February 17 March, the 7th of April 1989, the 19th of January 1990. 516. In March, it, the 10th of April 1989. Bell Telephone, the 21st of January 1989. It, the 12th of April 1989. In, the 12th of September 1988. IP, the 26th of May 1989. Making Sense, August 1989. 517. August 1989. IP, the 3rd of November 1989. UTV. Sullivan's Story, the 28th of September 1989. Lowry, O'Hagan. 16. Special Activities Notes for pages 519 to 545,519 feet by the time, WP to CPSU, the 15th of September 1986 in Archives of the Soviet Communist Party, Stanford University Fond 89. Opus 13. D. 11. Courtesy Jeff Roberts. It, the 26th to the 7th of October 1992. RTE. Today Tonight, the 5th of March 1986. Group B member. 520. Local Garda, Garda source. Sunday Tribune. The 24th of August 1997. Village. The 22nd to the 8th of January 2005. F. Cronin. The U.S. Garda source. It. The 10th of September 1983. The 24th of November 1986. Dublin WP member. 521. Flynn's Killing. Dublin Group B members. It. 29 and the 30th of June. The 2nd of July 1983. 522. Some. It. The 18th of February 1983. Dublin WP members. 523. The Group, Magil. The 18th of April 1985. It. The 21st of January 1984. The 1st of March 1997. Belfast Group B members. 524. The Movements. Belfast Group B members. Starry Plough, Jan. 1982. In, 18 and the 28th of January. 1982. Sunday News, the 22nd of January 1984. It, the 2nd to the 4th of February 1983. The 12th of March 1983. In, the 15th of March 1983. 525. The OIRA, Fortnight. September 1983. In, December 1984. Belfast Group B members. 526. The building, K. Shi. Email, the 1st of January 2009. The 27th of January 1984. BBC, Watchdog. The 1st of March 1984. 527 feet. The Success. The 27th of January 1984. Belfast Group B members. Irish Independent. The 20th of August 1987. Bell Telephone. The 31st of January 1984. The 1st of February 1984. Armagh Group B members. Newry Reporter. The 17th of November 1983. The 28th of June 1984. 528. In August. The 6th of August and the 5th of October 1984. Dublin Group B members. 11 and the 13th of June 1986. WP Document. 1987. AP. The 26th to the 30th of January 1988. The 17th of May 1993. 530. During the, 8 and the 20th of May 1985. Irish Independent. The 20th of August 1987. The 15th of August 1985. Cronin. 531. The Today Tonight. The Workers' Party. AP. Cronin. Dublin WP members. RTE. Today Tonight. The 5th of March 1986. The 5th of December 1985. Sunday. Tribune. The 4th of January 1987. 532. That a Public. Belfast Group B members. Armagh Group B members. 533. The Parties. The 13th of November 1986. The 16th of December 1992. Garland to Secretary International Department. CPSU. The 1st of July 1986. The 23rd of October 1986. The 19th of March 1987. AP. Garland to Secretary, International Department. CPSU. The 7th of August 1986. AP. Garland. 534. A long letter. WP to CPSU. The 15th of September 1986 in Archives of the Soviet Communist Party. Stanford University Fond 89. Opus 13. D. 11. Garland. The 14th of November 1996. The 6th of March 1997. 535. In February, V. Zagladin. The 16th of February 1987 in Archives of the Soviet Communist Party Fond 89. Opus 13. D. 11. Independent. The 25th of October 1992. WP Financial Report. September 1991. AP. The 17th of July 1997. Sunday Business Post. The 1st of November 1992. Group B members. 536. Group B. The 30th of May 1986. Sunday Tribune. The 4th of January 1987. Belfast Group B members. Sunday Tribune. The 23rd of August 1987. Phoenix. The 28th of August 1987. K. Shi. More Questions. pp. 88-9. 538. It was becoming. Belfast Group B members. Belfast WP members. 539. The Growing. The 29th of June 1987. Sunday Tribune. The 28th of June 1987. The 4th of January 1988. Belfast Group B members. 540. In Lake, Belfast and Dublin Group B members. Garda Source. 542. While, V. Khrushchev. The 21st of December 1988 and K. Brudence the 6th of January 1989 in Archives of the Soviet Communist Party Fond 89. Opus 13. D. 34. C. Andrew and O. Bordevsky. KGB. Page 665. Sunday Tribune. The 29th of December 1991. 543. Although, BBC One. Spotlight. The 20th of February 1992. The 9th of November 1987. The 4th of June 1989. The 24th of February 1992. PIRA Intelligence Document. Workers' Party Structures. 1990. 544. While there, Dublin WP members. Brathnick. Belfast Group B member. 17. The Flight from Socialism Notes for pages 546 to 587,546 feet on the night, IP. The 17th of November 1989. 547. The WPs, the 28th of June, 4, 10 and the 19th of July 1989. IP. The 3rd of November 1989. C. Murphy. 548. The Party, McHugh, Michael Nugent, Anne Holliday. Notes and Comments. The 2nd of August 1989. The 25th of July 1989. R. Dunphy. The Workers' Party, Brathnick. Sunday Business Post. The 15th of July 1990. McMahon. 549 feet Harris. The Necessity of Social Democracy. 1990. Lowry, Brathnick, McMahon. 550, Harris Now, F. Whalen. Magil, April 1990. Brathnick, J. O'Neill, Donahue. The Party, Making Sense, March, April 1990. Brathnick, The Story of the Struggle, 1990, AP. Notes and Comments, Feb, March 1990. 551. In the Run, DeRosa, Brathnick. Magil, April 1990. 552. The First, It. The 8th of March 1990. Sunday Business Post, the 30th of September 1990. 553. The Internal, IP, the 16th of March 1990. Sunday Tribune, 11 and the 18th of March, the 4th of April 1990. It. 12 and the 16th of March 1990. News and Views, July 1990. It. The 24th of April 1990. 554. The Following, It. The 30th of April 1990. R. Dunphy and S. Hopkins, The Organizational and Political Evolution of the Workers' Party, Irish Independent, the 30th of April 1990. F. Whalen, Byrne. IP. The 4th of May 1990. 557. The Parliamentary, It. 1, 3, 4 and the 5th of May 12 July 1990. Heffernan, Yates. Notes and Views, July 1990. 558. Some W.P. Byrne. It. 2 and the 24th of May 1990. News and Views, July 1990. It. The 27th of July 1990. J. O'Neill, Lewis, Brathnick, B. Whalen. 559. With Robinson. It. The 16th of October 1990. McCowgain. IP. June 1990. It. The 29th of June 1990. 560. As Robinson's. It. The 17th of July 1990. Making Sense. July, August 1990. It. 6 and the 8th of October 1990. The 1st of November 1990. It. The 17th of December 1990. McCowgain. It. The 16th of October 1990. 561. In the Campaigns. It. 2, 3, 10 and the 25th of November. 5, 6 and the 12th of December 1990. Making Sense. March, April 1991. 563. As the WPs. It. The 3rd of January 1991. S. Lynch, Byrne. It. The 23rd of February 1990. Parliamentary Debates, the 11th of December 1990. In. The 28th of June 1991. Group B's, Financial Report to WPAC, CEC, the 7th of November 1991. AP. Dublin WP members. Belfast Group B members. L. O'Neill. 564, Internal. Brathnick. Document for WP International Committee, 1990, Seamus Martin. Shelley. It. 8, 10, 15, 19 and the 26th of January. The 4th of February 16 March 1991. 565. There were, Making Sense, March, April 1991. In. The 1st of April 1991. BBC One, Spotlight. The 27th of June 1991. 566. A Penetrating. Making Sense. Jan. Feb 1991. WP, Draft Brief to Designers. 17 and the 19th of January 1991. AP. Such Thinking. It. The 21st of March. The 3rd of May 1991. Lowry. 567. The 1st. It. 4 and the 6th of May 1991. Tomorrow's People. The 27th of May 1991. Irish Independent. The 6th of May 1991. 568. Despite, IP. Feb 1991. It. The 21st of February 1991. Bertie's Bill. 1991. It. The 20th of October 1990. The 24th of August 1991. WP Youth Report to EMC. The 13th of August 1990. Notes and Comments. Feb. March 1990. Tomorrow's People. The 27th of May 1991. Lewis. It. The 3rd of June 1991. 569. The Parties. It. The 17th of May 1991. Tomorrow's People. The 1st of May and the 24th of June 1991. It. The 4th of June 1991. In. 4 and the 7th of June 1991. McCowgain. AC, CEC Minutes. The 8th of June 1991. P. Larkin. A Very British. pp. 77 to 89. It. The 25th of June 1991. 570, Half an Hour. BBC One, Spotlight. The 27th of June 1991. It. The 29th of June 1991. Focus. Summer 1991. 571. Things Got. Heffernan. It. The 1st of July 1991. Focus, Summer 1991. It, the 9th of July 1991. Analysis of post-election questionnaire for WP candidates and directors of elections, September 1991. AP. L. O'Neill, Lynch. 572. For DeRosa. DeRosa. EMC reports for AC, CEC meeting of the 7th of September 1991. AP. 573. The following, AC minutes, the 13th to the 14th of September 1991. AP. 574. The establishment, IT. The 16th of July and the 5th of August 1991. Parliamentary debates, the 19th of July 1991. It, 1 and the 14th of August 1991. Tomorrow's People, the 23rd of August and the 9th of September 1991. 575. The Autumn, It, 4 and the 7th of September 1991. Heffernan. It, the 13th of September, 5, 14 and the 15th of October 1991. Tomorrow's People, the 2nd of November 1991. Dale Debates, the 17th of October 1991. It, the 19th of October 1991. 577. The Confidence, It, 18 and the 28th of October 29 and the 31st of December 1991. Tomorrow's People, December 1991. AC Minutes, the 23rd of November 1991. 578. Meanwhile, DeRosa, Heffernan, Brathnick, McMahon, Smith, Patterson, O'Hare, Byrne. It, 16 and the 30th of December 1991. EPC Minutes, the 16th of December 1991. It, the 4th of January 1992. 579. During the, It, the 4th of January 1992. Heffernan, 580. The Public, L. O'Neill. It, the 9th of January 1992. Jennings, McMahon, Joe Quinn. Notes on AC meeting the 11th of January 1992 feet. Colm Brathnick, AP. Jennings press release, the 24th of January 1992, AP. It, the 13th of January 1992. Heffernan, B. Whalen. 582. Charles Haughey, It, the 27th of January 1992. Tomorrow's People, Feb. 1991. Reports of meetings Belfast Region WP, the 3rd of January 1992 and Cork, Limerick the 1st of December 1991. AP. 583 feet both wings. Sunday Tribune, the 2nd of February 1992. Brathnick, B. Whalen, Garland, Lowry, Quinn, DeRosa, Smith, Lynch. It, the 2nd of February 1992. 584. The Stage, It, 14 and the 17th of February 1992. Sunday Press, the 16th of February 1992. Sunday Tribune, the 16th of February 1992. Irish Independent, the 17th of February 1992. IRPR, the 18th of February 1992. J. Burns, B. Whalen, Brathnick, L. O'Neill, McMahon, O'Hare, G. Lynch. Workers' Party, Patterns of Betrayal. It, the 24th of February 1992. Irish Independent, the 24th of February 1992. Epilogue notes for pages 588 to 601,588 feet after, L. O'Neill, S. Lynch. MacGiola Letter, the 27th of February 1992, AP. It, the 30th of February 1992. Inlaid, McMahon. WP Update, March, April 1992. 589. Both. It, the 12th of November 1992. R. Dunphy, A Group of Individuals. M. Holmes, The Establishment of Democratic Left. 590. Further, Independent, the 25th of October 1992. It, the 26th to the 27th of October, the 7th of December 1992. Sunday Independent, the 13th of December 1992. 591. In July, It, the 6th of July 1993. IP, September 1993. It, the 12th of November 1994. Dunphy, Brathnick, Murphy. 592. DeRosa, A.J. Davidson, Defamed. pp. 61-91. It, the 17th of July, 6, 13, 14 and the 20th of November 1996. Sunday Independent, the 17th of November 1996. It, the 6th to the 15th of March, the 1st to the 31st of July 1997. Sunday Tribune, the 24th of August 1997. It, the 17th of June 2005. 594. The Peace, It, the 10th of February 1997. WP Dissident Document, 1996, AP, or Members. Newry Reporter, the 10th of July and the 28th of August 1997. In, 10 and the 16th of July, the 7th of August 1997. It, the 17th of July 1997. Sunday Tribune, the 24th of August 1997 and the 4th of January 1998. 595, inlaid 1,998 feet. It, the 14th of December 1998. S. Millar, McMahon. Sunday Business Post, the 13th of December 1998. R. English, Armed. Page 315. It, the 25th of December 1998. The 2nd of January 1999. 598. The Reluctance, Cian O'Callaghan. NCC, Turgra. The Blanket, the 29th of October 2002. 599. Sinn Féin's, McManus. Belfast OIRA. Making Sense, Jan. Feb 1991. Malone. 600, on the 30th of January. It, the 31st of January and the 19th of February 2009. WP Press Release, the 26th of March 2009. Index subheadings are in chronological order. NI equals Northern Ireland ROI equals Republic of Ireland Abortion Issue 446-7455-6 Abstentionism 3-4. Proposals to drop 40-1, 75-7, 79, 93,145,146. Dropping of 203,510 atoms. Jerry 64 sextillion 112 quintillion 129 quadrillion 135 trillion 140 billion 380 million 499,500 1,503 4,510 minus 11 billion 514 million 575,596 and drop off. Yuri 141,461 Agnew. Kevin 60. 85 trillion 101 billion 113 million 201,203 Aldershot Barracks. Bombing of 1972. 175 6,176 7 billion 180 million 185,217 minus 20 Alliance Party 228 million 396,495 Anglo-Irish Agreement 1985. 508. 10 and T oblique 30. 32. 39. 46. 57. 64. 65. 94 Anti-Imperialist Festivals 278,334 Ardthace Sinn Féin. 1963-73. 1964. 74. 5. 1965. 76. 7. 77-8. 1966. 79. 80. 1967. 92. 3. 1968. 106. 7. 1970. 146. 7 Official Sinn Féin. 1971 203,207,208,245. 1972. 257. 8. 1973. 268. 71. 1974. 280. 1. 1976 324,329,331 SFWP. 1977. 336. 7. 1978. 351-2,355,384. 1979 359,367. 1980. 369. 70. 1981. 427. 8. 1982. 437. 8. WP. 1983 455,461. 1984. 464. 1985. 467. 8. 1986 476,509. 1987 480,482. 1988. 486-7,514. 1989. 490-1,516. 1990. 554. 6. 1991. 567. 8. 1992. 583. 8. Brothers Fighting Brothers 9. The Pogrom. 10. A Historic Mission 11. Peace, Work and Class Politics 12. Group B 13. Hunger Strikes, Hahi and Heroin 14. Fight Back. 15. Workers Unite. 16. Special Activities 17. The Flight from Socialism Epilogue Acknowledgements Bibliography Notes Index.